In Marine Headquarters Marineford within the Grand Judicial Hall, the air of the pirate world hung heavy, and on the highest seat sat the presiding judge, a bizarre figure with 3 heads and 6 eyes. All 6 eyes gleamed with a chilling light as they turned in unison toward the defendant's dock. On the judge's left sat Fleet Admiral Sengoku of Marine Headquarters, his expression grave as he stared at the thick stack of documents before him. In the jury box, all the seats were occupied by senior officers of Marine Headquarters. In the first row sat 2 of the 3 Marine Headquarters Admiral Sakazuki and Borsellino, embodiments of the organization's supreme might. Flanking them on either side were the Admiral candidate Vice Admirals Gion and Gaki. Behind them, every Vice Admiral of Headquarters, led by Hummingbird, Ghost, Spider, Doberman, and Burning Mountain, was present, sitting in orderly ranks directly behind the 2 Admirals and their 2 prospective successors. Like Sengoku, the 2 Admirals present and most of the Vice Admirals wore grave expressions as they fixed their gazes on the empty defendant's dock. On both sides of the hall, dozens of Marine Headquarters officers had gathered. As the trial had yet to begin, they leaned toward one another, whispering in hushed voices. Silence. Suddenly the presiding judge raised his gavel and brought it down heavily. The trial begins. After a brief pause, his 3 heads turned in unison toward the doors as he spoke with one voice, "Bring the man in." At the same time, outside the doors of the Judicial Hall, Xiayu, dressed in a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral's uniform, stood staring in a daze at the tightly closed gate before him. Unknowingly, 6 years had passed since he had crossed over into the pirate world due to an accident. In these 6 years, through his own effort, he had successively mastered the 6 styles of the Marines: armament haki and observation haki. His swordsmanship had been honed to the realm of a great swordsman, and a year ago, he had even awakened Conqueror's haki by sheer accident. Yet none of this was what mattered most. When he had first joined the Marines, it had not been for any so-called justice, but simply because he wanted to survive a little longer in this world. Thus, while cultivating to strengthen himself, he also did his utmost to maintain good relations with his colleagues. He firmly believed that in any world, even in this pirate realm where might made right, life was not only slaughter and combat. The subtleties of human relationships, he felt, were universal across all worlds. As he mingled with his comrades, he gradually discovered that the rank-and-file soldiers mostly lived in hardship. They had to be ready at any moment to risk their lives against powerful pirates, and still worry endlessly about simply making ends meet. The pay of Marine soldiers was almost negligible for the high-ranking officers, always invoked the name of justice to gloss over everything. As a transmigrator with no family or ties in this world, Xiayu himself cared little for how much he was paid. As long as he had a bed to sleep in and a mess hall to fill his stomach, he was content. The other Marines, however, could not live so freely as a man who only needed to feed himself. After realizing this, he began using every paycheck to help colleagues who were in need. Gradually, more and more Marine soldiers became his friends. Whenever they followed their superiors out to capture pirates, those who had received his help were always the first to charge ahead of him, forming a living wall to shield him from harm. As his strength grew and his reputation at headquarters spread, he soon entered the sight of the senior officers. After a year of missions abroad, he joined the officer training camp. When the 6-month officer training ended, he was promoted to an ensign of headquarters. He now had subordinates of his own, and his pay increased significantly. Using the convenience of his position, he began amassing funds on a large scale, then distributing all of these illicit gains to subordinates who needed help. Not only that, he also colluded in secret with bounty hunters. He intentionally let certain pirates escape, so that bounty hunters who had coordinated with him in advance could rush over and capture them, then split the bounty with him. As time passed, his strength soared, and his rank rose in tandem. In just a few short years, he had become a Vice Admiral. By the time he became a Vice Admiral, the number of headquarters soldiers he had helped had exceeded tens of thousands. Many among them, freed from their worries by his support, devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the cause of justice, and stood with him in the same boat. Some became his direct subordinates, though others out of gratitude came to regard him as their faith. Yet the good days did. When he diverted a sizable sum of public funds to assist certain officers in need, he drew the attention of the Marine Headquarters Internal Investigation Unit, and was ultimately arrested and thrown into prison. Now, as Xiayu stared absent-mindedly at the tightly shut doors of the Judicial Hall before him, the closed doors, suddenly, 2 bailiffs strode out at once, quickly approaching him. They stood straight and saluted his upright figure, and rather than keeping their distance because he was now a criminal, their eyes were filled with reverence. Lord Xiayu, before he could respond, the dozens of headquarters officers who had been standing in formation behind him took a step forward in perfect unison. Hearing this, Xiayu turned around. His gentle gaze swept over the faces of the dozens of officers, their expressions feverish, and a faint smile surfaced on his lips. Then, without further hesitation, he raised his head, straightened his back, and strode into the Judicial Hall. The moment Xiayu entered, a rustle swept through the hall. Almost simultaneously, the headquarters officers seated on both sides stood up, all turning to face him. Some wore feverish expressions, some clenched their fists tight, most gazed at him with eager anticipation, and a few were so nervous that sweat beaded on their foreheads. Those with feverish faces and eager eyes were all people who had benefited from Xiayu's kindness. The ones sweating in anxiety were the officers who had cooperated with him over the years. If he were to reveal everything during the trial, they too would face the same prison fate awaiting him. Ignoring the officers who had risen, Xiayu walked straight to the defendant's dock, and then lifted his head slightly, to look up at the three-headed presiding judge on the bench. Seeing this, all the officers who had stood turned back around, directing their gaze together at the presiding judge. Vice Admiral Xiayu. Feeling the sudden invisible pressure washing over him, the presiding judge secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then raised his gavel and struck it down. In a deep voice, he said, "The evidence of your embezzlement and bribery is complete. According to the findings of the Internal Investigation Unit, from the time you joined Marine Headquarters until now, you have embezzled a total of 200 billion belly. Do you acknowledge this?" "I do," Xiayu nodded. "Very good." The presiding judge let out a quiet breath of relief before continuing. "However, after a full 3 months of investigation and a search of every possible location, the unit found only 120,000 belly in your home. Tell us, where did the 200 billion belly you embezzled go? Are there others who colluded with you and took part in dividing?" At these words, the hall instantly fell utterly silent. Some were deeply moved to hear that Xiayu had embezzled 200 billion, yet only 120,000 belly had been found in his home. They had long known he had helped them greatly over the years, but had never imagined that after diverting such a vast amount of belly, he had left virtually not a single coin for himself. Where some were moved, others were nearly suffocating with panic at the judge's question about accomplices. No one shared in this. Xiayu said calmly, "I spent it all myself." "You lie." The presiding judge suddenly raised his voice. "According to the investigation, you hold no assets under your name. You live in an apartment allocated by headquarters, and even your furniture has not been changed in 6 years. How could a single man possibly spend 200 billion? Xiayu's expression remained unchanged. "I like to use belly to light my cigarettes," he replied. "You." The presiding judge had never expected Xiayu to come up with such an excuse, and he nearly coughed up blood in rage. Sitting upright beside him, Sengoku silently shook his head, his gaze complicated as he looked at Xiayu standing in the defendant's dock. The officers who had taken part in Xiayu's embezzlement and bribery all let out a quiet sigh of relief, then lifted their heads to cast him grateful looks. Forcing down the fury burning in his chest, the presiding judge said in a low voice, "This amount alone is enough to send you to Judicial Island to pass through the gate of justice. You had better think carefully before you answer. If you cooperate with our work and confess all the officers involved in embezzlement and bribery, we will consider reducing your sentence." Xiayu did not hesitate in the slightest, and replied crisply, "No one else was involved." The presiding judge uttered the word "good" 3 times in a row, then casually picked up another document, and said coldly, "And the 3,000 tons of steak your subordinates collected from the quartermaster last year on your written order. Do not tell me you ate it all by yourself." "Yes," Xiayu nodded again. "I have a rather enormous appetite." Never imagining Xiayu would truly claim to have eaten it alone, the presiding judge suddenly sprang to his feet, eyes bulging with fury. "Xiayu, are you really going to shoulder all the charges by yourself? If this is the outcome you wish to see, then I will fulfill your wish. Guards, take Xiayu to the cells. At first light tomorrow, send him to Judicial Island." Presiding judge. Hearing that Xiayu was to be sent to Judicial Island, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who had been sitting quietly beside him as an observer, suddenly turned his head and said in a deep voice, "This matter still requires further investigation. Do not be so hasty in handing down a final verdict. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the facts of the case are already perfectly clear." The presiding judge waved his hand and said, "If you had not been taking a little nap just now to refresh yourself, you should have heard everything. Xiayu has made no attempt to deny the crimes he has committed. With the case so clear, there is no need for further investigation." He paused slightly, then suddenly raised his gavel and brought it down with a heavy strike. "Rear Admiral of Naval Headquarters, Xiayu embezzled 200 billion belly in public funds and bribed numerous headquarters officers. On behalf of the Judicial Department of the World Government, I hereby pronounce him sentenced to death, to be taken to Judicial Island for execution tomorrow." "Huh." Tashiji blinked slowly, her expression adorably vacant. Almost simultaneously, the headquarters officers seated on both sides of the hall rose to their feet. In the jury box, apart from the 2 admirals and 2 admiral candidates in the front row, many of the vice admirals seated behind them also stood up, staring at the presiding judge in disbelief. "Presiding judge, you have no authority to sentence Rear Admiral Xiayu to death. I surrender myself. Since I followed Rear Admiral Xiayu, I have received a total of 70 million belly in income from him. Whoever dares take Lord Xiayu away will have to step over my corpse first. Lord Xiayu is a good man. All these years, if he hadn't doubled our pay every year, we never could have held out until now. He embezzled for our sake." As more and more officers stepped out, the entire hall plunged into chaos. 2 officers even seized the chance to rush up to the dock, trying to spirit Xiayu away. Good. Looking at the suddenly rioting officers, the presiding judge narrowed all 6 of his eyes at once and shouted excitedly, "Rear Admiral Xiayu, do you see this? These are all evidence. Not only did you embezzle and accept bribes, you have also formed a private faction for personal gain. Now not even Commander-in-Chief Kong himself could save you. Era, how terrifying." At that moment, Admiral Borsellino, seated in the front row of the jury box, suddenly stood up. An invisible, overwhelming aura burst forth from him, and the uproarious hall fell silent in an instant. Without lifting his head at first, Borsellino waited until the hall quieted. Then he lazily raised his wrist to glance at his watch and drawled, "Time's up. I'm off duty." With that, Borsellino did not hesitate in the slightest, turning on his heel and walking out. Seeing this, Admiral Sakazuki also rose to his feet. After his sharp gaze swept once over all the officers present, he frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, "This is a court of law. No one is to make a racket. Xiayu's embezzlement is a fact and the chain of evidence is complete. This matter ends here. Anyone who dares make trouble here should not blame this old man for being ruthless." Leaving those words behind, Sakazuki did not linger either. He turned and strode quickly after Borsellino, leaving the court. At the same time, Admiral Candidate Garp also rose, cast a glance at Xiayu, who was being shielded by several officers in the dock, and then silently turned to walk out. With 2 admirals and 1 admiral candidate leaving in succession, the vice admirals and rear admirals in the jury box also stood up one after another and filed out in an orderly manner. In a short while, only 1 admiral candidate, Gion, remained seated in the jury box. Gion did not leave. When everyone turned their eyes toward her, she slowly rose to her feet and said unhurriedly, "Presiding Judge, it is true that Xiayu embezzled and accepted bribes and cooperated with bounty hunters to earn rewards. If you deal with him according to the law, we have no objection. However, baseless charges must not be added at will. If Rear Admiral Xiayu has truly formed a private faction for personal gain, then I should also be counted as one of his associates. After all these years, every time I went out on a mission, it was Rear Admiral Xiayu who helped take care of my family back." At this point, Gion glanced at Xiayu, then swept her gaze over the officers who had rushed to stand in front of him. "Please, all of you, remain calm for now. The Fleet Admiral has not spoken, and unless the Holy Land issues a direct order, no one has the right to sentence Rear Admiral Xiayu to death. I stake my entire future on this promise to you all. If anyone dares abuse their power during this time to pin the crime of forming a private faction on Rear Admiral Xiayu, not only will I refuse to accept it, but the blade at my waist will refuse to accept it as well." Thus the storm subsided with the departure of the 2 admirals and the words spoken by Admiral Candidate Gion. Constrained by Gion's status as an admiral candidate, and by Fleet Admiral Sengoku's silence, the presiding judge no longer dared to rant wildly. After ordering Xiayu to be thrown into a high-security cell to await follow-up procedures, the trial against him came to a quiet close. By dusk, in a single inmate cell within headquarters prison, Xiayu sat cross-legged on the floor, his expression calm. From the moment the internal investigation unit began probing him, he had already foreseen what he was about to face. At the time, colleagues at headquarters had contacted him urging him to flee Marineford before the investigation unit reached a conclusion, but he had not done so. For he knew very well in his heart that the moment he fled headquarters, he would become a deserter, hunted and wanted by the world. More importantly, he had built up his position in headquarters for so many years that he believed, even if his embezzlement and bribery were exposed with the network of connections he had cultivated, at worst, he would be stripped of his rank as Rear Admiral and imprisoned for a year or so before the matter was settled. Yet he had never imagined that this trial would not be presided over by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and that the world government would actually transfer the chief judge of Judicial Island to headquarters. In fact, the moment he saw that 3-headed judge, who was in truth 3 people disguised as one, he knew that someone, for while he had been broadly sowing goodwill over the years, he had also encroached on the interests of many truly corrupt officers within headquarters. This meant that what he now faced was no longer merely the stripping of his rank and a year or so behind bars, but the very real possibility that someone would seize this opportunity to have him killed. Clang. Suddenly the iron door of the cell block swung open, and a group of 7 or 8 headquarters commanders and commodores filed in. "Lord Xiayu, Rear Admiral Xiayu." As soon as they reached his cell, the 7 or 8 officers snapped to attention and saluted him through the bars. Then the officer in the lead, visibly agitated, took a step forward and gripped the bars. "Lord Xiayu, I've just learned that the reason the Holy Land sent the chief judge of Judicial Island is that CP9 Supreme Commander Spandane has been colluding with him in secret. Their goal is nothing less than your death." Spandane. Xiayu's brows lifted slightly. He had considered that it might be Vice Admiral Enigmo who had been at odds with him for years, or those officers who had never received any benefits from him, but he had not expected CP9's Supreme Commander Spandane. Only now, hearing Spandane's name, did he suddenly understand. CP9, though limited in number, was an intelligence organization directly under the world government and on equal standing with the Navy. Of course, that in itself was not the crucial point. What mattered was that CP9 and the Navy had always maintained close ties. Often CC9 would rely on naval assistance to complete missions, and over time a web of shared interests had formed, especially a tight cooperation in the buying and selling of posts. Spandane was a man who would stop at nothing for promotion. Over the years he had reaped enormous profits through cooperation with the Navy. Yet ever since Xiayu had risen step by step and steadily won people's hearts, many headquarters officers had stopped dealing with Spandane and instead thrown in their lot under Xiayu's banner. Faced with such a situation, Spandane would clearly not sit and wait for death. He would inevitably try every possible means to eliminate Xiayu. And of course he would not be the only one involved. There were certainly quite a few officers within headquarters tangled up in this as well. "Lord Xiayu." Just as Xiayu fell into silence, the officer clutching the bars suddenly raised his head, eyes blazing with fervor. "They will definitely try every possible means to heap charges on you and send you to Judicial Island for execution. Rather than sit here and wait for death, we should strike first. Yes, as long as Lord Xiayu gives the order, your brothers will charge through fire and boiling water without hesitation." Hearing this, Xiayu slowly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade as he fixed his eyes on the officers standing beyond the bars. At that very moment, a crisp chime suddenly rang out within his mind, followed by a string of prompts. Blessing returns to the one who blesses, a love comes back to the one who gives. Congratulations to the host. Your efforts over these years have finally borne fruit. The choice system has been successful. Detection complete. All the Marines and officers at headquarters who have received your kindness are now sharpening their blades, preparing to break into the prison and rescue you. You now have two choices. Option 1, wait for your subordinates to launch a prison break and rescue you. Upon a successful escape, you will be rewarded with a military escape warship. Option 2, initiate a mutiny and seize the Fleet Admiral's position. If the mutiny succeeds, all the abilities you currently possess will be elevated to their highest possible realm. Xiayu would certainly not sit idly by. Even without a system, even if the chief judge colluded with the highest officer of CP9, he would not allow himself to perish here. Most importantly, after years of diligent effort, he was no longer the rookie who only wished to survive. He had already begun to lay out plans in the Marine headquarters as a rear admiral. As a transmigrator, how could he remain beneath others for long? Now that the system had appeared just in time, he naturally did not hesitate and decisively made a decision in his heart. After a brief silence, Xiayu slowly stood up and approached the iron bars, looking at the 7 or 8 officers outside, who were eagerly waiting. He said unhurriedly, "I have a plan that requires you to execute immediately." Upon hearing this, the 7 or 8 officers showed expressions of joy and stepped forward closer to the iron bars. Whether it's Spandam or the 3 judges of Judiciary Island, disguised as monsters, they are not my targets. After scanning the officers present, a glimmer of ambition ignited in Xiao's eyes. Since we are going to act, let's do it big. My target is to take the place of Admiral Sengoku. Upon hearing this, the 7 or 8 officers were initially stunned, then each of them raised their hands in fervent salute, saying in unison, "Loyalty." Marine Headquarters Officer Dormitory, Building No. 8. Building No. 8 housed officers ranked from 2nd Lieutenant to Colonel. Except for those participating in the officer training camp, who were squeezed into shared dorms, the other officers had their own independent quarters. On the 3rd floor, room 301. A young officer clad in a colonel's coat stood solemnly in front of his desk, staring intently at a thick pile of belly placed on the desk, exactly 12 million belly. Although he was now a colonel with his own warship, he knew very well that he could not have advanced to colonel so quickly, relying so. After all, prior to this, he was merely a major in a naval branch in the West Sea. The reason he was transferred to headquarters was entirely because a fellow townsman worked there and recommended him to Rear Admiral Xiayu. At that time, he learned a lot about Rear Admiral Xiayu's deeds through this fellow townsman and knew that Rear Admiral Xiayu was benevolent at headquarters. Anyone truly in need of help, regardless of rank, would receive assistance from Rear Admiral Xiayu. When he contacted his fellow townsman through the snail phone, it was simply because his elderly mother was seriously ill and his meager salary in the branch was insufficient to cover her medical expenses. During this time, he sought help from everyone, only to be met with indifference. Even the colonel of his branch was prepared to dismiss him because he frequently went to care for his mother. In despair, he thought of the fellow townsman working at headquarters. With just a glimmer of hope, he contacted this fellow and received a response from Rear Admiral Xiayu through him. Upon understanding his true situation, Rear Admiral Xiayu personally left headquarters and appeared at the base of the branch in the West Sea, where he was taking his mother to the best hospital and covering all expenses. Thanks to Rear Admiral Xiayu's help, his mother gradually began to recover. Just as he was pondering how to repay Rear Admiral Xiayu, a transfer order suddenly appeared before him, instructing him to take his mother to Marine headquarters. After arriving at Marine headquarters, he not only was promoted to colonel, but also became a subordinate of Rear Admiral Xiayu. His mother was arranged to stay in the Marineford residential area, cared for by the medical staff of headquarters. "Stock, do you know why I helped you?" Rear Admiral Xiayu asked at that time. He shook his head, for he truly did not understand why such a significant figure as Rear Admiral Xiayu would extend such great help to a mere branch major. Rear Admiral Xiayu's response has lingered in his mind ever since. Rear Admiral Xiayu said, "Because you did not consider doing anything unjust even in your most desperate moments." Of course, as a just Marine, one should act this way. However, Stock, many times justice needs to be applied according to the situation. If it were my mother in critical condition seeking help, but finding none, I would decisively abandon the so-called justice. Because in this vast world, nothing is greater than a mother. For my mother, I wouldn't care if I had to oppose the entire world. Rear Admiral Xiayu's words made him realize that if he couldn't protect his dearest loved ones, what was the point of the justice? From that day on, he kept his gratitude toward Rear Admiral Xiayu close to his heart. At Marine headquarters, he made many like-minded colleagues, and thanks to Rear Admiral Xiayu's protection, established a firm foothold at headquarters. However, the good times were short-lived. Before he could follow Rear Admiral Xiayu to achieve great things, Rear Admiral Xiayu was imprisoned. Suddenly, a loud knocking at the door broke the silence. Immediately after, the door behind him was forcefully burst open. "Colonel Stock, the time has come for Rear Admiral Xiayu to need you." Hearing this, Stock quickly turned around. When he saw the 2 officers bursting into his bedroom, his gaze shifted from confusion to fervor in an instant. His body straightened immediately, and he saluted, saying, "Loyalty." As Stock shouted the slogan, the voice of loyalty echoed throughout Building No. 8. Gradually converging into a torrent under the night sky, swiftly spreading to other officer dormitories and the soldiers' quarters. Meanwhile, in the Marine Headquarters Senior Officer Residential Area, dozens of young officers rushed quickly toward the independent courtyards under the cover of night. Among them, 2 young officers arrived at the door of the courtyard at the edge of the residential area and unhesitatingly rang. As the bell rang, the door of a 3-story building in the courtyard immediately opened, and a middle-aged man, wearing a naval cap and dark red suit, walked out. The middle-aged man was none other than one of the 3 greatest powers of Marine Headquarters, Admiral Xiayu, also known as Sakazuki. Possessing the ability of the Magu no Mi, he upheld absolute justice, showing no hesitation in including colleagues and civilians among his targets, if it meant fulfilling his mission, causing many soldiers at headquarters to feel wary. Most officers and soldiers generally kept their distance from him. However, the 2 young officers standing outside the courtyard gate did not feel intimidated by his frowning and displeased expression. Instead, they stepped forward and called out in unison, "Admiral Sakazuki, Rear Admiral Xiayu request your presence." Admiral Sakazuki's eyes narrowed, staring fixedly at the 2 young officers. An invisible pressure quietly erupted, instantly locking onto both of them. Feeling the immense pressure released by one of the highest powers of headquarters, the 2 young officers suddenly felt suffocated, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even so, they still did not bend down, maintaining their salute and keeping their bodies straight. No wonder they are soldiers raised by. Observing their reaction, a trace of barely perceptible appreciation flashed in Admiral Sakazuki's eyes, and he straightforwardly stepped forward, saying, "Lead the way." Akainu followed 2 young officers away from the residential compound toward the main prison complex. Before many of the houses occupied by Rear Admirals and Vice Admirals, at least 2 junior officers stood guard. Some even ignored him outright, as if a grave emergency had unfolded, hastening their steps with urgent haste. What is Xiayu planning? Witnessing this scene, Akainu's expression darkened instantly. His trial has not yet concluded. If he triggers a major incident, now not even Fleet Admiral Sengoku can save him, nor will I ever show him leniency. The 2 officers leading the way remained silent, as though they had heard nothing, quickening their pace further. Noting this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Akainu's eyes, but he suppressed it. After all, Xiayu is not only his subordinate Vice Admiral, but also his junior fellow disciple. During Xiayu's officer training, the instructor had been Fleet Admiral Zephyr, codenamed Blackarm, Akainu's own mentor. When Xiayu was promoted to Vice Admiral and assigned to Akainu's command, Akainu had initially harbored reservations about this officer. Xiayu's conduct, particularly his adept maneuvering within Marine Headquarters, had baffled him utterly. As an officer sworn to justice, one ought to focus solely on capturing pirates and eradicating evil, not indulge in bureaucratic favor trading within headquarters itself. Yet though Akainu had found such behavior incomprehensible, and even contemptible, he soon observed that when confronting monstrous pirates upon the open sea, Xiayu displayed a ruthlessness eerily reminiscent of his own, indeed in certain respects surpassing it. For Xiayu rarely sought to capture or apprehend pirates. Instead, he almost invariably executed them on the spot. His justification was stark: world government funds should never be squandered on imprisoning criminals, but rather invested in raising salaries for Marine enlisted personnel and officers alike. It was precisely this unyielding ethos that led Akainu to overlook what he deemed trivial transgressions, and even refuse entry to investigative unit agents seeking evidence. Soon Akainu emerged from the residential zone and entered Marineford Plaza. The moment he stepped into the plaza, he froze, staring in disbelief at the vast shadow-choked multitude gathered beneath the night sky. When he recognized that most among them were former subordinates, officers, and sailors who had once served under Xiayu, a chilling premonition coiled coldly within his chest. He had sensed trouble brewing ever since Xiayu's arrest by the investigative unit. For over the years, Xiayu's influence within headquarters had grown steadily, and many officers revered him as a paragon. In pivotal matters, their allegiance lay not with Akainu himself, or even with Fleet Admiral Sengoku, but with Xiayu's not alone. Why these officers and sailors held Xiayu in such profound esteem, Akainu did not fully grasp. Yet he knew this much: whenever Xiayu led fleets into battle against the vilest criminals, the Vice Admiral always stood at the vanguard. This is dire indeed. Gazing afar at the dense throng massed across the plaza, even Akainu's pulse tightened. Should unrest erupt here, it would deliver a catastrophic blow, not merely to the Marines, but to the world government itself. Xiayu's sway over Marine headquarters was simply too immense. If left unchecked, Akainu knew full well that this nocturnal convergence upon Marineford signaled far more than a mere prison break. Without hesitation, Akainu surged ahead, surpassing the 2 young officers, and rushed into the prison at full speed. The instant he entered, his nerves recoiled anew. Dozens of officers from every rank filled the prison. Among them, most strikingly, the prison guards had been replaced, now clad in Marine officer uniforms, standing rigidly in formation outside the iron-barred cells. Admiral Akainu. Before he could react, nearly all officers inside snapped to attention and saluted him simultaneously. What is the meaning of this? His piercing gaze swept across the assembly as he strode to the cell holding Xiayu and commanded, voice low and thunderous, "All of you, leave this place immediately." His words plunged the entire prison into absolute silence. The officers remained frozen in place, unmoved. "Do you intend to stage a mutiny?" His fists clenched tightly as he declared, "I grant you one final chance. Depart now, or your actions shall be deemed treason." No sooner had Akainu spoken than the cell door crashed open. There stood Xiayu, unshackled, unhurried, stepping calmly out and halting before Akainu himself. Xiayu, stunned to see him unbound and striding forth with such audacity, Akainu's pupils contracted sharply. "You truly seek to incite rebellion." Were Xiayu acting alone, Akainu, the Marine headquarters' foremost combatant, would scarcely fear his capacity, but now the prison lay firmly under the control of officers loyal to Xiayu, and outside Marineford Plaza teemed with tens of thousands. Such a colossal uprising would defy even his might to suppress. Worse still, he could not predict how many others might join, especially given Admiral Borsellino's enigmatic demeanor earlier that day in the tribunal hall. And Rear Admiral Shizuo had gone so far as to declare her stance unequivocally under no circumstances would she permit the presiding judge to transport Xiayu to Ini's lobby. "Admiral Akainu, this is not yet rebellion," Xiayu said softly, tilting his head slightly upward to meet Akainu's towering frame, over 3 meters tall, radiating an overwhelming palpable pressure. "Failure earns the name rebellion, a success bears the title revolution." Before Akainu could respond, Xiayu continued, his voice calm, yet seismic. "Tonight I shall replace Fleet Admiral Sengoku as the new Commander-in-Chief of Marine Headquarters, and purge the true rot festering within our ranks. Let the light of justice banish darkness from every corner of this world. Should the coup fail, I alone shall bear full responsibility. Should it succeed, this glory shall be shared, not hoarded. Admiral Akainu, will you stand beside me?" As soon as Xiao's voice fell, the various ranks of officers from the Navy headquarters surrounding him quickly took out red silk scarves from their pockets and wrapped them around their left arms, then fervently turned their gazes toward Sakazuki, clearly ready to attack if he showed any signs of abnormality. However, Sakazuki did not take them seriously. Although those present were all officers of lieutenant rank or above, including a rear admiral, he alone could easily wipe them all out in a battle. Of course, he would not choose to do so. He was curious about where Xiayu found the courage to boldly utter such treasonous words in front of him, one of the top powers of the Navy headquarters, declaring an intention to replace Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Xiayu was well aware that with just a simple sentence he could not only fail to persuade Sakazuki to stand by his side, but could also provoke Sakazuki's wrath. Seeing that Sakazuki had little reaction, Xiayu turned and walked to a nearby chair to sit down. The 2 prison guards, now in their officer uniforms, hurriedly brought a chair and placed it behind Sakazuki. Seeing this, Sakazuki did not hesitate and sat down facing Xiayu. Xiayu did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Under normal circumstances, cases of corruption among senior officers of the headquarters should be led by the chief inspector of the Navy headquarters to establish an investigation team. However, this investigation against me is not being led by the chief inspector, but is instead being executed by judicial. From the moment the presiding judge from Judicial Island appeared in the Navy headquarters trial hall, I knew that regardless of the outcome of this investigation, I would find it difficult to escape death. At that time, I simply thought that Vice Admiral Ghost Spider was secretly causing trouble, and with his meager tricks, he wouldn't be able to stir up much of a storm, so I didn't take it to heart. However, based on the intelligence I currently possess, it is not Ghost Spider who wants me dead, but rather Spandam, the highest-ranking officer of CP9. As for Spandam, I believe Admiral Sakazuki knows him better than I do. Spandam is a coward who fears for his life. He became the highest-ranking officer of CP9 through underhanded means, stepping over the corpses of his colleagues to rise to power. In his eyes, there is only promotion and power. Any obstacle in his path to promotion, he will eliminate by any means necessary. Now that they have set their sights on me, how could I allow him to achieve his desires? Of course, individuals like Spandam are nothing more than clowns in my eyes. The reason the presiding judge from Judicial Island came to the Navy headquarters to try me is not solely because he is in league with Spandam. Even with just the 2 of them, they would not be able to shake my influence within the headquarters. The real orchestrator of this matter is the power room. He paused before continuing. As for the reason, Xiayu shook his head and smiled slightly. It is naturally because the power room does not wish for the Navy headquarters to unite as one against the outside world. The real orchestrator of this matter is the power room. He paused before continuing. As for the reason, Xiayu shook his head and smiled slightly. It is naturally because the power room does not wish for the Navy headquarters to unite as one against the outside. Just imagine what kind of scene would it be if all 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, all vice admirals, and every rank of officers along with the Navy's elite 100,000 soldiers were loyal to just one person. Without the Navy, this colossal war machine, how could the world government face the ever-increasing rampant pirates since the dawn of the great age of exploration? How could they respond to the situation of the 4 emperors standing in opposition in the newly formed New World? How could they deal with the revolutionary army launching revolutions around the world? The world government must undergo a complete reshuffle. The celestial dragons who sit high above enjoying all privileges while doing nothing should not exist. The pirates growing stronger in the Grand Line, and the 4 seas, must also be eradicated. And all of this is not because I am facing a life or death decision now, but rather because I have been secretly laying the groundwork since the day I was promoted to lieutenant. To be honest, the amount of money I obtained through corruption and illegal means is not just 200 billion. I have not counted the exact amount, but it is certainly not merely 200 billion berries. Of course, with such a large sum I certainly cannot spend it all myself, nor do I wish to indulge in a life of luxury, brought by money, as that is not my pursuit. This is also why the investigation team found only a little over 100,000 berries in my home. Because I have distributed all this wealth to the colleagues who truly need it, such as the gentleman present. At this point Xiayu turned to look at a brigadier general standing on his left. This is Brigadier General Modi. He is a man of justice prepared to sacrifice his life for righteousness, and has resisted all temptations. However, while he protected those who needed protection and upheld his unwavering sense of justice, he could not safeguard his own wife and daughter. During a mission his hometown was attacked by pirates, and his family perished at their hands. However, while he protected those who needed protection and upheld his unwavering sense of justice, he could not safeguard his own wife and daughter. During a mission his hometown was attacked by pirates, and his family perished at their hands. It was I who helped him. Not only did I enable him to take his revenge, but I also transferred him to the headquarters where he ultimately became a brigadier general through his own efforts. There are many officers like Brigadier General Modi within the headquarters, and of course, this is not limited to the headquarters. At least half of the colonels in the major naval bases across the 4 seas are my people. As soon as I give the order they will rush from all corners of the sea to assist me in ascending to the position of Fleet Admiral. Hearing this, Sakazuki's expression darkened instantly. Are you threatening me? No, no, no. Xiayu waved his hand, his tone as calm as ever. This is not a threat, but a sincere invitation to you. I believe you have been observing every time I have gone out on a mission over the years, and you have gained some understanding of my methods. In my view, in chaotic times strict measures must be implemented. The various criminals spawned by the great age of exploration must be eradicated, and even if sacrifices are necessary, they are justified. Therefore, even though many officers within the headquarters regard you with respect from a distance, I have always held you in esteem and hope to join you in accomplishing something monumental. For justice. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki slowly raised his head, his gaze burning as he fixed on Xiayu, and said in a deep voice, "Is your justice to incite rebellion to seize the position of Fleet Admiral?" Xiayu smiled and shook his head. I have said before that I will not enjoy this glory alone. Seizing the position of Fleet Admiral is merely a part of the plan. Meanwhile, at the Marshal's residence of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku looked sternly at the uninvited Chief Justice. Unlike in the courtroom, the Chief Justice, who had 3 heads, had transformed into 3 individuals, Bakabir, and another one whose name Sengoku did not know, only that he referred to himself as Your Highness. As the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku certainly knew that the Chief Justice was not a monster with 3 heads. He had long been aware that they were 3 people impersonating one another, so he was not surprised by their transformation. Marshal Sengoku, I believe you have already guessed the purpose of our visit. Just as he sat down on the sofa, Bas immediately got to the point. Indeed, we are here regarding the matter of Rear Admiral Xiayu. The investigation and trial actions against Rear Admiral Xiayu are not forcibly initiated by Judicial Island, and we do not have the right to directly intervene, as we all report to the world government and hold the same status. As he spoke, Bas took out a document from his pocket and handed it to Sengoku, saying, "This is the latest order issued by the Holy Land." Sengoku's pupils constricted slightly as he stared intently at the document placed before him. He understood that this intervention by Judicial Island into the investigation and trial of the Rear Admiral was authorized by the Power Room, but he did not comprehend why the Power Room wanted to eliminate Xiayu. Although he had little contact with Rear Admiral Xiayu, it was not just due to good personal relations with officers at all levels that Xiayu could become a Rear Admiral. A significant part of the reason was that Xiayu possessed formidable strength and a performance that could only be described as dazzling. In the year he just became a Major, Xiayu single-handedly captured numerous notorious pirate crews. Although most of these pirates were executed on the spot by Xiayu in extreme ways, it was precisely because of his thunderous methods that there had been almost no pirates emerging in the towns and villages he visited over the years. In Xiayu's words, in chaotic times strict laws must be enforced, imprisonment and education are essentially ineffective against pirates, and when it comes to execution, one must not be soft-hearted, otherwise those who suffer will be the struggling masses at the bottom. Most importantly, as a general, Sakazuki's methods were far more extreme than Xiayu's. If he could tolerate and condone Sakazuki's means, he would naturally turn a blind eye to Xiayu's methods of capturing criminals. As for the matter of Xiayu's corruption, in his view, it was merely a mistake made by a young man at the age when such mistakes are common. As the Marshal, all he could do was provide some warnings at appropriate times. Most importantly, the illicit income Xiayu obtained was not used for personal enjoyment, but rather dedicated to doing what the world government had failed to achieve, helping those who truly needed assistance. As the Marshal of the headquarters, and being referred to as the wise general, how could Sengoku be unaware that corruption had always existed within the Navy? However, he understood very well that while some corruption must be eradicated, the type of corruption represented by Xiayu is a positive development direction for the Navy as a whole. Seeing that Sengoku merely stared at the document without picking it up, Bas did not waste words. He took out another investigation report from his pocket and said with a serious expression, "Marshal Sengoku, this investigation report is not from the internal investigation team, but from CP0. According to this investigation report, Xiayu began to amass wealth through various channels as early as 5 years ago, distributing all illicit gains to his colleagues around him. In just 1 year, the amount of his illicit gains exceeded 1 billion berry. In the following year, he not only did not restrain himself, but became even more excessive after being promoted to lieutenant, illegally obtaining over 8 billion berry through various channels. It was also in that year that he was promoted to major and received recognition at the conference for capturing and executing several pirate crews, becoming a hero and idol among the younger generation of officers and Navy soldiers. Through the investigation by CP0, it was also learned that from that year onward the situation began to develop in an uncontrollable direction as he started using the illegally obtained berry to form alliances, turning countless officers and soldiers suffering in dire conditions into his loyal followers. From that year onward, a saying began circulating among the Navy headquarters and many branch bases in the Four Seas: Rear Admiral Xiayu is always there to help. At this point, BAS looked up at Sengoku, whose expression had turned extremely serious, and asked, "Do I need to continue, Marshal Sengoku? I believe you understand better than we do what needs to be said. For the Holy Land, the Navy is the largest and most efficient department under the world government, but it is also a double-edged sword. The only way to ensure that this double-edged sword does not pose a threat to the world government is to ensure that the various ranks of officers in the Navy headquarters keep their positions distinct and balanced. However, what Xiayu has done is nearing a point of losing control of the Holy Land. If we do not suppress him in time, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Holy Land in the future. You have already seen it in the courtroom today, how among all the officers participating in the trial conference, at least more than half completely ignored your presence as marshal and even disregarded our judgment to protect Xiayu. This also means that those officers only see Rear Admiral Xiayu. I have no doubt that if Xiayu had called for rebellion at that moment, not only would the officers in the hall have revolted, but the officers and soldiers outside would have rushed in. Even if Xiayu has no intention of rebelling, he already possesses the capability and strength to do so. As he looked at Ba, who was speaking incessantly, Sengoku suddenly sighed. Ba's meaning was simple: Xiayu must die, otherwise the Holy Land would not feel at ease. And Ba's visit was not to discuss this with him, but to tell him not to interfere. After a brief silence, Sengoku picked up the document on the table and shook his head helplessly, saying, "Why did the Holy Land choose this time? Do they not realize that the situation in the Grand Line is extremely severe? If there is turmoil within the Navy, the external situation will inevitably become even more unmanageable. Is Marshal Sengoku worried about the situation in the New World?" Ba smiled and said dismissively, "Currently the New World is merely about two things. One is that Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, has risen to prominence alongside Edward Newgate, Charlotte Lean, and Kaido, becoming one of the new emperors of the sea. The other is the Elbaf incident. Rest assured, Marshal Sengoku, the Holy Land hopes to see a situation where the four emperors stand in balance in the New World. As for the Elbaf incident, it is being manipulated behind the scenes by the Holy Land's Knights of God." Sengoku's pupils constricted again in disbelief as he looked at BAS. Just then the transponder snail beside him suddenly rang. Immediately after, an urgent voice came from the transponder snail. "Marshal Sengoku, something bad has happened. Over 10,000 soldiers and hundreds of officers have gathered at Marineford Square, and the prison holding Rear Admiral Xiayu has been occupied by dozens of officers from the headquarters." "What?" Na's sudden report left Fleet Admiral Sengoku utterly stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief as he sprang to his feet and snatched the Den Mushi from its cradle. At the same moment, on Marineford Plaza, officers and over 10,000 soldiers from headquarters stood in perfect formation, each bearing a crimson sash across their shoulders, mobilized immediately upon learning. At the same moment, on Marineford Plaza, officers and over 10,000 soldiers from headquarters stood in perfect formation, each bearing a crimson sash across their shoulders, mobilized immediately upon learning that Xiayu had been imprisoned. Before them stood more than a dozen rear admirals and over 30 commodores. Facing these admirals and the assembled troops stood 3 vice admirals of headquarters: Vice Admiral Yuzuri, Vice Admiral Stalaberry, and Vice Admiral Bastille. Vice Admiral Yuzuri: "Excellent. We never imagined Lord Yuzuri would stand with us." In Vice Admiral Stalaberry: "The legendary hero who pursued the Sun Pirate crew. Why has he come too?" In Lord Bastille: "Will you also fight for Admiral Xiayu? This is truly magnificent." Hearing murmurs ripple through the ranks, the 3 vice admirals showed no visible reaction. After scanning the crowd, Vice Admiral Yuzuri tilted his gaze upward toward the night sky. A veteran of headquarters, he had already attained the rank of Vice Admiral long before Xiayu rose to the rank of ensign, and had participated in numerous pivotal operations, earning immense prestige within the marine hierarchy. Yet his rigid adherence to protocol and unyielding seriousness alienated him from many peers. Even as a vice admiral, few colleagues dared speak freely with him, and some openly ostracized him for his inflexible demeanor. To him, such interpersonal friction was trivial. He had joined the Marines not to navigate courtly intrigues, but to ensure justice shielded as many souls as possible. Thus he devoted himself entirely to duty, taking part in every major operation, including the historic Battle of ETT Wool. Yet once, while deployed on an external mission, word reached him too late. His aging father lay gravely ill, desperate to see his eldest son one last time before passing. His younger brother had called headquarters, but the message failed to reach him promptly. Desperate, his brother tracked down a famously responsive officer stationed at headquarters. To their astonishment upon learning of his father's final wish, to gaze upon his firstborn before departing this world, then Commodore Xiayu immediately commandeered a warship and sailed personally to Yuzuri's hometown, bringing his father aboard. When Yuzuri saw Xiayu descend from the warship carrying his frail father in his arms, and standing before him, he thought he was witnessing a mirage. What stunned him even more was that Xiayu hadn't merely brought his father. He'd also dispatched a full medical team ensuring the old man could utter a few final words. Though his father ultimately passed away, Yuzuri and Xiayu forged an unbreakable bond. In their spare hours they spoke passionately about the Navy's future, and dissected systemic flaws and corruption within both the world government and the Marine ranks. Hey, what in the world are you doing? A familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind the trio. Turning, they beheld Vice Admirals Kizaru and Dobleman, both visibly intoxicated. Before they even drew near, the sharp scent of alcohol drifted on the wind, prompting Yuzuri to frown in quiet distaste. Why, if it isn't Vice Admiral Yuzuri? Stalaberry and Bastille are here too. Come on, let's grab a drink. Slapping Kizaru's shoulder, the drunken Vice Admiral glanced at the perfectly aligned troops on the plaza, then shrugged off Dobleman and staggered forward, seizing Yuzuri's arm to drag him away. Yuzuri did not budge. Instead, he turned his head toward the direction of headquarters prison. Just as lights flared there, followed by a procession of officers, each wearing crimson sashes, emerging in two disciplined rows. Without hesitation, Yuzuri wrenched free from Kizaru's grip and pivoted to face the 10,000 soldiers arrayed on the plaza. His voice, deep and resolute, cut through the night. Attention, all units. Objective: the prison gate. March at double time. Whoosh. And the entire force wheeled as one and surged forward, sprinting toward the prison gate. The sudden movement sent shockwaves across Kizaru and Dobleman's faces. In unison they cried out, "Yuzuri, what do you think you're doing?" "Gentlemen, the era has changed." Before Yuzuri could reply, Bastille, sword slung over his shoulder, whirled around his declaration, thunderous and unflinching. "The Marines require a superior fleet admiral, and that man can only be Admiral Xiayu." "What a—" Kizaru and Dobleman exclaimed in unison. And after a breathless pause, both snapped back to awareness. Kizaru recoiled a step, eyes blazing with intensity as he fixed them upon Bastille. "Bastille, you dare utter such treasonous words?" "Damn it." Dobleman jolted, fully awake, and shouted, "Kizaru, stop them. They're staging a prison break." Bang, bang, bang. And before Kizaru could react, a rapid volley of crisp gunshots erupted without warning. Bullets shrieking through air and piercing both Kizaru's body and Dobleman's, the latter still clutching his den mushy. Instantly a wave of soldiers surged forward, closing in and emptying their magazines without pause. Yet both men were vice admirals. Nando, riddled with holes, neither fell dead on the spot. "Damn it. Who gave the order to fire?" Yuzuri rushed forward, shouting sternly, "Don't waste time here. Move out to receive Admiral Xiayu." Bang, bang, bang. And no sooner had Yuzuri spoken than gunfire cracked again. Two officers appeared beside Kizaru and Dobleman, as if summoned from shadow. Guns leveled at their heads, magazines emptied without hesitation. "Vice Admiral Yuzuri, this is war." After executing Kizaru and Dobleman, a Commodore, shoulder insignia gleaming, lifted his gaze to Yuzuri, eyes burning with fervor. "Anyone who stands before Lord Xiayu, no matter their rank or title, is our enemy." Without another word, he turned and sprinted into the advancing column, racing toward the prison gates like a storm unleashed. Yuzuri's heart sank. Gazing down at the lifeless bodies drenched in crimson, his expression darkened with profound sorrow and uncertainty. He wholeheartedly supported Admiral Xiayu, but had never wished for this uprising to drown headquarters in the blood of it. Most unforeseen of all was the manner in which two formidable vice-admirals, Dobleman and Kizaru, at that very moment sharp gunshots echoed across headquarters, rippling through dormitory complexes and residential districts alike. Clearly loyalists to Xiayu were purging dissenters, launching coordinated actions to secure his ascension to fleet. As gunfire tore through the skies above Marineford, sirens blared, shrill, relentless, and apocalyptic. In that instant, gunfire and alarm fused into the death knell of a 6-year conspiracy, ushering in a coup d'état long in the making. Meanwhile, in the Gion headquarters armory, amid a relentless fusillade that tore across the skies above Ma Lin Fan Duo, the soldiers entrusted with guarding the armory were jolted awake, and without hesitation surged for the main gate. Yet no sooner had they reached the gate than a tide of figures crashed upon them. A hail of bullets screamed forth, and in an instant the soldiers within the armory were swept away. They were, however, a step too late. Just as they burst through the door, the armory gate exploded inward. In the next instant, they were, however, a step too late. Just as they burst through the door, the armory gate exploded inward. In the next instant, a major general in a flowing overcoat charged before them with astonishing speed. "Gentlemen, I am taking command of the armory now." Before the officers could respond, the major general tossed a document at them and said coldly, "You have two choices: follow Lord Xiayu into a new war or die." An ear-piercing alarm blared as a force of more than 1,000 men surged into the Gion headquarters building like a tidal wave. Though it was the dead of night, many on-duty personnel still remained in the headquarters. The troop that had just flooded into the main hall had no time to disperse before the night patrol raised their rifles. The colonel at their head, wrapped in his headquarters coat, barked, "Who are you under to dare storm this building? I order you." Before the colonel could finish, a shadow moved like a specter. The next second, finger gun. At the cold command, the colonel went rigid and looked down aghast at the massive hand that had pierced his chest. Before he could react further, a staccato of gunfire erupted, and in an instant the on-duty soldiers behind him were cut. Startled, fully awake by the savage gunfire, and forgetting the pain from his chest being impaled by the finger gun, the colonel gritted his teeth and craned his head to see the assailant's face. He could not contain himself and cried out, "Lai Quan, Lieutenant General." The man who had felled the colonel was Lieutenant General Lai Quan of the Gion headquarters. Hair, disheveled, sharp-rimmed spectacles perched on his nose, a Zoan-type, Inu fruit user in hound form. Lai Quan's face betrayed no emotion as he said calmly, "Forgive me. I did not kill you out of a deep personal grudge. Rest in peace, Colonel." Having spoken, he withdrew his hand and promptly drew his pistol, and with unerring coldness, he squeezed the trigger at the lieutenant general's brow. At the same time, a line of soldiers carrying buckets and an assortment of cleaning implements filed in. After dragging away the colonel and the other on-duty men, they scrubbed the floor clean at top speed and rolled out a red carpet. Lieutenant General Lai Quan did not linger. He strode briskly toward the elevator. With each floor, the lift passed, fierce gunfire and shouts burst forth like storms. Lai Quan remained unmoved, standing coldly within the elevator until it reached the top floor. When he stepped out, soldiers who had reached the top ahead of him stood at attention in neat ranks along the corridor. Without hesitation, Lai Quan crossed the corridor and stopped before an office door. Inside stood Admiral Bo Lu Sali Nua, wearing a Grand Admiral's cloak. Bo Lu Sali Nua faced away from the doorway, his eyes lifted to a plaque on the wall, inscribed with the words, "Ambiguous Justice." He seemed unmoved by the gunfire beyond the door, utterly still. "Admiral Bo Lu Sali Nua." Lai Quan raised his hand in salute, then strode into the office to stand rigidly behind the Admiral. "Lord Xiayu instructed me to deliver a message." "How portentous," Bo Lu Sali Nua said, pushing up his spectacles. He turned to regard Lai Quan and the soldiers arrayed beyond the doorway, and said languidly, "I knew Xiayu would not sit idly by, but I did not expect him to make such a spectacle." He paused, glanced casually at the Dindin Mushi strapped to his wrist, and invited, "Speak. Let me hear how he intends to persuade me to stand aside." "Lord Xiayu says that if he fails he will shoulder all the blame, and if he succeeds he will not hoard the glory. Lord Xiayu also says that he has always repaid favors and answered requests, and that if Admiral Bo Lu Sali Nua refrains from intervening, he will be doing Xiayu a great service." "Not nearly enough." Bo Lu Sali Nua shook his head. "A mere verbal promise will not persuade a Grand Admiral to stand idle. Even should you fail, I as a Grand Admiral would find it impossible to shirk responsibility." As if anticipating this reply, Lai Quan produced a document from his chest and handed it to Bo Lu Sali Nua. At the sight of it, the Admiral's expression flickered from bemusement to grave concern as he read the contents recorded. "Impressive." After scanning the pages, Bo Lu Sali Nua spoke with rare solemnity. "It seems Xiayu did not act on impulse. He has arranged matters in secret and investigated my affairs with unsettling thoroughness." He lowered his gaze and regarded Lai Quan with a glint of menace. "How many know the contents of this document?" Lai Quan shook his head. "Lord Xiayu commanded that if Admiral Bo Lu Sali Nua discovers the seal of this document hath been broken, he may execute me and all soldiers present." At those words, the killing intent in Bo Lu Sali Nua's eyes ebbed. He replied coolly, "As Xiayu wishes, I shall not intervene in this matter." No sooner had he finished than two young officers burst into the office, flinging the 2 buckets of seawater they carried over. "Our apologies, Admiral Bo Lu Sali Nua," Lai Quan said, without ceremony, producing a pair of high Lu-Shur handcuffs and snapping them onto the Admiral's wrists. "This is so you will have a plausible explanation to the Holy Land if we fail." He added, "If we fail, the contents of this document will be buried with us." With that, Lai Quan took the paper from the Admiral's hand, and before Bo Lu Sali Nua's eyes set it alight. Drenched and weakened by the high Lu-Shur handcuffs, the Admiral collapsed onto the floor, his expression so ludicrous that it invited a stifled smile. Lai Quan did not laugh. The reason the Admiral cooperated so entirely was not their strength, but the document Xiayu had entrusted to them, which left Bo Lu Sali Nua no choice but compliance. Had that document not existed, neither those present nor the officers and soldiers participating in this mutiny could have overcome Bo Lu Sali Nua. One had to remember Bo Lu Sali Nua was among the headquarters' greatest fighting forces, a Grand Admiral who had perfected the natural type sparkle fruit to its utmost, a top-tier powerhouse. After glancing at Borisolino, who was slumped on the floor against the desk, the Hound immediately took a step back, raised his hand in a salute, and then turned decisively to command, "Leave 2 men to accompany Admiral Borisolino. If the coup fails, you know what to do. Loyalty." The 2 remaining soldiers raised their hands in unison, their express. After watching Major Hound leave the office, the 2 soldiers immediately turned to look at Borisolino, raising their guns to their own heads. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Borisolino's eyes. When he heard Major Hound say, "If the coup fails, you know what to do," he thought the 2 soldiers would choose to perish with him. But judging by their reactions, it was evidently not as he had imagined. "What are you 2 doing?" Borisolino blinked, a bit confused, and asked, "Are you preparing to commit suicide if the coup fails?" "Yes." One of the soldiers raised his head, his expression resolute. From the moment we chose to follow Lord Xiayu, we have already prepared to die for him. If the coup fails, we absolutely will not survive. Borisolino shook his head, saying, what has Xiayu done for you that makes you so crazily loyal to him? Hearing this, the other soldier stepped forward. Admiral Borisolino, I was once your subordinate. 2 years ago, I followed your warship to the New World to battle pirates. However, I believe you do not remember me, or perhaps you never knew I followed you, as I was merely a private at that time. But Lord Xiayu not only knew my name, he saved me from despair at my most desperate moment. Oh. Borisolino looked up at the soldier, trying hard to recall any information about him from memory, but ultimately had to give up, because there was no information related to this soldier in his memory. After a brief silence, he took a deep breath, enduring the painful bite of the sea stone handcuffs, and walked to sit down in the office chair, saying lightly, tell me how Lord Xiayu saved you from despair. The soldier stepped forward, his expression serious. I was born in the South Sea, and was a soldier under the king of a country there before joining the navy. In this country, for a soldier, there is no greater merit than rushing to protect the king when he encounters danger. But if the king is injured while saving a soldier, what would the soldier think? At this point, the soldier's emotions suddenly became agitated, and he fixed his blazing gaze on Borisolino. 2 years ago, I followed your warship to the New World to eliminate pirates, and Lord Xiayu's warship was also with us. The battle was fierce, and we charged onto the pirate ship amidst a barrage of artillery, engaging in close combat with the pirates. I watched as classmates fell one after another or were knocked into the sea by those damned pirates. In order to avenge my comrades, I recklessly rushed towards the captain of the opposing ship. But I was too weak. The other side didn't even care about my existence. A mere shockwave sent me flying into the sea. It was at that moment that you intervened, defeating the opposing captain with your fruit ability, while the pirate ship also disintegrated and fell into the sea from the damage of your ability. At that time, I was adrift on the sea, helplessly watching the wreckage of the pirate ship crash down towards me. I do not blame you, for war is always accompanied by death. As righteous navy, we must always be prepared to sacrifice for justice. But just when I was ready to embrace death, Lord Xiayu's warship came over and rescued me just as the wreckage of the pirate ship was about to crush me, personally bandaging my wounds. From that moment on, I held no more sense of justice, only Lord Xiayu. Lord Xiayu captures pirates, and I swear to follow him to the death. If Lord Xiayu goes against the world, I will offer my loyalty and life to him. In the prison headquarters, the harsh alarm rang incessantly, and the sound of gunfire echoed throughout. Sakazuki's expression darkened considerably as he fixed his burning gaze on Xiayu. Without needing to look, he knew that the Navy soldiers and officers gathered in the square were employing drastic measures to control. Xiayu, must you make such a big fuss? After a brief silence, Sakazuki slowly stood up and said in a deep voice, it's not too late to stop now. Otherwise, I can only take you down. As long as I take you down, this rebellion will end. As Sakazuki finished speaking, the phone bug in the arms of the brigadier, standing beside Xiayu, suddenly rang. Buruburu, the familiar sound of the phone bug, was particularly jarring in the prison. The brigadier did not dare to be negligent and immediately took out the phone bug, saying, please speak. This is Major Hound. The excited voice of Major Hound came through the phone bug. Please be sure to inform Lord Xiayu immediately that Admiral Borisolino has been controlled. Hearing the information coming from the phone bug, Sakazuki's face turned pale as he looked up, eyes filled. In the entire Navy headquarters, Borisolino was undoubtedly his closest brother. Because of this, no one understood Borisolino's strength better than him. It is no exaggeration to say that unless Sengoku and Garp stood on Xiayu's side, Borisolino alone could end. But now the information from the phone bug actually stated that Borisolino had been controlled. After a brief shock, Sakazuki sighed inwardly. He did not believe that Borisolino could be controlled, and now that Borisolino was controlled, there was only one answer. The ambivalent Borisolino, his only brother, chose to stand by and do nothing. At that moment, the phone bug that had just ended the call rang again. Before the brigadier, besides Xiayu could speak, the phone bugs of the other officers present also rang one after another. Report the armory has been controlled. Report dormitory building No. 7 has also been controlled. Report the science class has also been controlled. Report Major Shizuka has stopped General Kaji. Report Major Tina has been controlled. Report the external phone bugs of the headquarters are all being monitored. Report. One report after another made Sakazuki's expression increasingly grim. He never expected this rebellion to escalate so quickly, nor did he expect that even General Shizuka would choose to side with Xiayu and had intervened to stop General Kaji. Although he had not yet heard a report from Admiral Sengoku, he knew in his heart that if this rebellion was not stopped in time, the headquarters would soon witness an unprecedented bloodbath. Because not everyone in the headquarters was loyal to Xiayu, at least half of the officers and soldiers would gradually appear to stop the rebellion from expanding. By then, the stability of the Navy headquarters would be completely shattered. Regardless of who ultimately achieved victory, the Navy would suffer unprecedented blows and might even fall into a slump, thereby affecting the balance and order of the entire world. Most importantly, the Great Sea Route and many branch base officers from the Four Seas might be racing towards the headquarters, and if those participating in the rebellion reached the headquarters and coordinated with the rebellious soldiers, even if Xiayu could not smoothly seize the position of Admiral, he would still deal a blow that would leave the Navy headquarters in ruins. Time is running out, Admiral Akainu. After listening intently to the reports pouring steadily from the den mushy Xiayu slowly raised his gaze toward the towering figure of Admiral Xiayu and spoke calmly. You have 30 seconds to stand beside me and share this glory, or continue serving the decaying world government with your so-called absolute justice. In my view, your absolute justice is nothing but a grotesque farce, because you utterly fail to comprehend what true absolute justice means. True absolute justice demands impartiality. Even the celestial dragons must be held to the same standard. Yet you cannot achieve it. Not only are you incapable, but you endure constant suppression and rebuke from the chamber of power itself. Deep down you loathe the celestial dragons with visceral contempt, and harbor profound resentment toward the 5 elders residing in the Holy Land. Yet you dare not rebel. Not yet. Perhaps because you have not found the right moment. Now that moment stands before you. Pausing, Xiayu glanced at his wristwatch and shifted tone. You have 10 seconds. No sooner had Xiayu finished speaking than every officer standing nearby stepped forward in perfect unison. Then came a sight Akainu had not anticipated. Each officer carried a bucket brimming with seawater, its pungent oceanic scent unmistakable, clearly prepared in advance as a countermeasure against him. Though this seawater alone could not fully neutralize his combat capability, even the slightest constraint would grant Xiayu the opening he needed to eliminate him. After all, though Xiayu was the youngest vice admiral stationed at Marine headquarters, his armament haki and observation haki surpassed those of his peers, and his swordsmanship was exceptionally formidable, rivaling, or even exceeding, that of Vice Admiral Xiayu, a candidate for admiral rank. Moreover, several officers brandished iron hooks forged from sea stone, their stances resolute, ready to strike, without hesitation, should he choose opposition. 3. Xiayu spoke again, unhurried. 2. With a deafening clang, the massive prison gate swung open. Immediately Vice Admirals Mamanga Bastille and Stolberry rushed inside, followed closely by over a dozen officers of varying ranks, who swiftly formed 2 disciplined lines upon entering. Vice Admiral Mamanga Bastille, Stolberry. Impossible. Have even you joined this mutiny? As the 3 Vice Admirals took their places in a straight line behind Xiayu, a flash of shock flickered across Akainu's eye. Mamanga Bastille and Stolberry were pillars of Marine headquarters. Veteran Vice Admirals whose service predated Xiayu's arrival by decades. Their direct interaction with him had spanned no more than 6 years. He had anticipated that younger officers promoted under Xiayu might waver in their allegiance to justice, but he could fathom no reason why these seasoned veterans would defect en masse, committing themselves irrevocably to this rebellion. Lord Xiayu, Mamanga stepped forward the moment he reached Xiayu's side and bowed deeply. May I speak with Admiral Akainu for a moment? No need. Xiayu waved dismissively and replied coolly, Admiral Akainu has already made his choice. At that instant his aura surged violently upward. Xiayu, are you attempting to subdue me by force? Feeling Xiayu's aura erupt to its zenith, Akainu's eyes hardened with frosty light as he declared, very well. Let us see whether you truly possess the strength to ascend to Fleet Admiral. Without hesitation he unleashed the power of his Magu Magu no Mi, a Logia-type devil fruit, causing molten lava to cascade from his arms onto the floor. In the next breath he lunged forward, his magma-forged fist hurtling towards Xiayu's face with terrifying velocity. Gion dog. His roar ignited the frigid prison chamber, heat rippling outward as the incandescent fist expanded within Xiayu's pupils, impossibly swift, impossibly vast. Yet though Akainu's assault was blindingly fast, Xiayu had anticipated it. As the searing fist closed in, he deliberately relaxed his entire body, and the 6 powers of the Marines activated seamlessly. Paper wall. A voice serene as drifting mist murmured, and Xiayu's form flowed aside like parchment caught in a gentle breeze, evading the colossal blow effortlessly. Simultaneously the officers surrounding them hurled the seawater from their buckets directly at Akainu. Without pause, with a thunderous rush, torrents of seawater engulfed both men, trapping Akainu within the narrow confines of the cell, leaving him nowhere to retreat. Naive. Akainu sneered coldly at the cascading water, then unleashed his magma powers unrestrained. The moment the seawater touched his skin, it vaporized instantly beneath the unbearable heat radiating from his body. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Xiayu, who had evaded the attack using paper wall, flashed forward, reappearing before Akainu in an instant. His finger, hardened by armament haki, shot forth like a spear, aimed with lethal precision at Akainu's chest. A cruel smirk curled Akainu's lips, as if he had foreseen this counterattack. Trivial insect. But before he could finish, Xiayu roared, armament. A resonant hum filled the air. The instant his fingertips struck, it hardened into obsidian black steel, and pierced deep into Akainu's torso with a soft wet thud. Without pausing, Xiayu activated the 6 powers, shave vanishing from Akainu's front, and reappearing behind him in a blur, now gripping a seastone hook. Now, Xiayu shouted without hesitation, his voice cutting through the tension, all of you attack. Even as the words left his lips, his seastone hook lashed out like lightning. In the same breath, several officers flung their own seastone hooks toward Akainu. Mamanga, Stolberry, and Bastille drew their blades without delay, eyes locked on the shifting battlefield poised for imminent confrontation. Facing hooks converging from all directions, Akainu remained unmoved, standing firm until the very last moment. Then just as the seastone hooks neared his flesh, he vanished, leaving only empty air where he had stood. "Do not forget, I am an admiral of Marine headquarters." His voice echoed from behind the assembled officers, cold, furious, laced with killing intent. "Do you truly believe such childish tricks can bring me down? How little you think of me." Upon hearing this, Xiayu immediately turned around to look. He saw Sakazuki blocking the door like a deity, his body emanating scorching magma due to his elemental transformation. The overwhelming, oppressive aura exclusive to a Marine admiral caused the officers in the prison to feel a wave of suffocation, with some of the weaker officers trembling uncontrollably under Sakazuki's powerful presence. "You brought me here to trap me in this prison." With a cold gaze sweeping over the officers present, Sakazuki suddenly stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "A good idea, but it seems this place may become your burial ground." Without a moment's hesitation, Sakazuki raised his molten arm high and declared Dogbite Red Lotus. In an instant, his molten arm transformed into a gigantic dog head engulfed in raging flames, extending and lunging forward at an astonishing speed, carrying with it a terrifying wave of energy, suddenly appearing before Xiayu. Facing the roaring giant dog head, Xiayu neither flinched nor dodged. He quickly gripped the hilt of the long sword at his waist and swiftly drew it from its sheath like lightning. Buzz! The moment the long sword was unsheathed, a low-frequency vibration erupted in the void before Xiayu. Immediately visible flames wrapped around the long sword, and an invisible, overwhelming pressure burst forth from Xiayu's body, causing another wave of low-frequency vibrations in the void. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the roaring giant dog head collided fiercely with the long sword. As the two collided, a terrifying shockwave surged out, toppling all the officers around them. Even the powerful officers like Weasel Bastille and Stolo Belly were uncontrollably blown back. Rumble! Finally, under the clash of the two violent energies, the ground could no longer withstand it, erupting with a thunderous roar. Following that, the ground beneath Xiayu's feet began to crack, with numerous fissures spreading rapidly around like a giant spider web, ensnaring everyone present. Before anyone could react, the prison violently shook and collapsed, while the terrifying energies intertwined after the collision burst through the prison's roof and soared into the night sky. To his utter shock, Sakazuki stared in disbelief at Xiayu, who stood with a sword in one hand, his aura peaked to its utmost, his clothes billowing due to the shockwaves, presenting the image of an overwhelming conqueror. After a few seconds of being stunned, Sakazuki snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "Conqueror's Haki." He fixed his gaze intently on the long sword in Xiayu's hand. Unlike a regular long sword, the blade in Xiayu's hand was wrapped with a fiery cloud containing terrifying energy. As an admiral, he was familiar with such phenomena, but he found it hard to accept. Because Xiayu had not only awakened Conqueror's Haki, but had also wrapped it around his sword, and as his direct superior, Sakazuki was completely unaware. Most importantly, while there were many with Conqueror's Haki in the New World during the latter half of the Grand Line, those who could master wrapping it were exceedingly rare. The ones who could control it were either Emperors of the Sea, or had become legends. Even more importantly, Xiayu not only mastered wrapping, but also kept it hidden from all of them. Such strength and such cunning, it was no wonder Xiayu was so confident about this rebellion. Equally shocked were the toppled officers, and Weasel Bastille and Stolo Belly. Since Xiayu became a rear admiral for various reasons, they had grown closer to him, having received his help several times during missions. Though they all had their subordinates and ships, they maintained communication, and often found time to share a drink or spar together. They knew that Xiayu had not only cultivated armament Haki and observation Haki to an unreachable height, but also possessed swordsmanship that rivaled that of Gion, with his mastery of the 6 styles of the Marines being described as exquisite. They had thought this was all Xiayu had to offer, but they never expected he had already awakened Conqueror's Haki. "Do you ask if I have the strength to become admiral?" Stepping forward with the Conqueror's Haki released, Xiayu blocked Dogbite Red Lotus and gazed intensely at Sakazuki, saying in a deep voice, "Sakazuki, you underestimate me too much. I told you becoming the Marine Admiral is just part of the plan." With that, Xiayu stepped forward, raising his long sword. "Lord Xiayu." As it seemed like Xiayu and Sakazuki were about to clash again, Weasel, recovering from the shock of Xiayu possessing Conqueror's Haki, hurriedly called out, "May I have a word with Admiral Sakazuki?" "Moi." Xiayu turned to look at Weasel, seemingly knowing what he was about to say, and said in a deep voice, "Weasel, now is not the time for this." "No, it is exactly the time to talk." Weasel stubbornly stepped forward to stand in front of Xiayu and face Sakazuki directly, saying loudly, "Admiral Sakazuki, a part of the funds that Lord Xiayu moved over the years involves you." Weasel, stop talking nonsense here. Sakazuki stepped forward slowly, saying in a deep voice, "Look outside. Because of your rebellion, Marineford is in chaos. Being an admiral, I must prevent the situation from worsening." Seemingly unfazed, Weasel raised his voice, "Admiral Sakazuki, your mother is still alive." Before Sakazuki could respond, Weasel pulled out a document from his pocket and waved it, saying, 3 years ago, when Xiayu was still a rear admiral, he encountered a pirate ship during a mission. When Lord Xiayu eradicated the pirates aboard, he discovered many civilians were being held captive on that ship. Although most civilians were returned to their hometowns by Lord Xiayu, one elderly woman had lost her memory completely and could only be brought back to the headquarters. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's pupils slightly contracted. However, his expression quickly darkened as he said sternly, "Weasel, my mother was killed by pirates when I was young. I buried her myself. That old woman cannot possibly be my mother. Weasel did not explain further, tossing the document in front of Sakazuki, saying, "This is the result of the investigation that Lord Xiayu instructed us to conduct." Looking at the document thrown at his feet, Sakazuki was momentarily unsure whether to pick it up and read it or not. Memories from his childhood began to surface. Though many had faded with the passage of time, some he could hardly remember. The image of his mother closing her eyes in his arms remained vividly etched in his mind. At that time he was just a child of 7 or 8 with both parents alive, and life was relatively good. But good times did not last long, as suddenly one day a pirate ship docked at the harbor of his hometown. Then the pirates jumped off the ship and began to burn, kill, and plunder. His father was decapitated by the vicious pirates while trying to protect him, and his mother, who also suffered a fatal wound while trying to shield him. Even so, his mother still used her body to shield him, making the pirates believe he had been killed as well. In truth, he was paralyzed with fear by the sudden chaos and hid beneath his mother, not daring to make a sound. It was only after the pirates finished their rampage and left that he dared to crawl out from under her. Though decades had passed, he still vividly remembered the moment when his mother with her last breath caressed his cheek. Since the elders and neighbors in his hometown had all fallen victim to the pirates, he could only bury his mother in the backyard of their home. With a heart full of hatred for the pirates, he embarked on an adventurous journey towards the naval base, determined to eradicate all pirates in the world. Decades flew by and countless pirates fell at his hands. Those captured and imprisoned by him were innumerable. Yet even so, he never forgot the vow he made before his mother's grave to eliminate all pirates. After a brief silence, though he was certain that Xiayu must have made a mistake, he could not help but bend down to pick up the document. As soon as he opened the document, a photograph suddenly came into view, catching him completely off guard. The image depicted an elderly man, hunched and wrinkled, appearing to be nearly 70. The old man was sitting on the living room sofa wearing a kind smile, and standing beside him was Xiayu, clad in a maid. He had heard about Xiayu rescuing an elderly man during a mission, but he had never inquired further. Even when Xiayu was promoted to lieutenant general and assigned to his command, he had never visited Xiayu's home, only knowing that Xiayu had been caring for the old man for 3 years. Moreover, as a workaholic, he rarely strolled through the family quarters. He was either at work or on his way to work, so he had never met the elderly man Xiayu brought back. The moment he laid eyes on the old man in the photograph, he froze as if struck by lightning. Immediately afterward, he eagerly scanned the investigation report contained within the document. The more he read, the more his hands trembled uncontrollably. After finishing the report, he could no longer hold back looking up at the weasel, and Xiayu's voice hoarse and disjointed as he exclaimed, "You. No, this is impossible. It was my mother whom I personally buried back then. As she cannot still be alive." At this point, he picked up the photograph again. Although it had been decades, the face of the woman in the photo was not how he remembered his mother. Yet it felt incredibly familiar, and his heart raced at that moment, almost leaping to his throat, causing him to lose his composure and the stern demeanor he had maintained for decades, shouting, "Xiayu, where is the old man now?" Hearing this, Xiayu leisurely sheathed his sword, then, without glancing at Sakazuki, simply said, "Let's go." No, Sakazuki quickly stepped in front of Xiayu and said in a deep voice, "Take me to see her." Seeing this, Xiayu's brows slightly furrowed. The weasel standing beside them quickly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Sir Xiayu, you let me take General Sakazuki there." Xiayu nodded, and then strode past Sakazuki, quickly exiting the now ruined prison. As they stepped out of the prison gates, thousands of naval soldiers, standing in 2 lines simultaneously, brought their legs together and raised their hands, shouting in unison loyalty. The synchronized and resounding voices echoed through the night sky, lingering over Marineford. Upon hearing the suddenly resounding slogan, the soldiers controlling the dormitories, armories, scientific teams, and major fortifications all faced the direction of Marineford Square, halting their movements. Clearly, an unprecedented rebellion had ended the moment Xiayu stepped out of the prison gates. Looking at the ranks of officers and thousands of soldiers standing neatly, Xiayu nodded slightly, then raised his head and walked forward with a firm and confident stride. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Sengoku rushed out of his home, and as soon as he entered the headquarters building, a pungent smell of blood assaulted him. Before he could react, Vice Admiral Hound led hundreds of soldiers rushing out. "Marshal Sengoku, please hold on." Hound quickly approached Sengoku and saluted, then, without holding back, stated, "Marineford is now essentially under our control. If you do not want Marineford to be destroyed, please remain quiet and stand still, waiting for Sir Xiayu's arrival." Marshal Sengoku's expression changed slightly, and he quickly scanned his surroundings. When he saw that the familiar figures in the headquarters lobby had vanished, and all he could see were soldiers aiming their guns at him, he could no longer contain himself. His marshal's coat fluttered without wind as he shouted at Hound, "Hound, how dare you treat your comrades so ruthlessly? Be honest, have the duty soldiers in the headquarters building been killed by you?" Before Hound could respond, BAS and the others who were with Sengoku suddenly jumped out, pointing at Hound and angrily berating rebellion. "You traitors will pay for everything you have done." Seeing BAS and the others suddenly jump out, a cold glint flashed in Hound's eyes. Noisy. Without finishing his sentence, several soldiers behind him immediately charged forward and pulled the trigger at BAS and his companions. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of gunshots, BAS and the others were turned into sieves before they even had a chance to scream. "Damn it, Hound, how dare you? Hound's indiscriminate killing of BAS and the others nearly made Sengoku spit blood. After all, BAS and the others were the judges of Judicial Island, and in terms of rank, they were equal to him. As long as BAS and the others were still alive, he had a glimmer of hope to save the situation, but with their deaths at the hands of indiscriminate gunfire, the situation had become utterly unmanageable. Marshal, the times have changed. Hound waved to signal the soldiers to retreat, then calmly said, Sir Xiayu said in chaotic times severe measures are necessary and bloodshed will begin with our generation. The Navy must undergo reform, and the corrupt and rotten elements of the world government must be cleansed. Hound, you are too audacious. Looking at the 3 bodies of base lying on the ground, Sengoku ignored the guns aimed at him from all around, and swiftly approached Hound, gritting his teeth, as he said, you have killed the presiding judge of Judicial Island. There is no turning back for you in this rebellion. However, I can assure you that as long as you cease your actions in a timely manner, I will negotiate with the Holy Land for you. Before Sengoku could finish his words, Hound immediately interrupted, saying, Marshal Sengoku, this is war, not a drill. Lord Xiayu said that only failure constitutes a rebellion. We not only have not failed, but we have also basically controlled the situation, achieving our current grip with minimal sacrifice. By the way, Admiral Palyasolino has already been captured by us. If Marshal Sengoku intends to delay until the 3 admirals take action, the result may disappoint you. What did you say? Hearing that Admiral Palyasolino had actually been captured, Sengoku's pupils slightly contracted. He had indeed intended to buy some time, to give his own admirals and other officers and soldiers who had not yet fallen in line with Xiayu a chance to turn the tide. In his view, the reason why the officers participating in this rebellion were so successful was entirely due to the swift and decisive actions of the loyal officers and soldiers to Xiayu, who launched the rebellion in the early hours, catching many off guard. Once the headquarters admirals or others reacted, this rebellion would be quickly suppressed. After a brief silence, Sengoku sighed inwardly, then turned to look at the Marineford square, which was shrouded in darkness, and the sound of alarms ringing, and spoke gravely, Palyasolino, at this moment, do you still cling to your ambiguous sense of justice? As the marshal of the headquarters, he certainly could not believe that Hound and a few hundred Navy soldiers could control Palyasolino. It should be noted that Palyasolino is a Logia-type user of the Pika Pika no Mi. As long as Palyasolino were to take things seriously, whether it was General Hound or the hundreds of rebels entering the headquarters, one encounter could bring them all down. The fact that Palyasolino chose to be captured obviously meant he was watching from the sidelines, or waiting for the outcome of. For at this moment the war occurring in Marineford was not a battle between justice and evil, but rather a power reshuffle within the Navy headquarters. What about Sakazuki? Suddenly Sengoku turned back to Hound with reluctance, and said, has he also chosen to remain? Hound shook his head, and said, my subordinates are only responsible for controlling Admiral Kazuru, and waiting here for the marshal. However, judging by the current situation, Admiral Sakazuki should also be under control. Alright, Sengoku waved his hand somewhat speechless, saying, do you really think you can control 2 admirals at the same time? Saying such childish things once is enough. Hound smiled, slightly noncommittal. It was undeniable that if both admirals took action simultaneously, their rebellion would undoubtedly come to an end. Because whether it was him or the other vice-admirals, even if they all joined forces, they would absolutely not be a match for the However, things are not as simple as they appear. If everything could be achieved solely through strength, then Marshal Sengoku would not be called a wise general, and there would be no need for any conspiracies in this world. Direct brute force would suffice. After a slight pause, Sengoku said solemnly, Xiayu doesn't expect me, his old superior, to stand here and wait for him, does he? Hound turned sideways, and said straightforwardly, Marshal, you can go to your office. Sengoku snorted coldly, flicking his sleeves, and walking straight past Hound. Hound did not dare to be slow, and quickly followed him into the elevator. As the two entered the elevator, soldiers left behind in the lobby rushed forward, dragging away the bodies of base. Immediately after, the soldiers responsible for cleaning quickly tidied up the bloodstains on the ground, and swiftly laid down Marshal Sengoku, Marshal Sengoku. At that moment, an officer rushed into the hall, and shouted loudly at Sengoku, who had already entered the elevator. It's bad news. Surprisingly, the soldiers participating in the rebellion did not stop him, but allowed him to rush to the elevator door. Looking at the adjutant who had come to the elevator door, Sengoku shook his head with a wry smile, and said, is there anything worse than the current situation? The soldier glanced at Hound, and trembled as he spoke. All communications from headquarters have been cut off, and Marineford has completely lost contact with the outside world. Hearing this, Sengoku was not surprised, and said calmly, it seems that Xiayu has been preparing for this day for many years, and even without this trial he would have launched a rebellion at the right moment. Meanwhile, Navy Headquarters Female Officer Dormitory Building. The entire building was surrounded by dense Navy soldiers, with the commander of this rebellion being the Vice Admiral Gion, who bore the name of the Sword Kempira. The tall Gion stood at the front of the line, her cape billowing in the wind, gazing with a complex expression at the dormitory buildings in trance ahead. Although she participated in this rebellion, she did not wish to cause too much bloodshed. Especially at this moment in this headquarters female officer dormitory, she hoped all female officers would not step out of that door. Gion, what on earth is going on? Just then a voice filled with despair came from the crowd. Following the sound, a middle-aged man dressed in a vice admiral's coat was pushed in front of Gion by 2 soldiers. The middle-aged man was none other than Vice Admiral Kakei, who was also a candidate for Admiral alongside Gion. Keiki's influence in the headquarters was not any less than Xiayu, as almost everyone in the headquarters knew he liked Gion. Even after being rejected by Gion dozens of times, he never gave up, finding opportunities to present her with flowers and profess his love in various ways. Tonight was his 90th failed confession. But what he did not expect was that this time he not only failed, but also coincidentally encountered Gion, who was participating in the rebellion. To stop Gion from continuing down the wrong path, he immediately intervened. However, faced with Gion and the various officers following her, no matter how strong he was quickly subdued and handcuffed by Gion herself. Keiki, who was pushed in front of Gion, looked extremely dejected, staring blankly at her, as if the most important thing in his life had been taken away. Meanwhile, in room 201 on the 3rd floor of the female officer dormitory, a female officer dressed in a Navy major's coat, holding a lattice cigarette between her fingers, stood by the window, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Gion, who was leading hundreds of soldiers to control the entire dormitory building. Behind her in the dormitory stood 7 or 8 panicked female officers, clearly startled by the sudden scene. Tina, what is going on? A female officer in a nightgown leaned closer to the major, trembling, as she said, "Why is Vice Admiral Gion surrounding the dormitory? Could it be that she—" Before the female officer could finish her sentence, the major officer, named Tina, suddenly moved, then took a puff from her cigarette, and shook her head, saying Tina doesn't understand either. However, it is evident that with the alarm ringing throughout the headquarters, a significant event has occurred. After a slight pause, Tina suddenly turned around, her expression grave, as she asked, "Have we contacted Mr. Karp yet? We can't get in touch." The female officer shook her head and continued, "All communication devices have failed to connect. The headquarters communication must have been cut off." Hearing this, Tina's expression gradually became serious. "Why is this happening? I don't understand. No, I must go." "No, Major Tina." The female officer hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Didn't Major General Xiyu just say we must all stay in the dormitory, and those who disobey will be executed on the spot?" Tina ignored her and walked straight out. The other female officers did not dare to disobey Major General Xiyuan's orders, but she wasn't afraid. Setting aside her rank, she had a good relationship with Xiyuan privately, and she believed that he would not kill her without cause. As Tina arrived at the entrance, over a dozen female officers who had been hiding inside surrounded her, asking questions all at once. "Major Tina, what is going on? Is the headquarters under siege? It can't be an invasion. If it were, Major General Xiyu would definitely not let us stay in the dormitory. A betrayal. Could there be a traitor in the headquarters? Wait, is it because of Major General Xiayu's incident?" Yesterday, a colleague from the tribunal reported that the presiding judge for the Xiayu case announced in court that he would sentence Xiayu to death and transfer him to Judicial Island this morning. "Major Tina, do you know what's going on?" Looking at the crowd of female officers surrounding her, Tina frowned slightly and replied coolly, "I don't know what's going on either. You all step aside. I'm going to ask Major General Xiyu." "Tina, don't go out." As soon as Tina stepped outside, Xiyuan's voice came from afar, "What you all need to do now is to stay out of this and remain in the dormitory until the situation is resolved. Xiyuan, can't I even leave the dormitory?" Ignoring Xiyuan's warning, Tina continued walking closer, saying, "The headquarters is under siege. Why can't we leave the dormitory to fight?" Tina did not understand. The headquarters is not under siege. Xiyuan placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his expression serious. "Tina, go back immediately. It's for your own good." Having approached within 5 meters of Xiyuan, Tina stopped, scanned the soldiers around her on high alert, and then looked directly at Xiyuan. "If the headquarters is not under siege, why the heavy defenses? Is it because of Major General Xiayu's incident? Are you trying to prevent Judicial Island from taking him away?" "Yes." Xiyuan did not hide it, his expression complicated as he gazed at Tina, whispering, "Tina, don't make it difficult for me. Go back to the dormitory. Once this is over, you will still be a naval major." Just as Tina was about to speak, dozens of soldiers standing neatly behind Xiyuan suddenly turned around in unison, raised their hands in salute, and shouted in unison, "Loyalty." Tina's beautiful eyes involuntarily widened in surprise at the sound. Before her stood General Sakaski, wearing a naval cap and dark red uniform, seemingly in a hurry, accompanied by General Wusong, without even glancing at the crowd as he hurried toward the residential area. Tina was shocked that General Sakaski would ignore everything happening before him, as if nothing had occurred. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes as she softly remarked, "Xiyuan, is General Sakaski involved too?" Tina was very puzzled. Xiyuan did not answer, but stared at Sakaski, who was heading straight for the residential area, with General Wusong feeling a heavy stone finally lift from his heart. It was evident that General Sakaski had been persuaded by Xiayu, or had reached some agreement with him. Thus this action would face one less significant obstacle. Otherwise, with Sakaski's temperament and his unwavering sense of justice, he would undoubtedly go to any lengths to suppress this rebellion. At that time, she could not imagine how many would lose their lives because of this action. After watching Sakaski and Wusong disappear, Xiyuan immediately turned his gaze back to the confused Tina and softly said, "Tina, after tonight the headquarters will have a new marshal to replace Lord Zhonghua. A new era for the Navy is already in the countdown. What happened tonight is not due to an external invasion, but rather that Lord Xiayu intends to reshape the Navy." Headquarters residential area. Accompanied by General Wusong, Sakaski arrived at the front of a 2-story small courtyard. Around the entrance stood 30 armed soldiers, evidently arranged by Xiayu to guard the area, concerned that the operation might affect this place. The yard was in disarray, and the ground in front of the gate had been dug up 3 feet deep, with various flowers and plants thrown all over the place, nearly wilted and decayed. This was Xiayu's small courtyard. The surrounding ground had been dug up by the investigation team to find any substantial illegal gains that Xiayu might have buried. However, Sakaski was not in the mood to care about such trivial matters. As he approached the courtyard, his gaze fixed on a hunched figure within. He saw the hunched figure trembling as they picked up the scattered plants, muttering, as if cursing the members of the investigation team who had destroyed the flowers and plants. Although the figure had its back to him, Sakaski's heart raced the moment he saw the figure. General Wusong, beside Sakaski, did not expect to see another figure in the yard, especially one picking up the destroyed flowers and plants in the dark. He was initially stunned, then his expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he swiftly moved past the fence on either side of the courtyard and stood in front of the old man. "Old man, why aren't you resting?" Upon reaching the old man, Wusong anxiously took the wilted flowers from his hands. The old man looked up in confusion at the suddenly appearing General Wusong, hoarsely asking, "Who are you?" "I'm Wusong." Wusong carefully assisted the old man and turned toward the 2-story small building in the courtyard, saying loudly, "I'm your grandson's colleague." Hearing the word grandson, the old man suddenly grabbed Wusong's arm, his emotions intense, speaking clearly, "Where is my grandson? Where has he gone? Bad people have been coming to our home every day to cause trouble. You are from the Navy, right? Hurry and arrest those bad people." Okay, I will catch them all and throw them in prison." Wusong nodded repeatedly. Just then Sakaski walked in. Looking at the old man so close, Sakaski hesitated to say anything, but remained fixated on him. "I'm hungry." The old man seemed not to see Sakaski at all, almost forgetting what he had just said, looking up at Wusong like a child. "Please come inside and sit for a while." Wusong assisted the old man into the house, then added, "I'll go get you." Before Wusong could finish his sentence, Sakaski had already turned and walked into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Sakaski took a deep breath, then turned to look at the figure sitting in the living room. The sharp gaze that had shown no emotion for years gradually softened. Although he couldn't be 100% sure that the elderly person before him was the mother he had held in his arms during her last moments, the feeling of a blood bond between mother and son was growing stronger. However, he did not recklessly reveal himself. With his nearly vague memories, he prepared to make a bowl of the food his mother. To be precise, it was the food he liked. Coming from the North Sea, due to the cold climate of his homeland, he had enjoyed eating plain rice with chili since he could remember. Of course, it wasn't that he particularly liked this combination, it was due to the constraints of his circumstances. This habit continued to this day, and gradually his subordinates and colleagues who did not often interact with him came to know that his favorite was plain rice with chili. However, realizing that the elderly person was hungry, he abandoned the idea of testing and skillfully made a bowl of ramen for her. In no time, he served a steaming bowl of ramen in front of the old woman. Next, he quickly returned to the kitchen carrying a bowl of rice and a few fresh chilies sitting across from the elderly woman, and began to eat heartily, as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days, prompting the squirrel beside her to look on in confusion. Sakaski's actions quickly caught the elderly woman's attention. After staring at him for a while, she seemed to forget her hunger and cautiously asked, "Are you also a colleague of my grandson?" Sakaski nodded. The elderly woman immediately perked up, leaned closer to him, and tentatively asked, "Could you share a little rice and chili with me?" Sakaski was taken aback for a moment, but then placed the bowl of rice in front of her. Seeing this, the elderly woman seemed worried that Sakaski would change his mind. She quickly took the bowl he handed over and the chilies from the table, and hid them under the table, then said mysteriously, "My son loves plain rice and chili." Suddenly her voice became choked with emotion as she drooped her head, "But I can't find my son." Before she finished, she turned to the squirrel. "You. Can you help me find my son?" Sure, the squirrel nodded repeatedly. "We have been looking for him all these years." "Right, what is my son's name?" The elderly woman thought for a moment, and suddenly stood up in a fluster, her face filled with anxiety. I forgot who my son is." Who is my son?" Yes, plain rice and chili." After turning around twice, she took the rice and chili hidden under the table and handed them to the squirrel. "My son loves eating plain rice and chili. Can you help me find him?" The squirrel took the bowl and chilies and placed them in front of Sakaski tentatively, saying, "Elderly lady, does he look?" "His name is Sakaski, a general from the Navy headquarters." "Who is Sakaski?" The elderly woman glanced at him and shook her head. "How could he be my son? My son isn't this old. He is only 8. The squirrel shrugged helplessly and explained to Sakaski, "Sorry, General Sakaski, but the elderly lady's dementia is getting worse. She often forgets even Lord Xiayu. She only knows Xiayu is her grandson, but she doesn't know who he is." At that moment, Sakaski had his hat pulled low, hiding his eyes from the squirrel, but the squirrel could see the silent tears streaming down Sakaski's face. Sakaski's emotions were both excited and complex. He was certain that the elderly woman before him was the mother who had died in his arms, yet he dared not acknowledge her, because he was the one who had buried his still-living mother in the yard. If he had dug the grave deeper back, then he would have truly become the murderer of his mother. Thinking of how his mother would awaken under the soil brought a sharp pain to his heart, nearly choking him. Most importantly, after decades, although his mother had forgotten who he was, she had never forgotten her favorite plain rice and chili. After a brief silence, Sakaski suddenly stood up, disregarding his usual demeanor, tears streaming down his face as he rushed behind the elderly woman and quickly lifted her clothes. As her clothes were lifted, a deep scar across her back immediately came into view. Even after decades, the scar was still. With years of experience, he recognized at a glance that this scar was caused by a blade penetrating from the front and exit. Looking at the scar, vivid images of his mother being pierced by a pirate's blade when he was young flashed before his eyes. "You, let go of me." The elderly woman was evidently startled by Sakaski's actions, quickly turning around and slapping him across the face. Trembling, she ran behind the squirrel, nervously grabbing his arm. After being slapped, Sakaski stood still, took a deep breath, and then kneeled before the elderly woman, trembling as he cried. Before he finished speaking, Sakaski heavily knocked his head to the ground, his shoulders shaking violently, as he clearly struggled to control his emotions, trying not to cry out loud. Marine headquarters Marineford was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Although the situation was mostly under control, a few officers were still waiting for an opportunity to resist. Unlike the gunshots and explosions that occasionally echoed through the night sky from various forts in Marineford, the courtyard, where Xiayu was located, was quiet. Sakaski had calmed down, and with the remnants of memories in his mind along with an innate sense of familiarity, he no longer doubted the elderly woman's identity, quietly staying by her side. The elderly woman's memory was severely confused. Just a moment ago, she was fiercely guarding the plain rice and chili, but now seeing the tear stains on Sakaski's face, she returned the rice and chili to him. Sakaski said nothing and buried his head in eating. Although it was just simple plain rice and chili, it was the first time in decades he felt it was so delicious. "You also like plain rice and chili?" The elderly woman did not move her chopsticks, staring intently at Sakaski, kindly saying, "Just like my son. If you find my son, please don't bully him. He has wanted to be in the Navy since he was little. By the way, what is your name?" Hearing the elderly woman chatter on, Sakaski, who was burying his head in eating, thought of how he had personally buried his still-living mother in the ground, and tears once again streamed down his face. However, he still timely replied, "Sakaski." "Sakaski." The elderly woman blinked, pondering, "What is my son's name again?" "Sakaski." Sakaski replied again. The old man's memory seemed to return as he nodded repeatedly and said, yes, my son is also named Sakasaki, but he is only 8 years old. No, my son should have grown up, though otherwise where would my grandson come from?" At this point, the old man's gaze became blank again as he turned to look at the squirrel and curiously asked, "Who is my grandson?" I seem to have forgotten." "Whoa, I've forgotten my grandson." As he spoke, the old man hurriedly stood up and ran towards the bedroom. Seeing this, the squirrel did not stop him, instead watching Sakasaki with a serious expression. Taking this opportunity, Sakasaki put down his bowl, looked up at the squirrel, and asked, "Has Lord Xiayu, you've been taking care of my mother all these 3 years?" The squirrel nodded. "When going out on missions, Lord Xiayu would ask General Gion for help. Usually Lord Xiayu would stay with the old man, because often as soon as Lord Xiayu turned around, the old man might forget who he was and mistakenly think he was a bad person trying to chase him away." Upon hearing this, Sakasaki looked towards his mother, who was searching the room for her grandson, and his expression gradually became resolute. He did not believe this was deliberate on Lord Xiayu's part. He had seen the investigation report, and before discovering his mother's identity, Lord Xiayu had no idea of the relationship between the old man and him. This meant that Lord Xiayu's care for the old man was without ulterior motives. Thinking of this, Sakasaki no longer hesitated and said, "Can your telephone bug be used? Help me contact Lord Xiayu." The squirrel took out the telephone bug and dialed. Soon the call connected. Without waiting for the other party to speak, the squirrel got straight to the point. "Transfer to Lord Xiayu." After a brief pause, Lord Xiayu's voice came through the telephone bug. "Squirrel, you have 10 minutes. No matter what choice Sakasaki makes, you must return immediately and come with me to meet the warring states." Sakasaki brought the telephone bug close to his face and said in a low voice, "I am Sakasaki. I will only ask one thing. If your answer is what I want to hear, I will help you ascend to the position of marshal." Without waiting for the telephone bug to respond, Sakasaki quickly changed his tone. "Since you have already discovered my mother's identity, why not use that as a condition to trade with me? You should be very clear that this will be my only weakness. There is no reason." Lord Xiao's voice came slowly from the telephone bug. "I believe that after you learn of the old man's identity, you will definitely compromise on what will happen tonight, even reluctantly fighting for me. Because at any time, a mother is never a matter of choice. But I will not do that, for to me family is not a bargaining chip." Meanwhile, on the road to the naval headquarters building, Lord Xiayu tossed the telephone bug to Stolberry beside him, looking up at the towering headquarters building with narrowed eyes. Although he hadn't said much to Sakasaki, Sakasaki's initiative to contact him through the telephone bug was enough to indicate. For Sakasaki, a major general in the headquarters, Lord Xiayu did not need him to stand beside him at this moment, as long as Sakasaki chose to observe, a significant event could be achieved tonight. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot rang out, followed by a bullet tearing through the air, heading straight for Lord Xiao's face. Before Lord Xiayu could react, Bastille, who had been silently following him, suddenly drew his sword, the massive shark cutting blade slicing through the air to sever the incoming bullet. Then Bastille took a step forward, the shark cutting blade unleashing a terrifying aura as he decisively slashed towards the direction from which the bullet had come. Swish! A wave of slashing energy containing a terrifying force shot forth, instantly slicing through the rooftop of a building several hundred meters away. Accompanied by a piercing scream from the rooftop, the neatly severed roof tilted and fell crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Lord Xiayu did not stop his steps due to this minor incident. As Bastille swung his sword to cut through the air, he stepped out amidst the crowd of middle-ranking officers, junior officers, and hundreds of soldiers heading straight toward the headquarters building. Xiayu, naval disgrace. Just as Lord Xiayu stepped through the door into the hall, a furious roar suddenly erupted. Immediately after, a soldier from the defending team on the first floor rushed out, like lightning lunging at Lord Xiayu. Seeing that the person was about to reach Lord Xiayu, Stalaberry, who was closely following him, suddenly stepped forward, precisely thrusting the spear, one of the 6 styles of the navy, into the intruder's chest. Damn it! The officer who was blocked by Stalaberry's move had his pupils constrict, then widened his eyes filled with rage, and glared at Stalaberry, saying, "Stalaberry, what is the meaning of this? You were the hero who pursued the Sun Pirates, the most trusted aide of Admiral Kazuru. Why would you betray and follow Lord Xiayu, this naval disgrace?" Stalaberry grabbed him by the neck, expressionless, and said, "Now discussing right and wrong is meaningless. All who stand in front of Lord Xiayu are our enemies. So you can die." Before his words fell, Stalaberry swiftly snapped his neck and quickly followed after Lord Xiayu, who was heading towards the elevator. This was Stalaberry, cold and ruthless, decisive in his actions. In a way, he was similar to Major General Sakasaki, yet he had chosen to serve under Admiral Borsalino. Although Admiral Borsalino trusted him greatly, he could not agree with the ambiguous justice of Admiral Borsalino and found it difficult to fit in with the other middle-ranking officers under his command, leaving him troubled with no one to confide and burying it deep in his heart. Until one time when he went on a mission to the New World with Xiayu, who had just been promoted to Major General, and saw how Xiayu dealt with pirates, he seemed to find a kindred spirit, and after the mission ended, took the unprecedented step of seeking out Xiayu. After several contacts, he was completely captivated by the charisma of Xiayu, the youngest Major General in the Navy, and considered him a confidant, becoming a close friend. Most importantly, he discovered that Xiayu not only possessed immense strength, but also had grand ambitions that he could only. After fully understanding what Xiayu wanted, he secretly resolved to become one of Xiayu's most powerful assistants. However, he still underestimated Xiayu's ambition. What Xiayu wanted was not merely to become the youngest marshal. Of course, none of that mattered anymore. What was important was that no matter what action Xiayu took, he would choose to stand by his side, or a soldier dies for his confidant. Meanwhile, in the circular conference hall of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku remained seated in the marshal's chair, while the hounds and various naval officers loyal to Xiayu were dispersed on either side. The conference hall was shrouded in silence, broken only by the heavy breathing of a few soldiers whose adrenaline was surging. These were all naval soldiers and officers loyal to Xiayu. If it weren't for him, even with 10 times their courage, they wouldn't have dared to bring Marshal Sengoku into this conference hall. It should be noted that this conference hall was never a place they could enter, as only rear admirals and higher-ranking officers had the qualification to step inside. At this moment, not only had they entered this hall, but they had also brought the esteemed marshal, who had always been a figure of great reverence in their hearts, into this very room. In the midst of their tension, an unprecedented sense of pride ignited within them. Bang! Just then, the tightly shut doors of the conference hall were violently flung open. Immediately following, Vice Admiral Maynard stormed into the conference hall in a fit of rage, closely followed by another Vice Admiral, Fire Mountain. Marshal Sengoku. As soon as he entered the conference hall, Maynard's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Sengoku, who was seated in the marshal's position. It took him several seconds to regain his composure, and with heightened emotions he turned his gaze toward the Hound and shouted, "Hound, what on earth is going on here? Are you also involved in the betrayal?" The Hound shrugged slightly and replied calmly, "Maynard, please calm down. If you continue to make a commotion, I will not show mercy just because we are colleagues. Many have already died tonight. If you want to be one of them, I can certainly accommodate you." Upon hearing this, Maynard dashed forward in a sudden burst. "Maynard!" Before Maynard could reach the Hound, Sengoku suddenly spoke, his voice deep and commanding, "Sit down." At that moment, Fire Mountain approached. He patted Maynard on the shoulder and then sat down in the empty seat to Sengoku's right. Maynard did not sit down immediately, instead glaring angrily at the Hound. As if knowing what Maynard was thinking, the Hound took a step forward and said firmly, "Maynard, I hereby command you to sit. Otherwise this place will be your grave." As the Hound's words fell, the soldiers standing on either side of the conference hall raised their rifles, their icy muzzles aimed directly at Maynard. "Marshal Sengoku, it's a rebellion. Xiayu has rebelled." Suddenly a voice full of urgency came from outside the conference hall. Before those present could react, several figures rushed into the conference hall. Leading them was another Vice Admiral from the Navy headquarters, named Steel Rez, followed closely by Urban, a Vice Admiral with flowing hair and fangs, and the 6th-gen Rear Admiral Red King. As they entered the conference hall, the three who had been in such a hurry just a moment ago froze in place. Feeling the tense atmosphere, they swallowed nervously before silently taking their seats to the left of Sengoku. Seeing this, Maynard also decided not to continue his confrontation with the Hound, choosing instead to sit beside. It was not that he had softened, but at that moment more and more of his colleagues stood with him in the same camp. The astute Sengoku remained silent, prompting him to choose to endure for the time being and observe the situation. Just as Steel Residential and the others sat down, the sound of clear footsteps quickly approached from outside the door. Then adorned in a Vice Admiral's cloak, Xian entered the conference hall, with a striking presence sitting directly in the empty seat diagonally across from Sengoku amid the astonished gazes of everyone. As soon as Xian sat down, 2 rear admirals and over 10 soldiers immediately lined up behind her. Xian, what do you mean by this? Maynard's expression slightly shifted as he said in a deep voice, are you also part of the rebellion? Xian did not answer Maynard, but instead looked at Sengoku with a hint of apology, slightly nodding as she said, Marshal Sengoku, I apologize for what happened tonight. For the sake of true justice, I can only choose to follow Lord Xiayu. Upon hearing this, Maynard, Fire Mountain, and Steel Residential all widened their eyes in shock. When they saw Xian enter the conference hall, they thought she had also been invited by the rebels, but they did not expect her to have already switched sides to Xiayu, even referring to him as Lord. This implied that Xian was not merely choosing to stand alongside Xiayu, but had pledged her loyalty. Of course not. What mattered was that Xian was a Vice Admiral candidate, the one most likely to become one of the next 3 admirals, a powerful swordsman with a bright future. To have someone with such promise choose to pledge allegiance to a rising young Vice Admiral was astonishing. True justice. A flicker of doubt crossed Sengoku's eyes. He was even more curious about Xian's choice than Maynard and the others. Yes, true justice. Xian nodded, speaking slowly. Lord Xiayu told me some things about the world government. At first I did not believe him, even thinking that he was exaggerating. Even when I sought verification from Vegapunk of the Science Division, as per his suggestion, I still had my doubts. It wasn't until I went to the Holy Land for my shift that I finally believed everything Lord Xiayu said was not mere exaggeration. Sengoku's expression changed slightly. Vegapunk. Holy Land. What exactly did he tell you? Xian did not answer directly, but countered. Have you ever been to the Holy Land Palace, Marshal Sengoku? It is the palace built by the 20 kings during the founding of the world government 800 years ago. In that grand hall of the palace there stands a throne of emptiness. We all know that no one is allowed to sit on the throne of emptiness, for it represents the equality among the 20 nations that founded the world government, symbolizing that no one can sit there and become a dictator. However, from what I have gathered, there have been those who wish to sit on the throne of emptiness over the years. Sengoku exclaimed, that is impossible. Sengoku suddenly stood up, fixing his gaze on the calm-faced Xian, and excitedly referred to her by her code name. Peach Rabbit, this is a lie fabricated by Xiayu, hoping that you would assist him in launching this rebellion. You should know very well that the reason Xiayu was able to control the situation so swiftly tonight is not that he is fighting for his life as he is about to be transferred to Judicial Island, but because he had planned everything in advance. Marshal Sengoku, I am not a child. Xian's expression remained calm. What Lord Xiayu told me about these matters was 3 years ago. Back then he advised me not to rush into verifying everything as it could put my life in danger. However, I have been investigating in secret over these 3 years, and 4 months ago, I finally found a clue that confirmed that the so-called supreme powers of the world government over the years, the Gorsei of the Power Room, were merely puppets of someone else. For behind them, there is an ambitious individual aiming to become a dictator. At this point, Xian's emotions finally showed a hint of fluctuation as she slowly stood up, boldly declaring, this mastermind currently resides in a place known as Between Flowers in the Holy Land, referred to by the Gorsei as Lordum. Lordum. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Sengoku's eyes flashed with confusion. As the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, he had traveled back and forth between the Holy Land Gios and the Navy headquarters Marineford countless times, and had also been responsible for the security of the Holy Land during the Quadrennial World Conference. During this time, he would carefully fortify Gios to prevent any accidents. Yet even so, he had never heard of the title Lordum. With Sengoku being unfamiliar with it, the other people present naturally wore expressions of bewilderment, exchanging glances, and regarding Gion's words with skepticism. At that moment, on the top floor of the headquarters building, as the elevator doors opened, Xiayu stepped out decisively, without any hesitation. Immediately after, Vice Admirals Staliberry and Bashu followed closely behind, with several rear admirals hastily rushing out ahead of Xiayu, standing respectfully before the conference hall at the end of the corridor. As Xiayu approached, the 2 rear admirals quickly pushed open the doors. Without pausing, Xiayu strode in with his chest platter. In the conference hall, Gion and the other officers from the headquarters, along with the soldiers standing behind them, all stood up and took a step forward. Xiayu did not walk towards his position, but instead, under the focused gaze of everyone, quickly made his way to Sengoku's front. At attention. Without waiting for Sengoku to react, Xiayu suddenly brought his feet together and raised his right hand towards Sengoku, saying, salute to the Marshal. As Xiayu's words fell, Staliberry, Bashu, and the other rear admirals straightened up, and Gion, along with the others, followed suit, standing tall and shouting in unison towards Marshal Sengoku loyalty. Sengoku did not react much, calmly watching Xiayu, who was saluting him. Officers like Maynard, who had not yet submitted to Xiayu, displayed unfriendly expressions watching Xiayu, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. General Xiayu, you are quite busy tonight. After a brief silence, Sengoku shook his head and sighed, saying slowly, is this the justice you uphold, to realize your ambition with the lives and blood of your comrades? In response, Xiayu took out a document from his pocket and placed it in front of Sengoku, then stepped back and said, "Many years ago, I encountered a prophet on Fishman Island, and she told me that I would achieve success at the cost of countless lives. I do not believe that in my view whether one lives or dies is determined by oneself. Marshal Sengoku the Marineford is now largely under my control. If you do not want to see more people die because of resistance, please sign your name on this document. Xiayu, you traitor." Before Sengoku could respond, Maynard abruptly stood up, glaring at Xiayu with bloodshot eyes. "As long as we are alive, you will not succeed." Seeking death, Stollyberry and Bashu did not wait for Xiayu's command and stepped forward in unison. In the next moment, Stollyberry's spear was aimed at Maynard's chest. At the same time, Bashu's sword was already poised at Maynard's neck. Immediately, Gion instinctively grasped the handle of her sword while the hound flashed a bloodthirsty grin. Should Maynard or the others from the Burning Mountain and Steel Resilience make any move, they would not hesitate to suppress them. Instantly, the atmosphere in the conference hall became tense and combat was on the verge of breaking out. "Stollyberry, Bashu." With his eyes reddened and filled with rage, Maynard exclaimed, "Xiayu has only been in the headquarters for 6 years. What has he done to you that you would abandon the honor of the Navy and follow him in rebellion? A soldier dies for one who understands him." Stollyberry coldly gazed at Maynard, saying in a deep voice, "My honor." Bashu said, "Without further ado, sit down, or I will not show mercy." "You." Maynard, in a fit of anger, instinctively wanted to step forward. At this moment, Sengoku suddenly slammed the conference table and said in a deep voice, "Enough. Maynard, sit down." After saying this, he no longer glanced at the others and opened the document Xiayu had placed before him. Upon seeing the content of the document, Sengoku's pupils involuntarily constricted, and he looked up at Xiayu incredulously, asking, "You want to temporarily take the position of Marshal of the Headquarters? Xiayu, do you think this is realistic? The appointment of the Marshal of the Headquarters is not something I can decide. It requires the Holy Land's approval." "No need for Holy Land approval." Xiayu smiled slightly, saying, "As long as the soldiers of the Navy Headquarters and the various strongholds of the Four Seas and the Grand Line are aware that you are unwell, it will suffice for me to temporarily oversee all naval affairs. Of course, Marshal Sengoku can choose not to sign, but if that's the case, many people will die tonight." Hearing this, Sengoku, as the Marshal of the Headquarters, he certainly knew this was Xiayu's delaying tactic. As long as he could temporarily stabilize the soldiers of the various naval branches and strongholds, Xiayu could swiftly eliminate all uncontrollable factors at minimal cost. Once Xiayu completely controlled the Navy, the Holy Land would only have two choices: to compromise with Xiayu, who held the Navy in a position of strength, acknowledging the legitimacy of Xiayu as the Marshal of the Navy Headquarters, or in a fit of rage to unleash all combat departments of the world government against the Navy under Xiayu's command. Seeing Sengoku fall into silence, Xiayu did not remain standing and directly turned around, walking to the empty seat across from Sengoku at the conference table. As soon as he arrived at the table, Gion, who was standing beside him, immediately moved the chair forward. After Xiayu sat down, she quickly stepped back a step, holding the handle of her sword on the left side of Xiayu. Following that, Stollyberry and Bashu swiftly approached Xiayu's right side, both looking at Sengoku with serious expressions. "Marshal Sengoku, you cannot sign this." Suddenly, Maynard stood up again, agitated, saying, "We are not without the power to fight back. As long as we fight to the death and hold out until Vice Admiral Karp returns from vacation, victory will surely belong to us. Moreover, the three admirals have not fully declared their positions." Bang! Maynard's words were cut off as the tightly shut doors of the conference hall were once again smashed open. Following that, the already attired Admiral Sakazuki, wearing a naval coat and hat, quickly entered the conference hall, accompanied by Rear Admiral Tantata, and then, under the incredulous gazes of Maynard, Burning Mountain and Steel Resilience, walked straight to Xiayu's side. "Admiral Sakazuki." To everyone's surprise, Sakazuki actually ignored the presence of Marshal Sengoku and stood beside Xiayu, causing Maynard's pupils to constrict as he exclaimed, "What? What are you doing? Are you also? No, this is impossible. You who cannot tolerate even a grain of sand in your eyes, what happened to the absolute justice you uphold?" At this moment, Sengoku also looked up at Sakazuki, saying in a deep voice, "Sakazuki, is this your choice?" Sakazuki slowly raised his head, a brief hesitation appearing in his eyes, but in an instant he discarded all distractions and nodded firmly, saying yes. Before his voice faded, Sakazuki suddenly appeared in front of Maynard, gripping his neck. Before anyone present could react, his unique natural magma fruit ability was quietly unleashed. Ugh! As Sakazuki's arm turned to lava, Maynard, with his neck in a chokehold, let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Sakazuki, what are you doing?" Never expecting Sakazuki to strike, suddenly Sengoku stood up in horror and shouted, "Put Maynard down." Crack! With a crisp sound, Maynard's neck was suddenly snapped. Immediately, Sakazuki tossed him aside, ignoring Sengoku's furious glare as his sharp, somber gaze swept across the faces of Akainu, Xiayu, and others, declaring coldly, "From now on, anyone who disrespects Xiayu will meet such a fate." Pausing slightly, Sakazuki quickly shifted his gaze to Sengoku, saying, "This is my stance. Sengoku, if you do not wish to see Marineford buried under magma, sign your name on this document." "Sakazuki, you." Sengoku glanced at Maynard, whose neck was not only broken but also scorched by lava, and said with a fierce glare, "What you are doing will lead the Navy into an abyss of suffering. If the Holy Land learns of this, they will certainly not acknowledge Xiayu's legitimacy." At that time, countless Navy soldiers will bleed and die because of you. Admiral Sengoku, it doesn't matter to me anymore. Sakazuki stared at Sengoku with burning intensity, solemnly stating, from the moment I saw my mother alive I no longer care about right or wrong. With that said, Sakazuki stopped talking and turned back to Xiayu, his eyes more resolute than ever. In the past he adhered to absolute justice because he had witnessed his parents' tragic deaths at the hands of pirates, and because the seeds of hatred he buried deep in his heart had taken root and flourished. However, upon learning that his mother had been resurrected and cared for by Xiayu for 3 years, his unwavering sense of justice began to waver. It was not due to disappointment in the Navy nor in the world government, but rather a sense of guilt within himself. Just thinking about how his mother had not actually died, but was buried by him, made him want to punch himself. He could not imagine how his mother had survived after breaking free from the ground, nor could he fathom what she had endured during the years he had joined the Navy. Based on the fact that his mother, even suffering from Alzheimer's and forgetting his name, still remembered his favorite white rice and chili, he could conclude that she had been searching for him ever since she survived. Otherwise, she would not have remembered his favorite food, even as her Alzheimer's progressed. He was grateful to Xiayu for reuniting him with his mother, for giving him the chance to make up for the grave mistake he nearly made in his youth, and for the thorough care given to his mother over the past 3 years. After all, his mother was at risk of forgetting Xiayu due to her Alzheimer's. In such circumstances, Xiayu could have easily sent her to the Navy headquarters nursing home or hired a nurse. Most importantly, according to the Weasel, Xiayu's original plan was that if this operation succeeded, it would be great. If it failed, and he died, he would have the Weasel hand over the investigation report to him, because Xiayu worried that if he failed and died, the elderly woman suffering from Alzheimer's would have no one to care for her. This is really the end, huh? After observing Sakazuki, who stood resolutely by Xiayu's side, Sengoku sighed inwardly. Borsellino still had not appeared and his stance was already clear. Plus, with Sakazuki, who adhered to absolute justice, firmly standing by Xiayu, even going Allen would not change the current situation. Although he still had the trump card of Carp, the Navy hero, and another Admiral Kazan available, Carp was on vacation and likely went to the East Blue. By the time Carp returned, no matter how strong he was, he could not contend with Sakazuki, Xiayu, and all the defected officers of the headquarters. As for Admiral Kazan, he still held no hope, because 3 days ago Kazan had ridden his bike off to some unknown sea area. Based on his understanding of Kazan, he would not return without wandering for 10 days or half a month. Even if Kazan were to return at this moment, under the current circumstances, Xiayu's side, with Sakazuki's joining, would have nothing to fear. Of course, it was not yet time to discuss the worst-case scenario. For once Xiayu completely took control of the Navy, the Holy Land would most likely make concessions, and might even directly appoint Xiayu as the new Admiral of the Navy headquarters. After all, a new Emperor of the Sea had emerged in the New World, and the Revolutionary Army had gradually grown stronger over the years, posing a serious threat to the world government's rule. If the Holy Land went to war with Xiayu at this point, it would clearly not be a wise choice. Moreover, if the Revolutionary Army and the Navy controlled by Xiayu were to join forces, the Holy Land would undoubtedly find itself besieged on all sides. And all of this was evidently part of Xiayu's calculations. Of course, whether he signed or not would not significantly impact Xiayu. If he refused to sign, Xiayu could simply eliminate all the officers and soldiers who had not taken sides in the headquarters. After all, more than half of the officers and soldiers had chosen to pledge loyalty to Xiayu. After a brief silence, Sengoku slowly looked up at Xiayu, his expression serious, as he said, "Xiayu, since you entered the headquarters, how have I, Carp, and Zifa treated you?" Xiayu nodded. "Very well, especially teacher Zifa, who had high hopes for me back in the officer training camp. As for Carp, although he always wanted to train me to be his successor, I do not quite agree with his philosophy. To be precise, I do not agree with the justice upheld by the Navy from top to bottom. Because in my opinion, as long as the Celestial Dragons remain a towering mountain over the world government, there can be no such thing as justice in the Navy. It is precisely for this reason that I want to use my own way to free the Navy's justice from any restraints and shackles." Sengoku shook his head. "I did not intend to debate with you. I just want to know why, since we have treated you well, you have chosen to conceal things from us." Xiayu laughed lightly, and replied, "Admiral Sengoku, I am planning a coup. How can I not conceal it?" No, Sengoku waved his hand, his piercing gaze fixed on Xiayu. "I mean, the person named him that Gion just met. Since you know things that we do not, why did you not choose to tell me, Carp or Zifa, but instead told Gion?" Upon hearing this, Xiayu turned to Gion, who was standing beside him, and asked in surprise, "You told them?" Gion. Xiayu did not blame him. He turned his gaze back to Sengoku, and countered, "Do you believe everything Gion says? About the flower between, about the existence of I'm? I can assure you that you not only do not believe it now, but you also think I am making it up to persuade Gion and the others to follow me in a rebellion. In the current situation, you don't believe it. Do you think you would have believed it if I had told you beforehand?" Sengoku's gaze remained fixed on Xiayu, as if trying to see through his innermost thoughts. "So, does the Holy Land really have a place called Flower Between, and a lord who wishes to sit on the empty throne?" Xiayu waved his hand. "Admiral Sengoku, rather than being skeptical here, why not go to the Holy Land, and ask the 5 elders in person, or go see the Holy Land for yourself? Although I know lives in Flower Between, I do not know whether is male or female. If you can see IM's true form alive, remember to come back and tell me." But before that you need to sign your name on this document, and immediately make a speech to make those lurking officers and soldiers who want to seize the opportunity to reverse the situation give up their resistance. Looking at the documents placed before him, Xiangwa hesitated. Ultimately, he chose to compromise, picked up a pen, and swiftly signed his name on the document. After Xiangwa finished signing, the hunting dog stepped forward to take the document and handed it to the adjutant beside him, stating decisively, "Immediately send copies of this document to all branches and fortresses." Yes. The adjutant, not daring to slacken, took the document with both hands and quickly exited the conference. The hunting dog did not withdraw. Instead, he held a broadcasting device and stepped before Xiangwa, bowing slightly. "Lord Xiangwa, we need you to make a broadcast to inform all officers and soldiers who have not given up resistance to gather at Marineford Square within 10 minutes and announce that Lord Xiayu will temporarily take on the role of marshal." Upon hearing this, Xiangwa no longer hesitated and took the broadcasting device decisively. After a brief silence, Xiangwa took a deep breath and slowly began, "I am Xiangwa. All officers and soldiers who hear this broadcast, please cease fighting immediately and lay down your weapons to proceed to Marineford Square. This farce must come to an end." As Xiangwa's voice transmitted through the broadcasting device, the loudspeakers set up throughout Marineford resonated, spreading his voice to every corner. In the Marineford female officer dormitory, Major Tina and the other female officers stood up straight upon hearing the voice coming from the broadcast, all eagerly looking towards the headquarters building. "Major Tina, it's Lord Xiangwa's voice. Great, the rebellion is over. Did we win?" Hearing the voices around her, Tina frowned slightly. "Did you all not understand Marshal Xiangwa's words? Marshal Xiangwa is telling us to stop fighting and lay down our weapons to go to the square. What does that mean?" A female officer blinked in confusion. Tina did not explain, but simply turned and walked. As she stepped out of the dormitory, over 100 female officers had gathered at the entrance, with many orderly making their way towards Marineford Square. Not only in the dormitory building where they were, but in the nearby male officer dormitory, numerous figures were also emerging. In no time, the road leading to Marineford Square was packed with people. Some appeared anxious, while others chatted and laughed as if nothing happening in Marineford was related to them. Although people occasionally greeted Tina as they passed, she wore an expression that kept others at a distance, not even bothering to glance at them, simply following the crowd towards the square. A few minutes later, Tina arrived at the square's entrance with a larger group. The square, capable of holding 100,000 people, was brightly lit, and the previously chaotic crowd fell silent upon entering Marineford Square. It was not that they consciously followed the order, but because the square was surrounded by countless soldiers holding firearms. Almost every soldier had a red scarf tied around their shoulders, making it easy to distinguish them from the soldiers entering the square. What is happening?" A female officer beside Tina, upon seeing the armed soldiers surrounding the square and the brigadiers or major generals stationed at intervals, immediately grew nervous and hid behind Tina, trembling. As she said, "Tina, could it be that the rebels have won? What if they kill us?" Before Tina could respond, Xiangwa's voice came through the broadcast again. "I apologize for the events of tonight. From now on, Major General Xia, you will temporarily assume the role of marshal." As soon as these words were spoken, the previously quiet square erupted in chaos. Following this, the officers who had been trapped in the dormitory began to jump out, raising their voices in protest. "Marshal Xiangwa, how can you compromise with the rebels? What qualifications does Xiayu have to replace you as the marshal of the headquarters?" Marshal Xiangwa must have been coerced by Xiayu. Watching the crowd suddenly descend into chaos, the soldiers surrounding the square raised their weapons. Soon after, a major general led a 100-man squad rushing into the square. As the leading major general charged towards the chaotic crowd, he sternly shouted, "Be quiet. Everyone be quiet. Traitor. We will never agree to let Xiayu command the navy." In response to the charging major general, a fellow officer wearing a major general's coat raised his arm and called out, "Who will fight alongside me?" into the headquarters building. Bang, bang, bang. Before others could echo him, a series of sharp gunshots rang out unexpectedly. Immediately, the major general who had just called out was engulfed in bursts of blood mist. Seeking death, two soldiers who had followed closely behind the major general rushed to the wounded officer's side, swiftly raising their rifle butts and striking him heavily on the forehead. This sudden turn of events plunged the chaotic square into a deathly silence. A major general from the headquarters was actually taken down by two soldiers. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the major general, who had collapsed to the ground from the heavy blows. Meanwhile, Xiangwa in the conference hall on the top floor of the headquarters building immediately rose to the window upon hearing the gunshots from the direction of the square. Though there was some distance and the square was crowded, he could not see clearly what was happening. He only noticed that everyone had quieted at that moment, akin to the calm before a volcanic eruption, filling the air with a strong scent of gunpowder. Xiayu showed no reaction, instead watching Xiangwa with keen interest. Having most of the situation under control, he was not worried about any unexpected developments, but getting all the soldiers and officers in the headquarters to abandon resistance merely by Xiangwa's word would be quite difficult. Sensing the surging smell of gunpowder coming from the square, Xiangwa could not afford to think further and immediately raised his voice, shouting, "Do you wish to see Marineford bathed in blood? If you wish to see such a scene, then fight to your heart's content. I believe those unruly pirates at sea would be very pleased to see you both suffer from infighting. If you wish for this farce to end, then obey the orders." I declare that Xiayu will temporarily assume the role of marshal. From this moment forth, anyone who resists will be considered a traitor. Upon uttering the word traitor, Gion was seen to have been drained of all energy, feeling a sudden weakness in his legs, almost collapsing to the ground. Though the real traitors were Xiayu's side, he had to say this to prevent the situation from worsening and to avoid more blood. As for where the Navy would head next, he could only place his hopes on the Holy Land and Xiayu's ultimate choice. Just as Zhang Guo announced Xiayu's temporary role as marshal, an abrupt voice echoed in Xiayu's mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, successful military coup, becoming the marshal of the Navy headquarters. Note, rewards are being sent. Note, detecting the abilities mastered by the host. Note, detected abilities mastered by the host include armament, hockey, observation, hockey, conquerors, hockey, swordsmanship, and the Navy's 6 styles. Note, enhancing the abilities mastered by the host. Note, swordsmanship has been successfully enhanced to the highest realm. Note, the Navy's 6 styles have been successfully enhanced to the highest realm. Note, armament hockey has been successfully enhanced to the highest realm. Note, observation hockey has been successfully enhanced to the highest realm. Note, conquerors hockey has been successfully enhanced to the highest realm. As the system notifications continued, an unprepared Xiayu felt a sudden blur before his eyes. The next moment, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar space with information related to the enhanced abilities flooding in from all directions. Like a sudden epiphany, the knowledge of the 3 types of hockey, swordsmanship, and the Navy's 6 styles, along with their usage and application in combat, all integrated seamlessly at this moment, as if he were able to control them effortlessly. In just a breath, Xiayu felt as if he had lived through a season. Feeling the abundant energy fluctuations within him and the immense confidence brought by the elevation of his abilities to the highest realm, Xiayu's eyes gradually narrowed. Although he did not expect to receive rewards for temporarily assuming the role of marshal, receiving them in advance was certainly a good thing, especially the feeling of having his strength heightened was simply wonderful. After enjoying the pleasure brought by the swift elevation to the highest realm for a while, Xiayu stood up without a change in demeanor and said lightly, "Everyone, the situation is basically settled. Gather all departments to Marineford. I have something to say." With this, Xiayu immediately turned his gaze towards Hua Xiaoshan and Shirtai Lei Si. As if sensing what Xiayu was thinking, Shirtai Lei Si and the others, realizing the tide had turned, no longer remained silent. They stood up straight, saluting and following the example of the hunting dog, and others shouted in unison, "Loyalty." Xiayu nodded. "This will be the wisest choice of your lives." After saying this, Xiayu no longer delayed and turned to leave. As Xiayu turned and departed, only Sengoku and Sakazuki remained in the conference hall. Sengoku, as if anticipating Sakazuki's lingering presence, did not turn around, but spoke solemnly, his back still facing Sakazuki. "Sakazuki, tell me plainly what is truly in your heart." Before stepping into this room, I still harbored a sliver of hesitation. But upon learning that a hidden sovereign named Imu resides within the Holy Land, I became certain my choice was irrevocable. Imu's existence remains unconfirmed, merely Xiayu's unilateral claim. It is far too premature to draw conclusions. Sengoku frowned slightly. Sakazuki, without the slightest hesitation, replied with quiet conviction, "I believe it." Having spoken, Sakazuki wasted no further moment. He strode resolutely out of the hall. Just as he reached the threshold, he paused and glanced back over his shoulder. Even were Imu nothing more than myth, my decision would remain unchanged. Because Xiayu has granted me the chance to reunite with Mother. Hearing this, Sengoku whirled around sharply, his gaze locking onto Sakazuki with piercing intensity. "That elderly woman Xiayu has cared for these past 3 years, is she truly your mother?" Sakazuki offered no reply, only stepped forward and vanished through the doorway. Watching Sakazuki disappear beyond the threshold, Sengoku shook his head with a wry, bitter smile. "Truly masterful tactics, Xiayu. You've uncovered Sakazuki's sole vulnerability." After a brief pause, he withdrew his gaze and swept it across the empty conference hall before strolling to the window, where he gazed down from above upon the brilliantly lit Marineford Plaza. After a brief pause, he withdrew his gaze and swept it across the empty conference hall before strolling to the window, where he gazed down from above upon the... At that very moment, Xiayu and his entourage emerged from headquarters and came into Sengoku's line of sight. Watching the young figure advance toward Marineford flanked by Xiyu and others, an unexpected flicker of anticipation stirred deep within Sengoku's chest. In that instant, he found himself wondering how far this remarkably astute, resourceful, and charismatic youth might rise. If the Holy Land yielded and formally recognized Xiayu's legitimacy as Fleet Admiral, perhaps he could leverage that authority to secure greater autonomy for the Marines, freeing their sense of justice from all shackles and constraints. As Fleet Admiral, he well knew the world government was no longer what it once had been. The celestial dragons, the so-called descendants of gods residing in the Holy Land, grew ever more brazen under their absolute privileges, taking lives at whim, seizing wives from common men. Such atrocities were deemed mere entitlements of their noble status. Even when such abuses ignited public outrage, Marine admirals were compelled, without question, to rush to their defense, yet forbidden from shielding the oppressed masses beneath them. As Xiayu had stated, so long as the celestial dragons loomed like an immovable mountain over the world government, the Marines, its subordinate force, could never embody true justice. He understood these truths perfectly, yet lacked the courage to shatter the status quo. For such upheaval would reverberate across the entire world, any challenge to the order would inevitably ignite far greater chaos. Most crucially, the world government's 8th century reign atop the Red Line must rest upon profound foundations. His duty therefore was not revolution, but stewardship, fulfilling his responsibilities with unwavering diligence, spreading the Marine's vision of justice across the globe as far and wide as possible. He watched Xiayu's procession depart headquarters until they dissolved into the night's embrace, then finally lowered his gaze and murmured softly to himself, "Glory has always belonged to the young. Ah, how fiercely I too once burned with ambition." Before the final syllable faded, his expression shifted abruptly, and he spun toward the door. 3 figures now stood silently before the entrance. The foremost none other than Zephyr, former Marine Admiral, and known as the Black Arm. Flanking him were 2 young officers, a man named Binz, clad in eccentric attire, wielder of the Makamoko fruit, and deeply trusted by Zephyr. The young woman beside him was Ain, her black stiletto heels clicking softly against the floor, draped in a cobalt blue cloak, her eyes shadowed with sorrow, as though she had just endured a parting that severed soul from soul. Zephyr. Taken aback by his sudden appearance, Sengoku hurried forward, voice edged with urgency. "What brings you? Your arm." Sengoku stopped before Zephyr and immediately looked toward his right sleeve. Zephyr raised his left hand to gently touch the stump, replying calmly, "Don't fret. It's been 3 years. I've long since grown accustomed. Still, you'll need to urge the science division to accelerate development of the prosthetic arm." Sengoku opened his mouth, then closed it again. As if reading his thoughts, Zephyr walked straight to the conference table, pulled out a chair, sat down, and lifted his gaze to meet Sengoku's. "Ah, I nearly forgotten you've already relinquished the title of Fleet Admiral to Xiayu." "Moi." Sengoku's pupils contracted sharply, an alarm flashed across his face. "You're not even surprised by what's transpired at headquarters. Have you known all along that Xiayu would stage this coup?" Zephyr smiled faintly and nodded. "He is my student." "So, you've utterly lost faith in the Marines," Sengoku sighed, shaking his head with weary resignation. "Had it not been for Xiayu, I might have forged an entirely new Marine force, one untainted by compromise. After all, you all forgot the tragedy 3 years ago, the training vessel's ambush and the drowning of dozens of young lives beneath the sea. That betrayal shattered my last hope in this institution." "I haven't forgotten." Sengoku's expression shifted subtly. "Not forgotten." Zephyr surged to his feet, voice trembling with raw emotion. "Dozens of young officers, our own, drowned at sea. As Fleet Admiral, you should have ordered total pursuit, relentless capture, and public execution. Only then would pirates tremble at the Marines' wrath. Only then would those lost souls find peace. Only then would the living continue marching steadfastly in the name of justice. Yet you did none of it. 3 years, not my heart you chilled." Sengoku. Zephyr pointed emphatically toward Ain and Binz, "but theirs, and all the other young officers who carry the future of the Marines upon their shoulders." Realizing his emotions teetered on the edge of control, Zephyr paused, then sank back into his chair and lowered his voice. "Sengoku, you've grown old. We all have." Sengoku remained silent, standing rigidly in place, his face clouded with complex, unspoken grief. Of course he remembered the training vessel's ambush 3 years prior, the drowning of dozens of young officers. He had never ceased dispatching agents to hunt down those responsible. Yet he offered no explanation, because as Fleet Admiral his calculus extended far beyond a single pirate. Strategy demanded global perspective. Deploying all 3 admirals against one foe would destabilize the entire balance of power. Still, Zephyr's words held weight. Dozens of young officers slaughtered, and their killers still at large. That failure rested squarely upon his shoulders. "I know what you're thinking." Seeing Sengoku's continued silence, Zephyr spoke again. "You wonder whether I chose neutrality because Xiayu promised me justice for the perpetrators of the training ship massacre. Let me tell you plainly, Xiayu made no such promise to me. Yet I trust, absolutely, that he will not fail me." At that, Zephyr turned his head toward his 2 students, standing quietly outside the door. "Ain, Binz, the tide has turned tonight. From this day forward, serve under Xiayu. He will be an extraordinary leader." Sakaski did not immediately follow Xiayu out of the headquarters building after leaving the conference hall. He first went to his office and glanced at the plaque hanging on the wall, his gaze lingering on the bold characters that read "Absolute." After a brief silence, he suddenly exhaled a breath of turbid air, as if he had laid down his final burden, and a smile appeared on his face that had not been seen in decades. Then without pausing, he decisively turned and walked out of his office. As he passed by Borisolino's office, 2 soldiers standing at the door immediately stood at attention and shouted in unison, "Loyalty." Sakaski raised his hand in return and asked, "Is General Kazuru inside?" One of the soldiers nodded and replied, "Yes, General Sakaski." Without hesitation, Sakaski said in a deep voice, "Open the door." The 2 soldiers, evidently aware of Sakaski's current identity, immediately opened the office door. Inside the office, Borisolino sat at his desk, appearing lethargic, perhaps due to the sea-prism stone handcuffs he was wearing, or simply his own demeanor. "Oh." Upon seeing Sakaski enter, a glint of surprise flashed in Borisolino's eyes, and he lazily straightened his posture, saying, "That's quite terrifying. I didn't expect Xiayu to have convinced you. Did you not also choose to stand by and watch?" Standing before the desk, Sakaski looked down at Borisolino and said in a deep voice, "Tell me your most honest thoughts." "What thoughts could I have?" Borsalino raised his hands, still shackled, with a look of helplessness. Being also a user of a devil fruit, he could not normally touch the sea prism stone handcuffs. Without a second thought, Sakaski turned to the two soldiers standing nearby and commanded, "Remove the handcuffs. Also, your task is finished. Go assemble at the square immediately." "Yes." The two soldiers saluted in unison and quickly helped Borsalino remove the handcuffs. Once the two soldiers left the office, Sakaski, with a serious expression, looked at Borsalino and said, "You should know very well that you are my only brother in the Navy headquarters. If you accept the choices I am making now, can you continue to stand by my side?" Borsalino did not respond immediately. He simply moved his wrists a bit, then slowly stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the brightly lit Marineford square. At this moment, at least 50,000 people had gathered in the square, and remarkably, no one made a sound, all standing neatly in the square, eagerly waiting. "I want to know what means Xiayu used to make you make such a choice." After a brief silence, Borsalino did not turn around. His gaze slowly followed the figure that left the headquarters building and headed straight for the square. "Don't tell me he found out about your crime. He found my mother?" Without letting Borsalino finish his sentence, Sakaski quickly interjected and took care of the elderly lady for 3 years. Borsalino turned back incredulously, saying, "Is that the elderly lady whom Xiayu rescued 3 years ago? I met her once as she seemed to suffer from severe Alzheimer's disease, forgetting everyone around her and wandering away from home to look for her grandson. At that time, I didn't know who her grandson was, so I arranged for 2 soldiers to accompany her." At this point, Borsalino seemed to have forgotten what he was saying and suddenly changed the subject, asking, "By the way, what did you say?" A question mark appeared on Sakaski's head uncertainly, saying, "Can you continue to stand by my side?" Borsalino shook his head, the one before that. Sakaski thought for a moment and tentatively said, "Brother, let's go see Mom." The moment the words fell, a burst of light shot out from the office and landed instantly at Xiayu's doorstep in the residential area. Xiayu and his group left the headquarters building and arrived at the entrance of Marineford Square. As soon as Xiayu reached the entrance, the soldiers standing at attention on both sides raised their hands in salute. The tens of thousands of soldiers standing neatly in the square and the various military officers of the headquarters also turned their gazes at this moment. Among the crowd, the female soldiers in Tina's team looked anxiously at Xiayu. Xiayu did not stop his steps, walking into the square surrounded by vice admirals such as Gion, Sudoroberi, Bashu, and Hound, heading towards the platform in the square. As Xiayu's group passed in front of the first row, all the soldiers and the officers standing at the front took a step forward, standing tall and shouting in unison loyalty. Xiayu raised his hand in return. As he passed the second row, the soldiers in the second row also took a step forward, fervently and excitedly shouting the word loyalty. Xiayu still did not respond, but returned a greeting with a warm smile. Just as Xiayu passed the third row, before the soldiers in this row could shout their slogan, a tall figure suddenly burst out from the fourth row, followed by a shout that resonated, causing many in attendance to feel their ears buzzing. "Xiayu!" The shout, filled with anger, landed as the tall figure stood opposite Xiayu, emanating a powerful aura like a moving mountain. "Gion!" Before Xiayu could react, Sudoroberi, who was closely following him, changed his expression, but did not hesitate, stepping forward alongside Gion to take a combat stance. Though Squirrel, Hound, and Bashu did not rush to protect Xiayu immediately, they kept a vigilant eye on the imposing figure that had suddenly emerged. It was not that they were overreacting, but that the figure blocking their way was none other than Vice Admiral Gion, a powerful warrior from the giant race. Most importantly, Gion not only possessed strength and endurance several times that of an ordinary person, but as a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he also had the authority to command all subordinates within the headquarters. Facing a fellow Vice Admiral, especially a powerful warrior from the giant race, they certainly had to go all out. If Gion made any sudden moves, they would undoubtedly rush forward without hesitation, leaving him no chance. What a reckless act, Xiayu! Faced with 5 Vice Admirals who might attack at any moment, Gion did not dare to charge forward recklessly, instead using his height to look down at Xiayu, saying, "However, in the name of absolute justice of the Navy, I must step forward to stop you." As soon as he finished speaking, Gion swiftly drew his giant sword from behind, a surge of fighting spirit erupting, causing his oversized Vice Admiral coat to flap wildly, while an invisible pressure surged forth like a tsunami, instantly enveloping Xiayu. "Gion!" Xiayu raised his hand to stop Sudoroberi and the others who were ready to charge out, calmly saying, "You should have stood up to fight for justice earlier, because if you act now, you will bear the label of a traitor." As he spoke, Xiayu took a step forward. Boom! At the moment his foot landed, the ground trembled in response. Immediately after, a circle of terrifying shock waves erupted from beneath his feet, forming a cloud of flames in red and black in the blink of an eye. The immense pressure silently caused the void to emit a low-frequency vibration. In the next second, Gion, who had just drawn his sword, felt as if his body was immobilized, unable to move, while an invisible weight pressed down on him like a mountain, forcing him to kneel before Xiayu. This is... Gion knelt on both knees, using his giant sword to support himself, and then mustered all his strength to look up at Xiayu, his face filled with horror, saying, "Conqueror's Haki. You actually awakened Conqueror's Haki." Not only was Gion shocked, but all the Vice Admirals standing behind Xiayu, including Xiuan and many officers in the square, were staring in horror at the figure kneeling on both knees. Their shock did not stem from Xiayu awakening the Conqueror's haki, but from the fact that he had managed to bring the Vice Admiral Gion to his knees without any resistance solely through the Conqueror's haki. Most importantly, Xiayu's Conqueror's haki had not affected anyone else present, it was solely focused on Gion. After a brief silence, a sudden commotion erupted among the crowd, with various voices rising in succession. Why did Vice Admiral Gion suddenly kneel? Did you not hear? It's the Conqueror's haki. Lord Xiayu unleashed the Conqueror's haki. What is the Conqueror's haki? The Conqueror's haki is a king's qualification possessed by 1 in 100,000 in innate ability. Most importantly, the Conqueror's haki cannot be cultivated, it can only be enhanced by improving one's own strength. Even if the Conqueror's haki is a king's qualification possessed by 1 in 100,000, it should not be able to bring Vice Admiral Gion to his knees without any resistance. There can only be one truth. Lord Xiayu's strength is likely infinitely close to that of a general, perhaps even surpassing it. Ignoring the shock of everyone present, Xiayu walked steadily towards Gion. With each step he took, Gion felt the weight of the 5 elements mountain above him intensifying, making it impossible for him to resist, and his massive frame began to crawl lower as Xiayu approached. When Xiayu reached in front of him, he could no longer hold on, and collapsed to the ground, pressing his entire body against the floor. Even so, the pressure above him did not lessen at all. As he lay prostrate on the ground, cracks began to form in the earth beneath him, spreading outwards in all directions. Seeing the ground crack beneath Gion, several Vice Admirals following Xiayu widened their eyes, and the soldiers in the square hurriedly retreated as the cracks spread underfoot. The Conqueror's haki shattered the ground. Xiyu, following Xiayu, looked down at the cracks spreading beneath him, then raised his head to the figure, now standing in front of Gion, his face filled with disbelief. The Conqueror's haki cannot be cultivated, it can only be enhanced with one's own strength. Stalaberry also displayed a fervent expression at this moment, his words tinged with excitement. Lord Xiayu is capable of shattering the ground with the Conqueror's haki, which is enough to indicate that his strength may surpass that of a general. Xiayu, now at the front of Gion, did not speak, but calmly observed the giant Vice Admiral before him. Although Gion was pressed against the ground due to his massive size, Xiayu, who stood less than 1.9 meters tall, could only look straight at him, betting on the absolute justice of the Navy. After staring at Gion for a moment, Xiayu suddenly looked up and laughed. Vice Admiral Gion, are you not the least bit curious why as a giant you have lived in the Navy headquarters since childhood? Gion struggled to lift his head, but found himself seemingly glued to the ground, unable to raise it at all, and could only laboriously say, Xiayu, as a Vice Admiral of the headquarters, you instigated a rebellion to seize the Marshal's position. You have no right to speak of justice in my presence. It seems you are indeed not curious. Xiayu shook his head and smiled, then decisively stepped forward. Buzz! As Xiayu's foot fell, a low-frequency vibration resonated through the air, and the Conqueror's haki, elevated to its highest realm by the system, burst forth. In the next moment, the ground collapsed with a loud bang, and Gion, who was on this ground, fell down level with the Not bad. Looking at the figure embedded in the ground, Xiayu narrowed his eyes, very satisfied with the Conqueror's haki elevated to its highest level. Gion's appearance did not require him to take action. He had only stopped Stalaberry and the others to test how domineering the Conqueror's haki, just elevated to its highest level by the system, truly was. Of course, using the Conqueror's haki to suppress Gion was merely a small trial for him, as the might of the Conqueror's haki at its highest level was far from limited to this. At this moment, a flash of light rose from the residential area, and then drew a straight arc in the night sky, before falling directly to Marineford Square. As the flash disappeared, the 2 Generals Sakazuki and Borsalino stood side by side behind Xiayu. General Sakazuki. General Borsalino. The moment the 2 generals appeared, another wave of chaos erupted among the crowd, many of whom placed their last hopes on them, excitedly calling out. However, just as these people thought the 2 generals had come to stop, Xiayu, Sakazuki stepped forward and saluted Xiayu, saying, Marshal Xiayu Sakazuki reporting for duty. Sakazuki's appearance instantly silenced Marineford Square. Despair flickered in the eyes of the soldiers and officers in the crowd who had been eagerly waiting. If even the staunchly just General Sakazuki offered loyalty to Xiayu, what reason did they have to hold on to hope? Borsalino, standing alongside Sakazuki, was not idle, either, offering a salute. Xiayu turned to the 2 with a smile, and then stepped forward decisively. Seeing this, Sakazuki and Borsalino hurriedly followed. Soon after, Xiyu, Squirrel, and many other Vice Admirals regained their composure and followed closely. Due to the small interlude with Gion and the timely arrival of Sakazuki and Borsalino, the tens of thousands of soldiers gathered in the square fell silent, all standing tall and looking towards the steps as Xiayu ascended to the high platform. Standing atop the high platform, Xiayu surveyed the crowd in the square, then took a step forward amidst the watchful eyes of all. Attention all! As soon as Xiayu stepped forward, Sakazuki immediately turned to face him, saluting and loudly declaring, Salute! The tens of thousands in the square stepped forward in unison and shouted in unison, Loyalty! The resonant and synchronized voices echoed over Marineford, ultimately merging into a torrent that reverberated under the night sky. In the conference hall of the headquarters building, Sengoku and Zephyr, standing by the window, gazed at the young marshal on the high platform in the square, feeling the air filled with a passionate and vigorous atmosphere, and both involuntarily exclaimed, "Youth is wonderful." Before their words had faded, their expressions suddenly changed, and they both looked up at the sea beyond the walls of Marineford. They saw a figure riding a bicycle under the moonlight slowly approaching Marineford. With each movement forward, the originally rippling sea before him rapidly solidified into ice at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, atop the podium in Marineford Plaza, Xiayu abruptly lifted his gaze toward the distant towering wall, drawing the eyes of the entire crowd. At that very instant, a lone figure ascended the wall and stood silhouetted against the moonlight, facing the plaza below. The figure standing upon the wall was none other than Gion, the final member of the Navy's 3 admirals, whose devil fruit granted him mastery over ice as a Logia-type user. "Oh my, it seems my brief absence has stirred quite the tempest within the Navy headquarters," murmured Gion, his towering frame casting a long shadow across the plaza as he gazed upon the tens of thousands of assembled soldiers, before his puzzled eyes drifted upward to the podium. A sudden biting chill swept across the plaza, prompting many among the gathered ranks to instinctively turn their heads. Upon spotting the solitary figure atop the wall, expressions of relief flickered across their faces, only to vanish instantly, as they composed themselves and redirected their attention toward the newly appointed Fleet Admiral standing upon the podium. On the podium, both Borsellino and Sakazuki had also noticed Kazan's unexpected arrival. Yet neither spoke. One remained watchful and guarded, the other languid and detached, as though the unfolding drama held no weight for him. "Admiral Gion." At that moment, Mamu, who stood in the row directly behind Admirals Sakazuki and Borsellino, swiftly pivoted and stepped forward with solemn gravity. "Your timely return is most welcome. Due to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's sudden illness, Admiral Xiayu now serves as acting Fleet Admiral." "I see." Gion glanced once more toward the podium, his voice laced with lazy curiosity. "But why if Fleet Admiral Sengoku were truly incapacitated, the succession should logically fall to one of the 3 admirals, not a rear admiral. Was Sengoku not concerned that Xiayu might lack the authority to command full obedience?" As he spoke, Gion vanished in a blur, and reappeared moments later in the plaza, ascending the steps with deliberate calm until he stood before Sakazuki and Borsellino, his gaze lifting steadily towards Xiayu upon the podium. "I smell blood in the air. May I infer that Fleet Admiral Sengoku's ailment is not medical, but political? That you have staged a coup?" "Your inference is precise," Xiayu replied with a serene smile. "As you see, I stand here not by Sengoku's appointment, but because every officer in Navy headquarters save yourself has already sworn fealty to me." Pausing briefly, Xiayu tilted his head toward Hound. The latter stepped forward without hesitation and handed Gion a signed document bearing Sengoku's seal. Gion scanned the parchment, then raised his eyes. "May I visit Fleet Admiral Sengoku?" "Of course," Xiayu nodded. "He is with Instructor Zephyr, in the conference hall." Hearing this, Gion turned on his heel and departed, only to be intercepted mid-stride by 2 figures darting swiftly across the plaza, Ain and Binz, who had just arrived from headquarters. Halting beneath the podium, they snapped rigidly to attention and saluted in unison. "Admiral Xiayu. Ain reporting for duty. Binz reporting for duty." Gion paused mid-turn, mildly startled by their arrival. As a fellow student of Instructor Zephyr, he knew them well. Indeed, he knew them intimately, not only as comrades, but as survivors of the ill-fated training vessel attack. That tragedy had seared itself into his memory. Each time he took leave, he scoured the 4 seas, and even ventured repeatedly into the New World, searching for those responsible. He understood deeply how profoundly the incident had wounded Zephyr's faith in the Navy. A failure to bring the perpetrators to justice would only deepen that disillusionment, perhaps even sever Zephyr's bond with the institution entirely. Yet despite his relentless pursuit, he had found no trace of the attackers, neither in the Grand Line nor beyond. None of that mattered now. What mattered was their presence at this critical juncture, a clear sign that Xiayu's coup enjoyed Zephyr's tacit, if not active, endorsement. Thus, whether Gion accepted it or not, the die had been cast. A quiet breath escaped his lips. Then, without betraying a flicker of emotion, he glanced sidelong at Sakazuki and Borsellino. Their silence revealed no dissent, especially Sakazuki's. His gaze burned with unwavering conviction, unmistakably affirming Xiayu's legitimacy as Fleet Admiral. Borsellino, though outwardly indifferent, harbored no visible turmoil. Having registered their stances, Gion turned and strode briskly toward headquarters. Xiayu paid no heed to Kazan's departure. Once Ain and Binz resumed their positions, he drew a slow, measured breath, then swept his gaze across the sea of faces before speaking calm, yet resonant. "I know many among you, tens of thousands strong, still grapple with tonight's events. For in tonight's operation numerous officers fell, including Rear Admirals Kizar Doberman and Minard, as did countless junior officers and enlisted sailors. Many of you served under them. If you refuse to recognize my provisional command, step forward now. I will arrange naval transport to carry you away unharmed and unhindered. Or you may choose to remain and swear your loyalty to me." Pausing deliberately, Xiayu raised his voice slightly. "You have 60 seconds to decide." His words settled like frost over the plaza, silence descending thick and absolute. As Xiayu had anticipated, many officers and sailors present had served under the slain admirals. Upon seeing their commander's lifeless forms, their first impulse had been rebellion. Yet Marineford lay fully under the rebels' control, leaving them no choice but to suppress their fury and bide their time plotting escape and eventual retribution. But witnessing Sakazuki and Borsellino's allegiance extinguished that fire instantly. Most astonishing of all was Xiayu's offer to evacuate dissenters. Unconditional, honorable, and utterly, they did not doubt his word. Though personal contact had been scarce, due to ideological rifts between their superiors and Xiayu, they had heard enough from colleagues. Xiayu answered every plea and kept every promise. After a taut silence, several officers broke formation and stood rigidly at attention, saluting Xiayu loyalty. Their gesture ignited a wave. Soldiers behind them raised their arms in unison, voices rising in thunderous chorus. Loyalty! Loyalty! The cry echoed across the plaza, repeated, resounding, unbroken. No one chose exile. And why would they? When even admirals pledged allegiance, what sense lay in sacrificing lives for lost causes? Watching loyalists step forward, Xiayu narrowed his eyes, activating his supreme tier Kinbunchiko Haki, honed to perfection through his system. In the blink of an eye, its invisible aura enveloped all of Marineford, rendering every heartbeat, every whisper of thought utterly transparent. Listening intently, not only to the crowd but especially to those declaring loyalty, Xiayu's lips curved faintly. Then with a graceful gesture he signaled them to rejoin the ranks. Though a handful harbored reservations, fearful of future reckoning, none bore malice or hidden designs. Xiayu dismissed such concerns with quiet confidence, his voice steady and assured. You have made the wisest choice of... This time, however, his intent was not surveillance, but indoctrination, a speech infused with psychic resonance designed... This time, however, his intent was not surveillance, but indoctrination, a speech infused with psychic resonance designed to reshape minds. At its zenith, his Kinbunchiko Haki possessed not only precognitive insight, but the rare ability to project consciousness, subtly influence cognition, and even recalibrate core values and belief systems. After a beat of silence, Xiayu stepped forward, voice ringing with newfound authority. Listen well, Marine's future has arrived. I believe with absolute conviction that eradicating the corruption of the old world and forging a new era rooted in harmony, liberty, and equality is our sacred duty in this age. The era of the celestial dragon's unchecked privilege must end. The scourge of piracy upon the seas must be purged. For justice. Xiayu's speech was extremely seductive, and with the influence of the observation Haki, the atmosphere in the square quickly ignited with the chants of loyalty, rising wave after wave. The most excited were the soldiers and officers who had followed Xiayu for years. Each of them seemed as if they had been injected with adrenaline, their voices hoarse from shouting slogans. Some even exaggeratedly shouted the slogan "Charge into the Holy Land, break away from the world government," taking the atmosphere in the square to unprecedented heights. The reaction of tens of thousands of soldiers in the square was something the two generals standing below the platform and the Vice Admiral Gion had not anticipated. Xiayu's speech was indeed passionate, but this was a quality every commander must possess. For instance, John Jian Duo, whenever there was a significant event in the headquarters, it was always Vice Admiral John who gave the speech to inspire the soldiers and officers. Before Xiayu, Vice Admiral John's speech was universally acknowledged as the most stirring one. However, the scene unfolding before them now was even more exaggerated than during Vice Admiral John's speeches, as nearly every soldier, every officer, and even several vice admirals standing alongside Gion seemed captivated, continuously raising their arms and shouting the loyalty slogan. Not only were the two generals and Gion incredulous, but Sengoku and Zifa, who were in the conference hall, were also left speechless by the surging shouts coming from the square. However, they soon noticed something unusual. Rare observation Haki. Sengoku, noticing the anomaly, withdrew his gaze and sighed. He conveys his thoughts and consciousness through the speech, allowing everyone present to resonate with him. No wonder he has secured the unwavering loyalty of so many people in just 6 short years. Zifa did not respond, but suddenly turned to look at the door. Seeing this, Sengoku quickly turned his head. Outside the conference hall door stood Kazan, who had appeared there at some point, holding a document signed by Sengoku, his expression complex. Teacher Zifa, do you support everything Xiayu is doing now? Kazan entered the conference hall and got straight to the point. I believe you all heard Xiayu's recent speech. He said the era of the celestial dragons enjoying privileges should come to an end. If this statement reaches the Holy Land, the Navy will fall into an irretrievable abyss. Zifa's expression slightly changed as he said solemnly, Kazan, do you want to stop all this? No. Kazan replied without changing his expression, I just want to know your true thoughts. Hearing this, Zifa shook his head with a smile. Kazan, my thoughts are not important. You are one of my most favored disciples and know me best. In my heart, the former Navy is already dead. Of course, I also know you best. After returning from O'Hara, you have been troubled by Akai's actions, even privately, allowing the only survivor of O'Hara, Nico Robin, to escape, and changing the burning justice you once upheld to lazy justice, which is also a great disappointment to the Navy, isn't it? Kazan exhaled slowly and said, Teacher Zifa, wait. Before Kazan could finish, Sengoku suddenly stepped forward, staring incredulously at Kazan. You were the one who let Nico Robin go back then. Kazan, how could you do this? If this matter is known to the Holy Land, your future will be ruined. You should be well aware that the Holy Land's greatest taboo is the historians who study that 100 years of history. As a commander of the headquarters, you actually let Nico Robin go. What on earth were you thinking? As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, Zifa immediately stepped forward. Kazan, don't listen to his nonsense. Right now the headquarters is under Xiayu's command. What if you let Nico Robin go? It's no big deal. As long as you continue to stay in the Navy headquarters to assist Xiayu with the 3 admirals supporting him, coupled with the unprecedented unity of the Navy, due to Xiayu, it doesn't matter even if the Holy Land finds out. Kazan nodded. I understand Teacher Zifa's choice. Does that mean no matter what Xiayu does next, even if it means going to war with the world government, Teacher Zifa will fully support Xiayu? Zifa's gaze was resolute. This is natural. After Xiayu's speech concluded, the Navy headquarters, which had undergone a mutiny, gradually returned to calm. Accompanied by the 2 generals and several vice admirals, Xiayu returned to the top floor of the headquarters building. However, he did not head towards the conference hall, but directly approached the marshal's office door. Before Xiwan, who was following him, could push the office door open, the tightly shut office door suddenly opened. Immediately after, the nearly 3-meter Kazan walked out from the office. Vice Admiral Kazan. Xiwan, not expecting Kazan to come out of the marshal's office, immediately stepped forward with a serious expression. How did you end up in the marshal's office? Kazan glanced at Xiwan, then shifted his gaze to Xiayu lazily, saying, Xiayu, no, it should be Marshal Xiayu now. If I leave now, I want to know who you will let take my place among the 3 admirals in the Navy headquarters. Leave now? Xiayu shook his head with a smile. Vice Admiral Kazan, you can't leave now. After all, you are a Logia-type ice fruit user, and your strength is extraordinarily formidable. If you leave, it poses a potential threat to me. Therefore, you have 2 choices. First, stay and pledge your loyalty to me, continuing to serve as an admiral in the headquarters. Second, be eliminated by us. Kazan furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze sweeping over Akainu Kazuru and Shun. Are you worried that I would go to the Holy Land and inform the 5 elders about everything you have done? You won't have the chance to go to the Holy Land. Xiayu waved his hand, walking straight past Kazan to stand before the desk, casually saying, I have already sent word to the Holy Land about the incident where you let Nico Robin go back in O'Hara. Once you step out of this building, the 5 elders will be informed of your actions regarding Nico Robin. After a slight pause, Xiayu suddenly changed his tone, and his tone softened a little. Kazan, the times have changed. You did not leave after meeting Sengoku and Teacher Zifa, but chose to wait for me here. In fact, you have already made your choice. Now you come to ask me an inconsequential matter. It merely indicates that you need me to give you a way out. After all, the situation at the Navy headquarters is already settled. You no longer have many choices. I now formally extend an invitation to you. If you do not wish to continue in confusion and hope to rekindle the justice you once upheld, stay and help me. In my hometown, there was an ancient saying, are kings and nobles born with it. 800 years ago, 20 kings allied to establish the world government. As long as we work together, we can create a better era. 800 years later. Having said all this in one breath, Xiayu turned and sat down at the marshal's desk, then looked up at Kazan, his voice suddenly rising. So, Vice Admiral Kazan, please answer me. Are you willing to stand by my side? The darkness before dawn has passed, and the sun rises as usual. In the office of the Marshal at the Navy headquarters, Kazan ultimately chose to stay, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sakazuki and Borsalino. As Xiayu mentioned, the situation at the Navy headquarters is now settled, leaving him with few choices. Of course, the real reason he remained was not out of fear of being eliminated by Xiayu, but rather his long-standing confusion regarding many matters within the Navy. He wanted to see if there would be any changes after Xiayu became the Marshal. He was even more curious about the direction in which Xiayu, who was highly regarded by Teacher Zephyr and supported by numerous officers at the headquarters, would lead the Navy. Behind them stood Gion, Squirrel, Stolberry Bastille, and several other vice admirals, all lined up gazing at Xiayu, who was seated calmly at his desk. Daylight has arrived, Xiayu said, looking up at the 3 admirals and the array of vice admirals present, his expression calm. The Holy Land will soon become aware of the situation due to their inability to establish contact with us. Although the Navy headquarters is now under our control, the real competition has only just begun. After a slight pause, Xiayu turned to the vice admirals behind the 3 admirals. Gion, you will take charge of the monitoring room. You will personally handle all communications from the Holy Land. Additionally, bring Ein and Binzi in. Yes. Gion raised his hand in salute and promptly turned. Just as Gion left, Ein and Binzi hurried into the office and stood before Xiayu, both saluting, and Xiayu looked up at the 2, his gaze gradually softening. 3 years ago, while eliminating a pirate crew and rescuing civilians, including Sakazuki's mother, he unexpectedly encountered Ein and Binzi, who had survived an attack on their training ship along with Teacher Zephyr, whose right hand had been severed. It was due to his appearance that the 3 of them were able to return to the headquarters safely. Although this incident occurred 3 years ago, Ein Binzi and even Teacher Zephyr had yet to move on from it. During these 3 years, Xiayu would often seek out Teacher Zephyr to share a drink, naturally leading to conversations with Ein. At first, Ein was taciturn, harboring deep-seated hatred and rarely engaging in conversation. Binzi, on the other hand, was relatively optimistic. Every time Xiayu visited Teacher Zephyr, Binzi would actively approach and occasionally seek opportunities to spar with him. Perhaps it was due to Xiayu's dazzling charisma, or perhaps because they were all students of Teacher Zephyr, but when Ein witnessed Xiayu's swordsmanship during the sparring sessions with Binzi, he gradually emerged from the shadows and joined in the swordplay. Later, whenever Xiayu went out on missions, Ein and Binzi would help take care of the elderly man suffering from dementia, becoming friends who exchanged little but understood each other well. Ein, from now on you will replace Minard as the new Vice Admiral at the headquarters. After observing the two for a moment, Xiayu handed Ein a letter of appointment and continued. Your only task now is to select the most elite subordinates from the officer training camp and set sail to find the culprits behind the attack on the training ship. Marshal Ein was taken aback by Xiayu's direct promotion to Vice Admiral. His eyes widened in surprise, and he stammered, I haven't achieved any merits in the past 3 years at the headquarters. Xiayu waved his hand. That's why I'm giving you the opportunity to earn your merits now. As he spoke, Xiayu turned to Binzi. Binzi, I appoint you as Ein's aide to accompany him and complete this task at sea. Once the mission is completed and you return, I will promote you to Vice Admiral at the headquarters to replace the position of Ghost Spider. Yes. Binzi stepped forward and saluted, saying loyalty. Xiayu nodded. It's settled then. You may leave. Ein and Binzi did not dare to be negligent. They stole a glance at the veteran Vice Admirals and Admirals standing nearby and turned to leave feeling somewhat anxious. After watching the two exit the office, Xiayu immediately turned his gaze to the 3 Admirals standing in the front row and got straight to the point. The headquarters requires some adjustments. I have decided to establish 3 battalions led by you 3. Sakazuki's battalion will be renamed the Akainu Army, Borisolino's battalion will be renamed the Kizaru Army, and Kuzan's battalion will be renamed the Akiji Army. Each of the 3 battalions will allocate 6 Vice Admirals from the headquarters, and all officers below the rank of Vice Admiral will operate in groups of 3. Before he finished speaking, Xiayu quickly picked up 3 documents and handed them to the 3 Admirals. These documents contain the lists of Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals under your command, as well as a list of officers who need to be promoted. There is no question about these promotions, they are all heroes from last night. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land, Mariewa, the Room of Authority, the 5 elders, the highest authority of the world government, began their new day's work routine. In the spacious and bright Room of Authority, the scientific defense god Jagor Lucius Satan sat idly on one side of the sofa, staring at the telephone snail placed on the coffee table in front of him. Behind him stood the financial god Izambaron V. Nishira, clad in a robe and holding a katana, gazing out the large floor-to-ceiling window at the increasing number of figures in Pangu Plaza, yawning out of boredom. The agricultural god Shepherd Ten Peter wore a serious expression, seemingly pondering something important as he stared intently at a newspaper in front of him. The environmental god Marcus Matz leisurely held a cup of coffee as he walked to a single sofa and sat down, occasionally glancing at the agricultural god reading the newspaper and the scientific defense god lost in thought. It seems I am late. A voice suddenly broke the silence in the Room of Authority. Following this, the legal god Topman Vachali entered after pushing the door open and quickly walked to the central sofa, asking the bored Satan, who was staring at the telephone snail, is there anything important to address today? Satan shook his head somewhat puzzled and replied, until now this telephone snail hasn't rung at all. Not only have we not received intelligence from the various CP organizations, but the Navy headquarters is also very quiet. In the past, by this time, we would have been overwhelmed with documents, and the Navy headquarters would report relevant matters through the telephone snail. Upon hearing this, Topman promptly changed the subject. Is there no intelligence from the New World either? Not that he was overly concerned about the Navy headquarters, but the Navy does not conduct daily work reports. Even if there are reports, they first go to the Commander-in-Chief, and only after his review do they enter the Room of Authority. Satan shook his head again. Recently, only 2 events have occurred in the New World. One is the Elbaf incident, and the other is the rise of red-haired Shanks as one of the Sea Emperors in the New World. However, neither of these matters is being handled by us, but rather by the Knights of God. Topman's eyes lit up. I didn't expect Shanks to have grown to such an extent. Not only did he suppress Prince Loki of Elbaf, but he also became a new Sea Emperor because of it. If Fegalanda Greenberg intervenes at this time, is there a possibility of persuading Shanks to work for us? Didn't Shanks live in the Holy Land before? Satan looked up at Topman and said helplessly. At that time, his twin brother Shamrock desperately tried to keep him in the Holy Land, but he ultimately chose to leave. With no important matters to address, the 5 elders as the highest authorities in the world began to engage in various gossip, just like ordinary citizens. Before they knew it, the group spent a relatively pleasant morning in the Room of Authority. Just as they were about to rise and head to the dining hall, the telephone snail, which had been quiet all morning, suddenly rang, followed by a voice that seemed to deliberately conceal itself, sounding somewhat neutral. Are the elders present? The sudden voice from the telephone snail caused the elders to change their expressions drastically. They all stood up and faced the telephone snail, bowing respectfully and saying, Lord M. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the world government, in the office of the Supreme Commander, an elderly man, nearing 100, sat at his desk, sporting a mountain-shaped hairstyle, dressed in a sleeveless black shirt, and wearing a deep green armband, his face grave, as he reviewed the mountain of documents before him. Kong, codename Steelbone, former Fleet Admiral of the Navy, now the Supreme Commander of the world government. He oversees all departments under the world government, including the Navy CP-1 to CP-8, the Navy Scientific Corps, and the Navy's Special Operations Forces. The document Kong was reviewing was the internal investigation report regarding Vice Admiral Xiayu, submitted by the Navy's internal investigation team. Although the report spanned over 1,000 pages, most of it consisted of trivial matters, with the most severe accusations being corruption, accepting bribes, and cultivating death soldiers within the Navy, as well as forming cliques. As the Supreme Commander, he wouldn't personally handle every matter. Even though Xiayu was a Vice Admiral, he wouldn't inquire further, he would only glance at relevant documents when an officer was promoted. Thus he had little impression of Vice Admiral Xiayu, only vaguely remembering that Karp and Sengoku mentioned him when they visited the Holy Land headquarters. After reading the content of the report, Kong pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. From the investigation report, he discovered that although this Vice Admiral Xiayu was quite young, his growth rate was astonishing. In just 6 short years, he had transformed from a rookie into a formidable warrior, mastering both armament hockey and observation hockey, along with the Navy's 6 powers, his swordsmanship even surpassing that of the candidates for Admiral. If it weren't for the staggering amounts involved in Xiayu's case and his involvement in the very actions the world government most despised, forming cliques, Kong would undoubtedly have nurtured him without hesitation. He was well aware that the Navy headquarters had already experienced a generational gap, with few capable of shouldering significant responsibilities among the younger generation. Once Sengoku, Karp, and the 3 admirals retired, the Navy headquarters would face a dilemma of succession. The investigation report indicated that Xiayu not only had an astonishing growth rate, but also possessed exceptional leadership qualities. Given a little more time, he could be trained as the successor to the current 3 admirals, even potentially being guided towards the position of Fleet Admiral. What a pity such a talented individual has taken this path. Kong sighed, deeply tossing aside the investigation report related to Xiayu, then turned to the door and called out, "Come in." "Kong-sama." A messenger officer hurried into the office and stood opposite Kong. Kong got straight to the point. "Haven't you contacted the Navy headquarters yet?" "BRR." Before the messenger officer could respond, the phone bug in front of Kong suddenly rang. Seeing this, Kong quickly signaled the officer to be quiet, then picked up the phone bug and said in a deep voice, "This is Kong." "Kong-sama, I am Vice Admiral Gion of the Navy headquarters. I apologize, there was an issue with communications at the Navy headquarters last night, and it just got restored now. Sengoku-sama instructed me to contact you immediately to avoid any worry on your part." "What? Communications issues? How could that be?" "Never mind, it's good that it's restored. Where is Sengoku? Why hasn't he contacted me directly?" "Sengoku-sama is at home resting due to health issues. Is there something you need, Kong-sama? I can pass it on. No more delays. I need to know what stage the trial of Vice Admiral Xiayu has reached. It's already noon, and there's still no news. Have Base report to me immediately." "Understood, I will see Chief Judge Base right away." As Ji Yuan's voice faded, the phone bug went silent. Kong kept his gaze fixed on the now quiet phone bug, feeling that something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, even if Sengoku were unwell, he wouldn't have Vice Admiral Ji Yuan report on matters. However, since a Vice Admiral from headquarters had made a mistake, Sengoku, as the Fleet Admiral, bore some responsibility. Sengoku being unwell at this time likely meant he was feigning illness. As Kong pondered the image of Sengoku faking illness at home, the previously silent phone bug rang again. Before Kong could react, the voice of the scientific defense war god Satan came through the phone bug. "Kong, why hasn't anyone answered Sengoku's phone bug?" The call to the Fleet Admiral's office was also redirected to Vice Admiral Ji Yuan. "I want to know what's going on." Additionally, Base phone bug is also unanswered. "Moi." Kong's pupils narrowed, a wave of unease rising within him. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in the Fleet Admiral's office, having swiftly reorganized the Navy, Xiayu let out a sigh of relief, then leaned back wearily against his chair. Although he had everything under control at the Navy headquarters, he knew deep down that the Holy Land would soon notice the anomalies and eventually learn everything that had transpired at headquarters through continuous communication. Once that moment arrives, it would signify the official start of the confrontation between the Navy and the world government. However, he was not in a hurry now that he commanded the largest war machine of the world government. Even if the Holy Land knew he initiated a coup to seize the position of Fleet Admiral, they wouldn't dare rashly confront him. Thus his next move was to adjust personnel at the various bases in the 4 Seas and the Grand Line, promoting all trusted individuals to become the highest officials of the respective branch bases. Fleet Admiral Ji Yuan rushed in through the door, looking anxious. Just now, Kong-sama and Satan from the 5 elders called one after the other. Although I managed to deflect them, it was clear from their reactions that they have begun to suspect something. Xiayu nodded, asking, "Did Weasel and Base TU arrive at the Sabeti archipelago?" "Yes, Weasel and Base TU have taken over the Navy base at the Sabeti archipelago and controlled the entrance to the Holy Land. As soon as anyone comes down from the Holy Land via the lift, they will take control immediately." Xiayu stood up from his desk. "Now we just wait for news from the various branch bases in the 4 Seas and the Grand Line. After a busy night, I'm a bit hungry. Come with me to the cafeteria for a meal." "Is Fleet Admiral Xiayu not going home?" Ji Yuan blinked and cautiously reminded, "If you don't return soon, the old man will come looking for me, and Ein again." Xiayu shook his head and chuckled. "Sakaski should be at my home now, or I want to disturb their reunion. Let's go to the cafe." "All right." Ji Yuan smiled and followed Xiayu out of the office. Fleet Admiral Xiayu. As they just stepped out of the office, a soldier hurried towards them, breathlessly exclaiming, "Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral, Marineford Port. Ah, what a long vacation it has been. A hearty laugh resonated from the deck of a warship. Immediately after, a bizarre old man donned in a dog-headed mask and a vice admiral's coat leapt off the warship's monkey D. Garp, the legendary vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, had previously cornered the pirate King Roger multiple times and became a hero in the eyes of countless Navy personnel after suppressing the Rocks pirates during the shocking God Valley incident. As soon as he jumped off the deck, Garp quickly removed the dog-headed mask from his head and took out a box of senbei to enjoy. Vice Admiral Garp, you have finally returned. A Navy soldier waiting at the port rushed over, his expression filled with excitement. Admiral Sengoku knew you were coming back today and specifically sent me to wait here for you. Edge. Garp blinked in confusion and said, how does Sengoku know I'm back today? That's impossible. I returned early from vacation. He couldn't possibly know I was coming back today. Wait, who are you? Where are my soldiers? The soldier blinked, feeling wronged, and said, Vice Admiral Garp, I am your subordinate. Is that so? Garp chuckled awkwardly and said, I guess I really am getting old. I can't even remember you little brats. You go ahead and do your thing. I'll find Sengoku myself. With that, Garp tossed the dog-headed mask to the soldier and strode towards the headquarters building. The soldier who watched Garp walk towards the headquarters did not leave immediately. After Garp walked far away, he quickly picked up the din mushy, his smile vanishing instantly, as he said solemnly, Vice Admiral Garp is about to enter the headquarters building. Received. A Navy soldier in the lobby on the first floor of the headquarters, upon receiving the din mushy report, immediately picked up another din mushy. Before this soldier could report the news, the elevator door across from him suddenly opened. Following that, Xiayu and Gion stepped out one after the other. Upon seeing this, all the soldiers in the lobby stood up, raised their hands in salute, and said loyalty. Xiayu did not slow down and quickly walked out the door. Just as he stepped out the door, Garp's figure immediately came into view for him and Gion. Aha, Xiayu, the little brat, I'm back. Seeing Xiayu walk out the door, Garp hurriedly quickened his pace, excitement written all over his face. Surprised. Unexpected. Looking at Garp approaching, Gion was the first to speak, politely saying, Mr. Garp. Gion, what has happened to you these past 2 years? Garp looked at Gion and disrespectfully said, as long as you have that crazy pursuer, just leave opportunities for the young female officers in the headquarters like Tina. By the way, where is Tina? I've been trying to contact her on the din mushy, but can't reach her. Gion shook his head with a smile, feeling somewhat helpless, and said, Mr. Garp, haven't you noticed the differences in the headquarters since your vacation? Not much different. Garp blinked, then quickly surveyed the surroundings as if he had thought of something, nodding repeatedly. There was an extra human-shaped pit in the square when I passed by. Hearing this, Gion silently exhaled a breath of frustration and subtly looked at Xiayu. Xiayu, not wanting to beat around the bush with Garp, directly said, I originally thought you would return a few days later. I didn't expect you to come back early this time. Since that's the case, I have no need to hide anything. Now the Navy headquarters is under my command. To put it simply, I initiated a coup and seized the position of Admiral. All officers in the headquarters, including the 3 admirals, have made wise choices. Garp, chewing on senbei, was left with a head full of question marks. After staring at Xiayu for a moment, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, initiating a coup. Pahaha, you little brat, are getting funnier by the day. But such jokes shouldn't be made casually. If someone hears you, be careful of those who have been at odds with you for years, like the ghost spider reporting you. Xiayu did not laugh, stating with surprising seriousness, the ghost spider is dead, and so are the likes of Doberman and Mina. They were obstacles to my seizing the position of Admiral, and they must all die. As soon as Xiayu finished speaking, dozens of officers suddenly rushed out from the headquarters building swiftly, surrounding Garp under his incredulous gaze. Following that, more Navy soldiers rushed in, surrounding Garp in layers. The sudden scene caused the smile on Garp's face to gradually stiffen. As he felt the oppressive atmosphere in the air, Garp finally believed everything that Xiayu had said. After a brief silence, he placed the box of senbei into his bag, then raised his gaze, staring intently at Xiayu, and said in a deep voice, Xiayu, what do you mean by this? Are you planning to take me down as well? If that's the case, these men alone cannot do anything to me. Xiayu waved his hand, signaling the surrounding officers and soldiers to retreat. As Xiayu made a gesture, the suddenly arriving officers and soldiers immediately returned the way they came. Garp's expression changed slightly as he witnessed this scene. It was clear that Xiayu had not given any orders. He had merely used a gesture to command the soldiers and officers to obey. Such strict discipline among the headquarters officers and soldiers was something he hadn't seen in many years. Of course, that wasn't what was important. What mattered was that Xiayu was not joking with him. The headquarters was now entirely under Xiayu's control. However, he still had 100,000 questions in his heart. Although he had always had high hopes for Xiayu, having supported him since his entry into the officer training camp, and Xiayu had not disappointed him, Sengoku and Zephyr growing from a rookie to a vice admiral capable of standing on his own in just 6 years. What he did not expect was that this young vice admiral, whom they had high hopes for, not only initiated a coup during his vacation, but successfully took control of the Navy headquarters. This made it hard for him to understand. Undeniably, Xiayu possessed terrifying talent that surpassed his peers, but it was absolutely impossible for him to defeat the 3 admirals. Even though he knew Xiayu had won over many officers and soldiers over the years, it was simply impossible for those alone to succeed in a coup and control the headquarters. Yet the fact was that Xiayu had not only accomplished that, but had also led the 3 admirals to make wise choices. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Garp asked the question he was most concerned about at that moment. What about Sengoku? He is still alive, right? Xiayu nodded. He should be having afternoon tea with teacher Zephyr right now. Upon hearing this, Garp's eyes widened instantly. At this time he still has the leisure to drink tea. Realizing he had lost his composure, Garp quickly cleared his throat, his expression serious, and said, "So how do you plan to deal with me? Are you going to put me under house arrest? Or strip me of my military rank? Then throw me over to join Sengoku and Zephyr for tea?" Xiayu nodded again. Garp, the current Navy headquarters no longer has ships capable of accommodating you. You are all old, it's time to retire. You can't just let me leave like this little brat. Garp stepped forward, his iron fist clenched, and said in a deep voice, "The vast war machine of the Navy is not something just anyone can control. Let me see if you can handle this heavy responsibility." Feeling the overwhelming fighting spirit suddenly erupting from Garp, Gion quickly stepped forward and said anxiously, "Mr. Garp, please calm down. The reason Lord Xiayu came to see you alone is that he does not wish to be your enemy. The current situation is already set. Your battle will be meaningless. Step back, Gion." Garp rolled up his sleeves irritated and said, "It's fine for that little brat Xiayu to act recklessly, but I didn't expect you, who are usually steady, to join in. Don't you know that both Sengoku and I along with Zephyr have high hopes for him? As long as we step back, even if he is not the admiral of the headquarters, he will definitely be one of the admirals. But he actually initiated a coup, and don't tell me about the situation being set. As long as I am still alive, he can't continue this nonsense." Before his words fell, Garp suddenly stepped forward, a terrifying wave of air emanating from beneath his feet. In the next second, the combination of red and black conqueror's haki erupted around him, causing low-frequency tremors in the void, as an invisible, overwhelming pressure surged forth like a raging tide, instantly enveloping Xiayu. However, as the invisible pressure was about to envelop Xiayu, an even more overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted, colliding with Garp's powerful conqueror's haki. In the Marineford residential area in front of a standalone villa's gate, Sengoku and Zephyr sat under a sunshade, each with a cup of tea before them, both showing no signs of having taken a sip. "Zephyr, I've always been curious about something." After a period of silence, each harboring their own thoughts, Sengoku spoke first, his expression serious, as he said, "I don't believe you support Xiayu solely because you trust he will capture the pirates who attacked the training ship. There must be another reason behind it." "As expected of you, Sengoku." Zephyr nodded calmly, taking a sip of his tea, before continuing, "3 years ago, during my recovery at home, you would come by every few days to chat with me. He noticed my disappointment in the Navy at the time, and told me he had seen part of the future, saying that one day the perpetrator of the training ship attack would become a member of the new 7 warlords of the sea. And because of this I would completely lose hope in the Navy, leaving with Ein and Bins to form a new Navy." Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression slightly changed, and he tentatively asked, "You believed him?" "Of course I didn't believe him." Zephyr shook his head, and continued, "He knew I wouldn't believe him, so he told me another thing, saying that 3 years later the captain of the red-haired pirates Shanks would arrive in the new world, becoming an emperor of the sea alongside Edward Newgate, Charlotte Lean and Kaido, and told me to wait and see. He also said that Shanks would land on Elbaf before becoming one of the 4 emperors, suppressing the prince of the giant kingdom Loki." Upon hearing this, Sengoku suddenly stood up, staring at Zephyr in disbelief. "He told you this 3 years ago?" Zephyr nodded. "Not just these 2 things, but everything he saw 3 years ago has now all come to pass. Shanks has indeed arrived in the new world, becoming one of the 4 emperors, and the prince of the giant kingdom Loki is imprisoned in the underworld." At this point, Zephyr turned to Sengoku, speaking solemnly, "If it were you, would you continue to doubt Xiayu? Or would you believe that he can indeed see part of the future? I chose the latter, which is why I no longer have any illusions about that. Your inability to capture the perpetrator of the training ship attack doesn't mean you haven't tried. Oh, I can understand that. But to allow a pirate who has killed so many young officers to become a new warlord of the sea for the sake of balance is unacceptable." Sengoku opened his mouth to rebut, but ultimately found himself unable to counter. Although this event has yet to happen, Xiayu had foreseen 3 years ago that Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, would become one of the 4 emperors in the new world, as well as the fate of Prince Loki, which shows that Xiayu is not merely speaking alarmist rhetoric. It is entirely possible that the pirate who attacked the training ship may indeed become a new warlord of the sea one day. Of course, discussing this now isn't very important. What matters is that Xiayu can actually see such a distant future. He couldn't imagine how Xiayu managed to do it. He knew that mastering observation haki to the peak could allow one to see parts of the future, but there are temporal limitations, and so far no one has been able to see such a distant future. Yet Xiayu not only foresaw events 3 years ahead, but also glimpsed even further into the future. Most importantly, the emergence of new warlords of the sea indicates that something unfortunate or treacherous has happened to the previous members. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted without warning from the direction of the headquarters building, followed by a wave of terrifying shockwaves that shook the air, causing them, despite being far away, to feel the earth tremble. Before the two could react, a cloud of red and black flames surged from the entrance of the headquarters building, streaking skyward, with overwhelming force instantly breaking through the cloud layers above to form a massive vortex resembling the sky itself being pierced, startling Sengoku and Zephyr into reflexively standing up, both exclaiming in unison, "Conqueror's Hockey Clash." "Damn it, Carp is back." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the headquarters building, Xiayu, who had decisively unleashed his conqueror's haki in response to Karp's sudden aggression, stepped forward. With a resounding thud, an even more overwhelming wave of destructive shockwaves erupted from beneath his feet, effortlessly suppressing Karp's released conqueror's haki. How is this possible? Karp, taken aback by the instant suppression of his conqueror's haki, looked up at Xiayu in horror. It seems you have been hiding your strength all these years. You even managed to keep it from me. As he spoke, Karp, unwilling to concede, stepped forward, fully unleashing his conquerors. As their conqueror's haki clashed again, the ground beneath them began to crack with countless fissures resembling a giant spiderweb, while an invisible and immense pressure crazily pressed down on the ground, causing the cracked earth to explode and rapidly collapse. Even a powerhouse like Gion was pushed back uncontrollably under the collision of the conqueror's haki released by the two, and the chaotic shockwaves whipped her cloak, making her appear quite disheveled. However, at this moment, she couldn't care less about her appearance, for if Karp continued to battle Xiayu, the headquarters building behind her, and even the entire Marineford, might be destroyed. Mr. Karp, Lord Xiayu, please stop. Marineford will be destroyed by you both. Meanwhile, at Xiayu's home, Sakazuki, who had been unable to rest due to guilt over his mother and stayed by her side, suddenly turned around, his expression horrified as he gazed at the flames shooting skyward from the direction of the headquarters building, shouting to the ever-drowsy Borisolino. Beside him, Karp is back. The clash of conquerors' haki, how terrifying. Borisolino looked up at the dreadful flames connecting heaven and earth outside, leisurely, standing up. You stay here with mother, I'll go take a look. Before his words had faded, he disappeared in a flash of light. When he arrived at the top of the headquarters building, Kazan also appeared beside him in an instant. Borisolino did not look at Kazan, but instead with disbelief gazed at the two figures standing oppositely on the ground, exclaiming, Marshal Xia, you actually suppressed Mr. Karp's conqueror's haki. Kazan, equally serious, replied, he has been hiding his strength from all of us. At Marineford, in a serene garden filled with butterflies, a figure suddenly appeared, raising its head to reveal a pair of dark red ripple-patterned eyes, gazing towards the direction of Marineford. When those ripple-patterned eyes saw the flames rising from Marineford, an incredulous voice echoed through the garden, no, this is impossible. A maid who had rushed in upon hearing the sound quickly knelt before the figure, trembling, as she said, Lord M. Go. Notify the Knights of God to send her to the Navy headquarters as fast as possible. I want to know who released the conqueror's haki. The sudden outbreak of combat swiftly drew the attention of every officer and soldier stationed in Marineford. Yet those ranked below Rear Admiral dared not approach. At first, some soldiers, startled awake by the clash, rushed toward the source, only to be hurled backward by a devastating shockwave before they could draw near. Several collapsed unconscious on the spot under the overwhelming pressure of conqueror's haki. Even Rear Admirals dared not close the distance, watching only from afar. Before the main headquarters entrance, the ground fractured and crumbled as crimson flame clouds surged skyward. At last, the towering headquarters building, anchoring Marineford Plaza, could no longer withstand the strain, its facade splitting with a deafening crack. Lord Xiayu, Mr. Karp, witnessing that grotesque fissure tear across the headquarters wall, and having barely endured the intensified conqueror's haki unleashed by their collision, Xiyu plunged her sword into the earth, gripped it with both hands, and raised her gaze towards Xiayu and Karp, whose single impact had shattered the ground and cracked the building structure. With all her strength, she cried out, if you continue this battle, the headquarters will be destroyed. A low-frequency vibration, dizzying and disorienting, resonated again, cutting off her words before they could fully escape her lips. Instantly, another cataclysmic shockwave erupted outward from Xiayu and Karp. Ah-ha-ha-ha. Truly astounding. Karp, wreathed in searing flame clouds, clenched his fist and strode forward with titanic force, roaring with unbridled exuberance. Now let's see whether your armament haki matches this ferocity. Even as he spoke, an even more terrifying surge of aura burst forth from Karp's flame-veiled form. In the next instant, he launched himself skyward, his peerless armament haki instantly encasing his entire body, his fists darkening to obsidian brilliance beneath swirling flame clouds. Bone fist impact. Soaring high above, Karp wasted no hesitation. His fist hardened with armament haki, and surging with conqueror's haki, descended upon Xiayu, standing motionless on the ground with unstoppable divine wrath. At that very moment, shwa, a sonic cleave ripped through the air. As Karp's fist plummeted, Xiayu vanished from his position, leaving behind only a ghostly afterimage, then reappeared like a phantom before Karp midair. Old man, you're too slow. Appearing before him, Xiayu struck without pause, his fist, radiating equal terror, swelled monstrously within Karp's widening pupils. Tum! A muffled detonation echoed. The fist, charged with apocalyptic force, shattered through Karp's armament haki, as if it were brittle parchment. Before the scattered officers could react, Xiayu, who had just sent Karp flying, abruptly pivoted and reached out, palm open towards Xiyuan's direction. Around 100 jump. Before the scattered officers could react, Xiayu, who had just sent Karp flying, abruptly pivoted and reached out, palm open towards Xiyuan's direction. Xiyuan, lend me your blade. Before the words had fully left his lips, the legendary sword Kinpyra, sheathed at Xiyuan's waist, tore free and flew straight into Xiayu's waiting hand. The moment Kinpyra settled into his grip, its blade ignited, swallowed whole by spiraling flame clouds. In the next breath, Xiayu shot forward like a celestial arrow, Kinpyro wreathed in fire cleaved the air across the Gion Gulf toward Garp. In that fleeting instant the blade's radiance blazed with divine retribution, distorting the atmosphere with vertiginous low-frequency tremors, carrying the absolute authority to sever all things descending upon Garp, just as he rose poised to counterattack. This is Shinpi. Faced with that incalculable slash expanding infinitely within his vision, Garp's eyes widened in sheer dread. Dodging was impossible. He unleashed his armament haki and conqueror's haki without reserve. Yet he was still a heartbeat too late. A thunderous boom erupted. Black and crimson flame clouds bloomed violently, filling the heavens. Then, a deathly chill washed over him. His body, utterly unresponsive, hurtled backward once more at terrifying boom, boom, boom. As deafening explosions cascaded, Garp crashed through several buildings, finally collapsing onto Marineford Plaza, blood mist erupting from his mouth amid flying debris. The moment Garp struck the plaza, silence fell, absolute and profound. The watching officers stood frozen, jaws slack, stunned beyond measure by Xiayu's single-strike victory. Not only the distant officers. On the rooftop of the headquarters, Admirals Borsellino and Gion likewise drew sharp, involuntary breaths upon witnessing Xiayu's decisive triumph. They had already sensed Xiayu's hidden strength when his conqueror's haki clashed with Garp's, but even they had grossly underestimated the apex of his power. Is that Shinpi? After a brief pause, Borsellino adjusted his spectacles, his expression uncharacteristically grave. Unbelievable. After so many years, the legendary Shinpi, forged by the pirate king Roger himself, has reappeared, here in Marine headquarters. It is not Roger's Shinpi. Gion shook his head, equally solemn. Before the Battle of Ed War, I accompanied Mr. Garp to the New World. When Roger wielded Shinpi, he stood rooted in place, whereas Xiayu executed his from full motion. Moreover, when Roger was executed, Xiayu was but 6 or 7 years old. He never laid eyes on Roger, nor could he possibly have learned swordsmanship from him. Though unimaginable, it is clear this Shinpi is wholly Xiayu's own creation. Xiyu was the most She was stunned because Xiayu's first formal exposure to swordsmanship had been under her own tutelage. She'd served as a temporary instructor at the officer training camp, and recognizing his extraordinary aptitude, had personally guided him for a time. Though Xiayu's meteoric progress in swordsmanship had long astounded her, she had always believed herself marginally superior in mastery. Yet seeing that one strike, so transcendent it defied description, she finally grasped the truth. Xiayu had ascended far beyond her reach. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly violent coughing shattered the plaza's eerie stillness. Garp sat upright, heedless of the ghastly wound across his chest, his eyes bulging as he stared at Xiayu, sword drawn, stance unwavering. We agreed to test conquerors and armament haki. Why did you suddenly draw your blade? Ow. Before he could finish, he winced sharply, glancing down at the deep gash carved across his torso, then roared, furious and flustered, Brat, you nearly severed me in two. Watching Garp's reaction, Xiayu's lips twitched faintly. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent Kinpyro sailing back into Xiyuan's scabbard, and remarked coolly, still cursing, you'll live. Then without another word, he turned and walked calmly to Xiyuan's side. Let's go. After that fight, I'm even Hey. Unexpectedly, Xiayu tossed aside his companion and turned to leave. Garp was momentarily taken aback and anxiously shouted, don't go, Xiayu. It was my carelessness that led to this. Come on, let's continue. I can still fight. Xiayu seemed not to hear him, and quickened his pace towards the cafeteria. Along the way, all those he encountered, whether officers or soldiers, stood upright, and the cries of loyalty continued until they reached the cafeteria hall. Just as Xiayu left the square, Zephyr and Sengoku rushed over. When the two saw the shocking wound on Garp's chest, Sengoku quickly stepped forward to support Garp, while Zephyr turned around and shouted, hurry, get the medical team. No need, Garp quickly interjected, it's just a surface wound, no need to make a fuss. Ouch, Sengoku, why are you touching my wound? Does it hurt now? Sengoku glared at Garp, irritated, and said, why are you being so impulsive? Now that the situation in the headquarters is decided, even if you can defeat Xiayu, what difference does it make? Don't forget the 3 admirals have made their choices, they won't let you act recklessly. Give me some sunbae. Garp pointed to his pocket, grinning, that kid is surprisingly ruthless. Sengoku said nothing as he took out a box containing sunbae from Garp's bag, tossing 2 pieces into his mouth, while handing the box to Garp. Seeing this, Garp ignored his wound, and anxiously said, give me back my sunbae. Sengoku paid him no mind, and continued to enjoy his snack. At that moment, 2 nurses from the medical team ran over. Seeing the horrific wound on Garp's chest, Zephyr squinted his eyes, and then looked up at the top of the headquarters building. Although Borsellino and Gion, who had originally been observing from the rooftop, had mysteriously disappeared, Zephyr did not retract his gaze. Previously, when he and Sengoku had just caught the clash of conquerors haki, he hadn't thought much about it. They were only focused on stopping Garp and Xiayu from continuing their battle. Now that he had calmed down, he began to understand why Xiayu hadn't attacked Gion, who had also returned after the coup, but instead chose to clash with Garp. The reason was simple. Although the Navy headquarters was now completely under Xiayu's control, both the 3 admirals and other officers who had not participated in the coup still had some doubts about Xiayu's strength. After all, despite Xiayu's rapid progress in recent years, he was still only a rear admiral. In this situation, if he wanted to fully control the Navy headquarters, he must defeat a formidable opponent. Kazan would have been a good sharpening stone. After all, Kazan was one of the top combatants of the Navy headquarters, but he wasn't the most suitable opponent. Karp, as a legendary vice admiral of the Navy headquarters and a hero who had forced the previous pirate King Roger into a corner multiple times, was clearly the most suitable choice. As long as he could defeat Karp, the officers and soldiers who had not participated in the coup would surely be greatly shocked, and would therefore not dare to harbor any ulterior motives in the days to come. Most importantly, the three admirals known as the greatest combatants of the headquarters would also regard Xiayu with newfound respect, even acknowledging the young marshal. Lord Xiayu. In the Navy headquarters cafeteria, the two officers who were about to leave didn't expect Xiayu to suddenly appear here. Their previously jovial demeanor instantly turned serious as they raised their hands in salute. As their words fell, the cafeteria hall fell silent in an instant, and all the officers and soldiers present looked towards Xiayu with fervent expressions. Although the cafeteria was some distance from Marineford, they had all witnessed the battle earlier, and when they saw Xiayu send Karp, the legendary vice admiral of the headquarters, flying with a single strike, everyone in the cafeteria erupted in excitement. While there were very few who had to choose to pledge loyalty out of fear of the prevailing situation, seeing Xiayu's displayed strength, their resolve to follow him became unshakable. Xiayu surveyed the cafeteria hall, showing no signs of fatigue from his battle with Karp, and warmly smiled, saying, "It's mealtime, everyone doesn't need to be so formal." Loyalty. Everyone in the cafeteria raised their hands in salute simultaneously. By the way, Xiayu suddenly remembered something, and waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, saying casually, "Although we have many hard battles ahead, we cannot let the brothers fight on empty stomachs. Gion, later you go to the finance department, and raise the salaries of all officers and soldiers, and distribute the salaries for the next year all at once." Before Gion could react, the cafeteria erupted in cheers again. "Long live Lord Xiayu. Haha, great. We can get a year's salary again. Whoa, long live Lord Xiayu. With this money, I won't have to worry about my brother's wedding. Lord Xiayu, you must come to my brother." In the crowd that erupted, some soldiers who had not participated in the coup last night were also extremely excited, but some among them still couldn't believe this was real. After all, if they hadn't been trapped in their dormitory at the time, they might have followed their superiors' orders to fight alongside the soldiers who followed Xiayu in the coup. Especially a young man in a rear admiral's uniform standing in the crowd, he looked around anxiously, and then mustered the courage to squeeze through the crowd, and quickly walked up to Xiayu, saying, "Marshal, last night, we who did not participate, can we also receive next year's salary?" "Of course." Xiayu nodded with a smile. "Now that the situation in the headquarters is decided, whether or not you participated in the action last night, the salary will remain unchanged." "That's wonderful." The young rear admiral's eyes turned red with excitement as he choked out, "Thank you, Marshal. This money is truly too important for me." I. The young rear admiral was clearly at a loss for words from excitement. After repeating "I" 3 times, he suddenly stood up straight, raised his hand towards Xiayu, and shouted from the heart, "Loyalty." He had originally been a subordinate of Rear Admiral Ghost Spider. Due to his little sister being seriously ill and needing exorbitant medical fees to sustain her life every month, he could initially bear it, but soon he couldn't hold on any longer and borrowed from all his colleagues, which ultimately led to his colleagues avoiding him. With no other choice, he had to seek help from Rear Admiral Ghost Spider, but what he received was a heartless scolding. Fortunately, heaven did not abandon him. The newly appointed Marshal Xiayu provided every officer and soldier with a year's salary all at once. At that moment, he finally understood why Xiayu received the loyalty of so many officers and soldiers. Not just because Xiayu was strong enough to defeat the legendary Vice Admiral Karp, but because Xiayu's kindness towards his subordinates was evident. As they received their year's salary again, the atmosphere in the cafeteria became even livelier. However, neither the officers nor the soldiers dared to disturb Xiayu again. After Gion brought the food, Xiayu, sitting by the window, picked up his chopsticks and began to devour his meal ravenously. It wasn't that he disregarded his image, it was just that he hadn't had enough to eat during the investigation, especially after being imprisoned, and as his abilities had been upgraded to max level, his stomach was rumbling with revolution, leading to an increased appetite. Gion didn't move his chopsticks, resting one hand on his chin as he gazed at this man, the youngest and the first in Navy history to become a marshal through a coup, and memories of Xiayu entering the officer training camp floated to his mind. At that time, Xiayu had just turned 18, still youthful and curious about everything. Although through her interactions in the officer training camp, she was very certain that Xiayu would undoubtedly amaze everyone in the future, she never expected Xiayu to emerge in such a manner. By the way, suddenly Xiayu put down his chopsticks and looked at Gion. "Can the headquarters still disperse salaries now?" Gion nodded, saying it should be enough. "However, if the headquarters breaks ties with the world government, we won't be able to disperse salaries next year." "I'm not afraid." Hearing that they could still issue a year's salary, Xiayu felt relieved. "The Holy Land may not be so angry as to sever ties with us. It doesn't matter who becomes the marshal of the headquarters as long as the Navy still belongs to the world government. They might make concessions. At that time we will maximize our interests." Gion didn't relax at this. Instead, he looked worried and said, "I'm not worried about the headquarters being under control. My concern is about the various branch bases in the 4 Seas and the Grand Line, as none of them have sent any news yet. Mary Geos, the Holy Land, the headquarters of the world government." In the Grand Admiral's office, Kong paced back and forth before his desk, his expression grave. Across the desk, several officers from the intelligence division clutched Din Mushy receivers, urgently liaising with various branches under the world government's command. Report. One officer abruptly set down his Din Mushy and turned to Kong, his face ashen. Sir Kong, Naval Science Unit, is unresponsive. Report. Naval Special Forces are unreachable. Naval Special Science Squad is offline. Report. Judicial Island reports they cannot contact Chief Justice Base. Report. We've established contact with Impel down. Hearing report after report, Kong swiftly returned to his seat and commanded in a low, resolute voice, cease attempts to reach Marine headquarters, and all units directly subordinate to it. Immediately contact all Marine bases across the Grand Line and the Four Seas. One officer ventured cautiously, Sir Kong, what exactly is happening? Why has Marine headquarters suddenly severed all communication with Mary Gios? Kong did not answer. Instead, he lifted his gaze and fixed the officer with a sharp, piercing stare. The officer dared not press further. He seized his Din Mushy and began contacting Marine bases outside headquarters. East Blue, Shellstown Marine Base 153. A dozen soldiers burst into a barracks dormitory clutching top-secret documents dispatched from Marine headquarters. With a thunderous thud, the locked door was violently kicked inward. Several officers resting inside leapt to their feet and turned in unison toward the intruders. The lead soldier wasted no time. He raised the document high and declared crisply, headquarters appointment. Sergeant Maka, step forward. At his words, a broad-shouldered, towering officer immediately stepped forward. Maka, Sergeant of Base 153. By order of Admiral Xiayu, newly appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Marines, effective immediately, Sergeant Maka is promoted to Colonel and assumes full command of Base 153. At that, fire blazed in Maka's eyes. He took one firm step forward, raised his right hand high, and roared, loyalty. Excellent. At last, we're about to act. Long live Admiral Xiayu. As Maka accepted the commission scroll, fellow officers beside him erupted into cheers, leaping up in exhilaration. Another soldier hurried forward and presented a gleaming new colonel's uniform. Colonel Maka, Base 153 is now under your command. Please issue your orders. Gazing at the uniform held out before him, Maka's eyes glistened with tears. His hands trembled slightly as he reached to In his youth, when he first joined Base 153, he had brimmed with fervent idealism, determined one day to purge every trace of evil from these seas. Yet superiors always stood above him. Though he charged headlong into every pirate confrontation, taking on the deadliest assignments, the glory was invariably stolen, leaving him, even in middle age, still a mere petty officer. Then 2 years ago, a high-ranking official arrived from headquarters. Maka had never met him, but was personally summoned. He assumed he'd committed some grave error. Trembling, he could not even lift his eyes upon meeting the man. To his astonishment, the official was not only young, but profoundly gentle. What stunned him most was how intimately the official seemed to know him, as if they'd been comrades for years. Had rank and protocol not restrained him, he would have seized the man and drunk deep into the night, pouring out all his bitterness and unfulfilled longing. That official was none other than Admiral Xiayu, the very man now appointing him colonel of Base 153. Before departing Base 153, Xiayu had asked him one question: will you pledge your loyalty? Of course he would. By middle-age, Maka understood the truth. Advancement demanded patronage, someone who stood behind you. For 2 years thereafter, though they exchanged no further word, Maka periodically received staggering sums of berry, delivered discreetly by Xiayu's agents, with explicit instructions to distribute every coin among those truly in need. Over those 2 years, the total exceeded 100 million berry, none of which Maka kept for himself. Every last coin went to soldiers and colleagues struggling in hardship. He knew instinctively this was Xiayu's test. This commission scroll meant he had not only passed, but earned the Admiral's full trust. Colonel Maka. Just then a soldier rushed in, clutching a Din Mushy, stammering, the Grand Admiral's office in Mary Gios is calling. Maka snapped his head toward the soldier and declared, voice like tempered steel, there is no Grand Admiral's office in Mary Gios. From this moment, Base 153 answers solely to Admiral Xiayu of Marine Headquarters. No one else, regardless of rank or title, shall be acknowledged. With that, he flung the colonel's greatcoat over his shoulders and strode purposefully from the dormitory. Convey my order, all officers and enlisted personnel of Base 153, assemble at the drill ground, immediately. Meanwhile, in the East Blue, Marine Base 16, a young man clad in a pristine colonel's greatcoat strode forward, flanked by 7 or 8 soldiers, his bearing fierce and unyielding, heading straight for the colonel's office. Boom. The office door, tightly shut, splintered inward, kicked open by a soldier racing ahead of the young man. Before the office occupants could react, the squad stormed in, guns drawn, and instantly subdued the 2 aides standing before the desk. What is the meaning of this? Behind the desk sat an officer, likewise wearing a colonel's greatcoat, his face dusted. Before him lay stacks of berry, dozens of thick bundles, most already unbound and scattered across the desk. Rat, colonel of Marine Base 16 in the East Blue. A disgraceful officer who abused his authority, terrorizing innocent civilians within his jurisdiction. Colonel Rat. The young man advanced to the desk, looming over Rat with icy authority. Without preamble, he delivered the verdict: for colluding with pirates and oppressing the innocent under your command, I, newly appointed colonel of Base 16, sentence you to death. Execution is immediate. What nonsense is this? Hearing the youth declare himself the new colonel, and pronounce his death sentence, Rat shot upright snarling. I am Base 16's colonel. Call for help, Rat. Don't bother. The young man waved dismissively. Base 16 is already under my control. You may die now. No sooner had the words left his lips than the 7 or 8 soldiers flanking him pulled their triggers in perfect ruthless unison. Bang, 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 bang. A barrage of gunfire erupted, so dense, so sudden that Rat barely registered what had happened before his body riddled with bullets collapsed like a sieve. The young man strode forward, kicked Rat's corpse aside, then turned to his assembled troops, weapons holstered, posture rigid, and proclaimed in ringing tones, by order of Admiral Xiayu of Marine Headquarters, our sole mission henceforth is to eradicate every pirate within Base 16's maritime jurisdiction, without mercy, without exception, without survivors. East Blue Logtown Naval Base. Smoker, a Rear Admiral of the Marine Headquarters recently appointed as Logtown's highest-ranking officer, stared at the mountain of paperwork piled before him, his brows knitted into a deep, furrowed mountain shape. As a Rear Admiral of Marine Headquarters, an Elogia-type Devil Fruit user whose power manifested as smoke, he had been abruptly reassigned to command this East Blue base. The indignity chafed him deeply, and now confronted with the chaotic wreckage left behind by his predecessor, his mood plummeted into utter desolation. Rear Admiral Smoker. Urgent dispatch from headquarters. At that moment the office door burst open and a girl of 17 or 18 rushed in, clutching a classified document, her breathless haste betraying palpable alarm as she hurried to his desk. Classified dispatch from headquarters? Smoker blinked in surprise and instinctively reached out to tear open the envelope. At the gesture the girl swiftly turned her head away. Tashiji, what exactly are you doing? Smoker lifted his gaze, voice low and grave. You are my aide-de-camp. Do you expect me to process all these files myself? Huh. Tashiji blinked slowly, her expression adorably vacant. It's classified. I'm not permitted to read. I didn't mean this one. Smoker's temples throbbed with visible tension as he pointed at the towering stack before him. You have 30 minutes. Find every useful document in there. Without another word, Smoker turned back and began reading the newly delivered classified file. Scarcely past the opening paragraphs, he shot upright, disbelief etching sharp lines across his face. Admiral Sengoku is indisposed, and Vice Admiral Xiayu has assumed provisional command of headquarters. Report. Before Smoker could react, a booming shout erupted outside the door. An urgent messenger barreled into the office, stammering, We've just received word. Captain Mouse of Branch 16 has been summarily executed on site by the newly appointed Rear Admiral. The charge: colluding with pirates and oppressing civilians. Furthermore, Branch 153 has also undergone leadership change. Its new Rear Admiral is an officer named Manka. Who is the new Rear Admiral of Branch 16? Smoker whirled around, eyes locked fiercely upon the messenger. He goes by Stock, dispatched directly from headquarters. Damn it. Smoker cursed under his breath. I know Stock. He's Xiayu's most trusted confidant. And Manka of Branch 153. He's also one of Xiayu's men. Pausing briefly, Smoker set the document down and spoke with grim solemnity. Headquarters has fallen into crisis. This classified dispatch was not voluntarily issued by Admiral Sengoku. It was almost certainly sent under duress, indicating headquarters has already been seized by Xiayu. If my intuition holds true, at the very moment I received this file, personnel reshuffles swept across naval branches throughout the 4 Blues and even the Grand Line. Each appointee a staunch, unwavering loyalist of Xiayu. What do you mean? Tashiji remained bewildered, her voice trembling with confusion. Vice Admiral Xiayu is merely a high-ranking officer. How could he possibly assume the authority of Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Smoker fixed her with a piercing gaze and declared, voice like tempered steel, a coup d'etat. Xiayu has seized command by force. Edge. Startled by his sudden pronouncement, Tashiji nearly dropped her spectacles, fumbling hastily to adjust them back into place, her youthful face clouded with bewilderment. That's impossible. Vice Admiral Xiayu is widely admired. His deeds are legendary. Many struggling officers and enlisted sailors at headquarters owe their livelihoods to his generosity. Smoker slammed his fist hard onto the desk. That's precisely how he wins loyalty. Blah blah blah. Suddenly the din mushy on the desk rang shrilly. Before Smoker could respond, a robust, commanding voice boomed from the shell. Is Rear Admiral Smoker present? This is the office of the Commander-in-Chief at Mary Gios. Commander Kong issues orders. At once Smoker snapped to attention and saluted respectfully. Commander Kong, sir. Smoker, excellent. Kong's voice carried urgent gravity. Briefly, headquarters has severed all contact with Mary Gios. It has almost certainly fallen entirely into Xiayu's hands. Not only headquarters, the din mushy lines of numerous East Blue bases remain unanswered. Unless unforeseen, those silent lines signify bases already under the control of Xiayu's inner circle. Your immediate task is to contact every unoccupied branch base you can reach, and stabilize the East Blue front. Before Smoker could affirm, the line went dead. Tashiji's mind reeled, utterly overwhelmed by the cascade of revelations. Rear Admiral Smoker. How could this happen? Why would Vice Admiral Xiayu stage a coup? Smoker remained silent, his gaze riveted upon the now silent din. Until now his suspicions had been conjecture. But Kong's personal call transformed hypothesis into irrefutable reality. Yet that mattered little. What truly unsettled him was the sheer audacity of Xiayu's feat. How as a mere vice admiral had he wrested absolute control over Marine headquarters, and severed its sacred link to Mary Gios. After all, headquarters housed not only Admiral Sengoku himself, but also the three most formidable admirals, the Navy's supreme combatants, as well as countless vice admirals. Even if Xiayu had spent years cultivating influence, so long as the three admirals remained loyal, headquarters could never have fallen so swiftly, or so completely. Indeed, had they resisted, Xiayu himself would likely have been eliminated on the spot. Yet reality defied logic. Within a single night, headquarters capitulated. Admiral Sengoku himself signed the decree granting Xiayu provisional command. To Shiji, the tide at headquarters has turned irrevocably. After a long measured silence, Smoker slumped heavily into his chair, weariness etching deep lines across his face. Xiayu's lightning conquest proves at least two of the three admirals have defected and pledged allegiance to him. Vice Admiral Xiyu, who has long aligned closely with Xiayu, undoubtedly spearheaded a faction of vice admirals complicit in this coup. What do we do? Tashiji whispered, still lost in the fog of uncertainty. Smoker lifted his gaze toward the window, his expression layered with quiet complexity. Xiayu dispatched stock to execute Captain Mouse, and installed Manka at branch 153, yet Lobetown remains untouched. Clearly our new Fleet Admiral offers me a choice. Rear Admiral Smoker, we must decide. Wait. As though galvanized by revelation, Smoker sat up straight, resolve blazing anew in his eyes. If Xiayu staged this coup for selfish ambition alone, I will stake the very soul of Marine justice, and fight him to the end. But if having seized command he upholds the Marine's sacred duty, to protect justice and safeguard the innocent, I shall remain here in Lobetown fulfilling my sworn duty. Power struggles hold no allure for me. I neither seek nor wish to partake in them. Just as Smoker had foreseen. The moment he received the dispatch, a sweeping purge commenced across the West Blue, North Blue, and South Blue. Over half the branch commanders were replaced overnight, heralding a top-down reckoning within the Marine ranks. How presumptuous, how audacious. This Xiayu acts as if above the law. He has instigated a mutiny. In Shengdi's power chamber, the assembled Wu Laoxing wore expressions of the deepest displeasure. Moments ago, the Commander-in-Chief's office transmitted the latest intelligence. It has been confirmed that headquarters has fallen entirely into the hands of Xiayu. That revelation nearly made four of the Wu Laoxing split apart on the spot. When they learned that not only Haijun headquarters, but many branch bases across the four seas and the Grand Line were unreachable, the last sliver of hope in their hearts evaporated. I knew Xiayu would be trouble. The financial martial god, Yizenbalong V. Na Shurong, cradling a samurai blade, glared at the four-seated Wu Laoxing with a sullen face and murderous intent. When Sipendayan first came to me, I sensed the threat, so I ordered Sifideo to intervene and investigate. I thought our response was swift, yet he had already shown his fangs in secret. Sipendayan, the legal martial god topman, witchily seated on the central sofa, looked up at Yizenbalong V. Na Shurong. Why would he come to you? Merely an ant obsessed with power, Yizenbalong said coldly. How he found me is of no consequence. What matters is what shall we do now? According to Kong's latest report, it is not only that the headquarters, three admirals, and numerous rear admirals have chosen to stand behind Xiayu. Many bases across the four seas and the Grand Line are undergoing personnel reshuffles. Xiayu evidently intends to seize absolute control of the Haijun from top to bottom. Now that he dares to launch a mutiny and monopolize the Navy's power, he will surely wield the Haijun against the world. Therefore my suggestion, strike while his wings are unfledged. Have Kong lead every force except the Haijun to surround. I am certain that if the entire army presses in, there will be defections within Haijun headquarters. Once they side with Xiayu against the world government, they will forever carry the stigma of traitors. Temper your zeal, Yizenbalong. Topman witchily waved a hand, his face grave. This is a matter of great consequence. It must be handled with long-term calculation. First we must discern Xiayu's motive. If his sole aim is to become the Fleet Admiral of Haijun headquarters, then we can indulge that wish and allow him to formally replace Zhangguo. Of course, this is merely a delaying stratagem. Once he assumes the Fleet Admiral post and behaves obediently under Shengdi's command, we will gradually sow discord within the Haijun, and when the moment is ripe, arrest and execute him. Because he has only just taken command, and his momentum is high, even if Kong personally led the entire army against him, any victory would come at grievous cost, vanquishing 1,000 while suffering 800 losses. If we open hostilities with the Haijun led by Xiayu, the Grand Line will descend into unprecedented chaos. Pirates, the New World's Yonko, or the Revolutionary Army might seize the chance to strike. We would be forced onto the defensive, and even some already wavering member states could defect under the pressure. I do not concur. Yizenbalong V. Na Shurong stepped forward, his voice low. Your scenario presumes a stalemate between Kong and the Haijun under Xiayu. Undeniably, Haijun headquarters still possesses 3 admirals, numerous rear admirals, and nearly 100,000 sailors. It is almost impossible for Kong to suppress them in short order. He paused briefly, then snapped his head up. But what if the Shunji Kashichuan intervenes? With such a seismic upheaval at Haijun headquarters, Fijialand Jalingu would have every reason to appear If Fijilan Jalingu leads the Shunji Kashichuan to station forces at Haijun headquarters to pin down the 3 admirals, the other Haijun commanders would be inconsequential. As for that lawless Xiayu, he is only a rear admiral. Besides, we have the CP divisions, especially CP9 under Luobu Lucci is their most formidable and coldest killing machine in history. They have been embedded in the city of Water 7 for a year. They can act as a covert strike force to burst into Haijun head. Speed is paramount. If we strike in one decisive stroke and eliminate Xiayu, the mutiny will collapse. By the time the Revolutionary Army or the New World's Yonko react, the situation will already be back under our control. They would not dare to stir trouble now. At those words, Topman fell silent. The other 3 Wu Laoxing turned to him in unison, evidently endorsing Yizambelong's course of action. Impossible. At that moment a sharp voice cut in. The power chamber's doors were thrown open, and a tall silhouette entered the Wu Laoxing's sight. The newcomer was cloaked to the floor, his body entirely shrouded save for a pair of dark red rippling eyes. Those eyes radiated a suffocating, dreadful pressure that forced the world's highest authorities to scramble to their feet and then kneel in perfect unison. Lord Imu. This Xiayu is not as simple as you imagine. Shrouded in the cloak, Imu walked slowly past the Wu Laoxing and stood before the vast floor-to-ceiling window back, turned to them as he controlled his voice. Earlier at Haijun headquarters, a battle erupted. Precisely a collision of conquerors' haki. Within that clash of 2 conquerors' haki, I detected a familiar aura, very similar to the conquerors' haki Xiao Yaboi once possessed. At those words, the Wu Laoxing all turned to Imu, their faces stricken with shock. It seems you are not very well acquainted. Imu slowly turned to a chill flickered in his dark red rippled eyes. Have you been sitting in those Wu Laoxing seats too long? Are your old eyes failing you? The sudden retort sent cold sweat across the Wu Laoxing. Imu shifted his tone. You need not intervene further in this matter. I will dispatch the Shunji Kashichuan to investigate. So long as this mutineer Xiayu is not of the D clan or has no ties to Xiao Yaboi, this so-called mutiny is merely a change of who occupies the Fleet Admiral seat at Haijun headquarters. Meanwhile, as sudden personnel changes rippled through Haijun branch bases across the 4 seas, and the Grand Line, the spies embedded among those bases immediately transmitted their intelligence. Even a report from Haijun headquarters was relayed via encrypted Den Mushi to the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. Grand Line, Revolutionary HQ, Baldigo Island. In the frozen waste, a revolutionary officer clutching the top-secret dispatch he had just received sprinted at full speed toward a nearby tent. Leader! Leader! Bursting into the tent, the officer, gasping for breath, blurted out top-secret intelligence from Haijun headquarters. Former Haijun Rear Admiral Xiayu launched a mutiny last night and seized control of headquarters this morning. Now many branch bases across the 4 seas and the Grand Line are undergoing an unprecedented internal purge. Every base's highest officer has been replaced by Xiao's trusted confidants. When the officer finished, the tent fell into a hush as deep as death. Seated at the head of the conference table was the revolutionary leader Minchi Di. Duolage, denounced 2 years ago at the World Assembly as the most vicious criminal for leading the revolution with the sole aim of overthrowing the world government. After a brief silence, the scar-faced Duolage, cloaked in green, could hardly believe it. Rear Admiral Xiayu, the youngest Rear Admiral who rose so abruptly these past 3 years. How could this be? How could a mere Rear Admiral dare to launch a mutiny and succeed? Since when did Haijun headquarters become so vulnerable? The reporting officer replied, this intelligence was sent personally by that lord, it cannot be mistaken. Understood. When Duolage heard the intelligence came from that lord, he rose at once and ordered alert the 5 armies. Watch the world government's every move. If they go to war with the Haijun controlled by Xiayu, the 5 armies strike simultaneously. Use this opening to liberate as many nations as possible. The Grand Line Navy G5 branch. In the office of the base commander, a tall, middle-aged man with short hair and lightning-shaped sideburns was seated. Virgo, codename Ghost Bamboo. He is a vice admiral in the Navy and also the commander of the G5 branch. Of course, this is merely his surface identity. His true identity is the highest-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, the first-generation Corazon, who infiltrated the Navy under the guise of an undercover agent and rose through the ranks to become a vice admiral, ultimately becoming the commander of the G5 branch. At this moment, he cast aside his usual amiable demeanor and stared solemnly at the phone bug on his desk that kept buzzing with a buru-buru sound. After the phone bug rang 3 times in succession, he finally picked it up and said in a deep voice, "Who is it?" "Virgo, it's..." A cold female voice came from the phone bug commander of the Navy G14 branch. Dole. "Oh, it's Vice Admiral Dole." Virgo instantly returned to his friendly expression and politely asked, "What can I do for you?" "Have you received the documents signed by Lord Sengoku? What do you think about Vice Admiral Xiao's temporary assumption of the Marshal's authority?" In the office of the G14 branch commander, a tall woman in her 30s stood with her back against the desk, her dark short hair, with bangs framing a pair of large eyes filled with anxiety about the future. "I just received news that many branch bases across the seas have undergone significant personnel changes, and many of the newly appointed branch colonels are trusted confidants of Xiayu. If nothing goes awry, I will soon have a new Vice Admiral parachuting in. After all, I don't have a deep relationship with him." "Vice Admiral Dole, you're implying something." Virgo spoke softly, saying, based on what you said, can I understand that you believe Xiayu has started a coup to seize control of the headquarters and is now purging dissenters? Isn't that obvious? Vice Admiral Dole raised her voice, slightly becoming somewhat agitated. Xiayu's rapid control of the headquarters and the large-scale personnel changes across all bases in the Grand Line indicate that over half of the officers in the headquarters, including the 3 admirals, have sided with Xiayu. It might even be worse than I imagined. In such a situation, no matter which side we choose, we may face retribution. Why choose at all? Virgo shook his head. What is happening now can only be described as an internal power struggle. As long as the Holy Land hasn't made a statement, we don't need to make a choice right away. We just need to focus on what we have to do now. After a brief pause, Virgo continued, Vice Admiral Dole, our conversation ends here. Goodbye. With that, Virgo decisively ended the call and took out a small encrypted phone bug no larger than a baby's fist from a hidden compartment in his drawer and dialed a number. Virgo. As soon as the phone bug was dialed, a familiar voice came through. Contacting me at this time is not a wise choice, Virgo said with a serious expression. Doflamingo. Do you remember what I told you before? I might be purged by the Navy, but that's just my speculation. I want to stay and observe the changes. What do you mean? What did you tell me? A somewhat frantic voice came from the phone bug. Virgo, has your forgetfulness returned? Then let me explain now. Virgo wasted no time and briefly recounted the events happening at the Navy headquarters. As he finished speaking, the office fell silent, and the phone bug seemed to be in a state of quietude. After several seconds of silence, a unique burst of laughter suddenly emanated from the phone bug. I know this, Vice Admiral Xiayu. When I attended the 7 Warlords meeting at the Navy headquarters, I met him once. At that time, he was nothing exceptional. I never expected that just 2 years later he would cause such a significant incident at the Navy headquarters. A coup to seize the Marshal's position. I truly underestimated this, Vice Admiral. Next, those old fools in Marioa are sure to be in a frenzy. In the New World, in the Kingdom of Dressrosa, outside the palace, at the highest point of the kingdom, a flamboyant man, wearing sunglasses and a pink feather coat, stood under a sun umbrella, casually lifting a drink from the side and laughing heartily at the phone bug in front of him. Don Quixote Doflamingo, the leader of the Don Quixote family, the king of Dressrosa, a member of the Warlords of the Sea, and a paramecia-type user of the string fruit. After a fit of laughter, Doflamingo grabbed the phone bug and said in a serious tone, Virgo, you can escape with your strength. So what you need to do now is to observe the changes. If they do intend to replace you, this would be a good opportunity to offer your justice to the Holy Land, and you might receive unexpected rewards. If the Navy headquarters has no intention of removing you, it means they still trust you. You should continue to lurk and find out whether Xiayu only aims to become the Marshal or harbors greater ambitions. With that, Doflamingo stopped talking and directly ended the call, quickly dialing another phone bug. Whirrro, as soon as the phone bug was connected, a rough, hearty laugh came from the other end. Joker, long time no see. At the same time, on an unknown island in the New World, a chilling laugh suddenly echoed from a massive pit. Following that, an imposing figure emerged from the pit. What did you say, Joker? As the fierce head emerged from the pit, a rugged voice echoed through the air. A coup has occurred at the Navy headquarters. Whirrro, this Vice Admiral named Xiayu is doing quite well. Before the sound faded, the towering figure leaped out of the pit, his stature exceeding 7 meters, exuding an overwhelming aura of power that stirred the surrounding air into ripples. Kaido, the governor of the Beast Pirates and one of the 4 emperors ruling the New World, a user of the fish fruit, mythical beast-type azure dragon form. Known as the most powerful creature among all living beings on land, sea, and air, with a bounty of 461 billion berries. It would be best if this utterly boring world were destroyed. Hurry up, Joker, and start preparing for the ultimate war. As the Revolutionary Army Doflamingo and the 4 Emperor Kaido received news of the coup at the Navy headquarters, other forces in the Grand Line also received the intelligence. Soon major news agencies across the Grand Line learned of this explosive news that could shake the world and promptly printed it for distribution worldwide. The busiest among them was Sabeti Archipelago. As the gateway to the Holy Land, located at the peak of Red Line, and a necessary passage to the latter half of the Grand Line, coupled with its proximity to the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Sabeti Archipelago gathered talents from all walks of life around the world. Human trafficking groups, pirate crews, adventurers, world nobles, and journalists from major news agencies all converged here, and of course there were also top-tier powerhouses who once roamed the seas. In Area 13 of Sabeti Archipelago, inside a bar with a sign that read Shaki's Bar, a tall woman with short hair whose real age was hard to discern stood at the bar counter, holding a cigarette in one hand and a recently acquired piece of intelligence in the other. After reading the intelligence, she immediately looked up at the only customer sitting in the corner of the bar and spoke slowly. Don't you want to know the content of this information? Rayleigh. The world's geopolitical currents surged relentlessly, yet the naval headquarters remained eerily tranquil, as if untouched by the tempest unfolding beyond its walls. For years, officers and soldiers of all ranks had followed Xiayu, their fates irrevocably altered by his emergence. Now they performed their duties with disciplined precision, keeping the colossal war machine of the naval headquarters running with seamless efficiency. Those officers and soldiers who had not joined the coup, though swayed by Xiayu's speech, still harbored deep-seated anxieties, fearing marginalization for having rendered no service, or worse, fearing retribution for not pledging allegiance to him from the outset. Yet their apprehensions dissolved like mist at dawn when they received their full annual salaries alongside the coup participants. Invigorated and resolute, they returned to their posts, many silently vowing unwavering loyalty to Marshal Xiayu amid the coming upheaval. Within the naval headquarters at one fortified outpost, several soldiers stood rigid beside artillery emplacements, eyes locked on the boundless sea beyond the towering ramparts. Near them, two colonels clad in immaculate overcoats lounged leisurely, puffing cigarettes. They had once served under Rear Admiral Bowman, whose swift elimination during the coup's opening moments instantly branded his subordinates as latent threats. When coup-aligned officers and soldiers surrounded their dormitory, however, they launched no assault. Instead, they issued strict orders forbidding anyone inside from leaving. Many within the dormitory, unaware of the coup's nature, rushed out instinctively, relying on rank to assert authority, only to be cut down instantly by indiscriminate gunfire. It was then they learned a coup had erupted within the headquarters. Faced with an overwhelming siege, no one dared step out. Even senior admirals wielding formidable power attempted desperate breakthroughs, only to be hunted down and slain one by the encircling officers. In that moment, despair gripped them. They feared annihilation once the dust settled. To their astonishment, Xiayu, the coup's architect and newly appointed marshal, not only spared them but granted them equal salaries with the insurgents, and now entrusted them with command of this very fortress. Colonel Oak, how do you plan to spend the salary? Once this crisis subsides, shall we travel together? One colonel reached into his coat pocket and withdrew a pack of fine cigarettes he'd long denied himself, offering one to Colonel Oak with a wry, self-deprecating smile. Truth be told, I envy those who pledged allegiance to Marshal Xiayu from the very beginning. Do you know Stork? During the coup, he secretly sailed an entire warship eastward to the East Sea. I saw him stride out of the dormitory wearing that very colonel's overcoat. He's almost certainly been appointed base commander at some regional branch. After all, he once served under me when he first joined the naval headquarters. And countless other coup participants have each been promoted 2 ranks. A major who served under me is now my superior, a brigadier general. Cease your envy, Colonel Snake. Colonel Oak replied, accepting the cigarette and inhaling its aroma before chuckling. Marshal Xiayu spared us entirely and granted us a full year's pay. What more could you possibly demand? Pausing briefly, he lit the cigarette with a flicker of flame, drew deeply, and exhaled a slow plume of smoke. As for travel, I've already wired every cent home. You know my family's plight. My parents are frail, and I have 3 younger siblings. If I squandered this money on pleasure, they'd starve. Snake suddenly recalled something uncertainly at the mess hall earlier. I overheard Marshal Xiayu and Vice Admiral Gion mention something called the Officer Children's Academy. Apparently, once this crisis concludes, he intends to construct such academies near the headquarters and all regional branches. Free education for all children of naval officers, fully funded by the headquarters and its branches. Upon graduation, these officer offspring may either enlist in the Navy for rigorous military training, or return to their hometowns to contribute to local development. Truly, Colonel Oak's eyes lit up with sudden fervor. Marshal Xiayu is true. His words died mid-sentence as he abruptly seized the telescope hanging from his chest and trained it upon the sea. There, surging toward Marineford at breathtaking speed, loomed several massive warships. The lead vessel's mast fluttering a banner inscribed with the stark crimson characters, Judiciary. Warships from Judiciary Island. Colonel Oak murmured through the lens, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his gaze. Could it be that the Holy Land has lost contact with headquarters and dispatched Judiciary Island to investigate? What does it matter? Snake stepped forward, voice low and resolute. I refuse to return to those lean, grinding days. The naval headquarters has but one marshal, and his name is Xiayu. Before the final syllable faded, he turned sharply to the gunners and barked, all units, prepare for combat. Snake, stand down. Colonel Oak interjected swiftly, report first. If they're envoys sent by the Holy Land for negotiations, you'll jeopardize Marshal Xiayu's entire strategy. Again his sentence hung unfinished, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared upward toward the rooftop of the headquarters building. Before he could react, a terrifying aura erupted from its summit. Instantly the cloudless sky darkened, then searing crimson clouds billowed upward from the roof, vibrant, volatile, and unnatural. That's... A stunned silence broke as Colonel Oak roared, damn it. Someone's breached the headquarters. Sound the alarm. Simultaneously atop the naval headquarters building, a colossal pentagram-shaped teleportation array materialized out of thin air, its activation unleashing torrents of incandescent cloud warping the surrounding void with eerie distortion. From its blazing center a lone figure stepped forth, calm, deliberate, unshaken. The instant that figure emerged, the serene tranquility of the naval headquarters shattered. Blaring sirens pierced the air, jolting every officer and soldier stationed within its precincts. Near the mess hall, Xiayu, having just finished his meal, paused not a beat at the shrieking alarm. He lifted his gaze gently toward the headquarters rooftop and murmured, unruffled, a teleportation array. The Divine Night Order. In the headquarters of the Navy, a sudden alarm rang out, causing the 3 elders who had just sat down to leap to their feet and rush into the courtyard without even having a sip of tea. Looking up at the top of the headquarters building, Karp's pupils constricted as he spotted several oddly dressed figures, the Knights of God. Sengoku, looking confused and somewhat agitated, exclaimed, How could the teleportation array of the Knights of God appear on the roof of the headquarters? Is there an undercover agent summoning them, or had they marked the building even before its completion? Zephyr, reacting relatively calmly, silently observed the figures on the roof before speaking slowly. Carp, do you know? Several of them were members of the Knights of God who participated in the God Valley hunting game 32 years ago. Carp nodded and continued. To be precise, except for one young woman, the other 5 had appeared during the God Valley incident back then. On the roof of the Navy headquarters, the first to emerge from the teleportation array was an exceptionally young woman with dual-colored eyes and long legs. Wearing a newsboy cap with goggles and a cloak, she donned a double-breasted top with unusually long sleeves, while her lower half was clad in shorts reminiscent of a bikini, her long legs fully exposed, complemented by knee-high boots, presenting an image that was both heroic and somewhat provocative. Junzi, member of the Knights of God and arrow fruit ability user. Junzi, her mouth wrapped in bandages, had just stepped out of the teleportation array when flames erupted behind her, sending invisible waves of pressure rippling outward, as if the very void were distorted, creating an eerie spectacle. Soon after, several figures began to materialize from the teleportation array. Following Junzi was a masked man adorned with the number 46, wielding a European sword, his features obscured by the mask. Next came an elegant long-haired woman in a crop top with a curvaceous figure, followed by a short-haired woman with a demure. As the 3 stepped out of the teleportation array, the fiery clouds surrounding it immediately vanished, leaving 2 oddly dressed men standing in place, warily scanning their surroundings. Standing beside the now-vanished teleportation array was a peculiar man with a long-handled scythe and a skull mask, exuding a suffocating aura of death, as if the Grim Reaper had descended. Beside the skull-masked man stood a hooded figure resembling a neighborhood boy carrying a long spear. As the group of 6 led by Junzi appeared on the roof of the headquarters, they were immediately surrounded by soldiers drawn. Then a flash of light shot up, revealing Admiral Borisolino right in front of Junzi and the others. Before Junzi and the others could react, Sakazuki and Kazan emerged side by side from the rooftop exit. The 3 admirals of the Navy. Looking at the 3 who appeared one after another, Junzi wasted no time and spoke first. It seems you haven't been affected at all by the mutiny. In that case, can I deduce that you were all involved in this unprecedented mutiny in Navy history last night? Upon hearing this, Borisolino, who arrived first on the rooftop, glanced around at the unexpected guests and lazily remarked, "The Knights of God. How terrifying it is that you managed to reach the Navy headquarters directly through the teleportation array." Borisolino, don't misunderstand. Before Junzi could speak, the long-haired woman beside her stepped forward. "We are not here to hold you accountable, but to negotiate with Vice Admiral Xiayu on behalf of the Holy Land." In response, Borisolino and Sakazuki exchanged knowing glances. While this outcome was within their expectations, they were still surprised that it was members of the Knights of God who came to negotiate. As high-ranking admirals, they not only knew of the Knights of God, but also understood that their main responsibility was to protect the celestial dragons living in the Holy Land and maintain their order. Even if the Knights of God occasionally left the Holy Land for special missions, it was always in direct relation to significant matters concerning the celestial dragons. The occurrence of a mutiny at the Navy headquarters should have prompted the Knights of God to mobilize only after the 5 elders of the authority room felt particularly troubled. Yet at this moment, the 5 elders had yet to make any statements, and the Knights of God directly arrived at the Navy headquarters through the teleportation array, and they sent 6 people at once. This left them uncertain about the situation on the Holy Land side, and made their stance towards it somewhat elusive. "Bring Xiayu to see us." At that moment, Junzi stepped forward to stand beside the long-haired woman, her expression icy as she stated, "If he wishes to secure the position of Marshal of the Navy headquarters, had better not keep us waiting too long." Such audacity. Just as Junzi finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, 2 figures emerged from the rooftop exit, namely Xiayu and Gion. Xiayu, stepping out from the exit without pausing, walked straight to the 3 admirals, then raised his gaze to meet Junzi's, speaking in a deep voice. "Miss Junzi, you have no right to negotiate with me, for what I desire you cannot provide." You know me, eh?" Junzi was taken aback that Xiayu called her by name. Her pupils involuntarily constricted as she stared at him intently. It's worth noting that the Knights of God rarely appeared before the public, and even many in the Holy Land were unaware of how many members they had. This is because the Knights of God not only include the celestial dragons residing in the Holy Land, but also many strong individuals recruited from the sea who would almost always conceal their identities after joining the Knights. Most importantly, she had only recently joined the Knights, and aside from some members of the Knights, even the 5 elders were unaware that she was now one of them. Meanwhile, Xiayu, who had instigated the mutiny and seized the power of the Navy, had only been with the Navy for a mere 6 years, appearing to be quite young. In such circumstances, it was nearly impossible for Xiayu to know her name. Xiayu did not respond to Junzi, his sharp gaze sweeping across the other 5 members of the Knights, and he spoke in a neutral tone. "If I am not mistaken, all 5 of you should be members of the Knights of God, who participated in the God Valley hunting game 32 years ago. It seems you all have not fared well. Despite being members of the Knights for over 30 years, you are still mere followers. Having spent so many years in the Knights without making a name for yourselves, why not switch allegiances to the Navy? I can offer you a splendid future. What Xiayu said was light and airy, yet each word exploded like thunder in the ears of the 5 members of the Divine Knights behind Junzi. The incident at the Valley of Gods 32 years ago had long been erased from history. Not only was this event forgotten, but the island where the Valley of Gods was located had also vanished from maps. Thus, even among the Navy headquarters, those aware of this matter were few and far between, and aside from Karp, who participated in the Valley of Gods incident, even the Marshal of the Navy headquarters Sengoku was unaware that they had taken part in that hunting game. Most importantly, they were certain this was their first meeting with Xiayu. Even if Karp had informed Xiayu about that incident, there was no way he could recognize them upon first meeting. Not only did the 5 members of the Divine Knights display expressions of disbelief, but the 3 admirals standing behind Xiayu also looked up at him in astonishment. Although they were admirals of the headquarters, they were only teenagers when the Valley of Gods incident erupted, and the youngest Kazan was merely 11 years old. Hence they were unaware of the incident's details. Even as they grew and eventually became admirals, they had only pieced together some abnormal information from top-secret files related to the infamous Sea Overlord rocks. Of course, none of this mattered. What mattered was that while the 3 admirals of the headquarters had no knowledge of the Valley of Gods incident, Xiayu, who was merely a rear admiral at that time, not only understood the incident thoroughly, but also specifically named the 5 before him as participants in the hunting game, leaving them with an inexplicable feeling of youthfulness in front of Xiayu. You actually know about the Valley of Gods incident. After a brief moment of shock, the long-haired woman beside Junzi suddenly stepped forward. The skeletal man reflexively grasped his scythe, while the hooded man quickly drew back, holding his spear in a combat stance. Faced with the 3's reactive measures, Xiayu stepped forward calmly saying, "I told you, you bunch of worthless scum have no right to negotiate with me. Return to the Holy Land immediately, and let the 5 elders come to speak with me personally." After a slight pause, Xiayu suddenly shifted his tone, saying, "No, the 5 elders have made no response. Rather, it is you who have come to the Navy headquarters through the transmission array. Can I take this to mean that it was not the 5 elders who sent you, but rather, I'm..." Hearing the name "im" from Xiayu's lips, the 6 members of the Divine Knights, including Junzi, all changed their expressions dramatically. "Damn it, you actually know about Lord Im's existence. You know too much." As the words echoed, a flash of murderous intent swept through their eyes. Junzi, leading the charge, quietly activated his devil fruit powers, unleashing a massive arrow wrapped in bandages that shot towards Xiayu at an astonishing speed. The sudden turn of events caught the 3 admirals behind Xiayu and the close-by Gion completely off guard. Firstly, they were unfamiliar with the name "im" and never anticipated that simply uttering it would provoke such panic, leading to an immediate and reckless attack. Although Gion was aware of Im's existence, she too was astonished that merely mentioning this name could ignite war so swiftly. In that moment, she finally understood why Xiayu had previously advised her not to rush into investigating the truth about the flower and "im." A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. Without waiting for the 3 admirals and Gion to respond, Xiayu's voice suddenly brimmed with killing intent. In the next second, Xiayu turned and grasped the hilt of Giun's long blade. As he pulled the blade from its sheath, the visibly swirling black and red Conqueror's haki erupted forth. However, the Conqueror's haki did not emanate from Xiayu's body or beneath his feet, but rather bizarrely surged forth from the blade's sheath. Bang! 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 The massive arrow that had just shot towards Xiayu exploded into pieces under the impact of the Conqueror's haki, instantly turning to ashes that scattered in the air. Watching his released arrow being shattered to ash by the Conqueror's haki, Junzi's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in shock, "Conqueror's haki? No, this is impossible." The long-haired woman beside Junzi also stared wide-eyed, incredulously saying, "It's even more formidable than Rock's Conqueror's haki from back then. Who exactly are you? Damn, I can't hold on much longer." The other 2 members of the Divine Knights felt as if their bodies and souls had split apart the moment the Conqueror's haki enveloped them. They were unable to move, while an unprecedented fear surged within them. Under the horrified gazes of the Divine Knights, Xiayu, gripping the hilt, showed no hesitation, decisively and swiftly drawing Giun's blade from its sheath. Buzz! The moment the blade was unsheathed, an even more domineering Conqueror's haki erupted, swirling like raging flames, instantly sweeping toward the members of the Divine Knights. Accompanied by a low-frequency vibration in the air, neither Junzi nor the other 5 members of the Divine Knights could withstand it any longer, uncontrollably retreating. "Get back. Tell him that from now on you must not only fear Nika, but also me, Xiayu." As the words fell, the long blade imbued with the highest level of Conqueror's haki was swung horizontally. In an instant, fierce winds roared on the platform, and faint thunder rumbled from the heavens. Visible shockwaves rippled through the air, blending with the swirling black and red Conqueror's haki, instantly engulfing Junzi and the other 5 members of the Divine Knights. Ugh! A few uncontrollable cries of despair rang out as the 6 members of the Divine Knights who had just arrived via the transmission array were swept away by the Conqueror's haki like 6 cannonballs soaring towards the Holy Land atop the Red Earth continent. The 3 admirals standing behind Xiayu widened their eyes in shock, revealing expressions of horror. While they were unaware of the strength of the sudden appearance of the Divine Knights, the terror of the Conqueror's haki Xiayu had just unleashed far exceeded their imaginations. It was known that among the known Conqueror's hockey users, even the pirate King Roger, who was executed 16 years ago in Logetown, could not send someone flying so high and far with just Conqueror's hockey. At this moment, whether it was Sakazuki Borsellino or Kazan, they all found themselves utterly convinced by Xiayu might, understanding the foundation of his confidence in instigating this military coup. It was not those officers and soldiers who had chosen to pledge allegiance to Xiayu due to his assistance over the years, but rather Xiayu himself possessed the qualities of a king. After sending the 6 members of the Divine Knights flying with a single slash, Xiayu sheathed the long blade back into Giun's scabbard, then turned to gaze down from above at the few warships approaching the high walls of Marineford, saying lightly, "Borsellino, sink those warships, they're an eyesore." Understood. Borsellino withdrew his shocked expression, decisively unleashing the unique powers of his Pika no Mi, as he leapt into the air. At Marineford, the headquarters of the world government, in the office of the CP9 Supreme Commander, a middle-aged man sat upright at his desk, staring at the phone bug placed before him, his expression unusually grave. Spandam, a cunning man who, despite lacking significant personal power, rose to become the Supreme Commander of CP9 through exceptional political maneuvering and ruthless elimination of his rivals. Becoming the Supreme Commander of CP9 was not his ultimate goal. What he truly desired was to become a member of the Halls of Power. To achieve his final objective, he must navigate various relationships and establish good ties with other departments under the world government, especially the Navy headquarters, which he had long coveted as a formidable war machine. This was precisely why he frequently collaborated with the Navy headquarters. 14 years ago, he accompanied Admiral Sakazuki and Admiral Kazan to the archaeological island of Ohara in the West Sea and obtained a golden phone bug from the then Admiral Sengoku, subsequently launching the extermination order that erased Ohara from the map. At that time, he believed this opportunity would elevate him further, yet upon returning to Marineford, he found himself stuck in the position of CP9 Supreme Commander, which led him to contemplate the elimination of CP9. This was because CP9 was a covert organization. If it were not dismantled, he would remain trapped in this position indefinitely, with no chance of advancement. However, before he could devise a foolproof plan, the undercover agents he had painstakingly placed within the Navy headquarters and the various officers he had courted suddenly cut off contact with him one after another. Initially, he did not take it seriously, but as more and more officers who had previously been in contact with him distanced themselves, he had no choice but to pay attention and secretly began investigating a certain Vice Admiral named Xiayu. When the investigation report was presented to him, even he who was skilled in scheming and ruthless in his rise to power broke into a cold sweat. The report indicated that more than half of the officers at the Navy headquarters had strong connections with Xiayu. Especially those officers who had previously cooperated with him and had maintained ties all began to sever their connections after associating with Xiayu, with some even threatening that if he did not recognize the situation, they would expose his actions even at the cost of their own self-incrimination. With the network of relationships he had painstakingly built abruptly severed, he could hardly contain his rage. He immediately brought the investigation report and secretly met with the financial martial god of the 5 elders, Izambalan V. Nejiru. After reviewing his investigation report, Izambalan V. Nejiru immediately ordered Judicial Island to intervene for investigation and evidence collection, ultimately succeeding in capturing Xiayu and imprisoning him. However, what he did not expect was that just as Xiayu was about to be transferred to Judicial Island for execution, Xiayu, who was imprisoned at the Navy headquarters, audaciously initiated a coup and successfully seized the position of marshal within a single night. Not only was this unexpected for him, but also for the 5 elders of the Halls of Power. The coup initiated by Xiayu was not terrifying in itself, but what was truly frightening was that he completed the transfer of power overnight, monopolizing the Navy headquarters. This meant that not only did the 3 admirals defect, but many elders of the Navy headquarters also stood behind Xiayu. Father! Suddenly the tightly closed office door was rudely flung open and a man with half of his face covered by a mask rushed to the desk, urgency written all over him. This is bad. That damned Vice Admiral Xiayu actually initiated a coup and seized the position of Marshal of the Navy headquarters. If he finds out that we were the ones who orchestrated the investigation and trial against him, he will definitely not spare us. Spandam, the foolish son of Spandane, though he was not yet the Supreme Commander of CP9, had been acting on behalf of Spandane all these years, representing him in executing the powers of CP9's Supreme Commander. Spandane furrowed his brows slightly and said in a deep voice, "Spandam, how many times have I told you to remain calm in the face of events? There is nothing that cannot be resolved. Panicking at the slightest trouble will not prepare you for leading CP9 in the future. Father, haven't you realized?" Spandam slammed his hands heavily on the desk, roaring. Marineford is yet to respond clearly because Xiayu has control over the Navy, and they are wary of him. What we face now is not the rebellion of a single person, but the entire Navy. Upon hearing this, Spandane fell silent. He certainly understood that this matter was extraordinary. It was no longer merely the betrayal of an individual, but a situation where a slight misstep could lead to the Navy completely severing ties with the world government, thus becoming the greatest threat to the world government. In such circumstances, the only choice for Marineford was to make concessions to reach some sort of agreement, with Xiayu acknowledging his legitimate status as the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, allowing this vast war machine to continue serving the world government. To reach this agreement, someone from Mariawa would have to step forward to bear the consequences of this incident, as on the surface the trigger for Xiayu's coup appeared to be the sudden trial. If Mariawa truly concedes, then the ones who must bear the consequences of this incident can only be the two of them. Just as Spandane was secretly contemplating countermeasures, Spandam, standing in front of the desk, suddenly looked up at the sky outside the window, his eyes widening in shock as he stammered, "Father, what? What is that?" "My." Spandane instinctively turned to look. Upon doing so, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Outside the window, several figures raced towards them at an astonishing speed, like meteors carving arcs in the sky before rapidly descending toward Panga Square. Boom, boom, boom. Before the father and son could react, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted. Immediately after, thick smoke rose from the direction of Panga Square. This sudden scene instantly triggered the alarms of Mariawa, and amidst the piercing sirens, countless figures rushed in from all directions, encircling Panga Square at the fastest speed. That madman isn't planning to attack Mariawa, is he? Spandam swallowed hard as he looked at the rising smoke from the square, then turned and dashed out. Spandam. Unexpectedly, Spandam recklessly rushed out at this moment, prompting Spandane to suddenly awaken. Watching his foolish son dash out, he couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, idiot." Cursing aside, Spandane still got up immediately to chase after him. When the father and son arrived at Panga Square, the rising smoke had already dissipated with the wind. In the square, surrounded by layers of people, 5 conspicuous human-shaped craters stood out, and although everyone surrounding them appeared to be on high alert, none dared to rush forward. Cough, cough, cough. Accompanied by violent coughing, a figure scrambled out of the pit, standing up in a disheveled manner, and it was none other than the soldier who had been blasted away by Xiayu's conqueror's haki. "Step back, everyone, step back." At that moment, when the atmosphere in the square was tense, the crowd on the right suddenly parted, revealing an imposing elder clad in a long cloak, sporting a half-moon hairstyle, and carrying a western sword, who strode confidently toward one of the large pits. "I have met the noble Lord Green Ancient." Upon reaching the pit, the soldier who crawled out quickly kneeled on one knee to greet him, ignoring the fallen bandages at the corners of his mouth. Hearing the soldier's address, the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement. "Lord Green Ancient. He is the commander of the Divine Knights. Oh my, after being stationed in the Holy Land for so long, this is the first time I have seen this esteemed lord. Has the Divine Knights been stirred? What on earth is happening? How could that woman in her underwear fall from the sky? Lord Green Ancient actually came in person. Could it be that the Holy Land is under invasion?" The elder was none other than Fei Gallon du Green Ancient, the renowned king who once thrived in the Valley of the Gods. "You are truly in a sorry state, soldier." Green Ancient looked down at the soldier, and then turned to the encircling crowd, his voice low and commanding, "Everyone return to your positions. This area is now under the jurisdiction of the Divine Knights. No one is allowed to approach without my permission." As soon as Green Ancient finished speaking, the previously noisy crowd fell silent, and orderly began to retreat. "Lord Green Ancient, I have important information." As the crowd made their way back, Spandam came rushing from the headquarters of the world government, pushing against the tide to get closer to Green Ancient. "Halt!" Before Spandam could approach Green Ancient, a member of the Divine Knights, standing not far behind him, swiftly drew his sword, pointing it directly at Spandam's throat. Seeing this, Spandam was instantly frightened, his legs giving way as he dropped to both knees, trembling, as he exclaimed, "Lord Green Ancient, I have important information." Green Ancient did not even glance at the kneeling Spandam, lightly waving his hand, saying, "Take him away." At that moment, Spandane rushed over. Without waiting for the Divine Knights to act, he hurriedly approached Spandam, and said urgently, "Lord Green Ancient, please calm down, I will take him away." As he spoke, Spandane did not dare to delay, quickly dragging the clumsy Spandam away. Although he was the head of CP9, in front of Green Ancient, the commander of the Divine Knights, he felt no more significant than an ant. For Green Ancient not only protected the safety of the celestial dragons and maintained their ruling status, but also held the power to judge and execute them. Facing such a significant figure, even with his grand ambitions, Spandane could only bow and scrape until those ambitions were realized. Just as Spandane and his son left the square, Green Ancient got straight to the point, asking what happened. "How could you all?" As he said this, Green Ancient immediately looked up at the sky, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. The soldier dared not hide anything and maintained his kneeling position as he spoke, replying, "To your lordship, we were knocked back by the conqueror's haki." Green Ancient's pupils constricted as he glanced at the 5 members of the Divine Knights behind the soldier. Was it that mutinous rear Admiral Xiayu? Could it be that all 6 of you could not withstand him? The soldier lowered his head in shame, saying, "We did not have the opportunity to fight back." Before he finished speaking, the soldier suddenly remembered something, raising his head sharply to look at Green Ancient, whispering, "Lord Green Ancient, Xiayu knows about Lord IM's existence." The sudden declaration caught Green Ancient off guard, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What did you say?" Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters on the rooftop of Marineford, standing with his hands behind his back on the rooftop, Xiayu gazed at the warship slowly sinking beneath the waves, his eyes narrowing. Though these warships flew the flag of justice, he knew that not all the personnel aboard were from the forces of Justice Island. Most were members of CP9. As soon as these warships headed straight for Marineford, he had already sensed them through observation haki, and even overheard some thoughts of the personnel aboard learning that these warships were sent by Spandam, the highest officer of CP9. Spandam, as his eyes narrowed, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of Xiayu's mouth. Spandam daring to send someone at this time to appear alongside the Divine Knights clearly indicated that he had learned of their movements through his intelligence network. This also meant that Spandam had extended his reach not only to the Marine headquarters, but had infiltrated many departments of the Holy Land. Setting aside his character, just based on Spandam's pitiful strength, reaching this level was worthy of a compliment from C. Of course, while acknowledging this, since Spandam dared to reach into his territory, especially conspiring with Justice Island and a high-ranking figure in the Holy Land to eliminate him, he must have prepared himself for death. Lord Xiayu, what should we do about the teleportation array? Standing silently beside Xiayu, Xiuan did not question why Xiayu wanted to eliminate those warships. She simply stared intently at the teleportation array that had long since disappeared from the opposite rooftop, her expression grave, saying leaving the teleportation array here is always a threat. Is there any way to remove it? Before Xiayu could respond, Borisolino stepped forward saying, I will stay here to guard it. No need. Xiayu waved his hand saying, I will give it a try. Saying this, Xiayu turned and walked toward the spot where the soldier had stood earlier, glancing around before a strategy suddenly appeared in his mind. He boldly said, Sean, go get 2 seals. Huh. Xiuan's beautiful eyes widened, thinking she had misheard. She looked at Xiayu feeling confused, but that's the teleportation array of the Divine Knights Marshal. Similarly, the 3 admirals standing on the other side were equally taken aback and turned to look. Sakazuki's facial muscles twitched. Although he was an admiral of the Marine headquarters, he did not know the principles behind the teleportation array, but he was certain that seals could not contain it. Borisolino, turning his head, hesitated to speak, but ultimately fell silent, observing calmly. Gion remained relatively calm, only habitually frowning slightly. The sudden tension in the air made Xiayu think he had not been clear, and he asked in confusion, what? Do I need to repeat myself? No need. Xiuan awkwardly smiled, regaining her composure, and immediately turned to run out. Soon she returned with 2. Xiayu took the seals and pressed them into his palm, quietly releasing the Conqueror's Haki. As a slight low-frequency vibration spread through the surrounding air, the released Conqueror's Haki did not behave chaotically like before scattering the members of the Divine Knights, but was instead eerily absorbed into the seals held in Xiayu's palm. Seeing this astonishing scene, the 3 admirals and Xiuan widened their eyes in disbelief, with Borisolino looking utterly stunned, his mouth agape and eyes bulging like saucers, unable to believe the miraculous sight before him. Though Sakazuki and Gion were not as exaggerated, they were equally bewildered by Xiayu's actions, with the thought arising in their minds, can Conqueror's Haki be used this way? Watching the reactions of the 3 admirals and Xiuan, Xiayu couldn't help but chuckle. However, being professionally trained, he held back, reminding himself that he was now the marshal of the Marine headquarters and could not act like a jester as he had in the past. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 admirals and Xiuan, as he infused the Conqueror's Haki into the seals, Xiayu recited a chant with utmost seriousness. As Xiayu's speed of speech quickened, the frantically injected Conqueror's Haki once again caused the surrounding air to vibrate at a low frequency, the buzzing sound becoming incessant. The 3 admirals and Xiuan's heads were filled with question marks. Which family's Conqueror's Haki is used like this? Although confused, the 4 did not dare to ask, and refrained from making any noise at this moment. Just as the 4 were in awe of Xiayu's increasingly powerful Conqueror's Haki, and instinctively stepped back, Xiayu suddenly raised his voice, Great Celestial Dragon Prajna Buddha's earthly Bodhisattva's Prajna Bami Bomb. As soon as he uttered the word bomb, Xiayu lifted the seal infused with Conqueror's Haki and slammed it down hard onto the ground. With a wave of energy rippling outward, the seal embedded itself directly into the surface, as if merging with the ground itself. Done. Looking at the seal embedded in the ground, Xiayu nodded in satisfaction, saying, with this seal in place, if they dare to use this teleportation point next time, it will send them right back to where they came from. In the dimly lit palace hall of Marineford, Im sat on the void throne, his cold gaze fixated on the 5 elders and the somewhat disheveled military officer standing in the hall. His hands hidden beneath his cloak clenched tightly around the armrests of the throne, exuding an invisible, suffocating pressure. After informing him of everything that would transpire at the Navy headquarters, the military officer bowed, slightly too fearful to stand upright. This time, leading 5 members of the Divine Knight Corps to the Navy headquarters, she not only failed to negotiate successfully with Xiayu, but was also sent flying back by his overwhelming force. Thankfully, Figolin Greenbow accompanied her, otherwise, even with 10 times her courage, she would not dare to stand in this grand hall. Of course, without Figolin Greenbow, she would not have dared to step into this palace. After a brief silence, Im abruptly stood up, his gaze burning as he stared at those present, and said in a deep voice, To know of my existence, who exactly is this Xiayu? Lord, on this person must not be spared. The financial warlord, Izambaron V. Nejiru raised his head cautiously, his murderous intent palpable as he declared, He has instigated a mutiny and seized control of the Navy. We can compromise, but this matter cannot be tolerated. Knowing of your existence, Xiayu must die. Upon hearing this, Figolin Greenbow, standing nearby, frowned slightly. Although he was the leader of the Divine Knight Corps, commanding powerful members and possessing strength on par with the 5 elders present, he did not agree with Izambaron V. Nejiru's suggestion. Xiayu's audacity to instigate a mutiny and seize control of the Navy headquarters with minimal cost indicates that he must have a trump card against the world government, a fact that has already been partially validated. With just his conqueror's haki, he sent the military officer and 5 divine knights flying back to Marineford, demonstrating that Xiayu's strength defied classification as merely a vice admiral or one of the so-called 4 emperors of the seas. Thus far, even the formidable rocks who once stormed the God Valley, or Roger, who later became the new pirate king, could not wield their conqueror's haki to such an extent. If the world government rashly engages in battle with Xiayu, who possesses such terrifying strength and has seized control of the Navy, even if they ultimately achieve victory, they will suffer significant losses, allowing the Revolutionary Army and those lawless pirates of the Grand Line to seize the opportunity and worsen the situation. Thinking of this, Greenbow looked up at the figure standing before the Void Throne and slightly bowed, saying, "Lord, on the fact that Xiayu mentioned your name in front of 3 admirals, and a prospective admiral indicates that the knowledge of your existence is not limited to just these 4. It is likely that Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr are also aware of it. To continue keeping this secret, we can only go to war with Xiayu and the Navy he controls, ensuring that we annihilate them in one swift blow. It is evident that the current situation does not permit us to act in such a manner. According to the latest information I have, news of Xiayu's mutiny and control over the Navy headquarters has already been printed and distributed by various news agencies of the Grand Line. Before these news agencies became aware of this matter, I believe the Revolutionary Army or other nefarious forces have already obtained this intelligence." Before Greenbow could finish his sentence, the transponder snail in his arms suddenly rang. As soon as the transponder snail rang, Greenbow's expression changed immediately, and he hastily attempted to cut off the call. However, he was a moment too late. From the transponder snail, a deep voice emerged. "Father, I am Shamlock. I have just received the latest intel. The Revolutionary Army's Eastern, Western, Southern, and Northern divisions, along with the Grand Line forces, are mobilizing almost simultaneously. Additionally, an informant from Wano has conveyed that Kaido of the Beast learned about Xiayu's mutiny through Doflamingo and is preparing to launch a top-tier war." Understood. Because M was present, Greenbow dared not say more. He ended the call decisively, and then looked up at the figure before the throne. As the transponder snail fell silent, the hall instantly became quiet. Although the 5 elders maintained their expressions, their hearts were in turmoil. Especially Izambaron V. Nejiru. Part of the reason for the situation's escalation was that he had heeded Spandam's advice to investigate Xiayu. Thinking to eliminate Xiayu before he grew too powerful, he initially only considered that he must not incite internal turmoil within the Navy by pursuing Xiayu, which is why he ordered Judicial Island to intervene in the investigation, hoping to absorb the anger of the Navy's officers. Beyond that, he did not worry too much, as he thought that Xiayu, being still weak, might pose a threat in the future, but was not worth mentioning at present. However, the reality was that this vice admiral, whom he deemed weak, not only brazenly instigated a mutiny, but also stirred up various forces through it. Seemingly a natural progression, all of this was actually within Xiayu's calculations. For he could be certain that the Revolutionary Army and Kaido of the Beast, who controls Wano, were able to learn of the Navy headquarters mutiny through Doflamingo, not due to the strength of their intelligence networks, but rather because Xiayu intentionally allowed it, aiming to create a chaotic scenario with multiple parties hampering each other. Of course, none of this mattered. What was important was that he had not expected Xiayu to know of Lord IMS' existence. It is known that Lord IMS' identity has thus far remained the highest level secret. Apart from the 5 of them, only Fiegel and Greenbow, and a select few in the Divine Knight Corps were aware. While Izambaron V. Nejiru was secretly pondering how to respond to the current situation, M turned slowly to face away from everyone, a bone-chilling aura flashing through his crimson-patterned eyes, as he said in a deep voice, "Tell Xiayu that I wish to speak with him." Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters building in the operations conference room, due to the sudden appearance of the Divine Knight Corps, the 3 elders Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr had also arrived in the conference room. Except for a few vice admirals who had left the headquarters on a mission, all the vice admirals and 3 admirals present at the headquarters were gathered. "Lord Xiayu, there is something I do not quite understand." Before the meeting began, Xuan, who sat beside Xiayu, took the opportunity to ask with some confusion, "Why did you tell those Divine Knight Corps members that they should not fear just Nika? Was it to provoke them intentionally, or for some other purpose?" "It was neither provoking nor for any ulterior motive," Xiayu smiled, and continued, "I just felt that not saying something would diminish my imposing aura." Unexpectedly, Xiayu would respond like this, and Gion widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, then shook her head with a bitter smile. Indeed, the Xiayu she knew had not changed despite seizing the naval power through a coup. From the moment Xiayu entered the headquarters until the coup began, he gave off the impression of a humorous and charming youth. Even when facing the presiding judge's questioning in the courtroom, Xiayu would say something amusing like, "I like to light my cigarettes with Bailey. Are we all here?" Xiayu no longer continued on this topic, instead lifting his head to glance around at the attendees, and slowly said, "Before we start the meeting, there is something I must inform you all. If nothing goes wrong, the Revolutionary Army and one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote Doflamingo, should already know about the coup and have taken corresponding actions. Of course, their ability to obtain this news immediately after the coup is not due to the impressive skills of their infiltrator in the Navy headquarters, but rather it was done intentionally by me. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army might learn about it even earlier than Doflamingo, as their infiltrator in the Navy holds a significant rank. As for the infiltrator arranged by Doflamingo, since he is not in the headquarters, I have relayed what happened here through another branch Vice Admiral. Or rather to compel him to make a choice. Hearing Xiayu bring up the topic of infiltrators before the meeting, Sengoku, who was eavesdropping, looked up at Xiayu in surprise. As a former Fleet Admiral of the Navy, he certainly knew that there were many factions within the Navy that had arranged infiltrators. Although he had silently rooted out some infiltrators through his own means, he believed there were still some of which he was unaware. And what Xiayu said at this moment clearly indicated that he was already well versed in the details of these infiltrators. Compared to Sengoku's silence, many Vice Admirals present began to voice their concerns. Doflamingo actually arranged for infiltrators in the headquarters? Who could this infiltrator be? Not from the headquarters. Could it be the head of a branch base? Admiral, why not root out these infiltrators? Xiayu raised his hand to signal for silence, smiling gently as he said, infiltrators do not necessarily have to be rooted out. Often it is more beneficial to leave them in place than to eliminate them. Their usefulness has already begun to manifest. Just now, news from the Sabeti archipelago indicated that the Revolutionary Army's 5 divisions have mobilized in response to the coup within the Navy. I can assure you, as long as the Holy Land stirs due to my coup, they will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to expand their territory and influence. And once Doflamingo obtains this intelligence through his infiltrator, he will immediately notify Kaido, one of the 4 emperors ruling over the New World. You heard me right. Don Quixote Doflamingo, as one of the 7 warlords, also has another identity, codenamed Joker. He is not only a broker in the underworld, but also has close ties to Kaido. Once Kaido learns through Doflamingo that we have severed ties with the world government, what do you think the one who has long desired the destruction of this world will do? Although news will eventually spread worldwide, and everyone will eventually know what we have done, there will be a timing discrepancy. At that time, the Holy Land will surely seize this gap, thinking to suppress us with rapid force, and end the war as swiftly as possible. I dare to initiate a coup, naturally, not fearing a war with the world government. The crucial issue is, once we engage in battle with the Holy Land, how will other factions react? The Revolutionary Army is unlikely to act against us at this moment. They have been dedicated to overthrowing the world government's rule, and will not launch a surprise attack against us. Instead, they may send envoys to connect with us, as this is the best opportunity for them to recruit the Navy. For the Revolutionary Army, the world government is their ultimate target. However, for other factions, especially those lawless pirates at sea, the Navy is their greatest threat. Therefore, I intentionally stirred up the situation in advance, leading the Holy Land to believe that everyone would have their reservations, thus sitting down calmly to negotiate with us. Having said this all at once, Xiayu suddenly turned to look at the eavesdropping Carp Sengoku, and Zephyr smiling as he said, you must be eager to meet the mastermind behind the world government on whom I mentioned. Of course, I believe many of you present are also curious about this person. As long as the Holy Land is willing to talk, everyone will soon meet this individual. Because once I send those members of the God Knights flying back to the Holy Land, IMS existence will no longer be a secret to us. As long as him does not want the Revolutionary Army and the D-Clan to benefit from a war with us, you will soon see him. Gubru, just as Xiayu finished speaking, the quiet phone bug placed in front of him suddenly rang. Immediately, a familiar voice came from the phone bug. This is Junzi. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards her, especially Sengoku and Carp, who unconsciously took out a box of senbei each and began to munch away. Ms. Junzi, it seems you were not injured by the impact of the Conqueror's haki. Xiayu narrowed his eyes slightly, saying, in that case I can rest easy. After all, we have not yet reached the point of complete enmity. Perhaps we will become comrades fighting side by side soon. On the other end of the phone bug, Junzi, standing in the Holy Land's royal palace hall, glanced nervously at the imposing figure in front of the throne, not daring to say much, and went straight to the point, saying, Lord M wants to see you. Sure. Xiayu did not hesitate at all, and immediately asked when. Tomorrow. Xiayu nodded. I hope to see Spandam and his son when I arrive at the Holy Land tomorrow. After finishing, Xiayu directly ended the call, then looked up at the crowd that had gathered their attention, shrugging slightly as he said, it seems the Revolutionary Army and Kaido will be busy for nothing. Holy Land World Government Headquarters Building. CP9 Supreme Commander's Office. Spandane sat at his desk looking like a corpse, staring blankly at the phone bug on the desk. Just now he had received a piece of bad news. The several warships he had dispatched from Judicial Island to the Navy headquarters were all sunk with no survivors. While the death of these individuals was unfortunate, the key issue was that the Navy had sunk warships flying the Judicial flag, without hesitation, indicating that either he or Xiayu must pay with their life in this incident. From the Holy Land's reaction, the calculating Spandane had already roughly guessed that the Holy Land would not go to war with the Navy under Xiayu's control, at least not for now. Not going to war implies compromise and concession. And compromise and concession require a certain price, such as pushing him, the Supreme Commander of CP9, out to appease Xiayu's anger after the coup. Father! Father! Suddenly a panicked voice of Spandam came from outside the office door. Before Spandane could react, Spandam burst through the door and rushed to the desk, saying urgently, the God Knights are Upon hearing this, Spandane slumped helplessly into his chair, a flash of despair and fear crossing his eyes. The sun hung high in the sky, slowly sinking into the horizon of the sea, as if it were melting into the vast ocean, casting a magnificent blood-red hue across the water. After the meeting, Xiayu ascended to the rooftop of the main building alone, squinting his eyes as he gazed out over the boundless sea, his mind swirling with thoughts. 6 years ago, when he opened his eyes and found himself transported to the pirate world, he was instantly filled with fervor, ready to roll up his sleeves and embark on a grand adventure. Of course, there was also a fear of the unfamiliar world, as he was uncertain whether he could obtain the powerful abilities akin to those protagonists in the many novels he had read before his transmigration. As time passed, the coveted abilities he had anticipated never materialized. However, he did not succumb to disappointment, but rather decisively abandoned his fantasies to face the reality, training doubly hard every day while trying to build good relationships with the soldiers and officers around him. Gradually, he discovered that even without a system, he seemed capable of carving out a place for himself in this world. Thus he began to strategize, originally only wishing to survive as long as possible. As his strength continued to grow and more people gathered around him, his ambitions began to swell. However, according to his plans and strategies, he would not make a desperate gamble at this time, for with his current strength and connections, he could merely survive this judgment. Seizing the position of marshal and controlling the navy was nearly impossible. What he did not expect was that the system truly appeared, even rewarding him before he had firmly secured the position of marshal of the navy, enhancing all his abilities to their highest levels with a single click. When his abilities were first enhanced, Xiayu distinctly felt his strength reach an unprecedented height. But even though the various techniques of the three-color hockey swordsmanship and the Navy's 6 styles, along with the combat experience endowed by the system, felt as innate as breathing, he could not truly experience just how powerful his newly elevated abilities were until he fought against Carp and knocked back 6 members of the Divine Knight Corps. Especially the Conqueror's Hockey, previously his understanding of it was limited to what he had known before his transmigration, but after the system elevated it to its highest realm, he truly grasped the profound significance of Conqueror's Hockey, surpassing all else. Of course, all of this had already occurred. What lay before Xiayu now was the meeting with him tomorrow, and some plans. Although had made concessions, he would not naively believe that had truly compromised. Having manipulated the world government behind the scenes for so many years, how could him yield simply because of a coup led by him? The reason for discussing with him was merely to temporarily stabilize him. Naturally, he also needed some time to buffer. Now rashly waging war against the world government, a colossal entity that had stood at the pinnacle of the Red Earth continent for 800 years, was not a rational choice. A moment of impulsive fervor could lead him, who currently held the initiative, into a passive position. Of course, if he merely wished to be a sea emperor in this world, he would not need to instigate a coup. He could directly take his loyal officers and soldiers and leave the main base to establish his own stronghold without going through such convoluted efforts. As a great transmigrator, to resort to banditry and become a pirate while wielding dragon-slaying techniques and possessing a system was simply a grand joke. Lord Xiayu. Suddenly a familiar voice sounded from behind. Turning around, he saw the striking figure of Xiwan, clad in a vice admiral's coat, swiftly approaching him with a sword named Kinpyra at her waist. Xiayu, he turned his head and asked, "Is everything arranged?" "Yes," Xiwan replied, handing him a document, and continuing, "Besides Lord Sengoku, Mr. Carp and Teacher Zephyr, the 3 admirals, also wish to go to the Holy Land. Furthermore, I noticed that Admirals Kazan and Sakazuki seem somewhat downcast. I worry about them. Lord Xiayu, you know the two have had many disagreements over ideals over the years, and have nearly come to blows several times." "Don't worry," Xiayu waved his hand and smiled, saying, "It's understandable for them to feel down at this time, due to IMS existence, which has shaken the justice they each uphold. Especially Sakazuki. Deep down he has long harbored dissatisfaction towards the celestial dragons and the power-holding elders, but due to his identity and the justice he follows, he has chosen to endure. Now that a hidden controller of the world government has suddenly emerged, anyone who harbors true justice in their heart would feel disheartened. Kazan is similar. Back during the O'Hara incident, he grew confused about the Navy's justice, and now knowing of IMS existence, his confusion is naturally amplified. However, once we go to the Holy Land, I believe neither Sakazuki nor Kazan will remain confused." Shiyuan's eyes brightened as she speculatively said, "So you mentioned IMS existence in front of the Divine Knight Corps, to provoke a reaction, not solely to confront him and the world government, but to allow Kazan and Sakazuki to make their final choice." Xiayu nodded. "Not just them, but also Sengoku and Carp. For these oldtimers and powerful individuals, mere brute force and familiar tactics are insufficient to make them fully choose to stand with us. They must see the situation clearly and understand the truth themselves, and with everything we are doing as a foundation, only then will they abandon all fantasies and face reality." Upon hearing this, Xiwan tilted her head slightly to look at Xiayu. He was still the same Xiayu, yet at this moment, he felt somewhat unfamiliar to her. It was worth noting that Xiayu was now about the same age as Tina, yet in terms of both intellect and cunning he surpassed ordinary individuals, exhibiting mastery in understanding human hearts that rivaled even Sengoku the strategist. The sea breeze sweeping across the surface carried with it the coats of Xiayu and Xiwan, producing a soft, rustling sound in the wind. Xiayu glanced at the document's contents before passing it to Xiwan, then looked up towards the distance, narrowing his eyes as he softly remarked, "The wind is rising." A new day dawns and the sun rises as usual. As newspapers printed by major news agencies were delivered to various parts of the world by news birds, the Great Rout, and the major powers of the four seas were all shocked by the contents published in the papers. In the New World, red-haired pirates territory. The members of the red-haired pirates, dressed in various styles, were sprawled out on the ground, snoring loudly, startling the birds in the surrounding woods into silence. Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, who had just recently become one of the four emperors of the New World, had indulged in a grand feast with his crewmates, and was now passed out cradling a bottle of wine, sleeping until he naturally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, Shanks saw a figure sitting across from him. It was Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirate. Beckman did not glance at Shanks upon his awakening, but instead held a newspaper brought by a news bird, his expression unusually grave. "Good morning, Beckman." Shanks rubbed his somewhat swollen eyes, dragging himself to Beckman's side, and grinned, saying, "Up so early? Didn't you have enough fun last night?" "Moi." Beckman said nothing, but handed the newspaper to Shanks. As Shanks' gaze swept across the headline of the newspaper, his pupils instantly constricted, and he snatched the paper back, eyes wide in disbelief as he read, "A coup occurred at the Navy headquarters. Vice Admiral Xiayu seized the position of Marshal." After a brief shock, Shanks jolted his head up to look at Beckman. "When did this happen?" "Last night during our banquet." Beckman lit a cigarette, his face serious, as he said, "Before you woke up, I contacted our intelligence member lurking in the Sabati archipelago, not only the Navy headquarters, but also the majority of the Navy bases throughout the Great Rout, and the four seas underwent a thorough cleansing with lightning speed. All the officers who became commanders at various Navy bases during this time are trusted confidants of this Vice Admiral. With just a day to fully take over the Navy, what astonishing means are these? I have a premonition that moving forward, the balance between the Holy Land and the world government's affiliated nations, as well as the balance between the Navy and the four emperors of the New World, will be completely disrupted because of this Vice Admiral. Meanwhile, in the New World, the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, a colossus over 6 meters tall sat motionless at the bow of the Moby Dick, the flagship, symbolizing the title's strongest man in the world. Intravenous tubes draped across his massive frame, he held a freshly printed newspaper in his hands, his gaze sharp and utterly absorbed. Though utterly still, his mere presence radiated an imperious aura that commanded the heavens. So overwhelming was his pressure that none dared lift their eyes to meet his. Edward Newgate, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, a devil fruit user of the quake fruit, revered across the seas as the strongest man in the world and addressed by his crew with unwavering devotion as Papa. On the deck, every division commander and fighter of the Whitebeard pirates stood in hushed silence, as if afraid even the whisper of footsteps might disturb their Papa. Closest to Edward Newgate stood Marco, 1st Division commander, his golden punk-styled hair gleaming under the sun, bearing the epithet Phoenix, one of the few commanders who dared crane his neck toward Papa. Yet even he remained mute, waiting in reverent stillness. For before Papa had laid eyes on the paper, they had already read its contents, and knew the world government and the Marines had overnight slipped into a state of razor-edge tension. Though pirates, and captains under the banner of the strongest man in the New World, they were no strangers to chaos, yet this day's headline demanded their full attention. The reason was simple: once the world government and its marine war machine drew swords, the entire world would tremble, and the fragile equilibrium painstakingly forged in the New World would inevitably shatter. Gurra, gurra, gurra. After finishing the paper, Edward Newgate burst into thunderous laughter, boisterous, unshackled, and declared, "It seems Sengoku and Garp have grown old indeed. A mere brat has stolen their home. But it is not Sengoku or Garp who should now be losing sleep. It is the 5 elders ensconced within Mary Gion." In pausing briefly, his expression shifted, grave, contemplative, as he lifted the paper again. "Just what does this young Vice Admiral Xiayu truly seek? To stage a coup and ascend as Fleet Admiral, still serving the world government? Or to wrest the colossal marine war machine from its masters and crown himself sovereign of a new realm? If the former, then little changes. But if the latter, the grand line already churning with unrest shall erupt into cataclysmic tempests." "Papa," Marco stepped forward without hesitation. "I've already dispatched agents to the Sabati archipelago. Whatever unfolds, we'll know first. Also, Kaido attempted suicide on Skypea yesterday. Unlike before, he failed. And instead of returning to Wano country, the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates have all departed it. No doubt anticipating this news, he seeks to ignite a new war. And pay him no mind." "Humph." And Edward Newgate waved a dismissive hand, his burning gaze fixed upon the front-page photograph, his voice slow, deliberate. "Xiayu. Truly an extraordinary youth. And, somewhere in the Grand Line, upon a coffin-shaped vessel cleaving through wind and waves, sat a young man whose eyes gleamed with the piercing intensity of a hawk. Across his back rested a colossal sword, its cross-shaped hilt unmistakable, as he lounged, legs crossed upon the cramped deck built solely for him. Though spray surged upward with each cresting wave, the droplets halted midair just before touching him, repelled by an invisible force, then scattered like mist upon the wind. Dracul Mihawk. Hawkeye's the undisputed world's strongest swordsman, perched atop the pinnacle of swordsmanship, who formerly a marine hunter, now one of the 7 warlords of the sea under the world government. Suddenly a sharp cry pierced the sky. Mihawk looked up, to find a newsbird descending swiftly hovering directly above him. Ever a devoted reader, he tossed it a single belly without hesitation, and seized the newspaper it carried. In the instant his eyes fell upon the headline, Mihawk shot upright, his hawk-like gaze flashing with genuine shock. A coup at Marine headquarters. Vice Admiral Xiayu seizing full command, pitting the Marines against the world government. And after swiftly scanning the article, he steadied his breath, then lifted his gaze toward the horizon. The name Xiayu was no stranger to him. Once summoned by the Marines, he had attended a high-level meeting at Marine headquarters, as one of the 7 warlords. Though he'd never met Xiayu face-to-face, rumors about the young officer had reached him through numerous senior officers. He cared little for politics, but this name lingered in his memory because one officer had remarked a prodigy has emerged at headquarters mastering all 6 powers of the Marines in just 6 years. Moreover, this same prodigy possessed astonishing aptitude in swordsmanship, surpassing even many elite swordmasters within Marine headquarters. Vice Admiral Xiayu. And after a brief silence, fierce battle lust ignited in Mihawk's eyes. To seize control of Marine headquarters in a single day, you have ascended far beyond expectation. Then it is time we met. And before the final word faded, the aura of the world's strongest swordsman erupted, raw, sovereign, undeniable. In the next heartbeat, his coffin-shaped vessel surged forward, blazing toward Marine headquarters at breakneck speed. But barely 15 seconds later, having just breached a towering wave, the craft sputtered and died adrift upon the swell. And staring at the inert vessel bobbing listlessly, Mihawk's earlier fervor evaporated, replaced by a cascade of bafflement. He exhaled sharply, then swept his gaze across the empty sea. Finding no ships nearby, he unslung his Yoru, the supreme grade sword, and wielded it deftly as an oar, cutting through the waves with practiced rhythmic strokes. The first half of the Grand Line. Inside the dim chamber of Rain Banquet, the largest casino in Rain-Base Alabasta Kingdom, a formidable figure stood with his back to the room's sole shaft of light, his low, unsettling chuckle echoing off the walls. Unbelievable. Marine headquarters seized entirely by a mere vice admiral. Mid-law he whirled, revealing a face bisected by a brutal scar and crowned by slick, perfectly combed back hair, exuding the unmistakable magnetism of a born conqueror. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, founder of the criminal syndicate Baroque Works, codenamed Mr. Of course, no one in Alabasta knew his true identity, for Crocodile was meticulously cultivating a heroic public persona, here, using it as cover to advance a long-conceived scheme. Miss All Sunday. In clutching a cigar between his teeth, Crocodile turned toward the shadowed corner opposite him and smiled slowly. Our plan must begin ahead of schedule. At his words, a tall, elegant woman emerged from the gloom, her head crowned by a pristine white cowboy hat. Nico Robin, deputy director of Baroque Works, codenamed Miss All Sunday. A user of the flower fruit, and the sole survivor of O'Hara, branded by the world government as the Devil of O'Hara with a bounty of 79 million belly. Crocodile's expression hardened as he regarded Robin. The world government, or Marine headquarters, may soon issue a summons to the 7 warlords. Should the Marines fracture irreparably from the world government, we warlords will stand exposed in the crossfire. To safeguard our operation, I must depart Alabasta immediately. Baroque Works falls to you. A subtle knowing curve touched his lips as his eyes locked onto the woman before him, white hat gleaming faintly in the gloom. Do not disappoint me, Nico Robin. As the major forces around the world stirred with the upheaval at the Navy headquarters, a large warship slowly departed from the Marineford port, cutting through the waves towards the Sabeti archipelago. On the deck of the warship, Xiayu, draped in the Marshal's Code of the Navy headquarters, stood at the forefront with the 3 admirals behind him, each lost in their own thoughts. Gion maintained a step's distance from Xiayu, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, allowing the sea breeze to billow her coat. Beneath her calm exterior lay a heart filled with tension. Of course, this was to be expected. Although the Holy Land had compromised, the Hidden Im had chosen to meet with Xiayu, it did not mean that the other party would genuinely be sincere. If the Holy Land were to go back on their word, it would certainly lead to an unprecedented fierce battle. Don't be nervous. Xiayu seemed to sense Vaughn's thoughts, suddenly breaking the silence on the deck, saying lightly, even if the Holy Land were to go back on their word, they could not possibly keep us here. The most important thing is that the current situation does not allow them to go back on their word. Now, not just us, but even every action of the Holy Land is pulling the nerves of the intelligence dealers lurking in the shadows. Upon hearing this, Yuan secretly shook her head and smiled. From the day she met Xiayu, he had always appeared to her as a neighborly boy. Even though she knew he had made rapid progress over the years and would surely achieve greatness, she never imagined that one day she would need comfort from him like a little girl. She was indeed a bit nervous, but she was not afraid. Although she was much older than Xiayu, his sudden words of "don't be nervous" still warmed her heart. Unknowingly, the boy who once trained swordsmanship with her had grown into a towering tree, bringing her a sense of comfort. Since the Navy headquarters was not far from the Sabeti archipelago, the archipelago soon came into view. The warship did not head to the Navy base located in the Sabeti archipelago, but rather sailed directly towards the port leading to the Holy Land. As the warship approached the port, the calm exterior of the Sabeti archipelago suddenly became turbulent. The intelligence personnel from various factions lurking here moved in response, secretly monitoring the large warships sailing from the Navy headquarters. In Zone 13 of the Sabeti archipelago in front of Xiaqi's bar, the owner Xiaqi held a women's cigarette in one hand and a telescope in the other, peering through the trees at the large warship passing by, her gaze following its movement. When she saw the young figure standing on the deck of the warship in front of the three admirals, and Gion, even as the former emperor of the daughter country, she could not help but exclaim, to possess such astonishing charisma, at such a young age, the upcoming era will surely belong to him. At this point, Xiaqi suddenly turned her head to look at an old man standing not far beside her. Full of vigor, the old man beside Xiaqi squinted his eyes, using his powerful vision to take in all the figures on the warship, and generously praised, "He surpasses that one who invited me to sea to turn this world upside down back in the day." Silbaz Rayleigh, former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, codenamed Dark King, known as the right-hand man of the Pirate King, a top powerhouse of the old era. After the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh bore a mysterious mission, staying in the Sabeti archipelago to become a coding craftsman. To better disguise his identity, he often frequented various casinos in the Sabeti archipelago, and sometimes even pawned himself to human traffickers only to be sold to slave auction houses. Oh! Suddenly a glint flashed in Rayleigh's eyes as his gaze shifted from the young figure standing at the bow of the ship to the three old men sitting on the deck of the warship, Sengoku Garp Zephyr. Xiaqi rolled her eyes and chuckled, with the three highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters appearing alongside the elders Sengoku Garp and Zephyr. Such a powerful lineup would cause even the Holy Land to think twice. Hearing this, Rayleigh's eyes lit up and he boldly said, "I'll go join the fun." Before he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared into the nearby woods. When he reappeared, he was already by the port leading to the Holy Land. At this moment, the port was already gathering quite a number of Navy soldiers stationed in the Sabeti archipelago. Under the leadership of Vice Admiral Stolo Berry and Bastille, hundreds of Navy soldiers stood in 2 rows, their military posture impeccable, with fervent eyes. With the arrival of the warship from the Navy headquarters, merchant ships that provided various food supplies to the Holy Land began to evade, all moving to the waters outside the port. At that moment, merchants from all the merchant ships gathered on the decks of their respective ships, gazing eagerly at the warship slowly approaching the port. As the warship docked, Stolo Berry and Bastille, who had been waiting at the port, immediately straightened their bodies. Gion and the 3 admirals jumped off the deck at the first moment, with Gion standing alone on the left, while the 3 admirals stood opposite her waiting for Xiayu to disembark from the warship. However, Xiayu, who had previously been on the deck, was now nowhere to be seen. Rayleigh, standing in an inconspicuous corner at a distance, did not pay attention to the 3 admirals and Gion disembarking from the warship, but quietly released his observation haki, covering a radius of 100 feet. Through observation haki, he captured all the intelligence personnel lurking nearby, and every whispered conversation was clearly heard. With the 3 admirals of the headquarters alongside the former Marshal Sengoku and the naval hero Garp, Xiayu seems to be ready to confront the Holy Land. Xiayu has come to a confrontation, but the Holy Land seems to have compromised. Otherwise Xiayu's party would not appear in such a manner, but rather lead the Navy to storm the Holy Land. Where is he? Where is Xiayu? He was just on the deck. How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? Now is not the time to worry about where he is, but what will happen when he leads the 3 admirals along with Sengoku Garp and Zephyr to the Holy Land? What else could happen? The Holy Land compromises, and Xiayu secures greater rights for the Navy. There is another possibility. The Holy Land initially lowers its stance to lure Xiayu's group into the Holy Land, then strikes hard to eliminate them all. Are you serious? Let alone the fact that the entire Navy is under Xiayu's control. The Revolutionary Army, which obtained this information earlier than us, is mobilizing its 5 armies simultaneously. If the Holy Land dares to go back on their word at this moment, they will be met with an unprecedented revolutionary storm. Hearing the trivial chatter of these intelligence dealers through his observation haki, Rayleigh shook his head to himself, then retracted his haki, and looked up at the deck of the warship. Meanwhile, in the warship's cabin, Xiayu walked out of the restroom, took the handkerchief from the soldier waiting nearby to wipe his hands, and said straightforwardly, "Let's go." Saying this, Xiayu strode out of the cabin. HM. As he stepped onto the deck, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, and he subtly turned his head towards the direction where Rayleigh was. At that moment, Rayleigh had just retracted his observation haki and looked at the warship. When he saw Xiayu stepping onto the deck and suddenly turning his head to look in his direction, his heart jolted. From Xiayu's reaction and gaze, it was not hard for him to deduce that he had already been exposed. If he were just an ordinary coding craftsman, being exposed would not be a big deal. The crucial problem was that after he arrived here, he had completely concealed his aura, and with the cover of the leaves, even Xiayu on the warship could not detect him, let alone the 2 intelligence dealers lurking just 10 meters to his right. Yet Xiayu had looked up at him the moment he stepped out of the cabin, indicating that Xiayu had long since discovered his presence. Indeed, just as a jolt ran through Rayleigh's heart, a faint voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Once retired, do not meddle again, quietly become a legend, Dark King Rayleigh. Suddenly hearing this voice, Rayleigh could no longer maintain his composure, his face turning pale as he stared wide-eyed. It was evident that Xiayu not only discovered him, but also knew his true identity. Xiayu had not, of course, discovered Lei Li's presence long ago. When he stepped out of the cabin onto the deck, he merely intended to sweep the island with observation hockey, to take the measure of things. He never expected that amid the vast chorus of inner voices, he would find Lei Li, the former right hand of the Pirate King. Of course, he could have ignored Lei Li entirely. After all, Lei Li posed no threat to him in his present state. He chose to transmit his voice to Lei Li through observation hockey, because he felt it necessary to interact with this famed Ming Wang, and while at it to observe Lei Li's reaction. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated, yet Lei Li, stunned to be discovered, and to have his true identity known to Xiayu, wore a richly expressive face shocked disbelief. Before Lei Li could recover, Xiayu's voice sounded again in his mind. When these affairs are settled, I will take time to visit Xiayu, the former empress of the Women's Kingdom, at her shakedown bar. As an information broker, she may prove useful to me. Once more, never had he imagined Xiayu would be so well informed about Xiayu's identity and background. Lei Li felt another towering tempest surge within his heart. After a brief shock, Lei Li suddenly shook his head and laughed. What a formidable young man. Is this your way of ringing a warning bell for an old man? Lei Li did not leave. Since Xiayu had discovered him, he ceased hiding. Stepping out of the shadows into the sunlight, he gazed at the figure on the warship's deck, and using observation hockey transmitted, I wish you success in this endeavor, Navy's newly appointed Fleet Marshal Xiayu. On the deck a smile touched Xiayu's lips. He no longer engaged with Lei Li and strode forward decisively. As Xiayu disembarked, the Navy soldiers waiting ashore, and the two Vice Admirals, Tuoluo Bei Li and Ba Ctu, immediately saluted and cried in unison loyalty. At the same time, Gion removed the famed blade Jean by Luo from his waist, held it in both hands, stepped forward, and bowed. Lord Marshal. My. Xiayu blinked and asked, puzzled, Gion, what are you doing? Still bowed, Gion answered earnestly. A marshal who goes without his blade loses some of his gravitas. With that, he lifted Jean by Luo high above his head and presented it before Xiayu. At the sight, the three admirals opposite Gion all lowered their heads, evidently wishing Xiayu to bear the blade. Xiayu accepted Jean by Luo, without ceremony fastened it at his waist, pressed his hand to the hilt, and walked between Gion and the three admirals. No sooner had Xiayu stepped forward than Gion fell into step beside him, followed closely by the three admirals. Watching the scene, Zhang Guocapu and Zai Fa could not help but smile. Especially Master Zai Fa, seeing Xiayu stride toward the elevator to the Holy Land flanked by the three admirals, and Gion, an inexplicable mist rose to his eyes. He had never imagined that the things he had longed to do, but never dared, would be realized by his student Xiayu, who cut through complexities like a swift blade. He believed that under Xiayu's command the Navy would be utterly reborn, becoming in truth a force of genuine justice. From afar, watching Xiayu take the long sword from Gion and stride out with lofty bearing, Lei Li's eyes were once again struck with wonder. The Vice Admiral cradled the sword, the three admirals bowed their heads. Zhang Guocapu and Zai Fa attended at his back. A nova belonging solely to the Navy was slowly rising. In that instant, Lei Li seemed to behold the prologue of a brand new era unfurling before him. The Holy Land, Mali Xiaoya. Upon learning from the elevator attendants that Xiayu and his party had arrived at the harbor, Junzi allowed no delay, and together with several members of the Shun Ji Qishir, Tuan hurried straight for the entrance. When they reached the entrance, a familiar figure was already waiting there. Xiamu Luoku. Junzi said in surprise, what are you doing here? The man at the entrance was none other than the Shun Ji Qishir, Tuan's commander Fei Jialan, Du Golin Gus' eldest son, Xiamu Luoku. Unlike Junzi and the other members of the Shun Ji Qishir, Tuan Xiamu Luoku also wore a black cloak, but is different in that it had a hood. If the strong of the Grand Line saw the face beneath that hood, they would surely be astonished, for Xiamu Luoku bore a face identical to Xiang Kasi, who had just ascended into the New World as one of the four emperors. Xiamu Luoku did not take his eyes off the elevator, and said lightly, I am also a member of the Shun Ji Qishir, Tuan. You should not have appeared at a time like this. Junzi furrowed his brows, and in a low voice said, accompanying Xiayu to the Holy Land are not only Gion, but also the three admirals Zhang Guocapu and Zai Fa. If they see your face, how many secrets do you think we still have now? Before Junzi could finish, Xiamu Luoku interrupted, even Lord Emu's existence is no longer a secret. Does my identity still matter to them? Hearing this, Junzi fell silent, and turned to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiamu Luoku, looking toward the elevator. Watching its slow motion, Junzi suddenly felt a swell of nervousness, and his breathing quickened. Sensing Junzi's unease, Xiamu Luoku's brow creased slightly as he tilted his head. You're nervous? Junzi fidgeted and nodded, his expression grave. You should know what I fear most. They're almost here. The long-haired woman beside Junzi suddenly looked up, staring ahead, as if facing a formidable foe. Soon the elevator rose and came to a steady stop at the entrance. One after another, Gion and the three admirals emerged from the elevator a step before Xiayu, and took positions to either side. Just as Zhang Guocapu and Zai Fa were about to follow, they were all stunned where they stood after catching sight of Xiamu Luoku standing beside Junzi. Xiang Kusi. After a brief stupor, Kapu was the first to come to his senses. The next second he clenched his fists and stormed out of the elevator in fury, roaring at Xiamu Luoku. You bastard! Don't think that hood will fool an old man. Corrupting my grandson might be one thing, but how dare you come to the Holy Land? Kapu. As if anticipating Kapu's move, Zhangguo interjected swiftly, don't be rash. He is not Xiang. Kapu tilted his head toward Zhangguo. Zhangguo offered no explanation. He had never seen Xiamu Luoku before, but reason told him this was not the red-haired captain who had just entered the new world. Of course, whether this man was Xiang Kasi mattered little. Compared to Kapu's personal grudge against Xiang Kasi, he more earnestly wished to see with his own eyes Emu, who had long controlled the world government from behind a curtain. The three admirals and Gion also noticed Xiamu Luoku, and upon seeing his face showed surprise. But it was only surprise. For the world government's mastery of cloning technology made producing a human duplicate no great feat. Just then Xiayu stepped out of the elevator wearing a warm smile as he explained to Kapu, Zhangguo is right that this man is not Xiang Kasi, but Xiang Kusi's twin brother Cho Kusi. Cho Kusi. Almost simultaneously Junzi, Xiamu Luoku, and the long-haired woman beside them all widened their eyes taken aback. Clearly as Xiamu Luoku had guessed, Xiayu knew of Emu's existence, and thus knew his identity. But what on earth is a Cho Kusi? Xiamu, choked by Xiayu's words, pressed his hand against the hilt of his western sword at his waist, wanting to erupt, but dared not. Of course he was not afraid of Xiayu's formidable strength that could send the members of the Divine Knight squad flying with his conqueror's haki, but rather worried that losing composure at this moment would ruin the matter at hand. After taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and slightly bowed, saying, Fagilandu, Xiamu, on the orders of Lord, I am here to await Marshal Xiayu. Xiayu looked around, his brows furrowing, ignoring Xiamu's presence, as he turned to Junzi. Miss Junzi, it seems my words were not conveyed to you. Since him wishes to see me, then show your sincerity. Junzi seemed to have anticipated Xiaoya's question as she turned slightly and waved her sleeve, decisively stating, bring him up. At Junzi's command, several fully armed palace guards who had been standing a short distance behind the members of the Divine Knight squad immediately turned and ran out. In no time these palace guards returned, quickly escorting Spandam. Kneel. As soon as they pushed Spandam in front of Xiayu, one of the soldiers kicked him hard, forcing him to kneel on the ground. You cannot treat me like this. I am Spandam, who has made great contributions to the world government. Spandam, knocked to the ground, struggled to stand up, but was immediately held down by two palace guards, forcing him to lower his head. Despite this, he still struggled, violently roaring in defiance, let me go. Damn it, you bunch of useless fools. Finally, after a fierce struggle, although Spandam still could not stand up, he managed to lift his head again. However, he did not look at Xiayu but turned his head to look at Xiamu and Junzi, who were watching coldly from the side. Ha ha ha, I never expected that the world government, which has stood on the Red Earth continent for 800 years, would actually fall to the point of compromising with traitors. The Divine Knight Squad. The Five Elders. Huh. Sooner or later you will pay a painful price for this compromise. Today Xiayu dares to initiate a coup, and one day he will surely trample the world government underfoot. Enough. Junzi's brows were raised, and with a wave of her sleeve her unique fruit ability was unleashed. In the next moment an arrow wrapped in bandages flew silently, instantly wrapping around Spandam's neck and lifting him high into the air. Xiamu timely intervened to stop Junzi from killing Spandam, suppressing his anger from being ignored just now, and spoke slowly, how to deal with this, it's up to you. Is it just Spandam? Xiayu glanced at Spandam, who was being choked and hung up, and with a calm tone tinged with cruelty, said, this isn't enough, Xiamu. To cut the grass is to remove the roots. If I remember correctly, Spandam has a son. What's his name? Spandam. Yes, that's the name. Xiayu. Surprisingly, Xiayu did not spare even his own son. Spandam, choked by the neck, struggled madly, and shouted, one person does the deed, and one person takes the blame. Spandam has nothing to do with this. You can't say that. Xiayu waved his hand, signaling Junzi to let him down, then stepped forward and looked down at Spandam, who was gasping heavily on the ground. If I were to kill you here, it would relate to your stupid son. He would surely hold a grudge against me for this, and then be used by the Five Elders, easily becoming an excuse to trouble me. Even if I were to rage, the Five Elders could claim it was Spandam seeking revenge for his father. Spandam, you cannot deny that you are quite capable managing to connect with the Five Elders and having them order judicial island. If it weren't for the connections I've built up over the years, I might have truly fallen into your hands this time. However, it is a pity that even if you are good at scheming, you would never have expected me to initiate a coup, nor would you have thought that I would take complete control of the Navy in just one day. To the victor belong the spoils, you must acknowledge this. Of course I must thank you. If it weren't for your intervention at this moment, I might not have made up my mind so quickly. To express my gratitude, I must reunite you and your son. Upon hearing this, a flash of despair crossed Spandam's eyes, as he roared madly, Xiayu. Bang bang bang. Before Spandam could finish his words, a palace guard standing beside him suddenly stepped forward, quickly raised his gun, and decisively pulled the trigger at Spandam's head. This sudden scene caught everyone present off guard, and Xiamu instinctively pressed down on the hilt of his sword. Marshal Xiayu. Before Xiamu could draw his sword, the palace guard, having emptied the magazine, immediately stood upright in front of Xiayu and saluted. Please forgive me for executing this person in front of you. Emptying the magazine in a second is not my limit, it is to show you my loyalty. What does this mean? Xiayu blinked in confusion. Although he had wanted to cultivate some trusted generals in the Holy Land over the years, the Navy stationed in the Holy Land had been drawn from the Navy headquarters and Special Forces before he became a Navy officer directly commanded by the Grand Admiral Combe. Additionally, before his coup, he was just a rear admiral unable to enter the Holy Land at any time to smoothly carry out his plans. He couldn't even win over the Navy stationed in the Holy Land, let alone the palace guards of the Holy Land. As if sensing what Xiayu was thinking, the palace guard quickly removed his heavy helmet, revealing a youthful face. Marshal Xiayu, this is our first meeting. However, I have long heard of your deeds. They all say you grant any request. A few years ago, my parents were brutally killed by pirates. My sister was rescued, but due to serious injuries, she has become disabled. Over the years, I have always wanted to avenge them, but... Saying this, the palace guard kicked away the helmet he had removed, his expression firm. I want to take this opportunity to ask you to take me away from the Holy Land. I understand. Xiayu nodded. You want to leave the Holy Land to avenge your parents and sister, right? Yes. The palace guard nodded vigorously. That's fine. Xiayu stepped aside to make way for the palace guard. The path is right beneath your feet. Just stride forward. Surprised by Xiayu's straightforward agreement, the palace guard was momentarily stunned, then unable to contain himself, he raised his hand to salute and shouted loudly, loyalty. Go. Xiayu waved his hand. Yes. The palace guard responded again, and then ignored the presence of Xiayu and the others, striding confidently toward the elevator. Just as he reached the entrance of the elevator, the palace guard suddenly turned around, knelt down on both knees facing Xiayu, and choked out loudly, Lord Xiayu, if I succeed in my revenge and return alive, can I become your subordinate? Xiayu nodded. You already are soldier. To the brothers who sent out the urging symbols, liked and powered the author with love, an extra chapter. Dear 3 Admirals, 4 Emperor groups, 5 Elders, 6 Pence, and 7 Warlords, if you like this book, could you add it to your bookshelf and follow it? I want to create a group. Hey, related must reply. Additionally, the upcoming updates will be released at 12 midnight with stable 2 updates. Because Tomato is a free model, more updates won't significantly increase the author's income. Therefore, let's hold a special update event. For every 1,000 powered by love gifts, there will be an additional chapter. Watching the palace guards discard their helmets and step into the elevator, the expressions of Shamrock and the others turned exceedingly grim. They never anticipated that Xiayu's influence had seeped into the Holy Land, causing a palace guard meeting them for the first time to turn against them. In the past, they would have executed him without hesitation, as the guard's actions were worse than betrayal. However, Shamrock and the others dared not voice their anger, for Xiayu was currently at the height of his power. At this moment, they could not even entertain the thought of executing the guard, for even a whisper of dissent could invoke Xiayu's wrath, turning this negotiation into a new war. It was not that they were exaggerating. Xiayu was indeed capable of such actions. Based on the intelligence they possessed, when Xiayu was still a colonel in the Navy headquarters, he had once fought fiercely for a mere cannon fodder soldier who had just joined his ranks, ultimately enduring a week's confinement imposed by the warlord. He answers every request, repays every favor, shares fortune, bears responsibility alone, and defends his own without reason. This is Xiayu. Similarly, standing behind Xiayu, Xiuan, the 3 generals, Warlord Zephyr, and Carp, were all taken aback by the palace guard's sudden action. The individuals present had once been Xiayu's superiors, and they had varying degrees of understanding regarding his actions over the years at the headquarters. Yet they were still astonished by the extent of Xiayu's influence, which had compelled a palace guard who had merely heard of his deeds to act in such an astonishing manner. It is important to note that the position of a palace guard in the Holy Land far surpasses that of any palace guard in the member countries of the world government. For this is the Holy Land the center of the world. For many, being a palace guard is an unattainable honor. Not only ordinary citizens, but even among the Navy soldiers stationed in the Holy Land, many dream of being chosen as palace guards. To have someone who has already become a palace guard give up such hard-won glory is akin to taking their life. Yet the palace guard just now not only turned against them, but also expressed a desire to become Xiayu's subordinate in the future, which sufficiently illustrates that the image Xiayu has built over the years has deeply ingrained itself in people's hearts, influencing not only the Navy, but also many on the vast red soil continent, who regard him as a faith. What is the matter, everyone? Noticing the sudden silence around him after watching the palace guard leave, Xiayu unexpectedly swept his gaze over the crowd, and then turned to Shamrock with a warm smile, saying, Stinky Keks, what kind of expression is that? You aren't upset because I let that soldier leave, are you? There's no need for that. He simply wanted revenge for his parents and sister, and he hasn't done anything wrong. Even if he had done something wrong, it isn't for you to worry about. He is now my soldier. Upon hearing this, Shamrock's facial muscles twitched violently as he struggled to suppress the anger within, correcting him. I am not Stinky Keks, my name is Faglando Shamrock. Sorry, my memory isn't very good. Xiayu nodded, and then quickly changed the subject, asking, how long do you need to bring Spandam? Shamrock's brows instantly furrowed. Are you really intent on wiping him out? Spandam has already paid the price for his actions. Before Shamrock could finish, Xiayu's expression suddenly turned sharp, abandoning his previously warm demeanor, and he said coldly, Shamrock, just because we've talked a bit, you don't think you can act recklessly, do you? I will give you 10 minutes, bring his head to me in 10 minutes, or you will bear the consequences. With that, Xiayu turned around and walked away, no longer wasting words with Shamrock. Seeing this, Junzi quickly winked at Shamrock, and then hurried after Xiayu with a few other members of the Divine Knights. At that moment a group of palace guards suddenly rushed over. Each guard was clad in heavy silver armor, and with their large numbers they created an overwhelming sense of a grand army approaching. However, these palace guards did not approach Xiayu. The leading guard immediately spread out to the sides, as they neared Xiayu and his group, standing neatly along the automatic walkway. In a short while hundreds of palace guards had positioned themselves along both sides of the automatic walkway. Following that, a group of people appeared on the automatic walkway, with the leader being none other than the supreme commander of the world government, Kong. Trailing behind Kong were dozens of soldiers stationed in the Holy Land, along with the Navy headquarters strategist Crane, who had come to the Holy Land for an emergency meeting, but was unable to return promptly due to Xiayu's rebellion. As Crane stepped forward to stand opposite Xiayu, years had transformed her from the beautiful young naval officer who once fought alongside Carp and Warlord into an elderly lady. She looked up at Xiayu, her calm tone carrying a hint of complex emotions. Xiayu, well done. Before Crane could finish her sentence, a pink figure suddenly leaped out from behind the sturdy Kong. The girl who jumped out had strawberry blonde hair. She wore a pink hat and a pink dress radiating a charming aura. Peacock, the granddaughter of Admiral Crane, had just turned 20 this year. She was a paramecia-type whip fruit user, able to command everything that had been whipped, including buildings. Of course, these details were not important. What mattered was that before she became a fruit user, Peacock was an adorable pink little girl, but as she grew older and gained the whip fruit power, she gradually became Xia's nightmare. During his time at the officer training camp, Xiayu would often go to Crane's house for meals, thus gradually becoming familiar with. After Xiayu left the officer training camp, Peacock would occasionally run to his office waving her steel whip and causing chaos, leading to many misunderstandings among their colleagues. Moreover, due to Admiral Crane's favoritism towards Xiayu, a rumor circulated within the Navy headquarters that initially claimed Xiayu was to be Crane's grandson-in-law, which then spiraled into absurd tales of them secretly marrying when Peacock was 18, and that a newborn in the family compound was actually Xiayu and Peacock's child. Helplessly, Xiayu decisively employed some minor tactics to send her to a confidential special forces unit, out of sight, out of mind. For Xiayu, marriage was absolutely not an option. A woman would only become burdens on his path to greatness. Until his grand ambitions were fulfilled, how could he think of starting a family? The sudden appearance of the Peacock and a remark of "well done" sent the two nearly 200-year-old elders, General Crane and Kong, into a state of shock, their faces twitching. "Peacock, if you don't want to be left out to dry, then shut up." After reprimanding his granddaughter, who has become a burden, General Crane immediately turned his attention to Xiayu, whom he once held high hopes for, but who had now committed treason. He wanted to say something, but swallowed his words. At this point, nothing she said would hold any meaning. Xiayu no longer remained silent, stepping forward to look at Kong. "Marshal, are you here by order, or do you simply want to ask why I have come to this point? I am the supreme commander of the entire army." Kong suppressed the rage within him and said in a deep voice, "You've caused such a huge commotion. How could I not intervene? Let go of me. You're hurting my hand. My hand is about to break." Just then a wail suddenly echoed. Immediately after, Spandam, with a half-covered face in a leather mask, was forcibly brought over by two members of the Knight. Spandam, shrouded in fear of death, recognized Xiayu at first sight, even though it was their first meeting. He frantically lunged at Xiayu's leg, trembling, as he pleaded, "Lord Xiayu, it has nothing to do with me. Please spare me. I promise I will never seek revenge on you again." "What are you doing?" To his surprise, the members of the Knights of God brought Spandam forward. Xiayu frowned immediately and said in a deep voice, "What I want is his head, not to hear him wailing before me." Upon hearing this, the two members of the Knights of God, who had brought Spandam, looked up at Shamrock. Shamrock said nothing, but merely nodded slightly. Seeing this, one of the members of the Knights of God wasted no time dragging Spandam away and swiftly drawing his sword to execute him. "How unlucky." Xiayu lifted his foot, dropped these two words, and walked into the automatic walkway. "Xiayu, wait for me." Just as Xiayu stepped into the automatic walkway, before Gion and the three generals could catch up, the Peacock swiftly ran towards Xiayu. However, just as she was about to approach Xiayu, she was stopped by Junzi, who had arrived first. "You can't follow." The Peacock forcibly halted, frowned. "Why can't I follow? I am a major of the Blade Unit." Upon hearing this, Xiayu, who had distanced himself from the others in the automatic walkway, turned helplessly and said, "Peacock, this is not the time for nonsense. Go back." "Oh," under Xiayu's gaze, the Peacock, who had wanted to retort, quickly swallowed her words and reluctantly returned to General Crane's side. Gion, who had been standing silently by, did not greet General Crane. Although she was on good terms with him, as Xiayu said, this was not the time for casual conversation. After casting a silent glance at General Crane, Gion did not linger, moving alongside the three generals past General Crane and Kong. "Kapu, you stay." Just as Sengoku, Zephyr, and Kapu were passing in front of the two, Kong suddenly spoke. "The person Xiayu wants to see you cannot meet." Kapu suddenly looked up, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Why can't I?" Kong replied seriously, "Because you are AD." At these words, Sengoku, who was alongside Kapu, suddenly stopped and looked up at Kong, somewhat taken aback. "Lord Kong, did you already know that there is a mysterious power behind the five elders?" Facing Sengoku's inquiry, Kong shook his head and sighed, his tone softening as he turned to look at the young figure slowly walking away on the automatic walkway. "Perhaps you all know more than I do." "Understood." Sengoku nodded and quickly turned to walk into the automatic walkway with Zephyr. Kapu did not follow but looked at Kong with dissatisfaction, wanting to erupt, but ultimately held back. Though he was already over 70, he was still considered young in front of Kong, who was nearing 100. Of course, age was not the issue. The key was that Kong was not only his superior, but also his mentor. Kong ignored Kapu's dissatisfied gaze, crossing his arms, and watching the figure gradually distance itself on the automatic walkway, a hint of unprecedented confusion flashing in his eyes. Before he learned of the mysterious existence of IM, he had been contemplating how to reverse the situation, for he was the supreme commander of the army. With a mutiny occurring in the Navy headquarters under his command, he had to take full responsibility, even if it meant going to war with Xiayu, who controlled the Navy headquarters. But upon learning that there was a mysterious power behind the five elders, his initial shock gradually turned into confusion, leaving him uncertain about the correct course of action. Compared to Kapu, he was even more eager to meet this mysterious power that overshadowed the five elders, but the five elders forbade him and General Crane from getting involved unless he also staged a mutiny like Xiayu. Otherwise, he could only obey orders. Accompanied by Junzi and Shamrock, Xiayu stepped onto the automatic walkway into the sacred city of Pangu. He looked up at the magnificent headquarters building of the world government and quickly scanned his surroundings, unable to help but exclaim, "Such a vast and beautiful piece of land, yet it only houses a group of celestial dragons. It truly is a waste." As soon as Xiayu's voice fell, a group of figures suddenly walked out from the entrance of the world government headquarters. Leading them was the highest apparent authority, the five elders. The first to step out was the justice warlord Topman Vachali. Following closely were the agricultural warlord Shepard X, the scientific defense warlord Jagor Lucius Satan, and the environmental warlord Marcus Mass. Bringing up the rear was the finance warlord Izambalan V. Najaru, with a dark expression holding a katana. The five elders stepped out in a line centered around Topman Vachali. As they stood side by side, an overwhelming sense of oppression unique to the highest apparent authorities of the world surged forth, creating visible ripples in the air beneath them. As soon as the five elders came to a halt, the leader of the Knights of God, Figolando Green, immediately led several members of the Knights of God to position themselves beside the five elders, looking down at Xiayu from their elevated position. TSK Tisk, what a grand spectacle. Feeling the air suddenly solidify around him, Xiayu narrowed his eyes, and his conqueror's haki erupted silently, instantly dispersing the invisible pressure that momentarily froze the air. He then lifted his gaze, eyeing the somewhat dignified positions of the five elders and the Knights of God, his momentum rising steadily, forcefully, suppressing their aura. "A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Since I dare to come, it means you not only cannot retain me, but you may also be wiped out by me." Before his words fell, the overwhelming conqueror's haki engulfed and overshadowed the five elders in green. Then Xiayu stepped forward, pressing down on the hilt at his waist. "Put away your high and mighty demeanor. You have no qualification to negotiate with me from the perspective of power and status." The overwhelming presence of the conqueror's haki, a blend of black and red, did not cease, as it enveloped the five elders and all members of the God Knights, led by Green Ghost. Instead, it surged outward at an astonishing speed, radiating from Xiayu in all directions. In an instant, the entire Panga city was shrouded in the conqueror's haki. The young Fleet Admiral of the Navy stood at the center of this pure vortex of energy, his admiral's coat billowing in the shockwave, exuding an unrestrained aura of dominance. Forceful, overbearing, unmatched. This was the visual impact Xiayu brought to all present. Standing behind Xiayu, Shuan Sakazuki, Palyasolino, and Kazan, though already in middle age, felt as if they had returned to their youthful, reckless days when they saw the figure of their young commander ahead. Their long-lost passion quietly ignited, burning fiercely. Especially Sakazuki, who never expected Xiayu to confront the five elders and the God Knights, led by Green Ghost, heated upon their first meeting, boldly declaring, "You are not qualified to negotiate with me from the perspective of power and status," a declaration that stirred the blood. He had endured various reprimands and criticisms from the five elders ever since becoming an admiral. If he were being punished for not performing his duties at work, it would be one thing, but he was reprimanded each time not, because he had issues with his work. Yet despite harboring 1,000 grievances, he could only suppress the anger within. In the eyes of the world, he was one of the three highest combat powers of the Navy, but in the eyes of the five elders and the celestial dragons residing in the Holy Land, he was no different from anyone else. Many times he wished to have a confrontational discussion with the five elders like Xiayu did at this moment. Of course, the five elders were the highest authorities of the world government, entitled to reprimand and punish him due to their identity and status. However, even so, they should show him the most basic respect. After all, he was also an admiral of the headquarters. The truth was that over the years he had never received any respect in the Holy Land, even being scolded by a celestial dragon who acted like a useless, snot-nosed brat, relying on their privileges to point fingers at him. But these had all become a thing of the past. The current him was the Admiral of the Navy under Commander Xiayu. He would reclaim all the dignity he had lost. With this thought, a fierce flame ignited in Sakazuki's eyes, and he stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiayu, positioning himself at Xiayu's right side. As an intense surge of energy rose, his unique magma fruit ability suddenly activated. Palyasolino also stepped forward to stand beside Sakazuki, a dazzling brilliance bursting forth. "Yar, are we going to fight first and negotiate later?" Seeing Sakazuki and Palyasolino step forward to stand with Xiayu, Kazan, who was also awakened by Xiayu's sudden dominance, and the burning righteousness he had lost, was unwilling to fall behind. He adjusted his glasses and swiftly stepped forward to stand beside Xiuan at Xiayu's left side. In the next moment, his unique ice fruit ability quietly unleashed, and with a crisp sound the ground beneath him immediately froze, extending outward at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, all buildings, plazas, and trees within 100 meters were frozen. As the ground froze, dark clouds suddenly rolled in from above, and then an abundance of sparks erupted from the thick clouds, engulfing the entire Pangu city in flames. With the sky poised for a meteor shower, the ground descended into an ice age. The ice and fire from the Navy headquarters thus descended upon the Holy Land without warning. Unexpectedly, the three admirals did not hesitate to unleash their respective fruit abilities alongside Xiayu. Those responsible for welcoming Xiayu, such as Shamrock and Junzi, were visibly shaken, wanting to react, but finding it incredibly difficult to even draw their swords or assume a fighting stance under the suppression of Xiayu's conqueror's haki. Compared to the newcomer Shamrock and Junzi, the 5 members of the God Knights who had previously participated in the God Valley incident appeared to be a bit more at ease. However, they still dared not make any moves. Though they could still move, they felt as if an invisible pair of eyes were watching them, instilling a bizarre illusion that any slight movement would result in them being the first to be eliminated. Faced with the dominating Xiayu and the historical unity of the 3 admirals, the 5 elders, and Green Ghost naturally would not back down. Green Ghost stepped forward, braving the conqueror's haki released by Xiayu, drawing his sword with a fierce expression and pointing it directly at the central figure of Xiayu, saying, "Xiayu, what are you trying to do? We came to welcome your arrival, yet you assume a fighting posture. Do you really think we would fear you?" "Welcome," Xiayu replied coldly with a smile. "The grand display you have put on is merely an attempt to test my strength and leverage for the upcoming negotiation. I'm just accommodating your probing. How about it? Are our attitudes satisfactory to you?" Before Green Ghost could respond, Izambaron stepped forward, looking down at the 3 admirals with a warrior's sword in hand, sternly admonishing, "Sakazuki, Palyasolino, Kazan, are you really going to follow Xiayu to the end?" "Shut up." To his surprise, even at this moment the 5 elders still maintained their lofty demeanor. Sakazuki suddenly looked up, and all the accumulated grievances over the years erupted at this moment. "I know what you are thinking. In your outdated thoughts and perceptions, you believe we cannot unwaveringly follow Admiral Xiayu. To be honest, I have been very dissatisfied with your various orders and policies over the years, but due to your identity and status, I could only endure it because you are the highest authorities of the world government, my superiors, and obeying orders is a soldier's duty. But those days are now behind us. From now on, Sakazuki bows only to Admiral Xiayu. Brothers are mighty, and we're nearing 400 gifts. Although it hasn't reached 1,000, using love to generate power, many brothers have sent flowers and likes for updates. Therefore, we must not disappoint everyone's support, and we'll add one more chapter." On high above the heavens, the rolling dark clouds suddenly spread like a meteor volcano, causing all those in Mariewa to feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. The tense atmosphere rapidly spread to every corner, forcing the world nobility residing in the Holy Land to hurriedly retreat to their respective mansions under the protection of their bodyguards. "Damn it, the meteor volcano. It's Sakazuki, how dare he." So the Navy headquarters is now completely under the control of Xiayu, who has initiated a coup. Even Sakazuki, who upholds absolute justice, has turned against us. Stop talking nonsense, and quickly protect the celestial dragons as they leave. Be careful lest Sakazuki's absolute justice falls upon you. In Pangu City, the celestial dragons leisurely strolled in the square gardens and by the lake, but upon sensing the suffocating terror approaching, their expressions changed drastically, and they fled in panic. Fortunately, each celestial dragon was accompanied by bodyguards and CP0 agents known as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, who reacted promptly to prevent a stampede. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the automatic walkway, Kong, Admiral Fujitora, and Carp stood side by side, gazing gravely at the World Government Headquarters building. Standing beside the 3, the Peacock glanced up at the meteor volcano flashing like sparks in the rolling dark clouds, instinctively moving behind Admiral Fujitora, saying, "Admiral Sakazuki's meteor volcano is a fight about to break out." "Wait a moment." She turned her head towards Carp and asked tentatively, "Mr. Carp, if a fight breaks out, whose side will you be?" "Don't worry, there won't be a fight." Carp, usually jovial, now stared seriously at the direction of the World Government Headquarters, sensing the intense energy and bone-chilling coldness in the air, and slowly said, "The 5 elders are likely trying to apply some pressure on Xiayu to gain the upper hand in the upcoming negotiations. After all, this kid Xiayu has managed to keep everyone in the dark. Even I don't know what his upper limit of strength is. The 5 elders naturally want to test him first. However, it is evident that Xiayu has not given them a pleasant response, and at this moment Sakazuki has completely aligned himself with Xiayu. By covering Pangu City with the meteor volcano, he is telling the 5 elders that this is the Holy Land, and if war breaks out, he will first feed the group of useless celestial dragons within Pangu City to the magma. Upon hearing Carp bluntly criticize the celestial dragons as useless, both Kong and Fujitora turned their heads almost simultaneously. However, they did not stop him, as Karp has always had a disdain for the celestial dragons who enjoy all privileges, not to mention in front of them. Even if a celestial dragon stood in front of Karp, he would not hesitate to call them trash. It was precisely because of his disdain for the celestial dragons that Karp repeatedly refused promotions to Admiral. In Karp's view, becoming an Admiral would mean losing a lot of freedom, and he would have to unconditionally rush to rescue the celestial dragons he loathed when they were in danger. Of course, they turned to look at Karp not only because he insulted the celestial dragons, but also because they never expected Karp to analyze the situation in the Holy Land so profoundly. In front of the world government headquarters, as Sakazuki's words fell, the atmosphere became tense. Izambaron looked up at the meteor volcano looming over Panga City and then at the frozen ground. Even though he was filled with murderous intent, he dared not make any moves at this moment. They had previously set up such a formation just to probe Xiayu's strength and see how the three admirals would react. However, although the result was obvious, it was not as they had anticipated. They thought the three admirals would unite against Xiayu, but unexpectedly Sakazuki and Kazan directly unleashed their powerful moves. In such a situation, if they continued to probe, battle would be inevitable. Once the battle commenced, the meteor volcano hovering high above would surely erupt, launching indiscriminate attacks on all those residing in Panga City. The ability of the freezing fruit, covering a radius of 100 feet, would instantly spread, turning Panga City into an ice fortress. They certainly were not afraid, but the celestial dragons living in Panga City would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. Step back. Suddenly a sharp, yet somewhat low and hoarse voice came from behind the five elders and several members of the Divine Knights, led by Greenku. Immediately after, tap tap tap, the crisp footsteps seemed to carry a natural rhythm, clearly resonating in the ears of everyone present. Following the sound, they saw him wrapped in a cloak, trailing on the ground, and only revealing a pair of dark red wave-patterned eyes, slowly walking out from the gate. Upon seeing this, the five elders and the members of the Divine Knights, led by Greenku, quickly moved to the sides, bowing and respectfully calling out, "Lord M." With dark red wave-patterned eyes, did not stop walking straight past the five elders and Greenku, looking down at Xiayu and his group, standing below the steps. Almost simultaneously, the three admirals and Sengoku and Zephyr standing behind them all looked up, staring in disbelief at the tall figure that made the five elders and Greenku bow their heads. Whether it was the three admirals or Sengoku and Zephyr, although they had already believed in IM's existence, witnessing it with their own eyes still made their heads buzz. "Follow me." Ignoring the presence of the three admirals Sengoku and Zephyr, and glanced at Xiayu for a moment before his sharp, yet slightly deep voice rang out again. Before everyone could react, a gigantic teleportation array suddenly appeared beneath their feet. In the next second, the surroundings darkened before everyone's eyes, and they bizarrely found themselves in a somewhat dimly lit palace hall. This is... Not expecting to be transported from in front of the world government building to the palace hall in the blink of an eye, Sengoku was the first to react, exclaiming, "The Holy Land Palace." As soon as he spoke, his pupils shrank violently, and he looked horrified at the tall figure wrapped in a cloak standing before. Under his gaze, the figure turned its back to the crowd in the hall, and ascended the stairs to stand before the void throne. Reaching the void throne, slowly turned around, his dark red wave-patterned eyes sweeping over Sengoku, Zephyr, the three admirals, and Gion, who were all wide-eyed and horrified. "I believe Xiayu has already informed you of the secrets that you should not know. As you can see, the void throne now belongs." Before the six could snap out of their shock, and directly bypassed the row of weapons planted in front of the void throne, and then sat down upon it. Seeing this, the six people's shock gradually transformed into a sense of relief, and they ultimately turned their gazes to the young marshal standing just a step away from them. As core members of the Haijun Benbu Zhanghua and the others possessed intimate knowledge of every facet of the Shiji. They knew in particular the story of the Shukon Wangzhua atop the royal hall, forged 8 centuries ago by 20 kings, and after the realm calmed, those original sovereigns swore that no one should ever sit upon the throne alone, that no one must become a tyrant. And yet now, after 800 years of vacancy, the Shukon Wangzhua inexplicably had an occupant, someone whose face they did not even know. Imu spoke as if he could read the six of them. "Since you have chosen to follow Xiayu, whether I sit upon the Shukon Wangzhua means nothing to you." Pausing briefly, Imu shifted his gaze to Xiayu. "I'm curious about you. When I first sensed the Conqueror's haki you released, I thought the man had returned. Clearly you are not that man, and you are not an Ikai either." His tone snapped, rising a notch. "So tell me, who are you? Where do you come from, and to what end do you travel?" At those words, Xiayu frowned, then looked up at the figure enthroned above them. "Before you ask who we are, perhaps you should lift your veil and show us your face. After all, we are having an honest conversation." Before his sentence finished, twin black-red beams, almost tangible, erupted from Xiayu's pupils and enveloped. In the next instant, Xiayu was already before Imu, lightning fast, seizing for the cloth that concealed the throne's occupant. "How dare you!" Though Xiayu's strike was sudden and blistering, Imu reacted with equal swiftness. As Xiayu grasped for the veil, Imu let out an enraged rebuke. At once an arrow of terrible, throbbing energy shot forth, aimed straight for Xiayu's brow. Faced with the arrow expanding monstrously in his sight, Xiayu had no choice but to forego the veil. He seized the projectile that was about to pierce his brow. There was a hum. The instant he caught the arrow, two colliding sounds rang out, followed by a visible shockwave that surged outward in concentric rings, sweeping through the entire royal hall from the center, where Xiayu and Imu stood. Before anyone could react, a vast black silhouette suddenly materialized on the wall behind the throne, looming down upon Xiayu, who held the arrow. The other end of the arrow was starkly connected to that monstrous shadow. Nobody had expected Xiayu to strike Imu. The five elders opposite Zhangguaze and Gion were the first to respond. One after another, terrifying waves of aura burst from them. In an instant, the Wu Laoxing transformed almost simultaneously. Damn, what is this? Seeing the Wu Laoxing rearrange themselves into fearsome beasts, Zhanggua's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Gion and Zfa braced themselves like commanders facing a mortal threat. The three admirals had not expected the scene to escalate so abruptly, nor that the elders they knew would become such grotesque monsters. They gaped in stunned disbelief. The first to complete his metamorphosis was the financial war god, Izan Balong. Shrouded in a cloud of flame, his lower half became the skeletal limbs of a horse, while his upper torso remained largely unchanged, a fearsome centaur of bone and fire. Beside Izan Balong, the agrarian war god Siapadashur Baite twisted into a gargantuan sandworm, black flame coiling along his hide, like a fiend sprung from the underworld. Legal war god Tuop Human Wokiali transformed into a massive warthog form veiled in flame, his razor tusks glinting ominously in the dim hall. Environmental war god Makasma's transformation was the most extravagant. He became a hybrid bird serpent, a terrifying Yatsunobo take-like shape, circling above the other four claws bared as he scowled at Xiayu for daring to ambush Imu. Most chilling to the three admirals and Zhiyuan was the scientific defense war god Jia Igalu Shiyasatan, a monstrous black spider for his lower body, topped by a torso crowned with enormous horns. An invisible oppression poured forth as the Wu Laoxing completed their half-transformations, filling the royal hall without restraint. Zhangguaze, the three admirals, and Zhiyuan, who had devoted their lives to this institution, felt as if they were tumbling into hell itself. At the same time, Xiayu, still clutching the arrow, turned sharply. A boundless tide of conqueror's haki surged from him, cloaking the newly transformed Wu Laoxing. A low, dizzying vibration of air detonated in everyone's ears. Like a furious ocean, the conqueror's haki crashed against the transformed monstrous forms of the Wu Laoxing. Arg! The spider-bodied Satang, wrapped in black flame, could not suppress a piteous scream as the sudden blow of Conqueror's haki struck him. Almost instantly his body reverted to its original form, and like one utterly spent, he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud after thud. The other four Wu Laoxing were likewise overwhelmed by the onslaught of Conqueror's haki, and each snapped back to their former shapes. Everyone stared at the astonishing tableau before them. The three admirals Zhanggua and Zfa gaped as Zhanggua swallowed hard, unable to disguise his shock. He himself possessed Conqueror's haki. From raw recruit to admiral to marshal of Haijun Benbu, he had never seen anyone wield it with such mastery. It was nothing short of breathtaking. The three admirals had already witnessed Xiayu scatter the Shunji Kashichuan atop the Haijun headquarters, yet even they could not remain unmoved by what unfolded now. And this was no mere clash with the Shunji Kashichuan. Xiayu had just faced down the highest authority of the Shijizheng for the Wu Laoxing themselves. If Xiayu could send the Wu Laoxing back to their original forms with mere Conqueror's haki, a full-scale battle would be unthinkable. The three admirals dared not imagine the consequences. In that moment, they finally grasped the meaning behind Xiayu's earlier words beneath the Shiji Zhengfu headquarters, the warning that a man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Then a terrible sword aura blossomed. As the Wu Laoxing reverted, the figure standing beside them, Galingu, struck. The instant he drew his blade and unleashed that dreadful sword energy, Sakasuki stepped forward with a fist like molten rock, clenched, his voice icy with murder. Galingu, if you swing that sword, I will not hesitate to kill you. At Sakasuki's words, Boli Salinuo Kazan and Zhiyuan immediately moved to his side. This time Zhanggua would not remain on the sidelines either. Seeing Imu seated imperiously upon the Shukong Wanzhua, he abandoned any illusions about the Shiji Zhengfu and decisively took his place beside Zfa. At the same time, all members of the Shunji Kashichuan, including Xiamu Lok and Junzi, readied themselves for combat. Enough! As tensions reached their peak, Imu, still enthroned, suddenly spoke. Galingu, stand down. Before Galingu could react, Imu turned to Xiayu, who had used Conqueror's haki to restore the Wu Laoxing, and said, let this probing end here. Undoubtedly, you merit a fair audience. Pausing, his tone shifted colder. Junzi, present a seat to Haijun Marshal Xiayu. Slow. Xiayu spoke in time, flinging the arrow aside. Under countless gazes, he descended the steps and stood shoulder to shoulder with Sakasuki and the others. Turning to face the figure on the throne, he said quietly, is this your idea of a fair conversation? That we sit here and continue to look up at you from below? The rolling dark clouds and suffocating meteor volcanoes shrouding the holy land of Panga City gradually dissipated as I'm teleported Xiayu and the others through the transmission array, while the surrounding frozen ground began to melt silently, leaving wisps of chill dispersing in the air. Standing on the automatic walkway, Kong Vice Admiral Crane and Carp all let out a sigh of relief in their hearts as sunlight once again spilled from the sky. They all understood deep down that the disappearance of the meteor volcano did not mean that Sakazuki had given up the fight, but rather indicated that the probing of the Holy Land had failed. Kong, why can't I accompany you? Because I am a D. Carp, having relaxed due to the disappearance of the meteor volcano, glanced at the Supreme Commander Kong beside him and said in confusion, now that Xiayu has completely confronted the world government, it shouldn't matter if I'm a D, right? How could it not matter? Kong shot a glare at Carp and replied irritably, that esteemed individual is most averse to the D lineage. If you were present, this negotiation could easily evolve into a war. You saw it just now as Sakazuki and Gion expressed their positions one after another. Any uncertain factors could directly trigger a conflict. That esteemed individual. Carp's brows furrowed instantly as he said solemnly, Kong, do you acknowledge that Im is the true controller behind the world government? A hint of confusion flashed in Kong's eyes. Compared to Carp and Sengoku, the revelation of Im impact. Before this, he had been unaware of Im's existence until last night, when Im summoned him directly through the Gorosei. He had expected him to appear in the Hall of Power, but was surprised to find him summoned him directly in the royal palace of the. When he entered the great hall of the palace and saw the Gorosei and kneeling before the empty throne and the figure seated upon it, his mind went blank. The empty throne that had been vacant for 800 years was now filled by a king without his knowledge as the supreme commander of the world government. Recalling the scene when he was summoned by Im last night, and the things Im had said to him, he momentarily did not know how to respond. After a brief silence, Kong turned to face Carp with a serious expression, saying, this concerns the truth of that blank 100 years of history, the secrets of the D lineage, and the legend of Nika. I am currently very confused, and cannot give you an accurate answer. However, Carp, you might know many things we do not. He should provide you with the answers you seek. As for me. Kong paused slightly, then turned his head to look in the direction of the World Government Headquarters building, as if he had shed some burden, exhaling. Once this matter is resolved, it will be time for me to retire. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Holy Land Palace, Im, who ultimately chose to compromise, sat opposite Xiayu, at either end of a rectangular conference table. Sengoku, Zephyr, Gion, and the three admirals sat face to face with the Gorosei and Green Bull. Although the Gorosei had been shaken back to their true selves by Xiao's conqueror's haki, they were not significantly harmed, and sat upright, glaring at Sengoku and the others across the table. Sengoku chose not to meet the gaze of the Gorosei. Instead, he leisurely took out a box of senbei from his bag and offered a piece to Zephyr. Seeing Zephyr not reaching out to take it, he was not polite and tossed it into his own mouth in front of the Gorosei and Im. It felt quite nice to eat senbei so recklessly in front of the Gorosei. Thinking back to the years when he was a spirited young man, but ever since he became an admiral and later promoted to commander-in-chief, he gradually forgot his former self, dedicating himself to the navy and the world government, striving to remain humble and cautious before the Gorosei. Now, due to the emergence of this reckless young man Xiayu, and having witnessed Im's existence with his own eyes, he naturally felt no reservations. Most importantly, he inexplicably felt a sense of relief, as if a child he had watched grow up had made a name for himself, vindicating him. He couldn't quite explain why he felt this way, but it simply felt great. After tossing another piece of senbei into his mouth, he enjoyed it with his eyes squinted, turning his gaze towards Xiayu under the fiery stare of the Gorosei, wearing an expression that seemed to say, I knew you would be the most promising one since you were young. The three admirals were also different from their previous meetings at the Navy headquarters, especially Borsellino and Gion, who during previous meetings were either dozing off or counting the time until the end of work, yet now they were all very spirited. The reason was simple: this was the first time in history they were sitting at the same level as the Gorosei. Naturally, the one who felt the most vindicated was Sakazuki. He who adhered to absolute justice had often been reprimanded by the Gorosei either in person or through the Den Mushi, and even when he had immense rage in his heart, he could only endure. Now he no longer had to bear the humiliation of the past, sitting steadily beside Xiayu, staring at Satan, who had reprimanded him the most. The atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Xiayu and Im looked at each other, one wanting to remove the other's veil to see what kind of face was hidden underneath, while the other was racking their brain to guess who the other was and where they came from. Im was genuinely curious about Xiayu. Based on the information he had gathered and the previous probing, he could basically rule out that Xiayu was from the D lineage. Although Xiao's conqueror's haki bore similarities to that man from years ago, with his understanding of that man, it was unlikely they had any connection. If there was no connection to that man, then there was even less possibility of being Nika, as Xiayu was not a devil fruit user. Of course, it was precisely because he ruled out these possibilities that Im was willing to sit down and talk with Xiayu. For him, the only significant threats in this world were the D lineage and Nika. Other than that, even the top powerhouses on the seas could be invited to join the Holy Land to become part of the Knights of God, and if they couldn't be invited, they would be eliminated. If inviting them didn't work and eliminating them was also impossible, then there was no choice but to sit down and talk. Enough, Sengoku. Suddenly Izambalin could no longer bear the sound of Sengoku crunching on senbei incessantly. With wide eyes he glared at Sengoku, and said in a deep voice, "This is not the time for eating senbei." Sengoku, chewing on senbei, mumbled somewhat unclearly, "You don't have the right to give me orders now." As soon as these words came out, the three admirals sitting next to him almost simultaneously turned their heads. The Gorosei and Green Bull opposite them also widened their eyes in shock. Seeing the reactions of everyone, Sengoku felt inexplicably pleased, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Finally, I've said what I've wanted to say for years. After a slight pause, Sengoku suddenly glared at the three admirals. What are you looking at me for? Hold the meeting. So intense, too intense. Nearly 700 gifts already, let's add more. If we reach 1,000 before midnight tonight, we'll continue to add more tomorrow. Let us begin. Xiayu said, no longer concerned about whether the face hidden beneath the mask was that of a man or a woman, and continued, since this is a negotiation, everyone should show their sincerity. The hosts present should express themselves first. Let's start with the issue of naval funding. It has always been distributed by the Financial Department of the Holy Land. Starting this year, the funding allocated to the Navy by the Holy Land will be increased tenfold. As soon as Xiayu finished speaking, Isan Baron suddenly stood up, exclaiming angrily, what? Increased tenfold? Do you have any idea how much the Navy's funding is each year? Isan Baron. Before anyone could react, Sakaski stood up first, completely letting go of any pretense, and sternly said, you'd better keep quiet until Marshal Xiayu has finished speaking. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Sakaski, you are being outrageous. Satan looked up at Sakaski and said in a deep voice, sit down. Who do you think you are? Sakaski took off his military cap and leaned menacingly towards Satan, his killing intent palpable. Of all the 5 old men, you are the most detestable. If you keep pointing fingers at me, I will take you down too. Feeling Sakaski's murderous intent, Borisolino and Kazan, who were seated next to him, exchanged a historic glance, both filled with confusion. What has gotten into Sakaski? He's furious. Xiayu didn't expect Sakaski to be so ready to eliminate his opponents. First it was Greenbrook, then Isan Baron, and now it's Satan. Who will he bite next? Satan, furious beyond measure, had the muscles on his chubby face twitching, clearly struggling to suppress the anger boiling within. Isan Baron was also incensed by Sakaski's words, old man gripping the hilt of his sword, while Topman Walchuli and the other 2 5 old stars were also ignited with rage by the mad dog like Sakaski, all standing up. What's wrong? Don't you want to talk? As soon as all 5 old stars stood up, a cold glint flashed in Xiayu's eyes, and he slammed his hand on the table. Then let's have a fair fight, 7 versus 7. Unexpectedly, Xiayu also stood up at that moment, while the muscles on the face hidden beneath the mask across from him, Ism, twitched slightly. However, Ism did not stand up, but gently raised his hand and tapped on the table. The crisp sound of tapping caused the 5 old stars to stiffen momentarily, and then they quickly sat back down in unison, suppressing the anger within. As soon as the 5 old stars seated themselves, Ism immediately turned to Xiayu and said slowly, you may continue. No one will dare to interrupt anymore. Seeing this, Xiayu also kept it brief, signaling for Sakaski to sit down, while he leaned over the table looking down at Ism. Regarding the naval funding issue, there is another way to handle it. That is, in the future there will be no need for the Holy Land to allocate funds. Instead, the Naval Department will go to the Allied nations to collect the heavenly gold with half of the proceeds belonging to the Navy. Upon hearing this, Isan Baron could not help but lift his head again. Giving half of the heavenly gold to the Navy, why don't you just go steal it? At the moment Isan Baron lifted his head, Ism shot him a glare, causing him to quickly retract his neck and not dare to make a sound. No problem. After glaring back at Isan Baron, Ism nodded decisively, saying from now on half of the heavenly gold each year will belong to the Navy. However, if the Navy receives this half of the heavenly gold, they must continue to fulfill their duty of protecting the Allied nations. That is natural. Xiayu nodded, then continued. Next is the issue of naval affiliation. There are also 2 proposals. 1, the Navy will still belong to the world government and obey the orders of the power room, but the 5 old stars in the power room must rotate positions with a new rotation every 6 months, ensuring that at least 2 of the 5 positions are held by officers from the naval headquarters. 2, the Navy will become independent from the world government, and the relationship will no longer be that of upper and lower levels, but rather one of equal cooperation. This does not affect the first funding issue. Regarding these 2 proposals, regardless of the final outcome, I must emphasize one point: the privileges of the Celestial Dragons will be ineffective before the Navy. If the Celestial Dragons are threatened or harmed, the Admirals of the Navy headquarters must rush to support them unconditionally and without delay. The Navy exists solely to maintain order and justice at sea. If the Celestial Dragons use their status outside the Holy Land to commit heinous acts, they will also face just retribution. Of course, on this point, I can make a concession for punishments or executions of Celestial Dragons. The Navy will transfer authority to the Knights of God, but a naval officer must be present. Upon hearing this, Ism narrowed his eyes slightly. Clearly, Xiayu intended to divide the power of the world government. The rotation of 5 old star positions ensures that 2 of the 5 officers from the naval headquarters are present, which means that while the naval headquarters still takes orders from the power room, the 2 naval officers in the 5 old star positions will have greater authority and can directly issue orders to other departments apart from the Navy through the power room. As for the second point, there is no need to even mention it, as the current Navy under Xiayu's control has already formed a situation of seizing power, making independence from the world government irrelevant. However, Ism has his own plans. Although Xiayu's intentions are clear considering the current situation and some uncontrollable factors in the future, Ism still straightforwardly stated the proposal for rotation is quite good. Perhaps this could become a breakthrough in the relationship between the world government and the Navy for a brighter future. As for the celestial dragons committing heinous acts outside the Holy Land, the Navy having law enforcement authority with the Knights of God managing the punitive rights, that's also fine. Before Ism's words even finished, the 5 old stars almost simultaneously looked up and exclaimed in unison, "Absolutely not, Lord Ism." In contrast to the reaction of the 5 old stars, the 3 admirals, Gion, Sengoku, and Zephyr, were taken aback that Ism would agree so readily. It is important to note that the firm proposals put forth by Xiayu are completely beneficial to the Navy, and as seasoned professionals, they easily saw that Xiayu aimed to use this negotiation to push the officers of the headquarters into the power room to divide the power of the world government. When Xiayu proposed the first option, they all secretly broke a sweat thinking that Ism would never agree. Yet again, the outcome exceeded their expectations. Ism not only agreed to the rotation of the 5 old star positions in the power room, but also granted the Navy enforcement authority over the world nobles. Whether or not the 5 old stars rotate is irrelevant. What matters is that from this moment on, the Navy will no longer have to endure the humiliation from those world nobles. For a brief moment, the 3 admirals and Gion nearly couldn't help but shout out the word loyalty. The Navy, which had dedicated itself to serving the world government for 800 years, finally received the respect it deserved and welcomed a long-awaited moment of glory. The negotiation meeting lasted until noon. Many of the conditions proposed by Xiayu were agreed upon by Im, though some were rejected. However, Xiayu did not take it to heart, as those rejected conditions were intentionally brought up to create confusion. Outside the Sacred Land's royal palace, Xiayu and Junzi stood side by side, gazing at the tightly closed palace gates ahead. Behind the two were 5 members of the Divine Knights who had been sent flying after following Junzi through the teleportation array to the naval headquarters, as well as several members of the Divine Knights who had stood behind Glengu. Unlike the 5 members of the Divine Knights standing behind Xiayu and Junzi, these few members had a holy character after their names. It is well known that among the heavenly dragon people of the Sacred Land, the names of men are always prefixed with holy. This signifies that these members of the Divine Knights were not special recruits from outside the Sacred Land, but rather powerful individuals selected from the heavenly dragon people residing within the Sacred Land. The 2 leaders were Qilingung and Soma Zi. Both were main combat members of the Divine Knights, and possessed the abilities of devil fruits. Qilingung was a user of the dragon fruit mythical beast-type Qilin form. Having awakened his fruit's abilities long ago, he appeared in his human Qilin form with long neck, surrounded by white clouds, dressed in splendid military attire and the standard cloak of the Divine Knights. Although standing, Qilingung had his eyes closed, seemingly asleep, mumbling incomprehensible words in his dreams. Soma Zi, a paramecia-type thorn fruit user, though older, had extremely developed muscles and an impressively robust physique, exuding a strong aura without any disguise. However, despite his advanced age, Soma Zi was somewhat disrespectful, narrowing his eyes as he stared at Junzi. Noticing Soma Zi's inappropriate gaze, Xiayu, standing alongside Junzi, frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Mind your gaze." "Ahaha, you caught me." Soma Zi laughed heartily, diverting his gaze from Junzi's attire to the tightly closed palace gates, asking disrespectfully, "Junzi, you really don't need to wear that cloak." Upon hearing this, Junzi blinked slowly, then her beautiful eyes widened. Her face, not obscured by the bandages, turned a crimson hue as she quickly turned around to adjust her cloak. Xiayu could no longer bear it, and spoke again. "Soma Zi, please be more serious at this time." "I want to be serious." Soma Zi innocently shrugged. "It's just that Junzi's attire is too eye-catching." Before he finished speaking, Soma Zi suddenly changed the topic, his expression serious, as he asked Xiayu, "Do you have any thoughts about this incident?" "I believe that Lord Im has no need to negotiate with Xiayu. Undeniably, his strength is formidable, especially his Conqueror's Haki, which is the strongest I have seen among all users of Conqueror's Haki over the years. However, they are merely 7 people, while the Sacred Land not only has the Divine Knights, but also the 5 Elders. The entire Sacred Land has a complete advantage over those 7. Why not take this opportunity to crush them once and as long as we eliminate Xiayu and control the 3 generals, the naval headquarters would pose no threat, Qilingung, and I could easily subdue them all." Upon hearing this, Xiayu shook his head. "This matter is far from simple. Xiayu dares to ascend to the Sacred Land with just 6 people, not only due to his own strength, but also because he has loyal naval officers and soldiers standing behind him. You can understand it this way: the Navy can do without the world government, but the world government absolutely cannot let go." "Forget it." Soma Zi waved his hand, wanting to look at Junzi, but was immediately shot a glare by Xiayu. He finally shrugged helplessly, saying, "This level of major event has exceeded our authority. With Lord Im personally overseeing it, I believe it will be resolved properly soon." In the conference room of the Sacred Land Royal Palace, Im, who had agreed to all of Xiayu's conditions, glanced at Xiayu, who suddenly stood up and walked directly past the 5 elders to stand in front of him. His dark red rippling eyes involuntarily contracted as he spoke in a deep voice, "Xiayu, enough is enough. Rest assured, I have no intention of removing your mask." Standing in front of Im, Xiayu placed a document on the conference table, smiling broadly. "Although you have agreed to all the conditions I proposed, words alone won't suffice. I need you to sign this document." "What is this?" Im looked at the document placed before him. As he read the prominent title, his mouth twitched beneath the mask. "Marineford Treaty." Xiayu smiled and nodded. "By signing the Marineford Treaty, our negotiation will come to an end." Of course, in addition to your signature, the 5 elders also need to sign their names, as this treaty needs to be copied and sent to all member nations. Im decisively rejected my existence is now known only to the naval headquarters and the sacred land. Xiayu blinked, quickly nodding in understanding. Sorry, I overlooked that. Now the highest authority in the world government is still the 5 elders. Saying this, Xiayu picked up the document and placed it in front of the leading topman while Chuli let the rest of you sign this treaty. Upon hearing this, topman while Chuli hurriedly looked at Im, and upon seeing him nod in agreement, he picked up the document and examined its contents. The contents of the treaty were all matters that Im had previously agreed to, and there was not a single thing that Im had rejected. Clearly the conditions that Xiayu proposed and were rejected by Im were merely a smokescreen. What Xiayu truly desired was the contents of this treaty that had already been drafted. After reviewing the treaty, topman while Chuli raised his head and looked deeply at Xiayu. Previously, when Xiayu unleashed his unmatched conqueror's haki at the world government headquarters, topman while Chuli almost mistakenly thought he was just a reckless young man relying solely on his immense strength. Now it appeared that this young man who he had judged to be reckless had calculated every step to perfection. His cunning and methods were simply chilling. In no time, the Mariewa Treaty was signed. Everyone, let's go. After the last of the 5 elders signed the treaty, Xiayu quickly folded the document as if worried that Im and the 5 elders might change their minds, and promptly turned to leave. Wait, Sengoku, Zifa, and the 3 generals along with Gion had just stood up when I suddenly spoke. Xiayu, can we talk? Xiayu turned back to meet Im's gaze, his expression serious. Are you going to remove your mask and talk honestly with me? Before Im could respond, Xiayu somewhat impatiently waved his hand at Sengoku and the others. You all wait for me outside. Im also ordered the 5 elders and Glen Gu, you all go out. The 5 elders and Glen Gu did not dare to delay, quickly getting up and leaving the conference room. Seeing this, Sengoku and the others also did not linger and followed suit. Soon only Xiayu and Im remained in the conference room. As the door closed, Im immediately raised his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at Xiayu, and without any preamble said, you do not belong to this era. Xiayu met Im's gaze, somewhat bewildered. Before Xiayu could comprehend and began to justify himself, if you were born in this era, your conqueror's haki could not. I previously deduced whether your conqueror's haki was inherited from that man, but from my observation just now it is clearly. Thus there is only one answer: you, like me, do not belong to this era. So where exactly do you come from? 800 years ago, or even further back? The man you mentioned is Joy Boy, right? Sensing the hint of confusion in Im's rippling eyes, Xiayu couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, I am not Joy Boy, nor am I Nika. I am simply myself. However, if you agree to one more condition, I will tell you where I come from. Im's eyes lit up, pupils dilating slightly. What condition? Before he could finish, him suddenly snapped back to reality, rejecting, without hesitation, there is no way I will remove my mask. Xiayu shrugged, slightly feigning helplessness. Alright, you have a look that makes me curious about your appearance and gender, while I have a background you cannot fathom. This is fair. Outside the palace hall, the 5 elders and Green Goo stepped in front of the members of the Divine Knights, followed closely by the 6 members of the War Country, who walked directly to their opposite. At this moment, the hearts of the 5 elders were extremely complicated. The conditions proposed by Xiayu did not significantly affect them except for one. The only exception was the rotation of the 5 elders' positions, which they sincerely could not accept. Xiayu's intentions were clear. As the one who fully controlled the navy, he did not need to come to the Holy Land. He could directly lead the navy to break away from the world government. The reason Xiayu did not do so was simple: leading such a massive war machine directly away from the world government and opposing it would bring enormous sacrifices to both sides, possibly leading to mutual destruction, which would benefit the Revolutionary Army, the lawless pirate forces of the Grand Line, and all affiliated nations. Of course, this was also a problem that their Lord Im needed to face. It was precisely because both their Lord Im and Xiayu did not want to reach this point that they chose to sit down and talk. One party aimed to retain the massive war machine of the navy. The other sought greater benefits and power from this. However, they all knew the stakes involved, but why was the rotation of the 5 elders' positions the issue? The rotation of positions meant that any of the 5 of them could be replaced. After holding the highest power in the Chamber of Authority for so many years, they had become accustomed to and enjoyed power. Suddenly facing a rotation, they naturally found it hard to accept. However, with the situation as it was, they could only face reality. Observing the reaction of the 5 elders, Junzi first looked puzzled at the 6 members of the Navy headquarters opposite him, then turned to their leader Green Goo, who also wore an unhappy expression. She blinked in confusion and then fixed her gaze on Xiamu Locke. Although Xiamu Locke did not react much from the expressions of his father and the 5 elders, he could basically guess that this negotiation meeting would likely end in Xiao's complete victory. However, he was also curious about the outcome of this negotiation meeting, stepping forward to Green Goo's side and asking father. Green Goo nodded. Unlike the reaction of the 5 elders, the emergence of the rotation of the 5 elders' positions was not a bad thing for him, as the leader of the Divine Knights. Because who knows, it might eventually come around to him. The reason was simple: Lord Im could accept the condition proposed by Xiayu, because on one hand they could not afford to lose the massive war machine of the Navy, and on the other hand, they were dissatisfied with the inaction of the 5 elders over the years. Even without Xiayu, the 5 elders might have made some adjustments in the coming period. Half an hour later, the tightly shut palace doors were opened again. Following that, Xiayu stepped out with a beaming face. Glancing at the crowd waiting outside the door, Xiayu ignored the 5 elders and the members of the Divine Knights, walking straight to Gion, handing over the documents in his hand, and then walking alone to the edge of the steps, turning his back to the crowd, slowly spreading his arms to take a deep breath of the fresh air of the Holy Land. Xiayu's sudden action left the 6 members of the Navy headquarters, the 5 elders, and the members of the Divine Knights, somewhat bewildered. However, soon Xiayu stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the surroundings, and said to himself, how can such a vast red earth continent have so much land left unused? It's such a waste. Before his words fell, Xiayu suddenly turned to the Navy's 6-man team and said, Teacher Zfa, when you go to take your turn as a 5 elder, remember to arrange for some people to cultivate a piece of land to plant something at will. In my hometown, almost everyone loves farming, and I am no exception. Zfa selectively ignored Xiayu's love for farming and widened his eyes in surprise. Me. Rotate as a 5 elder. Xiayu nodded. You and Mr. War Country. Before Zfa and War Country could react, Xiayu immediately turned his gaze to the 5 elders. Seeing the sour faces of the 5 elders, Xiayu couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong with you? Isn't it just giving up? Do you really need to look so worried? Hey Hassan Baron, do you want a mirror to see your current expression, especially your eyes, which are bulging like copper bells? Be careful not to pop out. And you, Satan. At this point, the previously smiling Xiayu suddenly became serious. Do you know why I would agree to the condition of the rotation of the 5 elders? No matter how you put it, it all boils down to your lack of ability. Especially in recent decades, first the Rocks pirates stormed the Valley of Gods, then the arrival of the Great Age of Pirates. What have you all done in the face of the increasingly rampant pirates? Aside from issuing bounties, what else can you do? Since you have no better means, just vacate the position for those who are capable. Without giving the 5 elders a chance to retort or erupt, Xiayu waved his hand and decisively turned to leave. Seeing this, Gion quickly put away the documents and hurried to catch up. Following that, the 3 generals did not hesitate to turn around and follow suit. Zfa and War Country did not leave immediately, but stood in place looking at each other. After being dazed for several seconds, the 2 suddenly woke up as if from a dream, exclaiming in unison, have we become the 5 elders? Xiayu, who had already walked far away, turned back to glance at War Country, and Zfa, who were still in shock about their upcoming rotation as 5 elders, and suddenly called out Sakaski. In a reflex action, Sakaski stood upright. Seeing this, Xiayu couldn't help but chuckle, and said, it's not work time now, you don't have to be so serious. Sakaski remained silent, his body still straight. Alright, as long as you like it. Xiayu shrugged slightly. Next time, when it's your turn, you can go and rotate with the 5 elders, and let off some steam on Topman, Hassan Baron, and the others. Me. Sakaski reacted the same way as Zfa, his eyes widening in surprise. Not just you, Xiayu said seriously, from now on the seats of the 5 elders will be rotated among you 3 and Gion. Upon hearing this, Gion, Borisolino, and Kazan were all taken by surprise, looking up in shock. They wanted to say something, but found that anything they said now seemed rather pale, ultimately standing straight, like Sakaski facing Xiayu, and saluting, shouting in unison, loyalty. Sincerity. Ha ha, good. Xiayu laughed heartily, glancing at the 4 who saluted him as he turned and walked out. The mighty words rang in the ears of the 4. The great age of the Grand Line is in turmoil, and the seas are boiling with anger. We must eliminate all harmful insects. Utterly invincible. That's the spirit. No matter the love-powered thing, brothers, whether you support or not, the love is here, neither increasing nor decreasing. After Xiayu and his entourage departed, Imu immediately summoned the Wuloxing and Jilingu. In the dimly lit palace hall, Imu sat like a statue upon the void throne, utterly motionless. The rippling dark red eyes revealed no emotion as he gazed down imperiously at the Wuloxing and Jilingu. The Wuloxing did not remain standing. All of them turned toward the void throne and prostrated themselves on their knees. Jilingu followed suit, though as captain of the Divine Knights, he offered a single neo-obeisance. I know what you are thinking. After a brief silence, Imus' voice flowed slowly into their ears. Are you all thinking that Xiayu, having schemed against the state, should be led to the scaffold? Yet I accepted his series of conditions, relinquishing 2 of the Wuloxing seats of the Chamber of Authority, and granting him privileges equal to yours. At his words, the Wuloxing stiffened. They had indeed entertained such thoughts, but none dared speak them aloud. The reason is simple. If Mengshi D. Kapu of the D clan could become a Navy hero, if those who ought to have perished could rise to become Wuloxing wielding supreme authority, and if so-called Sea Emperors appear repeatedly in the Vita Honglu, why should I not raise another Navy king? As more and more people learn of my existence, the world will surely stir again, and it may even hasten Nika's resurgence. 800 years ago, 20 original kings allied against Nika. 8 centuries later, the world government now stands on shaky ground. Can you alone hold it together? Xiayu is ambitious, immensely so, but that is not entirely a vice. Ambition implies desire. As long as he is neither of the D clan nor Nika, his desires can be satisfied. Not only 2 Wuloxing seats. If he can be of use to me, I would not hesitate to let him take your places. The statement made the Wuloxing break out in a cold sweat. They stood rigid, breath held. Clearly Lord Imu was far from satisfied with their conduct over the years. He intended to use this occasion to deliver a warning and to see if he could cultivate new men to replace them. If they continued to accomplish nothing, their fate would not be a peaceful retirement from the chamber of authority. Death would be. For as long as Emu wished them alive, they would endure many long years. If he deemed them useless, even if they were 1,000 miles away, he could reduce them to ashes with ease. Having gauged the Wulaoxing's reactions, Emu stopped. He rose, stepped forward, then turned to stare at the void. Throne eyes narrowed, and spoke to himself. Is your desire also to become master of this throne? Then let me see how far you can go, Xiayu. Meanwhile, at the port in the Xiangbidi archipelago that leads directly to all present. Attention. Salute. As their voices fell, the naval soldiers lining the steps straightened. The sonorous chant rang out into the sky and echoed over the harbor. Stepped forward and raised their hands in salute. As their voices fell, the naval soldiers lining the steps straightened. The sonorous chant rang out into the sky and echoed over the harbor. Xiayu returned the salute, then briskly approached Xiayu and Basidiu, hooking his arms around their shoulders and pulling them into a generous embrace. Marshal. Startled by the sudden gesture, Xiayu and Basidiu widened their eyes, and overwhelmed by the favor stammered together, "No. This cannot be." "What cannot be?" Xiayu released them and said solemnly, "At work I am marshal, but in private we come back to headquarters with me." Saying so, Xiayu took one by each arm and strode down the steps. At first Basidiu and Xiayu were simply led along, but soon they composed themselves, and by tacit agreement, turned to look at the young marshal walking between them, their spines straightened. During Xiao's journey to Shengdi, they had feared some accident might befall him there. They also indulged anxious imaginings that if their marshal rose higher through this upheaval, he might with his newfound station drift away from them. As it turned out, their worries were needless. When Xiayu took their hands and said, "We are brothers," it was as if grit had fallen into their eyes. Tears brimmed instantly. "This glory I will not hoard alone." The marshal to whom they had sworn unwavering loyalty had not broken his word. Damn it, the world government has compromised. Unbelievable. Xiayu left Shengdi so swiftly. From his expression, he clearly obtained everything he wanted. Quick, report the situation here immediately. Intelligence operatives who had been covertly monitoring the affair since Xiayu set out for Shengdi had no time for lunch. At his sudden return from Shengdi, they scrambled to their positions. Before long, news agencies around the world, the Revolutionary Army, the 4 emperors of the New World, and the tangled networks of the global underworld all received the dispatch. Xiangbidi Archipelago District 13. Inside the knock and shake bar, Xiayu lit a cigarette from her pack, blew a smoke ring, and then turned slightly to look toward the figure standing outside the door. Calmly she asked, "Lately, when you followed Luo Jie to Lafutalu and saw the truth, did you ever see this young marshal among them?" Outside, Laley gazed through the dense trees at the great warship making for Navy headquarters and shook his head. "There is no record connecting him to that." "Then your old arrangements may need adjustment," Xiayu said as she stepped out of the bar and leaned against the door. "You stayed in the Xiangbidi archipelago. Jiaba remained in Irbifu, all to await the arrival of the one Luo Jie expected. Now that person did not appear. Instead, the Navy headquarters produced a young marshal who forced Shengdi into concession. Having seized control of the Navy with thunderous speed and negotiated successfully with Shengdi, it is evident his next target will be to purge the seas of pirates. If he truly plans a purge of the Vita Honglu and the 4 seas, the one Luo Jie hoped for may well be snuffed out as a... Hearing this, Laley turned to Xiayu and smiled. "Though I was once a pirate, if he can truly eliminate piracy and return the world to stability, I would welcome that day." "Oh." Xiao's eyes flashed with surprise. She could scarcely believe such words had come from the former right hand of Laley. "These years of seclusion in the Xiangbidi archipelago have changed you." "Changed me?" Laley paused, then let out a relieved laugh. "Perhaps the calm has softened me over the years, ha." Just then the din-din mushi on the bar began to ring. Xiayu did not hesitate. She turned to the bar, picked up, and answered first, "It's me." An urgent voice came through the din-din mushi. "Xiayu has signed the Malikiea Treaty with the Wulaoxing. The treaty is being mass-printed and will be sent today to the member nations of the world government. As for the contents, I did not dare read the whole text, only a quick glance. I recall one clause: the Wulaoxing seats will be rotated in future and 2 of those seats will belong to Navy headquarters. Additionally, Xiayu enjoys privileges equal to the Wulaoxing. Furthermore, the recruitment rights for the Wangxia 7 Wuhai will henceforth belong solely to Navy headquarters. Xiayu will have full authority to replace members of the 7 Wuhai and to abolish the system altogether." At the naval headquarters, nearly all officers and soldiers were present, standing in formation at the port, eagerly welcoming their marshal back. As the massive warship slowly entered the port, the officers standing in formation took a step forward, almost in unison, their eyes fixed on the spirited figure of the young commander at the bow of the ship. Immediately, everyone raised their hands in salute and shouted in unison, "All officers and soldiers of the naval headquarters, welcome back, Marshal." As the voices of the officers faded, the naval soldiers arranged behind them, stretching from the port to the Marineford Square, also raised their hands in salute, loyalty. The synchronized and resounding slogan echoed across Marineford like thunder striking the ground, as Marineford finally welcomed its long-awaited moment of glory. Standing at the bow of the warship, Xiayu looked down at the various officers of the headquarters and the densely packed soldiers with fervent expressions. After shouting the slogan, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face as he boldly declared, Ladies and gentlemen, the moment of glory for the Navy has finally arrived. At this point Xiayu suddenly turned to look at Stolberg Bastiu and the three admirals alongside him. As if they knew what Xiayu was thinking, Stolberg and Bastiu hurriedly stepped forward to stand beside him. Before the two could react, Xiayu took Stolberg's hand. Gion quickly understood and confidently approached Xiayu, taking his hand and looking towards the three admirals. Although the three admirals knew what Xiayu intended to do, they were somewhat shy due to their age. However, Sakazuki quickly took one hand of Borisolino while the other held Giyuan's hand. Borisolino's face turned slightly red, but he still took Kazan's hand. The moment they all held hands, Xiayu immediately stepped forward, raising Gion and Stolberg's hands, his bold voice resonating in the air of Marineford. This glory belongs to every officer and soldier present, and to all comrades who sacrificed for justice. It belongs to the entire Navy. Heroes of the Navy, long live. Xiayu's voice, though not loud, clearly echoed above Marineford, making everyone present, whether vice admirals or soldiers, feel as if they had been energized, their expressions fervent as they shouted the slogan in unison. The resounding slogans rolled over one another, echoing persistently above Marineford, eventually converging into a torrent that surged towards all directions. The highest-ranking officers of the Navy branches across the seas and the Grand Line, upon learning of the Marineford Treaty, even though far from the naval headquarters, still echoed the slogan of loyalty, shocking the world. Thus Xiayu boldly initiated a coup d'etat to fully take over the Navy and sign the Marineford Treaty with the Holy Land, marking the end of this event and the dawn of a new era. Later historians named this coup d'etat the Spring of Marineford and referred to this era as the Glorious Era. The next day, parts of the Marineford Treaty were printed in newspapers circulated worldwide through the numerous newsbirds. Meanwhile, the news department of the naval headquarters also published the latest newspapers with the front page issued directly by the naval headquarters, not mentioning the content of the Marineford Treaty, but instead showcasing shocking photographs. Occupying a large portion of the page was a group photo of all officers, from the marshal to ordinary soldiers of the naval headquarters. In the photo, the young marshal sat prominently in the center, with the top three admirals lounging casually on his right side, while the former Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Karp, and former Admiral Zifa sat on his left. Behind the young marshal stood all the vice admirals, rear admirals, commodores, and various ranks of officers from the headquarters, led by Gion. The reason this photo occupied most of the page was that behind all the officers of the naval headquarters stood a vast array of soldiers arranged in a fan shape. Some of these soldiers held long swords, some pointed their guns skyward, while others crossed their arms across their chests. Although the poses of everyone, including the officers, varied, they all radiated the unique smile of victors. Below this photo was a dense row of names, with the first line solely occupied by Xiayu, the youngest marshal in the history of the naval headquarters. Following him were the elders, led by Sengoku, and the three top admirals of the headquarters. Then came the names of the vice admirals of the naval headquarters and the various branches, all listed without exception. Anyone who saw this newspaper for the first time, whether it be the unruly pirates on the seas or the four emperors' pirate crews ruling the New World, were shocked by this photo on the spot. Especially those like Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Charlotte Lean, or Kaido, who had come from the old era. It was the first time they had seen a Navy marshal with such terrifying cohesion since they could remember. Before this young marshal, whether it was Sengoku, known as the wise strategist, or the former Marshal Kong, who was the supreme commander of the world government forces at that time, the Navy under their command appeared formidable, but was merely a facade. Especially the Navy headquarters under Sengoku, where the three admirals seemed to get along harmoniously, but in reality they were divided in spirit, particularly Kazan and Sakazuki, who had different ideologies. As for Borisolino, the admiral with the code Kizuru, he gave an ambiguous impression since he became an admiral, leaving others unsure of his thoughts. It was precisely due to the discord among the three admirals, each pursuing their own justice, coupled with the world government's intentional efforts to maintain balance at sea by implementing the warlords of the sea system, that ultimately rendered the Navy, this massive war machine, unable to function normally. If the naval headquarters could unite as one, even if just two admirals worked together, the so-called four emperors situation in the New World would be fundamentally impossible. Of course, all of this has already become a thing of the past. With the emergence of this group photo of the naval headquarters, the once mighty Navy seemed to have vanished into the annals of history. As a brand new Navy under the leadership of the young Marshal Xiayu would undoubtedly become the nightmare of all pirates. Sabaody Archipelago District 13. At the dock, Rayleigh, who had just finished coating a ship, sat in a row with several coating workers holding the newspaper published by the naval headquarters, gazing thoughtfully at the young Marshal seated in the center. When the Roger pirates disbanded, Captain Roger turned himself in and walked to the guillotine. He, along with Jabba, known as the left arm of the Pirate King, and the ship's Dr. Crocus, each went into hiding in the Sabaody Archipelago, Elbaf, and Twin Cape. Though it was called hiding, in reality they were waiting for the emergence of that fabled descendant of the D clan with immense strength, will, and unparalleled cohesion that Roger had long anticipated. Undoubtedly, the young Navy Marshal in the photo possesses great strength and unparalleled cohesion. The only thing that cannot prove whether he is the descendant of the D clan Roger hoped for is that Xiayu's name does not carry the D. However, all of this has become irrelevant. The seas to come will tremble because of this powerful and united Navy. Xiayu will also become the brightest star of this era. At the Navy headquarters in the officers' residential area in the yard of the Xiayu family, Sakazuki sat cross-legged, meticulously pruning a potted plant. Not far from him, Borisolino leisurely watered the flowers and plants in the yard with a watering can. A large parasol was set up on the grass opposite the two. Under the parasol, Sengoku and Carp were arguing fiercely over a box of senbei, their faces reddened with anger. Especially Carp, who had managed to grab only 2 pieces from the box, while Sengoku devoured the rest, leaving him extremely furious, ready to give Sengoku a piece of his mind. Though Zifa, sitting opposite the two, showed no change in expression, he nearly couldn't suppress a laugh upon witnessing their childish brawl over a piece of senbei. For a moment he felt as if he had returned to his youth, when Sengoku was the most mischievous among the three, always managing to infuriate the scatterbrained Carp to the point of explosion. At that moment a chill swept through the air. Shortly after, Kazan hurried over to the two, placing 4 or 5 boxes of senbei on the coffee table. Before Kazan could set down all the senbei, Carp and Sengoku had already cleared the table of its contents. Seeing this, Kazan let out a heavy sigh of cold air and handed the last box of senbei to Zifa. Zifa, not one to be polite, tore open the box right away. Edge. Suddenly a voice of surprise came from behind. Before Kazan and Zifa could react, a head popped out from behind Kazan, belonging to Sakazuki's mother. Curiously peeking at the senbei in Zifa's hands, and then at Carp and Sengoku, who were crunching on the snacks, the elderly woman grabbed Kazan's sleeve excitedly and said, "My eldest son, what is this thing?" Edge. Kazan turned to glance at the elderly woman grabbing his sleeve, his facial muscles twitching slightly, then raised a hand to point at Sakazuki, who was pruning the potted plant across from him. "Elderly lady, I am Kazan. Your son is the one over there." No, he is not my son." The elderly woman shook her head, tightly holding onto Kazan's sleeve. "He is my grandson, you are my son." At almost the same time, Sengoku, Zifa and Carp widened their eyes in unison, all staring at Kazan. Not only them, but Sakazuki on the opposite side nearly cracked up due to his mother's words. No, elderly lady, you have mistaken." Kazan, equally unprepared for his mother to confuse their relationship to such an extent, started to panic. Although he had always disagreed with Sakazuki's sense of justice and principles, he dared not take advantage of him. Putting those factors aside, in terms of age alone, Sakazuki was 5 or 6 years older than him. According to the elderly woman's logic, he being younger unexpectedly became Sakazuki's father. Why did that feel somewhat satisfying? Though he thought this in his heart, Kazan dared not show it. After all, Sakazuki was currently glaring at him with eyes that could— "I have not made a mistake," the elderly lady insisted, stubbornly shaking Kazan's sleeve. "Son, you are biased, you bought for them, but not for me. Mama is angry." Kazan took a deep breath, feeling historical pressure, and cast a pleading glance at Sakazuki for help. Sakazuki, worried that his mother would continue to create a scene, hurriedly got up and jogged over awkwardly, saying, "Mother, you have mistaken you. I am your son. I am Sakazuki." "What is wrong with you, child? You are my grandson." "Alright, what is my grandson's name?" Pausing slightly, the elderly lady stopped pondering and simply changed the topic, pointing at the senbei in Zifa's hand, while tightly holding on to Kazan. "Son, Mama wants to eat that." "Ah, this is troublesome." Kazan glanced at the elderly lady holding onto his sleeve, wanting to forcefully pull away, but fearing the ensuing beatdown. He steeled himself, trying to appear calm, and attempted to speak as a son. Okay, mother, please wait a moment. Oh, I will go buy it for you right now." "No, I want to go with you." The elderly lady continued to hold onto his sleeve firmly. "Alright." Kazan was firmly gripped, and decided to give up, struggling, nodding repeatedly like a dutiful son. Okay, I will take you with me." As he spoke, Kazan took the elderly lad's hand, slowing his pace to walk leisurely out of the yard. As soon as they stepped out of the yard, the elderly lady suddenly stopped, and looked curiously at the bicycle parked under a tree at the entrance. "Son, is that your bicycle? Can I ride it?" Kazan nodded again, running over to push the bicycle over. He held the elderly lady with one arm and grabbed the handlebars with the other, softly saying, "Mother, hold on tight to me." Okay, you are so good, son." The elderly lady was as excited as a child, tightly hugging Kazan as they rode off, chattering nonstop. In the yard, Sakazuki, who had gone from nearly exploding with anger to seeing Kazan hugging his mother onto the bicycle, gradually softened his gaze, ultimately revealing a smile that perhaps even he himself was unaware of. How wonderful. In the living room, Xiayu witnessed the entire scene unfolding in the yard. After watching Kazan take the elderly lady away, he smiled, and turned to Gion beside him, unable to contain his amusement. "Gion, did you see Sakazuki's expression? It was so funny, he nearly breathed fire when his mother mistook Kazan for her son." Gion nodded with a smile. However, upon seeing Sakazuki's reaction, she felt somewhat anxious. Today was a collective holiday for the Navy headquarters, a delightful time for officers to gather, and she did not want to witness a quarrel between Sakazuki and Kazan at this moment. Fortunately, Sakazuki not only did not explode, but also smiled after watching Kazan and his mother leave. Knowing what that smile meant, Gion felt no more worries and smiled, saying, "It seems that the appearance of the elderly lady has eased the relationship between the two generals quite a bit." Xiayu shrugged slightly. "That is natural. Having an elderly person in the family is like having a treasure." "Marshal!" Suddenly a loud shout came from outside the yard, immediately drawing the attention of the two generals and 3 elders within. Before the 5 in the yard could react, a colonel rushed into the yard, heading straight for the living room. After saluting Xiayu, he hurriedly said, Jurakarl Mihawk has arrived at the headquarters. Meanwhile, at the Marineford port, a coffin-shaped small boat quietly docked at the shore, and the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk, wielding the supreme great knife, stepped forward gracefully amidst a throng of tense Navy soldiers surrounding him. I am Jurakarl Mihawk, he proclaimed. Tell your marshal that I have come to keep our appointment. Today's extra update ends here. Mihawk. Xiayu paused, startled. Without a summons, he dares to come to headquarters? A senior officer explained. He says he's here to keep an appointment. Hearing this, Xiayu smiled faintly. Ah, I remember now. 6 years ago when I was stranded on that remote island, he happened to pass by. Come to think of it, I owe him a debt of gratitude. Had he not chanced upon that island, I would never have joined the Marines. With that, Xiayu waved dismissively toward the officer. Go, bring him here. Yes, sir. The officer snapped a crisp salute and hurried out. Bang. No sooner had he turned and dashed away than the kitchen door swung violently open. A thick wave of greasy fumes billowed forth, followed closely by Stolberry, Mousy, and Hound, coughing violently as they stumbled out of the kitchen. Commander Xiayu, sure you want this hot pot base? Hound burst forward, reeking of smoke and oil, eyes wide with excitement and alarm. It's far too spicy. Stolberry and Mousy didn't even pause to greet Xiayu. They bolted straight into the courtyard, gulping deep breath. Not spicy enough. Xiayu glanced up at Hound, whose eyes were already watering, and chuckled. You've no stamina at all. Back home this is how we eat hot pot. Spicy must be paired with numbing. Fine. Hound slumped his shoulders, resigned. The base is ready, what next? Watching Hound's reaction, Gion, seated nearby, shook her head with a gentle smile. Leave it to me. You three go breathe some fresh air in the courtyard. Breathe air? What for? Xiayu rose, rolled up his sleeves, and declared, bring the hot pot base outside. Everyone tosses in whatever they fancy. Then he darted into the kitchen, lifted the pre-prepared vegetables, meats, and delicacies, and strode briskly into the courtyard. Seeing this, Hound sprang into action, racing to haul tables and chairs. Soon platters of vegetables, meats, and fruits filled the courtyard. As the hot pot base simmered and released its rich aromatic steam, Garp and Sengoku instantly lost interest in their rice crackers, rushing to the table and plunging their favorite ingredients into the bubbling cauldron. Once Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr had taken their seats, Mousy, Stolberry, and Hound gathered around the table. Just as Xiayu picked up his chopsticks and settled beside Zephyr, Kazuru and Ziyuan approached. Ziyuan glanced left and right, then noticed Sakazuki was missing. She tilted her head toward the opposites. There stood Sakazuki, pacing restlessly before the gate, brow furrowed with quiet anxiety. Sakazuki, stop pacing. Xiayu called out decisively, knowing full well what weighed on his mind. If you're truly uneasy, go meet him yourself. No need, Sakazuki replied, stiffly turning back with forced composure. I'll wait here. You all go ahead and eat. He resumed his restless pacing, glancing repeatedly at the gate. Then, a familiar bicycle bell chimed. From the corner, Kazan appeared, pedaling furiously, racing toward the courtyard gate like a gust of wind. Kazan. At the sight of him arriving alone on his bicycle, Sakazuki shot forward without hesitation, bursting through the gate and demanding, Where is my mother? Kazan said nothing, only turned slowly. There, draped across his back like a child clinging to its parent, hung his elderly mother. Frail and diminutive, one arm looped tenderly around Kazan's neck, the other clutching several snack bags, beaming with unself-conscious delight. Mother! Sakazuki nearly shattered on the spot, stunned to see his mother suspended so casually. With a cry, he rushed forward and gently lifted her down from Kazan's back. No sooner had he cradled her than he glared up at Kazan. How could you let mother ride on your back? What if she'd fallen? I had no choice. She insisted on a piggyback ride, Kazan replied, exasperated. Sakazuki's tone softened instantly. He hesitated, then murmured almost shyly, Thank you for your trouble. Kazan blinked, taken aback. After decades of working side by side, he'd never heard those words from Sakazuki. None of that mattered, not really. What mattered was the transformation in Sakazuki since reuniting with his mother. In the Holy Land, he'd been a rabid hound, snarling, relentless, ready to tear anyone apart. But back at headquarters, especially in his mother's presence, Sakazuki's gaze held something utterly unfamiliar. Let's go. It's been far too long since we shared a meal together. After a brief silence, Kazan extended the invitation. Shall we have a drink? Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, Mihawk, escorted by a senior officer onto Marineford Plaza, felt as though he'd stepped into the wrong world. He recalled his last visit summoned under official decree. The atmosphere had been heavy, oppressive. Marines on duty stood rigid and lifeless at their posts. Even beneath clear skies, they bore the grim posture of soldiers bracing for battle. Worst of all, Marineford Plaza had always been eerily empty, deserted, silent, vast. Now, however, rows of neatly arranged dining tables covered the plaza. Officers and enlisted alike crowded around laden feasts. Laughter, cheers, and boisterous banter rose in waves, vibrant and alive. Learning that Mihawk had known Admiral Xiayu 6 years ago, before Xiayu had even joined the Marines, the escorting officer relaxed his reserve and spoke proudly. Today is a collective holiday for all Marines. The Admiral ordered every officer and sailor to lay down their duties, and hosted an open banquet across the plaza. All are welcome, officers, sailors, families, friends. No exceptions. He paused briefly, then stopped, turned, and blurted out, half joking, Hawkeye, did you hear about this and rush over just Mihawk stared blankly, bewildered. Was the world's greatest swordsman truly reduced to crashing bank? Yet before he could retort, his stomach betrayed him, letting out a loud, unmistakable gurgle. Aha, I knew it. The officer laughed heartily and turned back. Don't worry, Admiral Xiayu and his circle are enjoying hot pot indoors. Given your old friendship, rest assured red wine and beef will be served in abundance. Mihawk, humbled by his own hunger, chose silence, and followed the officer across Marineford Plaza. There another and years ago merely walking through Marineford had sent tremors through ranks. Officers paled, soldiers trembled, few dared meet his gaze. Now as he passed among the Marines, both enlisted and commissioned, scanned him idly, then returned to drinking and feasting, as if he were invisible. Some even bristled at his glance, snapping, "What are you staring at?" Or, "Well, look who it is, Hawkeye Mihawk," utterly indifferent to his legendary status. The officer, sensing Mihawk's bewilderment, clarified once more, "Don't take it personally, Mihawk. They're not singling you out. Truth be told, they fear no one, not even the 5 elders. Here's why every soul at headquarters burns to earn merit. Not for glory, but to repay Admiral Xiayu. Especially those raw recruits who just scowled at you. They're still in basic training. Yet they marched with the Admiral from day." Hearing the eagerness for military achievements among the ranks, Mihawk's facial muscles twitched slightly. He could never have imagined that the young boy he had helped 6 years ago would rise to prominence in the Navy headquarters in just 6 short years, even seizing control of the Navy in a coup and becoming an idol and a faith for countless Navy soldiers. Recalling 6 years ago when he first met Xiayu, he was merely a 15 or 16-year-old boy trapped and alone on a deserted island, evoking pity. By chance, Mihawk passed by that island, and for the first time felt a pang of compassion, taking him along to a town. After that, he had no further contact with him and had long forgotten about the incident. It wasn't that he was forgetful, it was simply that such matters were insignificant to him. Even when Xiayu expressed his gratitude, he paid it no mind. After all, he was the world's greatest swordsman, whose such minor kindnesses were not worth mentioning. However, when he recently came to the Navy headquarters due to a summons, and heard many officers mention the name Xiayu, he did not connect the two merely remembering the name. He simply thought that the Navy headquarters had produced an exceptionally talented young powerhouse, whose swordsmanship rivaled that of the Vice Admirals. It wasn't until he saw a newspaper published by the Navy headquarters featuring a group photo where the young marshal sat prominently in the center that he suddenly realized that both Xiayu were the same person. It was precisely for this reason that he had said, "I come to meet you," when landing at the Marineford port. Of course, he had no agreement with Xiayu, as 6 years ago, when he sent Xiayu to the town, he had waved goodbye, without leaving a trace. As he passed through Marineford Square led by the colonel, the scene before Mihawk abruptly changed. He saw a narrow road ahead filled with dining tables mirroring the lively scene in the square where officers and soldiers. However, just as he followed the colonel into this road, the previously noisy officers and soldiers suddenly fell silent, all turning to look at him. "Hawkeye, Dracula Mihawk." After a brief silence, several middle-aged officers closest to Mihawk stood up from a dining table, some clad in rear admiral coats, others adorned with major general insignias, while a few were bare-chested, showcasing their muscular abs. With their rise, a rustling sound echoed down the narrow road as nearly all the officers and soldiers stood up, glaring fiercely at the suddenly appearing Mihawk. In an instant, a sharp, killing intent surged towards him. The officers and soldiers donned in the uniforms of justice resembled members of the underworld, unwavering in the face of Mihawk's fearsome reputation. For a moment, Mihawk felt as though he had not arrived at the Navy headquarters, but had instead stepped into the lair of a gang. Hey, what are you doing?" The colonel, sensing the shift in atmosphere, stepped forward. "Can't you see who it is? He is a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. We certainly know he is one of the 7 warlords. Not only do we know he is one of the 7 warlords, but I also know he was once a Navy hunter." Pausing slightly, the major general suddenly drew his sword, raising his voice. "Hawkeye, do you remember the colonel you killed back then? He was the one I respected most aside from Lord Xiayu. I have been waiting for years to find you for revenge, yet I never expected you to become one of the 7 warlords. But that doesn't matter. After Lord Xiayu signs the Treaty of Marineford, the system of the 7 warlords will soon cease to exist. With the name of Navy justice at stake, I, Colonel Noah of the Navy headquarters, challenge you. Dracula Mihawk, please offer your guidance. And me? Hawkeye, I almost died at your hands once. Aha, you can't leave me out of this. Hey, everyone, calm down. He is the world's greatest swordsman, you will die." Although many in the crowd tried to dissuade, their bodies obediently moved, all standing behind Colonel Noah, with several officers even standing shoulder to shoulder with him. They clearly displayed expressions indicating they were ready to gang up on Dracula Mihawk. Oh, Mihawk did not expect these Navy officers to not only show no fear, but to rise up and challenge him. A glint of cold light flashed in Mihawk's eyes, and his supreme great sword seemed to sense his thoughts, exuding a suffocating aura of death towards the obstructing Navy officers. Is this the Navy led by Xiayu? After scanning everyone present, Mihawk stepped forward, gripping the sword hilt with his hand, his eagle-like eyes gleaming sharply. Though your courage is commendable, even 100 years from now, you will still not be my match. However, I refuse to turn down any swordsman's challenge. Since you wish to fight, then I shall oblige. As soon as his words fell, the terrifying presence unique to the world's greatest swordsman erupted, instantly forcing back the officers and soldiers in front of him. Mihawk. Sensing the sudden surge of overwhelming killing intent, the colonel responsible for welcoming Mihawk's expression changed slightly. He stepped forward under immense pressure, saying in a deep voice, "Do you intend to slaughter here at the Navy headquarters?" Before Mihawk could react, the colonel quickly looked up at the officers and soldiers who, despite being overshadowed by the terrifying presence, did not scatter. He shouted, "Step back. Mihawk's current identity is not that of a warlord of the sea, but rather a guest invited by Lord Xiayu. If you want to enrage Lord Xiayu, just draw your swords and fire." Upon hearing that Mihawk was invited by their marshal, the officers exchanged glances. Despite their doubts, they knew the colonel wouldn't lie, and they all made way for Mihawk. "Mihawk, please proceed." The colonel secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that everyone in the Navy headquarters was eager for military accomplishments, this man beside him was the world's greatest swordsman and also a member of the 7 warlords. If his colleagues were to act recklessly, it would not only lead to casualties, but would also put Lord Xiayu in a difficult position. Because Xiayu had explicitly stated that he had received help from Mihawk back in the day. Everyone knew that Lord Xiayu repaid any favor received, and if those officers and soldiers rushed to fight Mihawk now, it would surely tarnish their marshal's reputation. "All stand. Attention. Salute." Suddenly at the end of the narrow road, loud shouts erupted, causing all the officers and soldiers who had just made way for Mihawk to instinctively straighten their posture and then step aside to salute. As the officers and soldiers stood at attention and saluted, several figures emerged from the end of the road, and at the forefront stood Xiayu. "Mihawk, long time no see." With a warm smile, Xiayu swiftly approached Mihawk amid shouts of loyalty, saying, "I originally planned to wait until after the army's celebration banquet to issue a summons to the 7 warlords, but I didn't expect you to arrive early." Casting a glance at the officers and soldiers who straightened up and saluted upon Xiayu's appearance, Mihawk expressionlessly sheathed his supreme great sword, saying, "Indeed, time makes one appreciate the changes of Xiayu. These officers and soldiers used to bow their heads in fear before me, yet now they dare to draw their swords because of your presence. Quite remarkable. What can I say? I lead a fierce bunch." Mihawk scrutinized Xiayu, noticing the differences from the youthful boy he met 6 years ago. Xiayu now exuded a sense of maturity and vigor, with the aura of a king unmistakably evident. Had it not been for Xiayu taking the initiative to greet him, even standing face to face, he would not have dared to confirm that this young naval marshal was the same boy he had helped 6 years ago. Of course, none of this mattered. What mattered was, Mihawk frowned slightly and asked, "You intend to abolish the 7 warlords system?" "I have that intention." Xiayu nodded, then changed the subject. "Now is not the time for work, let's go drink." As Mihawk watched Sengoku, Carp, and Zephyr, the 3 senior officials of the Navy headquarters, feasting on hot pot with greasy mouths, and the silent admirals Akainu and Akiji continuously raising their glasses, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. To be precise, the aura emanating from the Navy headquarters both inside and out inexplicably made him feel a sense. It was one thing for the officers of the Navy headquarters to be united in spirit, but it was another to see the 3 admirals sitting at the same dining table, with the former Fleet Admiral and the Navy hero Carp along with the former Admiral Zephyr, all enjoying each other's company. If this scene were to be published by the Navy headquarters news department, it would undoubtedly have an impact as profound as the previous group photo of the Navy headquarters. For a brief moment, Mihawk regretted coming to the Navy headquarters at this time. In that moment, he finally understood why the officers and soldiers on the narrow road earlier dared to draw their swords to block his way. Not because they blindly believed they could defeat the world's greatest swordsman, but because they had an unprecedented confidence. He could guarantee that if he dared to swing his supreme sword at the blocking officers and soldiers, the 3 admirals sitting here would certainly spring into action immediately. He might be able to defeat one of the admirals with all his might, but if all 3 admirals acted together, let alone him, even Whitebeard Edward Newgate, known as the strongest man in the world, would have to kneel. At that moment, it was a minor issue that he had been stripped of his warlord title. Whether he could leave alive was an unknown. Ahaha, Mihawk. Long time no see. Just as Mihawk was feeling a chill looking at the former Fleet Admirals and current Admirals, Carp with his mouth full suddenly turned his head and waved to him, calling out, "Don't just stand there, come join me for a drink." Sengoku also looked up at Mihawk at this moment, saying, "So it's Mihawk. I didn't expect you to show up at this time. Since you're here, hurry and take a seat. After all, you are still a member of the warlords." Akainu and Akiji, who were evidently a bit drunk, completely ignored Mihawk's presence, and both raised their glasses, mimicking the catchphrase that Xiayu had said during their drinking sessions over the years in unison, shouting cheers. "That's enough, Akainu. Are you two planning to drink until you drop?" Seeing that the 3 admirals actually ignored Mihawk's presence, Carp immediately took offense. Hey, aren't you 3 being rude? Can't you see Mihawk is here?" Oh, the 3 admirals simultaneously looked up at Mihawk and said in unison, "Sit." Mihawk remained silent and sat down in a vacant spot, forcing himself. As soon as he sat down, Mihawk realized something was off. He was the world's greatest swordsman. Oh, why did he feel inexplicably unsettled, like a sheep among wolves? After discreetly scanning the crowd, Mihawk let out a breath of frustration. True, he was the world's greatest swordsman, but apart from a few generals present, none of the others were someone he could provoke. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this was the most anxious moment he had experienced since becoming the world's greatest swordsman. The arrogance exclusive to the world's greatest swordsman was something he dared not flaunt. Mr. Mihawk. At this moment Gion brought a set of bowls and chopsticks to Mihawk, while Hachi tossed a box of liquor beside him, and then turned back to sit down in his place with a haughty demeanor. A mere Vice Admiral dares to show me a cold shoulder. Glancing at the Vice Admiral Hachi sitting across from him, Mihawk exhaled again, suppressing the urge to draw his sword. It has changed. The Navy he knew has fundamentally transformed. In the past, under Sengoku's leadership, the Navy was such that even the arrogant soldiers he had encountered on the way would have shown him politeness, especially the squirrel, and Hachi, who had just given him a cold shoulder. Even a casual movement from him could have made them feel threatened. However, at this moment the squirrel was entirely focused on eating hot pot, and although Hachi had brought him a box of liquor, it was evident that he was unwilling. Coming Xiayu, who had also brought a box of liquor from the living room, sat down beside Mihawk, smiling at everyone. One box of liquor for each person. No one is allowed to leave until it's finished. As he spoke, Xiayu casually pulled out a bottle of red wine from the box and handed it to Mihawk, then took out another bottle and boldly declared, "Stop raising your glasses, grab your bottles, and let's all toast to welcome Mihawk." Upon hearing this, the crowd who had been eating and drinking just moments ago all raised their bottles, turning their attention to Mihawk. Mihawk glanced at the bottle of liquor Xiayu handed over, then at the box of liquor beside him, his lips twitching slightly as he wanted to say something, but ultimately held back, raising the bottle to drink heartily. "Ah, good. Such a beautiful moment deserves a grand toast." Xiayu laughed heartily as he finished a bottle of liquor, wiping his mouth before pulling out another bottle from his box to hand to Mihawk. Mihawk felt a rush of confusion as his mouth twitched. What happened to the one box for each person? Why does he just keep handing me bottles from his own box? "Fleet Admiral, you can't play tricks, okay?" Seeing Mihawk's reaction, Gion, sitting beside Xiayu, shook his head and smiled lightly, saying, "The box that Vice Admiral Hachi brought earlier is placed next to Mr. Mihawk. What you're holding now is your own wine, haha." It seems so. Xiayu scratched the back of his head and decisively retracted the bottle he had handed over. "Don't just stand there, Mihawk. If it weren't for you passing by that deserted island 6 years ago, I would have had to embark on a survival adventure. A great favor is not to be mentioned. Ooh, everything is in the drink. Come on, cheers." After downing 2 bottles with Xiayu, the alcohol gradually loosened Mihawk's earlier tension, and he no longer appeared cold on the outside while anxious on the inside, but instead actively engaged Xiayu in conversation. Naturally, Xiayu answered all his questions. Even when Mihawk inquired about the coup, Xiayu only concealed the existence of the system and his identity as a traveler. Upon hearing about Xiayu's growth in the Navy headquarters over the past 6 years, and the support he garnered at the time of his uprising, Mihawk, who had already been somewhat intoxicated, surprisingly began to sober up. As the world's greatest swordsman, he wouldn't naively believe that Xiayu could garner the loyalty of so many officers and soldiers in just 6 short years merely with money. What could truly inspire loyalty and sacrifice was never money. It was Xiayu's dazzling charisma that allowed him to swiftly gather all those who could be united around him, thus forming the most formidable force on this sea. Though late, the update is here. Sending love. Reluctantly, Kazan had no choice but to take his mother away as she insisted on riding a bicycle. This time Sakazuki did not stay behind, and along with Borisolino acted as a guard for his mother, running out of the courtyard behind the bicycle. As soon as the 3 admirals were taken away by his mother, several rear admirals rushed into the courtyard and shouted loyalty to Xiayu before dragging up the 3 members, the Flying Squirrel, the Hunting Dog, and Bastille. The departure of the 6 did not affect Sengoku and Garp, who were devouring their food. These 2 old geezers were clearly completely unrestrained, without any burdens of identity. They were like 2 mischievous old men fighting for snacks and snatching beef from the hot pot, making Zifa, who had only one arm, shake his head in disbelief. Suddenly Mihawk, who had been enjoying the conversation moments ago, stood up abruptly, looking down at Xiayu. "When I arrived at the Navy headquarters back in the day, I heard numerous legends about you. Many officers said you are the most gifted young powerhouse the Navy headquarters has ever seen, mastering the Navy's 6 styles and achieving considerable success in the swordsmanship field. Let's take this opportunity to have a vigorous battle and show me just how far your swordsmanship has progressed." As soon as he finished speaking, Sengoku and Garp, who had been fighting over food just a moment ago, fell silent almost simultaneously, while Zifa, taken by surprise, looked up at the flushed and thick-necked Mihawk. At this moment, although Mihawk was still carrying the supreme great sword, he seemed at odds with the title of the world's greatest swordsman, appearing like a drunken man, swaying in front of Xiayu and at risk of falling over. Before Xiayu could respond, the usually gentle Gion furrowed her brow and decisively stood up. "Mihawk, while I appreciate that you once offered your hand to Admiral Xiayu, it does not grant you the right to act recklessly in front of him. Don't forget you are now one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Of course, if you truly want to have a vigorous battle, I can fight in place of Admiral Xiayu." Mihawk ignored Xion, his hawk-like eyes fixed unwaveringly on Xiayu, clearly indicating that he wouldn't leave unless Xiayu agreed. "Xion, sit down." Xiayu glanced at Xion before shifting his gaze to Mihawk, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Eagle Eye, are you sure your current state can exhibit the strength of the world's greatest swordsman? Don't be ridiculous. Even if we are to have a vigorous battle, let's wait until you are sober." Xiayu, how low do you— Mihawk grasped the hilt of his supreme great sword with his other hand full of fighting spirit. I am the world's greatest swordsman. How could a mere box of red wine possibly intoxicate me? Come on, let me see just how much you've grown over the past 6 years. Ding dong. Just as Xiayu was about to refuse, a familiar system prompt echoed abruptly in his mind. Challenge detected from someone to the host. You now have 2 choices. Refuse the challenge, I'll reward a bottle of red wine. Accept the challenge and defeat the opponent. Reward 1 supreme great sword of 12 craftsmanship. Huh. Unexpectedly, the system prompt appeared at this moment, causing Xiayu to blink in surprise. Although 2 choices were given, it seemed he could only choose one. After all, refusing would only grant him a bottle of red wine. Did he really need that bottle of red wine? He was now the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, enjoying the same privileges as the 5 elders. Would he lack for wine? However, what he lacked was a suitable sword. He had been borrowing Xiuan's sword Jinbaira because after enhancing his swordsmanship to its highest realm through the system, he could not find a famous sword that could accommodate his skill. He planned to send someone to search for one once the situation with the soldier rebellion was settled, but he did not expect the system to appear so timely. After a brief moment of surprise, Xiayu decisively swallowed the words of refusal that were on his lips, and said, I accept your challenge. But not now. As Xiuan mentioned, you are now a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, and I, as the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, just received the summons from the world government to the 7 Warlords, which means I am now your direct superior. After a slight pause, Xiayu picked up a bottle of wine again, and said leisurely, how about a week from now? Tomorrow the Navy headquarters will send a summons to the 7 Warlords to hold a meeting with the 7 great pirates. After the meeting, the 7 Warlords will no longer exist. At that time we will no longer be in a superior-subordinate relationship, but friends. Since we are friends, we can drink when we want to drink and spar when we want to spar. Wouldn't that be delightful? Upon hearing this, Mihawk no longer insisted, easily sheathing his supreme great sword and nodding. Then I will wait for you for 7 days. With that, Mihawk glanced towards the living room. Since we are going to hold the 7 Warlords meeting, I will stay at your house. Before Xiayu could nod in agreement, the telephone bug in the living room suddenly made a brew sound. Immediately, a familiar voice came from the telephone bug. Admiral, this is Ein. Admiral, are you there? Hearing the voice coming from the living room, Xiayu was initially taken aback, then suddenly stood up, reaching out for the telephone bug placed in the living room. In the next moment, he grabbed the telephone bug. Ein, have you found the pirates who attacked the training ship back then? Yes, Admiral. The voice from the telephone bug made Zifa, who had been disengaged from the drinking table, instantly brighten his eyes. However, just as he stood up, Xiayu forced him back down. Tell me your current location. Also, you and Binz are no match for him. Until reinforcements arrive, your only task is to follow him. Saying this, Xiayu handed the telephone bug to Xiuan beside him, allowing her to note down Ein's current sea area, while decisively activating his observation hotkey to transmit. Borisolino, hurry here. As soon as Xiayu's voice fell, Borisolino, who had been running alongside the bicycle outside the family compound, suddenly, in the next second, he didn't think much and immediately unleashed his devil fruit power. With a flash of light, Borisolino appeared before Xiayu. Xiayu wasted no time and got straight to the point. We found the pirates who attacked the training ship back then. You need to head to the sea area recorded by Xiuan immediately to support Ein and Binz. The next morning, after washing up and changing into his uniform, Xiayu energetically walked out of his bedroom, wearing a— Just as he opened the door to leave the bedroom, a familiar voice suddenly called out. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw Mihawk in casual attire sitting at the dining table, with his legs crossed, holding a newspaper published by the Navy headquarters. Breakfast is ready. Since you dawdled for half an hour, neither I nor the elderly waited for you. Xiayu was taken aback. Not only had Mihawk shamelessly moved into his home, but he was also cooking without a hint of restraint. Xiayu's lips twitched slightly. However, he was soon captivated by the array of breakfast items laid out on the table. What surprised him the most was that the elderly completely ignored his presence and was happily eating a rice ball with the breakfast. After swallowing his food, the elderly finally noticed Xiayu's presence. Surprisingly, the elderly, who usually forgets things, immediately waved at him, saying, "Good grandson, come here. Grandma has hidden many delicious treats for you, but you mustn't let Sakaski know. That boy is very cunning." Xiayu didn't dare to delay. Quickly walking over to sit beside the elderly, feigning ignorance, he asked, "Grandma, where did these food come from?" The elderly pointed at Mihawk, saying, "Made by Mita Lang, and it's delicious." And Mita Lang. Xiayu blinked, nearly unable to hold back his laughter. Mihawk, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the newspaper, his facial muscles twitching. He was also quite desperate. This morning, before he was even up, he had been startled by the elderly bursting into his room. Fortunately, he had met the elderly yesterday and understood her identity, which helped him deduce that she might be suffering, so he didn't dare to neglect her and immediately got up to converse with her. After a whole conversation, he nearly exploded. The elderly was so forgetful that after he told her his name, she immediately turned around and asked him who he was. Just as he was about to lose it, the elderly suddenly exclaimed that she was hungry. Being someone who enjoyed cooking, he dared not continue talking with her and rushed into the kitchen to get busy. Strangely, while he was preparing breakfast, the elderly didn't come to disturb him and even praised his cooking skills whenever he— This was a great start. However, the elderly did not remember his full name, Dracul Mihawk, but only remembered the me part. Remembering the me part was one thing, but the elderly insisted on adding Taro afterwards. He was Dracul Mihawk from Kuraikena Island, the world's greatest swordsman, not some taro. If that name were called out by some pirate, or even the navy, he would undoubtedly draw his sword and attack. Seeing Mihawk not speak, Xiayu also stopped their chatting briefly with the elderly before leaving. Navy headquarters conference room. All the rear admirals and vice admirals were present, sitting upright, their eyes fixed on Xiayu, who was seated in the marshal's chair. Admiral Sakaski and Kazan, along with Sengoku, Zephyr, and Karp, sat on either side of Xiayu. Outside, Navy soldiers stood in formation every 10 steps, holding steel guns, their bodies straight. Though their expressions were serious, their eyes brimmed with pride. The reason was simple: the former vice admiral they were loyal to had now become the marshal of the headquarters and enjoyed the same privileges as the Gorosei. Most importantly, they would no longer have to endure the disdain from the Holy Land, especially from the celestial dragons who looked down on them. Gion, let's get started. Xiayu, seated in the marshal's throne, looked around the conference room and said calmly, "First, let's discuss the salary issues of all officers and soldiers in the Navy headquarters." Yes. Gion stood up with a document and directly addressed the issue. Due to the advance payment of a year's salary to all officers and soldiers, the funds available for the headquarters are now very limited, and we cannot temporarily pay the bounties submitted by various branch bases. This issue must be resolved quickly, because if we cannot pay the bounty hunters, it will negatively impact the Navy's credibility. Of course, this is just a small part of the matter. The expenses required by the headquarters are far from limited to this. Pausing slightly, Gion suddenly raised his voice. "I have a proposal. Can we ask officers of colonel rank and above to generously contribute to help us get through this difficult time? Once the funds come in from the sky, we will pay all officers double." "Impossible." Before the attendees could react, Xiayu immediately waved his hand, saying, "You may not be aware of the situations of many officers in the headquarters, but I have seen it all these years. Many officers have families to support. Once they receive their salaries, they almost all send it back home. Asking them to contribute at this time would undoubtedly add insult to injury. I have a solution." After a brief silence, Xiayu narrowed his eyes slightly, a sly grin appearing at the corners of his mouth. In recent years, several individuals claiming to be kings of the underworld have emerged in the New World. Some have become transport kings by monopolizing the vital arteries of the Grand Line, while others have become loan sharks through lending. Compared to their reputations, they are far inferior to the four emperors, but in terms of wealth, they are extremely rich. So I plan to personally write a letter inviting them to visit the Navy headquarters. If they are afraid to enter the Navy headquarters, let them choose a place for us to meet. If they dare to refuse, the Navy will only do one thing: next, completely take over their businesses and their wealth. Not just the so-called kings of the underground world in the New World, but also the world nobles from the Holy Land. They spend over 100 million berries just to buy a slave. It's time for them to contribute to the cause of justice. Gion, you personally go to Sabaody Archipelago to take over a hotel. I plan to create an entertainment project with a twist, then invite some world nobles to participate at a selected time. Upon hearing this, Gion covered his face with his hands. Indeed, Xiayu is still the same Xiayu. Even after becoming the marshal of the headquarters and enjoying the same privileges as the Gorosei, he was still adept at making money. Unlike Gion's reaction, the other attendees, except for Sengoku and Admiral Sakaski and Kazan, showed expressions of enthusiasm. Indeed, their Lord Xiayu had not changed at all after becoming the marshal. He was still the same familiar formula. When it came to making money, no one was more professional than their Lord Xiayu. "Xiayu, this is not acceptable." At that moment, Sengoku stood up, saying, "The 6 underground kings of the New World have immense influence. If we forcibly take over their businesses and wealth, it could lead to global turmoil. Especially the Transport King, as he is in charge of the transportation business between various pirate factions and nations, as well as the supplies to the Holy Land." "Mr. Sengoku." Before Xiayu could respond, one of the rear admirals suddenly stood up, glaring at Sengoku, and said sternly, "During the meeting, please refer to the Marshal as Your Excellency." The sudden statement drained the color from Sengoku's face. Looking over, he saw Noah with eyes wide open in disbelief, saying, "Noah, when did you become a rear admiral? Did Xiayu promote you?" The rear admiral who stood up was none other than the Noah who had drawn his sword against Mihawk. Rear Admiral Noah straightened his body and declared loudly, "Yes. All officers below the rank of Vice Admiral who oppose His Excellency Xiayu, you have been promoted 1 rank. Mr. Sengoku, I will say it again, please refer to His Excellency Xiayu as Marshal." Upon hearing this, Sengoku's lips twitched, and he casually took out a piece of senbei and threw it in his mouth, changing his previously serious demeanor as a marshal. He arrogantly raised his head, saying, "Coincidentally, I have been promoted 3 ranks, and will soon rotate to the Holy Land's power chamber to serve the Gorosei." Off. Noah's eyes widened, and the momentum around him was instantly extinguished as he looked at Xiayu for help. Xiayu suppressed a laugh and waved his hand, saying, "Everyone sit down, the matter regarding money is decided, no need for further discussion. Next, let's start the second topic. Regarding the Warlords of the Sea system, I do not endorse this system. Since its establishment, the Warlords have not only failed to contribute, but have also gained greater benefits due to their stat. However, before abolishing it, I plan to hold a Warlord conference using a summons to remind them of their arrogance." At this point, Xiayu looked at several rear admirals, saying, "Weasel, Storyberry, Bastille Hound, Fire Mountain, Steel Res. As soon as Xiayu's words fell, the 6 rear admirals whose names were called hurriedly stood up. Take the summons and set off immediately. Inform the 6 warlords excluding Mihawk to ensure they arrive at the Navy headquarters within 3 days for the Warlord Conference in 3 days. Tell them that if they do not appear at the headquarters for the meeting in 3 days, they will face more than just the simple revocation of their warlord status. They must also be prepared to face the wrath of the Navy headquarters. At the Naval Headquarters Harbor, the Flying Squirrel glanced at Stalaberry and Bastille beside him. After hesitating several times, he finally mustered the courage to speak. Bastille, shall we switch assignments? I will deliver the order to Doflamingo, and you go to Kuja Island. No. Bastille hurriedly waved his hand upon hearing the suggestion of switching. Doflamingo should be in the Dressrosa Kingdom, now a long journey. I'm worried your small frame won't endure it, so I should go instead. After all, I am much stronger than you. Most importantly, Doflamingo is not easy to deal with. After all, he is still considered a celestial dragon. Hearing this, the flying squirrel's mouth twitched slightly. Though Bastille spoke politely, he was actually just afraid of going to Kuja Island. The reason was simple. The Kuja Island's Amazon Lily Kingdom Empress Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea he was about to summon, not only possessed the sweet fruit ability, but was also renowned as the world's most beautiful woman. Any normal man would inevitably be captivated by Hancock, and once captivated, her ability could petrify them into a human statue. Most importantly, Hancock was not only extremely proud, but also presented herself as a tyrant. A slight misstep could cause the accompanying soldiers to be petrified as well. After a brief silence, the flying squirrel immediately turned his head to the other side and tentatively spoke, Stalaberry, farewell. Before the flying squirrel finished speaking, Stalaberry suddenly accelerated, uttered these 2 words, and leapt onto a warship. At that moment, Hiwashishin and Stillras approached. Hiwashishin was one of the veteran admirals of the headquarters, not only powerful, but also gentle in character, admired by many naval soldiers as a role model. Though he had sensed the rebellion on the night Xiayu launched it, he did not expect matters to escalate to this extent. However, those details were insignificant. What mattered was that he never anticipated Doberman and Ghost Spider to be the first to be gunned down by soldiers and officers. Doberman and Ghost Spider, like him, were veteran admirals of the headquarters. Despite some ideological differences, their anonymous deaths were difficult for him to accept. When he learned of this, he was mentally prepared for the ensuing purge. In his view, even if he had not participated in the rebellion, Xiayu would not have allowed them to remain at the naval headquarters. Yet the result was that Xiayu neither eliminated those uninvolved nor dismissed them, but let them retain their original posts and receive a full year's salary. Now being directly involved in such a significant operation, his initial disbelief over the deaths of Ghost Spider and Doberman transformed into apprehension. Flying Squirrel, our relationship has grown distant lately. Approaching the flying squirrel, Hiwashishin looked around cautiously and lowered his voice to ask, has the marshal said anything in the past few days? For example, about me and Stillras, who did not participate in the mutiny. Why mention you? The flying squirrel blinked in confusion. You haven't done anything to betray the marshal. At this, the flying squirrel relaxed, shaking his head with a smile. Hiwashishin, the marshal entrusting you with his first task as the new officer shows he harbors no suspicion of you. By the way, which warlord of the sea are you responsible for? Without hesitation, Hiwashishin replied, Hawkins. Hawkins. The flying squirrel blinked. He is on good terms with Kaido now, which means this mission will be extremely perilous. For the sake of our comradeship over the years, I will go in your place. That wouldn't be appropriate. Hiwashishin glanced back at the headquarters building and lowered his voice. If the marshal finds out, then you don't understand the marshal. The flying squirrel spoke with a worldly air. When I invited you back, then you should have stood shoulder to shoulder with us. Let me put it this way, with the marshal our rules are absolute. The old constraints no longer exist. Very well. Before he finished, Hiwashishin suddenly changed his mind and asked, which warlord of the sea are you responsible for? The pirate empress Boa Hancock. Before Hiwashishin could react, the flying squirrel quickly added, Hancock is the closest among the 7 warlords. Hey Hiwashishin, why are you leaving? Come back, I haven't finished speaking, you scoundrel. Before he finished, Hiwashishin had already boarded the warship and departed. Seeing this, the flying squirrel exhaled deeply and looked at Stillras with lingering hope. I take my leave. Stillras had intended to stay and gather intelligence about Xiayu from the flying squirrel to prepare for future interactions. However, upon hearing that the flying squirrel was responsible for the pirate empress among the 7 warlords, he abandoned the conversation and fled like a mouse seeing a cat. Meanwhile, in the calm belt Kuja Island, outside Kuja City of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, on the balcony of a wooden house perched halfway up the mountain, a gaunt elderly man sat alone on a wooden chair holding a Hartokumbi newspaper, reading it with great interest. Flamethorn, the former emperor of Amazon Lily, and once a member of the Rocks Pirates, returned alone to Amazon Lily 32 years ago after the Rocks Pirates were defeated at the God's Gorge. To atone for youthful mistakes, and out of respect for the current empress, she chose to live in solitude outside Kuja City. Worn by the passage of time, the once graceful Flamethorn transformed into the image of an old woman. Few still remembered the name Flamethorn. The younger generation called her Granny Xia. Because Kuja Island lay in the calm belt, almost isolated from the world, newsbirds were scarce. Thus Granny Xia cherished every precious newspaper. Another month's old news. After reading, Granny Jia sighed and shakily rose from her chair. At that moment, a bird call suddenly sounded in the sky. Soon after, a news bird fluttered onto the balcony. Finally, I have been waiting for you. Watching the news bird land, Granny Jia hurriedly stepped forward. Skillfully paying the fee and retrieving the newspaper, she did not wait for the bird to fly away, but returned promptly to her chair, eagerly opening it. Moi. The moment the newspaper unfolded, a visually striking headline suddenly struck Granny Jia's retina. Naval Headquarters, Admiral Xiayu initiates mutiny. Just reading the headline, Granny Jia's pupils constricted sharply as she exclaimed, "When did this happen?" Glancing at the publication date, Granny Jia quickly skimmed the article, unable to ponder further. The more Granny Jia read, the more alarmed she became. After finishing, she slumped back into her chair, as if having endured a calamity, her shock beyond words. To seize full control of the Navy in just one day, what formidable means? Xiayu. I have never heard of that name before. With suspicion, Granny Jia picked up another newspaper. This newspaper bore no news, but a large group photo of Naval Headquarters officers and soldiers, occupying more than half the page, along with a dense list of naval personnel. Naval Headquarters Marshal, Xiayu. Seeing the young marshal seated at the center of the photo, Granny Jia's eyes widened in disbelief. So young. Though curious, Granny Jia did not continue reading, but picked up another newspaper. After reading this paper's news, Granny Jia could no longer sit still. She jumped up from her chair, her face filled with horror. The Mary Geo's Treaty. The rotating system of the 5 elder seats in the Holy Land's power chamber. The Naval Headquarters holds 2 seats. Has the world government compromised with Xiayu? What is this? 7 warlords. The right to summon the 7 warlords belongs to the Naval Headquarters. After a moment of incoherent babbling, Granny Jia suddenly looked up sharply. This is bad. Hancock is in danger. Relying on the wisdom and foresight of the former Amazon Lily Emperor, she keenly sensed that this young naval marshal might next target the 7 warlords. The current Amazon Lily Empress Boa Hancock is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Alright, it is decided. 9 Snake City, Amazon Lily Kingdom Palace. The Empress sleeping quarters. The current Empress of Amazon Lily, with long black hair styled in a traditional manner, lay quietly in the bathtub. Her deep blue eyes, adorned with delicate corners, gazed unblinkingly at the ceiling, her long hair cascading down the sides of the tub. A cool, beautiful face bore an expression of indifference, as if conveying a message of do not approach. Boa Hancock. A paramecia-type sweet fruit user possessing the Conqueror's Haki observation Haki and armament. At the age of 18, she became the Empress of Amazon Lily. Leading the 9 Snake Pirates on their first expedition, her formidable power caught the attention of the world government, and she was summoned to become one of the Shichibukai, achieving peak status right from her debut. The area surrounding the sleeping quarters was under strict lockdown. Not a single person could approach, let alone a bird that might fly overhead. The reason was simple: the Empress of Amazon Lily was bathing, and aside from her 2 younger sisters, no one else was permitted near the quarters. Of course, Hancock was not worried about being seen while bathing, as Amazon Lily was a kingdom composed solely of women. The lockdown during her baths was due to a secret that the 3 sisters could not allow outsiders to know. Suddenly, Grandma, you can't go in. The lady is bathing. Outside the door to the sleeping quarters, an anxious grandma, clutching a stack of newspapers, was stopped by 2 guards who were none other than Hancock's younger sisters, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold. Unlike Hancock, who boasted unparalleled beauty and was known as the world's most beautiful woman, Sandersonia and Marigold's appearances were less than conventionally attractive. Sandersonia had a head much larger than her body, while Marigold had a small head atop a plump body. Move aside. Something big has happened. Grandma ignored the 2 sisters and squeezed through them, taking advantage. As she pushed open the door and entered the quarters, Grandma shouted anxiously, Hancock, come out. Following closely behind, Sandersonia leaned in her seriousness, piqued by Grandma's reaction, asking Grandma, what happened outside? Here, while the world outside has changed dramatically. Following closely behind, Sandersonia leaned in her seriousness, piqued by Grandma's reaction, asking Grandma, what? You can see for yourselves. With that, Grandma tossed a newspaper at Sandersonia. Looking at the newspaper with a puzzled expression, Sandersonia awkwardly replied, I can't read all the words, let's have our sister. While Grandma and Sandersonia were speaking, Hancock had stood up from the bathtub and wrapped herself in a bathrobe. Silently taking the newspaper, her previously indifferent expression changed drastically upon seeing the headlines. Sister. Seeing Hancock's reaction, Sandersonia and Marigold tentatively called out. Hancock said nothing and quickly skimmed through the first newspaper before eagerly snatching the entire stack of papers from Grandma. After reading all the newspapers, Hancock struggled to suppress her shock, incredulously looking at Grandma. This man managed to take full control of the Navy in just one day, and even signed the Marineford Treaty with the Holy Land. How have I never heard of him before? Isn't there a clause in the Marineford Treaty that allows the Navy to arrest celestial dragons for committing injustices? Hancock exclaimed with a quickened breath. Grandma nodded. The newspaper says so. Hancock's breathing grew even more rapid as she uncertainly asked, does the Marineford Treaty also mention the summons of the Shichibukai to return to the Navy headquarters? Before she could finish her sentence, Hancock suddenly turned around, as if her soul had been lost, exclaiming, I must meet this new Admiral of the Navy right now. Sister. Not expecting Hancock to react this way, Sandersonia and Marigold quickly called out, you. At that moment Grandma shouted Hancock. There's no need to rush. This young admiral, who possesses a thunderous grip, will issue the summons to the Shichibukai. What you should be concerned about now is not meeting him, but whether you can retain your identity as a Shichibukai. Don't forget why you joined the Shichibukai back then. At her words, Hancock's body stiffened. The reason she accepted the world government's invitation to join the Shichibukai was purely to protect Amazon Lily from invasion. For her personally, she harbored no fondness for the world government, especially not for the celestial dragons they raised. Not only did she have no fondness for them, but she loathed them deeply, as the three sisters had been kidnapped by human traffickers and sold into slavery to the celestial dragons, who branded them with the shameful mark of the celestial dragon on their backs. Yet despite all this, as the Empress of Amazon Lily, she had to set aside her hatred to become a Shichibukai for this. Most importantly, in the face of the colossal entity that is the world government, even with overwhelming hatred in her heart, she did not dare to seek revenge against the celestial dragons. Now, with the summons for the Shichibukai having shifted from the world government to the Navy headquarters due to that man's coup, it was entirely necessary for her, as a Shichibukai, to meet this new superior. Of course, there was a minuscule reason behind this. What truly made her eager was that despite the many powerful figures in this world, neither the Sea Emperor ruling the New World nor the Revolutionary Army, which was spreading like wildfire across the globe, dared to act rashly against the celestial dragons. Yet this new admiral of the Navy, Xiayu, not only changed the Navy's previous style, but also forced the Holy Land's power to yield, granting the Navy the authority to arrest celestial dragons who violated justice. This was something unimaginable in any era prior, but had now become a reality. Though she had been extremely averse to men since being sold to the celestial dragons by human traffickers, at this moment, she yearned to meet this man, who dared to stage a coup and forced the world government to compromise. As for what to say upon meeting this man, she had not thought that far, she simply desired to see him immediately. Empress. Suddenly, a somewhat flustered voice came from outside the quarters. Vice Admiral Weasel from the Navy headquarters has crossed the comm belt with the summons for the Shichibukai and insists that you must attend the Shichibukai meeting held by the new admiral in 3 days. Without waiting for the person outside to finish, Hancock immediately replied, I will go change right now. In the holy land of Mary Gios, amidst the flowers. Wrapped in a long robe, Emu remained unfazed by the coup led by Xiayu, which forced the Holy Land to make concessions. Strolling leisurely in the garden, her dark red patterned eyes focused on a butterfly resting on her finger, revealing a subtle, yet rare, emotional fluctuation. Lord Emu. At that moment, a maid hurried into the garden and knelt before Emu. Emu did not divert her gaze, still fixated on the butterfly on her finger, and a voice slightly more normal, yet calm, emanated from beneath her veil. What has Xiayu been busy with these past 2 days? The maid, not daring to conceal anything, replied. In response to Lord Emu, Xiayu granted a day off to the entire army yesterday and held a banquet at headquarters attended by all officers and their families. However, this morning he immediately convened a meeting at headquarters and dispatched 6 vice admirals to summon the 7 warlords, deciding to hold a meeting with them in 3 days. Due to financial issues at the Navy headquarters, Xiayu has targeted those who control the transport lifeline of the New World, such as Yumi-Te, known as the King of Transport, and Duffield, who rose to power through usury. Upon hearing that Xiayu had focused on Yumi-Te and others, Ima's eyes flickered slightly, and she waved her hand to let the butterfly fly away. Turning to the kneeling maid, he is not solely aiming to plunder these individuals' wealth, rather he intends to sever ties with the forces connected to them. Especially the King of Transport, Yumi-Te. If the New World loses this transport line, it will be nearly impossible for Kaido, Edward Newgate, or Charlotte Linlin to stabilize their territories. And those merchants involved in smuggling arms and various forbidden goods, their good days are about to come to an end. As she said this, Emu averted her gaze and slightly lifted her head, revealing her dark red patterned eyes, speaking to herself. 3 gains in 1 stroke. Truly a brilliant strategy. Lord Emu, Xiayu's targets are not just these individuals from the New World. The maid hesitantly spoke up. He also proposed some sort of transformation plan during the meeting, intending to contract a hotel in the Sabaody archipelago and invite the celestial dragons of the Holy Land to attend. Transformation plan. Emu frowned slightly. What kind of transformation plan? The maid quickly shook her head. Emu pondered for a moment and decisively commanded, send Junzi to the Navy headquarters. I need to know exactly what this plan entails. Yes. The maid, not daring to delay, quickly rose and left the garden. Upon exiting, she saw Junzi, Xiamulak, and 2 other members of the Divine Knights approaching. Seeing them, the maid's expression brightened, and she hurriedly accelerated her pace to intercept Junzi. Let me go to the Navy headquarters again. Upon hearing Lord Imus' order for her to go to the Navy headquarters again, Junzi's eyes widened reflexively due to a past painful experience. However, realizing her loss of composure, she quickly bowed and said, I'll head there right away. Saying this, Junzi did not avoid the others and immediately activated the teleportation array to set off. Unexpectedly, Junzi dared to use the teleportation array to the Navy headquarters. The long-haired girl standing next to Xiamulak, still feeling apprehensive, reminded her, Junzi, are you sure you want to go to the Navy headquarters via the teleportation array? What's the matter? Junzi blinked. Isn't everything resolved now? Xiayu has obtained everything he wanted. He shouldn't come after me again. True. The long-haired girl nodded but still cautiously urged. When you meet Xiayu, you show him a bit of respect. After all, he is not only the Fleet Admiral, but also enjoys privileges equal to the 5 Elder Stars. I know what to do. Junzi wasted no time throwing down that remark before activating the teleportation array. Accompanied by a burst of flame clouds and invisible energy, Junzi and the teleportation array vanished in an instant. Just as the teleportation array disappeared, a faint scream suddenly echoed in the ears of the long-haired girl and Xiayu, causing them to instinctively look around. Seeing that no one was around, they thought it was an illusion and shook their heads as they left the area. Not far from where they had just left, a sudden fluctuation of aura resonated from above. Soon after, a figure rapidly enlarged in their vision. Almost simultaneously, the long-haired girl and Xiayu each had a head full of question marks and widened their eyes in shock, gazing at the figure plummeting from the sky. Was she knocked back again? What is going on here? The long-haired girl and Xiayu had yet to finish their words when Junzi, falling from the heavens, attempted to unleash her fruit ability just before hitting the ground, recalling previous experiences. However, due to the suppression of Conqueror's Haki, she was entirely unable to release her fruit ability, while in midair, helplessly watching the ground magnify in her vision. With a thunderous crash, a large human-shaped pit suddenly appeared. In the pit, Junzi stared vacantly at the sky, her face devoid of hope. Junzi, what on earth is going on? The long-haired girl was the first to react, swiftly moving into the pit and lifting Junzi, stammering, "What a coincidence, did you just go and find Xiayu lurking there? Isn't he the Fleet Admiral? How can he be so idle?" "He wasn't lurking." Junzi still stared blankly, her expression dazed. "He placed 2 seals at the marked teleportation points, and those seals contain his stored Conqueror's Haki." Hearing this, the long-haired girl couldn't help but gasp in shock. As a member of the Divine Knights who participated in the Divine Valley incident 32 years ago, she had seen her fair share of powerful beings. To be sure, the strong participants in the Divine Valley incident were among the top existences at the time, with some still active in the Grand Line today, feared by countless pirates. If Xiayu had stored his Conqueror's Haki in a vessel, she could somewhat understand, as she had heard of such operations. However, to use paper strips to store Conqueror's Haki was simply beyond her comprehension. This was utterly out. After catching her breath, Junzi stood up from the long-haired girl's embrace, saying, "Please take me to the Sabeti archipelago, I am feeling a bit wobbly right now." Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, due to the sudden, overwhelming Haki emanating from the main building mixed with the sound of a scream, officers and soldiers at their posts were drawn to the commotion. However, when they looked up, they saw a figure inexplicably shooting into the sky from the rooftop of the headquarters, enveloped in flame clouds, disappearing in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed. Having just returned home, Xiayu immediately looked up upon sensing the activation of the seals infused with Conqueror's Haki on the rooftop. Mihawk, lounging in the courtyard with his legs crossed, also looked up in surprise, questioning, "Did someone just intrude on the headquarters?" Xiayu nodded. "It must be some unfortunate soul stepping on the landmine I buried there who got blown away." The additional chapter will update at 8 a.m. The comm belt on the deck of the warship. Gazing at the pirate Empress Hancock standing opposite in a cheapao and a cape adorned with floral patterns exuding endless charm, with every gesture the squirrel was somewhat perplexed, with a series of question marks popping up above his head. He had secretly prepared a dagger as he entered the comm belt near Nine Snake Island to prevent Hancock from suddenly using her devil fruit ability to petrify him. It wasn't that he was overly cautious, he had suffered a loss at Hancock's hands before. The last time the world government issued a mandatory summons for the 7 warlords, he was responsible for Hancock. Back then he had not realized the seriousness of the situation. He had come in a furious manner and almost fell victim to Hancock's petrification ability. Fortunately, he decisively stabbed himself to dull the pain, which helped reduce the effects of Hancock's devil fruit ability, allowing him to avoid being petrified. However, while he managed to withstand it, his subordinates were wiped out. Some were petrified on the spot, with their eyes turning into red hearts, while others became human stone statues with a red heart protruding from their chests. The reason for all this was not solely due to Hancock's breathtaking beauty, but because her Paramecia-type sweet fruit ability could petrify anyone who was infatuated with her. She could also directly petrify opponents and objects. The most terrifying aspect was that once someone was petrified by Hancock's ability, even if she died, the petrified individual would remain in that state. With a cautionary tale in mind, the squirrel naturally kept his guard up. Not only did he not bring another subordinate, but he also discreetly gripped a dagger in his hand. However, unlike his last visit when Hancock had displayed her willfulness and arrogance to the extreme, even looking down on him, a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, this time she was still proud, but no longer reckless. In an unprecedented turn of events, she did not remain on the Nine Snake pirate ship, but unexpectedly stood in front of Rear Admiral Squirrel. "Let's set off." Hancock, with her back to Squirrel on the warship's deck, spoke eagerly. "I will attend the 7 warlords meeting now." The Squirrel, somewhat caught off guard, tentatively replied, "Hancock, didn't your subjects make it clear? The 7 warlords meeting is in 3 days, you still have a day to prepare." "No need." Hancock turned around, one hand on her hip, and the other pointing at Squirrel, her head thrown back in a dramatic gesture, succinctly stating, "I do not need it." "Well, okay." The Squirrel, still feeling the lingering shadow of past events, said no more and decisively turned towards the cockpit. When they arrived at the port of Marineford, the sky had already darkened. As the warship docked, a luxurious ship flying the flag of the world government followed closely beside it. Before Squirrel and Hancock could react, a tall officer draped in a cloak jumped down with long sleeves reaching the shore. Glancing at the large ship beside them and the figures of Shamrock and the long-haired woman on the deck, a flicker of confusion crossed Squirrel's eyes. What are they doing here? Huh. Noticing the sudden silence around him, Squirrel's pupils slightly constricted, and he reflexively turned to. He expected Hancock to be furious at someone disembarking before her and throw a tantrum, but to his surprise, Hancock was not only very quiet, but also gazing intently at the long-haired woman beside Shamrock, a hint of hatred flickering in her beautiful eyes. Hancock. Realizing something was off with Hancock, Squirrel quickly called out, "We've arrived. However, since you arrived at headquarters early, I need to report to Admiral. They are the Knights of God." Hancock seemed to have not heard Squirrel's words, staring at the long-haired woman beside Shamrock, her silver teeth clenched as she squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. "I have seen her." Not only had she seen her, but when Fisher Tiger had caused chaos in the Holy Land, she had narrowly escaped with her two younger sisters, almost getting caught by the long-haired woman. If it weren't for Granny and the others appearing in time, she might still be in the Holy Land. Feeling the hatred in Hancock's words, Squirrel quickly interjected, "Hancock, don't act recklessly. This is the Navy head." "So what?" Hancock took a sudden step forward, her gaze burning as she fixed on the long-haired woman on the ship across. "No matter what I have done, the whole world will forgive me." At this point, Hancock suddenly turned back and smiled, "Because I am simply too beautiful." Before Squirrel could respond, Hancock's aura suddenly surged, creating ripples in the air as her unique paramecia-type sweet fruit ability was unleashed. "Damn it, this woman." Squirrel, nearly breaking down due to Hancock's sudden smile, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quickly shouted, "Hancock, I don't know if the whole world will forgive you, but if you cause trouble here, Admiral will definitely strip you of your 7 Warlords title and eliminate you on the spot. Withdraw your devil fruit ability. This is the final warning." Before Squirrel finished speaking, Hancock suddenly regained her composure and decisively retracted her devil fruit ability, casting a reluctant glance at the long-haired woman across. As the saying goes, enemies meet with particularly red eyes. The moment she recognized the long-haired woman, she lost her rationality due to the experiences in the Holy Land. Fortunately, Squirrel promptly reminded her, or she would have committed a grave mistake. It must be noted that the new admiral who commands the massive navy machine was someone capable of compelling the world government to compromise. If she had lost her rationality and charged over, this new admiral would have surely been furious, and stripping her of her 7 Warlords title would be a minor issue. The repercussions on the Amazon Lily people would be a far greater concern. Meanwhile, on the large ship across, the long-haired woman who had already noticed Hancock blinked in surprise, unsure. "This woman. I feel like I've seen her somewhere." The Shichibukai, the pirate empress Boa Hancock. Shamrock stepped forward, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, and said nonchalantly, "She seems to have some grudge against you. Should we give her a taste of her own medicine?" The long-haired woman shrugged slightly. "As long as you're not afraid of invoking Summer's wrath, feel free to deal with her." Upon hearing this, Shamrock turned to look at the long-haired woman. "Even you think I'm not his match?" The long-haired woman smiled, and then elegantly turned away. "I never deny your strength, but Shamrock, haven't you figured? The reason the Holy Land compromised with Summer is not that he is unbeatable, but because Summer's appearance may represent a variable between Nika and Lordum." The weasel felt overwhelmed. Although he had promptly stopped Hancock from attacking the members of the Knights of God, he was unable to prevent the crazed officers and soldiers from the Navy headquarters. Realizing that the meeting of the 7 Warlords was to be held in 3 days, and that Hancock had arrived 2 days early, it meant she would stay at the headquarters for an entire day from tomorrow, making the weasel's head ache even more. If he had known Hancock would be so cooperative, he shouldn't have rushed to bring her over from Nine Snake Island. Now that it had come to this, all he could do was hand this mess over to their marshal. After all, there was already a 7 Warlord living in the marshal's house. Having one more wouldn't hurt. With this thought, the weasel suddenly felt relieved, and said, "Hancock, he'll take you to see the marshal right now." "Right now?" Upon hearing that the weasel would take her to meet Xiayu immediately, the previously willful and spoiled Hancock surprisingly showed a hint of shyness covering her face, and shyly saying, "I am not ready yet. What are you thinking?" Startled by Hancock's sudden shyness, the weasel quickly stepped back, widening his eyes, one hand gripping his thigh, and the other holding a dagger, exasperatedly saying, "I'm taking you to see the marshal, not to a blind date." "Did I say something wrong?" Hancock, with her face flushed from whatever scenario she had imagined, looked at the weasel with, "Stop wasting time, follow me." Not daring to meet Hancock's gaze, the weasel threw down this sentence and turned decisive. In the family courtyard of the marshal's residence, Hancock and the weasel arrived before Xiayu, without any preamble, directly stating their purpose. Upon learning that the soldier came on IMS orders and wanted to participate in his Yedobalanche transformation plan, Xiayu, who had been clearing the vegetable garden with a hoe, blinked in surprise and handed the hoe to Sakazuki, responding, "Off topic, you used the teleportation array for such a trivial matter." "Yes." The soldier did not show any embarrassment despite being knocked back by the Conqueror's hockey stored in the seal, and said seriously, "Lord M wants to know what this transformation plan is all about." "Alright, since you're here, let's experience it first." Xiayu nodded. Before he finished speaking, Xiayu picked up a sickle nearby and threw it over, saying, "Help me cut all the grass in the yard. This is part of the plan. Get familiar with it in advance." The soldier looked down at the sickle that had fallen at his feet, his bandaged mouth twitching slightly. Having traveled all the way from the Holy Land, not only was he not given a place to stay, but he was also asked to cut grass. After all, he was a member of the Knights of God. Thinking this in his heart, the soldier dared not voice it. Firstly, he was worried about being knocked back again. Moreover, Sakazuki, a general of the Navy headquarters, was vigorously swinging his hoe, while Xiayu ignored him and focused on organizing the fence. Since both Xiayu and the general of the headquarters were like this, it seemed there was no problem with him cutting the grass. After a brief silence, the soldier took a deep breath and decisively unleashed his fruit abilities. As his sleeves fluttered, a bandage flew out and wrapped around the sickle's handle. Instantly, the sickle seemed to acquire a will of its own, swiftly cutting down the weeds in the yard. Xiayu glanced over and did not stop him. After securing the fence wall in front of him, he immediately stood up and called to Mihawk, who was sitting across under an umbrella reading a newspaper like a grandmaster. Mihawk, come help me with the fence wall. The sudden call of Mihawk nearly broke Mihawk's composure. He reacted overly and grabbed the handle of the supreme sword standing beside him, turning his head to fix his sharp eagle-like eyes on Xiayu, as if ready to draw his sword at the slightest provocation. Observing Mihawk's reaction, Xiayu shrugged slightly and said, if you don't want me to call you that nickname, you can hurry up and put down your newspaper and come help. Otherwise, it'll not only call you every day, but it'll also issue a bounty notice with your name, changed to Mihawk, marked as previously known as Dracula Mihawk. Upon hearing this, Mihawk's facial muscles twitched. He must have been blinded by pig oil back then to have inexplicably felt pity for this fallen youth Xiayu. Since he was helping, he might as well help this scheming boy. Wasn't there a saying that one should repay kindness? No matter how he looked at it, he was still the world's greatest swordsman, and now he was being asked to work on a fence wall. If the Navy headquarters news reporters saw this and took pictures, would he still have a place in the Grand Line? Despite having countless unwilling thoughts, Mihawk took a deep breath, put down his newspaper, and stood up. Just as Mihawk joined the labor, the weasel brought Hancock to the courtyard gate. Upon arriving, the weasel was shocked, his pupils constricted at the scene in the yard. General Sakazuki was vigorously wielding a hoe, while the soldier from the Knights of God was skillfully and swiftly cutting grass and grooming the trees with a sickle wrapped in bandages. The world's greatest swordsman was even squatting in front of a fence wall, reinforcing it together with the marshal. What is going on here? The weasel stared wide-eyed in a daze, unsure whether to interrupt. This. After a brief mental freeze, the weasel stammered for a moment before suddenly waking up, decisively taking off his major's coat, rolling up his sleeves, and running to Xiayu excitedly, saying, Marshal, how can you do this kind of work? I'm the best at building fences. Weasel. Xiayu was taken aback, looking puzzled. Aren't you supposed to leave yet? The task is complete. The weasel pointed at the tall figure standing outside the courtyard gate. Seeing this, Xiayu hurried outside the courtyard. Hancock was also a bit bewildered. At this moment, besides the woman with half her face covered in bandages wearing underwear outside, she recognized everyone else, but she couldn't imagine what they were doing. TSK tisk, no wonder she's the world's most beautiful woman. Turning to Hancock, Xiayu's eyes instantly lit up, and he generously gave 36 thumbs up. Immediately afterward, he stood up, brushed off the dirt on his hands, and waved at Hancock outside the courtyard gate. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come help. Without waiting for Hancock to respond, Xiayu walked under the eaves, picked up 2 wooden buckets, and returned to Hancock's side, casually placing the shoulder pole standing next to the courtyard gate on her shoulder. You can fetch water, right? There's a well in the backyard, go there, and back quickly. I'm waiting to use it. Hancock's CPU was smoking, and the scene she had imagined moments ago shattered in an instant. She reflexively steadied the shoulder pole placed on her shoulder, blinking in confusion, and stammered, I can't fetch water. Xiayu shook his head with a warm smile. At such a height, not being able to fetch water would be a waste. Before he finished speaking, Xiayu immediately turned to the soldier, who had just finished cutting the grass. Soldier, go teach Hancock. There are 2 buckets by the well. Upon hearing this, the soldier, who had just put down the sickle to rest, nearly cracked on the spot. How could I possibly do that? I'm a member of the Knights of God. Xiayu blinked. Then should I send you away? You. The soldier was almost enraged. Give me the shoulder pole. It feels like I'm getting a cold. My throat feels like it's swallowing a knife. Crying JPG. That accursed man. How hateful, how utterly detestable. Junzi, who had barely finished cutting the grass and was forced to fetch water, stood by the backyard well. She unleashed her fruit ability, using bandages to hoist the full buckets from the depths, muttering a steady stream of curses under her breath. After all, she was a proud member of the Shunji Chisher Tuan, someone who had begun to distinguish herself in her teens and had been entrusted with great expectations by the captain, Gelian Gusheng. But since Xiayu, that wretched man, appeared, everything had changed. It was one thing to have been blasted back to the Holy Land twice by his domineering aura, it was quite another to be ordered to fetch water. Even if she were not a member of the Shunji Chisher Tuan, she was still but a woman. For a marshal to make a woman do such crude labor as fetching water, did he possess any sense of propriety at all? Compared with Junzi's incessant grumbling, Han Kyuk, who was usually willful and arrogant, was unusually quiet at that moment. The reason was simple. Junzi came from the Shunji Chisher Tuan. Sold to the Holy Land by traffickers when she was a child, Han Kyuk was not unfamiliar with that powerful and mysterious. She knew well that the Shunji Chisher Tuan was tasked with protecting the Tianlong people and preserving their dominion, and that the order's captain even possessed the authority to judge and execute the Tianlong. Yet now an organization of such singular status had been cast by Xiayu into the task of fetching water. It meant that the old era, when an admiral at Navy headquarters was obliged to rush to aid the Tianlong at the first sign of threat, was over and would not return. It meant that under this man's protection she would no longer need to tremble at the mention of the very Tianlong who It meant she would be spared the world government's threats from Yamaxin by her coerced into doing things against her will. So the question arose. How could she secure this man's protection? Standing by the two buckets and indulging in fantasies, Han Kuk's pulse quickened at her cheeks, flushed, as if fever had come upon her. Junzi, full of petulant resentment, did not notice Han Kuk's changing expression. Though it was her first time fetching water, she was no weakling. She eschewed the yoke and shouldered both buckets, unwillingly trudging toward the front yard. Meanwhile, with Han Kuk and Junzi providing unpaid labor, and with Wushu having snatched his usual work, leaving him idle, Xiayu, unfazed by any uproar, strolled to the parasol opposite and casually crossed his legs. The phone bug on the tea table buzzed abruptly. "Marshal, are you there?" It was Ian. Xiayu seized the device and cut straight to the point. "Have you apprehended Wilbu?" "Yes, and Bakin as well," Ian replied with excitement. Ian's voice trembled with some excitement. "Marshal, we may not return until tomorrow." The ship sustained damage in the clash between Admiral Bolesolinuo and Wilbu. Xiayu nodded. "Leave the repairs to the accompanying maintenance crew. Have Admiral Bolesolinuo personally guard that mother and child. Do not let them escape." After ending the call, Xiayu returned the phone bug to the tea table, leaned back in his chair, and narrowed his eyes. The capture of the Wilbu mother and child was undoubtedly good for the Navy, but he wanted far more than a single arrest. Apprehending Wilbu would ease teacher Zifa's old grief, who avenging the trainee from the ship 3 years prior was necessary. Yet Xiayu did not wish for such tragedies to recur. He intended to seize this chance to strike at the lawless pirates of the sea. And to chastise those untamed marauders there was only one measure he deemed best: a public execution of the Wilbu mother and child, broadcast for all to see. After a brief consideration, Xiayu rose decisively and crossed to the vegetable patch, standing beside Sakasuki. "Sakasuki, the pirates who attacked the training ship have been caught. Bolesolinuo will return them to headquarters tomorrow. In the meantime, I need you to carry out an order." "What order?" Sakasuki put down his hoe and looked at Xiayu. "I have decided to hold a public execution by live broadcast. Let the whole world witness it. As for the timing, set it on the day of the Chi Wuhai meeting." At the mention of a public execution time for the Chi Wuhai meeting, Sakasuki straightened, saluted, and declared, "I will prepare at once." After watching Sakasuki leave the yard, Mihok, having just reinforced a row of fence, turned his gaze back to Xiayu and asked, "Why choose the day of the Chi Wuhai meeting?" Xiayu picked up the hoe Sakasuki had set down and chuckled, "Of course, to deliver a blow to certain rotten scoundrels among you as well." Mihok ignored the flippant answer and spoke gravely. "I have heard of the attack on teacher Zifa's training ship. The pirates called themselves by Huzi II, led by a man named Adhua Wilbu." Xiayu swung the hoe and struck into the earth. "And what are you implying?" Mihok rose, his eyes burning as he stared at Xiayu. "There are rumors that this Adhua Wilbu is Whitebeard's son. If that is true, Whitebeard may act in response, perhaps even lead his entire crew to Marineford. After all, Whitebeard cherished family above all. Whether it be his blood or those who called him father aboard his ship, he would never stand by idly." At that moment a coquettish voice rang out unexpectedly. "Xiayu, I have arrived." Looking toward the sound, they saw Han Kuk striding into the vegetable patch, swinging her long legs, and carrying 2 buckets, arriving before Junzi, and wearing an air of proud coquettishness. "Fetching water is not difficult. I learned it at once," she declared. "What shall I do next?" she asked. "See the basket of potatoes under the eaves. Bring it here." "Very well." Before the command had fully left their lips, Han Kuk vanished with a soft whoosh. When she reappeared, she held the basket of potatoes in her hands. Seeing this, and buoyed by the news that Bolesolinuo had captured the Wilbu mother and child, Xiayu cheerfully swung his hoe again, preparing to plant all the potatoes. Han Kuk, having carried the basket of potatoes over, hurried closer and asked with curiosity, "Xiayu, what are you digging?" Xiayu replied, "Digging a grave." Han Kuk blinked, her cheeks aflame with rosy color, and letting her imagination run wild, blurted, "So soon meeting the parents." The following afternoon, all officers from the naval headquarters, led by Xiayu, gathered at Marineford port. Zifa Sengoku and the bandaged carp stood side by side to the right of Xiayu, while Admiral Sakazuki and Admiral Kazan stood to his left. The vice admirals, led by Shuan, did not stand behind Xiayu, but rather lined up neatly opposite him, all gazing expectantly at the warships slowly entering the harbor. The familiar positioning emitted an oppressive atmosphere that was almost suffocating. On the high wall to one side of the port, Mihawk, wielding his supreme great sword, looked down with narrowed eyes, observing the powerful naval formation that had undergone a tremendous change under Xiayu's leadership. Not far opposite him stood Hancock, draped in a floral-patterned cloak, and a military man, wearing a newsboy cap, both elegantly poised. All eyes were on the warship as it slowly docked at the harbor. On the deck of the warship was a heavily bound man, nearly 7 meters tall, with a pair of crescent-shaped white mustaches, a corpulent figure, and an ugly appearance. Edward Weevil. The pirate who attacked the training ship 3 years ago, raised by his mother to believe he was the son of Whitebeard Edward Newgate, known as the strongest man in the world, and has since referred to himself as Whitebeard too. Although Edward Newgate has neither confirmed nor denied this claim, Edward Weevil possesses the monstrous strength of a young Edward Newgate, and despite his questionable intellect, his formidable power is undeniable. It was precisely because of his immense strength that he single-handedly attacked the training ship under Zifa, the former admiral, and achieved a resounding victory 3 years ago. However, his glory ends here. Bound and kneeling on the ground, he hung his head weakly, his right arm cleanly severed. Even after a day, blood still flowed from the wound. Beside Weevil stood an ugly old woman, short and wrinkled, also bound, her sunglasses hanging around her neck, her body stained with dried blood. Miss Bakken. Her real name is Bakken Gorm Stussy, a former member of the Rocks Pirates who claims to be the lover of Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Seeing Weevil's figure, Zifa standing to the right of Xiayu alongside Sengoku and Carp, could no longer suppress the emotions that had been building in his heart for 3 years. His fists clenched silently, and his body trembled slightly with uncontrollable rage. The incident where the training ship was attacked, leaving only Ein and Benz as survivors, weighed heavily on him like a mountain, causing him to endure guilt and hatred for 3 years that constantly tormented his mind. If it weren't for having Xiayu, a student, who kept him hopeful about the Navy, he would have already left the headquarters to seek revenge on the culprits who attacked the training ship. Of course, Xiayu deserved the hopes and trust he had placed in him over the years. The first task after his appointment was to capture the pirates who attacked the training ship, and now he was presenting them before him. When he saw Ein and Benz appear on the deck standing behind Borsalino, he could no longer hold back. As if unloading an immense burden, tears of relief streamed down his face. Witnessing Zifa's reaction, Sengoku inwardly sighed, hesitating to speak, before silently placing a hand on Zifa's shoulder. At that moment, Ein and Benz jumped off the warship before Borsalino and quickly approached Xiayu, saluting with raised hands. "Admiral." Xiayu nodded and softly said, "You've worked hard." Just those 3 simple words made Ein and Benz unable to control their emotions, their eyes reddening instantly. As the only 2 survivors of the training ship, they had also endured tremendous suffering over the past 3 years, waking from nightmares every so often, haunted by the images of the attack that had not faded with time, but instead became clearer. During this time, they had once approached Zifa to seek Sengoku's permission to lead a warship to search for the culprits, but each time Sengoku refused, worried they might meet the same fate, promising to capture the culprits and bring them to justice. Yet 3 years had passed, and not only was there no news of the culprits, but the officers of the naval headquarters were also busy dealing with the increasing number of pirates, leaving no time to continue pursuing the culprits. If it weren't for Xiao's coup that brought him to the rank of admiral, they could almost guarantee that the naval headquarters would soon forget this matter, and it was even possible that the pirate who attacked the training ship would become one of the 7 warlords of the sea in the future, just as Xiayu had foreseen. Xiayu took a step forward, his gentle voice, "As always, go back and rest well. Tomorrow when they are publicly executed, you and Benz will be responsible." Xiayu took a step forward, his gentle voice, "As always, go back and rest well. Tomorrow when they are publicly executed, you and Benz will be responsible." Upon hearing this, Ein straightened his posture, and along with Benz raised his hand again in salute, shouting in unison. After Ein and Benz stepped back, the gentleness on Xiao's face instantly vanished, replaced by the decisiveness of someone who had forced the Holy Land to compromise by seizing the position of admiral. In an instant, Xiayu, radiating a murderous aura, stood before Weevil and Bakken. Feeling the overwhelming killing intent, Bakken, with her head drooping from the bindings, suddenly lifted her head, with a look of fear, hurriedly speaking, "Who are you?" Xiayu looked down at Bakken, stating in a deep voice, "Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, Xiayu." "Moi." Bakken paused for a moment, then turned her head to look at the group of Naval Headquarters officers standing in the harbor. When she saw Sengoku, Carp, and Zifa, she suddenly grinned ominously, completely ignoring Xiayu's presence. Struggling to stand up, "Sengoku, does the Navy have no one left? Have you really let a mere boy become your successor? I advise you to be sensible and quickly release both me and my son. Otherwise Edward Newgate will surely lead his pirate crew to Marineford. Do you see this man beside me? Does he look familiar? That's right, he is the biological son of Edward Newgate. If Newgate finds out that you've captured his precious son, you should know what will happen. Starting a war over a training officer and causing more deaths is not your style, Sengoku." Before Bakken could finish her words, a heavy sound suddenly echoed. Immediately after, Bakken was sent flying, crashing heavily against the guardrail of the warship, then rebounding to the ground. Meanwhile, Xiayu appeared in front of Bakken, swiftly and decisively stepping on her. "Old hag Bakken, do you really think I don't exist?" Xiayu leaned down slightly, his killing intent unmasked. "No matter who he is, attacking a training ship and killing Navy personnel is a capital offense. Even if he is the son of a god, I will not hesitate to execute him." Naval Headquarters Prison. Bakken and Edward Wyber, mother and son, were just placed in a solitary confinement cell, immediately attracting the attention of the prisoners held in this prison. Especially when they saw Edward Wyber's figure, many believed he was the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard revealing expressions of shock. "What's going on?" Whitebeard was captured. No wonder he dared to launch a coup to ascend to the position of marshal. He starts off with Whitebeard as his target. Don't talk nonsense, this person just looks like Whitebeard. Yeah, Whitebeard is already in his 70s or 80s. How could he looks so much like him. Could he be Whitebeard's son? That would be astonishing. Bringing Whitebeard's son here as an example, there will be a show to watch. Incredible. I have a feeling that this new naval marshal will become a nightmare for all pirates. I don't know if he will become a nightmare for the pirates outside, but I heard from those 2 prison guards yesterday that all prisoners who have committed heinous crimes will soon be sent to the guillotine. Brothers, we don't have many days left to live. Listening to the blatant whispers of the criminals in the adjacent cell, Bakken furrowed her brow slightly. Then, with Summer's footprints still visible on her face, she turned her head to look at the group of criminals in the next cell and said in a deep voice, "Do you know what this new marshal of the naval headquarters is all about? Who are you?" One of the criminals approached the iron bars and curiously asked, "Who is this kid next to you who looks like—" "As you guessed, his name is Edward Wyber II Whitebeard." Bakken, dragging her handcuffs and shackles, stood up and stared intensely at the criminal opposite. "Answer my question, what is the background of this young marshal of the naval headquarters? Didn't you just get captured, eh?" The leading criminal blinked and replied cluelessly, "His name is Summer, a ruthless person who ascended to the position of marshal through a coup. You must not underestimate him because he is young. Even the guards outside the naval headquarters are incredibly loyal to him. As soon as Summer makes a move or gives a glance, they will immediately rush out, emptying their magazines without a second thought." "What a—" Bakken's expression changed drastically, incredulously exclaiming, "A coup? It seems you really don't know." Watching Bakken's reaction, the criminal conveyed everything he had learned through conversations with the guards to her. After listening to the criminal's account, even Bakken, who was once a member of the Rocks Pirates, couldn't help but gasp, feeling a chill run down her spine for her earlier dismissive behavior towards Summer. Not only did he launch a coup to obtain the position of naval marshal, but he also personally visited the Holy Land to force the world government to compromise, allowing him to command the Navy while enjoying privileges equal to the 5 elders. If Summer could make the Holy Land yield and compromise, wouldn't killing the 2 of them be as easy as crushing 2 ants? Thought of this, the fleeting hope in Bakken's heart vanished, replaced by a deep fear of death. Clang! Suddenly the prison door that had just closed was pushed open by 2 guards. Then Ein, draped in the coat of a vice admiral of the naval headquarters along with Bins, quickly arrived at the door of Bakken and her son's cell, surrounded by several naval officers. Without waiting for Bakken and the other prisoners to react, Ein immediately opened the folder in his hand and coldly stated, "Miss Bakken, real name Bakken Gorm Stussy, former member of the Rocks Pirates. 3 years ago she instigated her son, Edward Wyber, to attack the naval headquarters training ship, resulting in the deaths of dozens of training officers. After investigation by the headquarters, the evidence is conclusive, and she will be publicly executed tomorrow at noon in Marineford Square." Damn it. Hearing that the naval headquarters was going to execute her publicly, Bakken lunged forward and shouted hoarsely at Ein, "You can't do this. The soldiers who killed the Navy are not just us mother and son. There are so many criminals locked up and impelled down who have attacked the Navy before. Why are they just imprisoned and not executed? Didn't you just get captured, eh?" Ein ignored Bakken's final outburst and flipped to the next page of the document, looking at Edward Wyber, who had lost an arm, with the same cold tone. Edward Wyber, under the instigation of his mother 3 years ago, attacked the naval headquarters training ship and brutally killed dozens of training officers. According to the investigation by the headquarters, his crimes warrant execution, and he will be publicly executed tomorrow at noon in Marineford Square. After reading it all in one breath, Ein let out a sigh of relief, slowly closing the folder and handing it to Bins, then stepped forward to look down at Bakken, who was gripping the iron bars, and said softly, "Do you know how long I, Bins, and Teacher Zephyr have waited for this day? 3 years, a full 3 years I have wanted to execute you mother and son under the knife, but my abilities were insufficient, allowing you both to continue living freely. Fortunately, we have Lord Summer. Bakken, you and your son have one more night to repent." As he said this, Ein revealed a smile of relief that he had never shown in 3 years, then turned and left decisively. "Oh, by the way," after walking a few steps, Ein suddenly turned back to Bakken, his smile brighter than ever. "Tomorrow, I will be the one responsible for your execution." While Bakken and her son were imprisoned in the naval headquarters, the news office of the headquarters immediately released the latest news, not only revealing Bakken's true identity and the arrest of her son to the world, but also dropping the bombshell that the public execution would take place tomorrow at noon. As the latest news from the naval headquarters spread through major news outlets and video snail broadcasts, in less than half a day the Grand Line was stirred by this sudden announcement. New World, Whitebeard Pirates territory. On the vast deck of the Moby Dick, all the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were present, sitting upright and gazing at the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate. Edward Newgate remained silent, holding the latest intelligence he had just received, his expression gradually becoming grave. "Old man, what exactly is going on with the news released by the Navy?" Finally, Marco, one of the captains in the front row, plucked up the courage to step forward and cautiously asked, "What is the relationship between this second Whitebeard Edward Wyber mentioned in the Navy's announcement and you?" "It doesn't matter who he is." Edward Newgate threw the newspaper away, and his imposing aura burst forth unrestrainedly, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly as an immense pressure enveloped the area. Then Whitebeard, who was sitting steadily in his chair, suddenly stood up, and the unique pressure of the world's strongest man erupted like a volcano, daring to use my name to attack the naval training ship. "Bakken Gorm Stussy, you truly deserve to die." "Is Miss Buchan actually Bakken Gorm Stussy?" Mama, what unexpected news indeed in the new world within the territory of Big Mom Pirates on Cake Island. In the dimly lit hall of the cake-shaped castle, a stout elderly woman, nearly 9 meters tall, looked with great interest at her children, standing opposite her, her oversized pink dress particularly striking. Charlotte Lean, captain of the Big Mom Pirates, one of the 4 emperors ruling the New World. Once a member of the Rocks Pirates, now the queen of Toto Land. She is a user of the Soul fruit with a bounty of 4,388,000,000 berries. Standing on either side of the hall are several of Charlotte Linland's children who are also ministers of Toto Land. The 3 at the forefront are the 3 sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates: Minister of Flour Katakuri, Minister of Juice Smoothie, and Minister of Biscuits Cracker. Hearing Charlotte Linland's laughter, the 3 sweet commanders, who were initially worried about the potential impact of the Navy headquarters announcement on Toto Land, were filled with a series of question marks. They had all heard of the name Miss Buchan, but the name Bagan Gom Stussy was completely unfamiliar to them. Clearly from their mother's reaction, she was very familiar with Bagan Gom Stussy. After a brief silence, Katakuri stepped forward and curiously asked, "Who is this Bagan Gom Stussy?" Charlotte Linland did not hide the truth, narrowing her eyes slightly as she replied, "She was one of the members of the Rocks Pirates, once entangled with Edward Newgate, who was also a member of the Rocks Pirates. However, after the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, Bagan Gom Stussy disappeared without a trace." At this point, Charlotte Linland suddenly picked up a newspaper beside her, her eyes filled with curiosity. Whitebeard too. Looking almost identical to a young Newgate. "I wonder how Newgate will react to this news, mom. The real question is not how Newgate will react." Sitting silently beside Katakuri, Minister of Juice Smoothie slightly raised his head, his face serious, as he said, "We can deduce from the appearance and name that Whitebeard too likely has a blood relation to Whitebeard, which is also what the Navy is aiming for. This new admiral who rose to power through a coup will definitely shift his focus to the Grand Line after forcing the world government to compromise and signed the Marineford Treaty. Now that they have captured Whitebeard too, Weevil, who has some connection to Whitebeard, and are executing him live, they are not just trying to show their stance to deter pirates, but also to gauge the reaction of the 4 emperors in the New World." Upon hearing this, Charlotte Linland waved her hand. "Are you worried about whether Whitebeard too actually has a blood relationship with Whitebeard, fearing that a war with the Navy headquarters could affect Toto Land?" "Don't worry, I know Whitebeard too well. He won't rescue Whitebeard too, nor will he care about Bagan Gom Stussy's life or death. To him, all his family is within the Whitebeard Pirates. Whether it's Edward Weevil or Bagan Gom Stussy, they are not truly family in his eyes." However, Charlotte Linland paused slightly, her expression turning serious. "This young admiral of the Navy headquarters is worth paying attention to. At such a young age, possessing such terrifying decisiveness, not only did he stage a coup to rise to the admiral position, but he also forced the Holy Land to sign an unequal treaty. His strength and ambition cannot be underestimated." Before she finished speaking, Charlotte Linland suddenly twitched. Immediately after, the once gentle and amiable woman seized the newspaper in her hand and tore it to shreds. Unexpectedly, Charlotte Linland suddenly became so frenzied. Katakuri was the first to react. He saw her pupils constrict, staring at the enormous figure opposite her, which began to exude a terrifying aura, and said in a deep voice, "Smoothie Cracker, let's go." Bang bang bang. Charlotte Linland became increasingly agitated, grabbing everything around her and wildly throwing them into the hall, scaring Smoothie and Cracker into dodging continuously. "Run." Katakuri stood firm, urgently, saying, "Mom's hunger pangs have struck you too. Go ahead, I will hold them off." Smoothie, knowing that when Mom's hunger pangs struck, she wouldn't spare even her own children, also turned around immediately. Smoothie, knowing that when Mom's hunger pangs struck, she wouldn't spare even her own children, also turned around immediately, but still worried about Katakuri, shouted loudly, "Let's go together." The 3 sweet commanders rushed out of the hall as quickly as possible, continuing to run for a long distance before stopping. During this time, sounds of smashing and the impacts of heavy objects could be heard behind them, and even though they had run a considerable distance, they still felt an invisible pressure following closely behind, causing the 3 to feel a lingering fear. Looking back at the castle they had left far behind, Smoothie let out a sigh of relief, then turned to Katakuri with a serious expression. "This public execution of Whitebeard too by the Navy seems unrelated to us, but in reality, it sends a signal. This new admiral does not wish to maintain the so-called balance of the New World that has been in place for years. His ability to force the Holy Land to compromise means he will not show mercy to us in the New World. Unlike the previous Admiral Sengoku's conservative approach to the New World situation, the newly appointed Summer, you will definitely be very aggressive, as he has the capital and strength to be so." Katakuri remained silent. He had long understood the major events that had recently occurred through various news reports and intelligence personnel planted in Toto Land. However, he had not taken it too seriously at the time, as most of the control of the countries in the New World was in the hands of the 4 emperors, and the influence of the world government and navy on the New World could be almost ignored. The only potential threat was the G5 branch. What he didn't expect was that just a few days after Summer Yu took office as admiral, he captured the world-renowned Miss Buchan and Whitebeard too, and boldly announced their public execution. After a moment of silence, Katakuri looked towards the castle with some headache. "Let's talk after Mom regains consciousness. You all go back to your territories." Meanwhile, in the New World at the Palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo, exuding a flamboyant aura, finished the juice in front of him in one gulp, then stood up hunched over with hands in his pockets and grinned sinisterly as he looked down at the streets of the royal city below the palace to publicly execute Whitebeard 2 during the Shichibukai meeting. Are you trying to send us a message? Some are you. Since that's the case, I must attend this Shichibukai meeting, he. Before he finished speaking, Doflamingo suddenly leaped out, simultaneously unleashing his unique paramecia type, string fruit ability. As a strand of string shot from his fingers straight up into the sky, it bizarrely looped around a cloud at high altitude. In the next second, he shot off with incredible speed, flying through the clouds towards the direction of the Navy headquarters. With the announcement from the Navy headquarters, journalists from various factions on the unique Sabeti archipelago became increasingly busy. Enormous screens swiftly lit up across the squares and bustling areas of the archipelago. The information brokers were closely monitoring the situation around the Sabeti archipelago, maintaining high-intensity communications with their contacts embedded within various factions. Pirates hearing the news risked everything to land one after another, blending into the crowd after disembarking at various locations on the Sabeti archipelago, all eager to witness the globally anticipated live execution. Xiachu's bar became extraordinarily lively due to this sudden live execution, and in less than an hour the small bar hall was packed with people, all of whom were recent arrivals eager to use Sabeti archipelago as a transit point to the underwater kingdom of Ryugu 10,000 meters deep. Among them, 2 pirate crews had their ships coated by Rayleigh. Although their ships were initially finished with the coating, the announcement from the Navy headquarters delayed their departure to Ryugu Kingdom. As for the other group, they appeared to be a newly arrived pirate crew comprising only 7 or 8 individuals. Captain, do you know the relationship between the Whitebeard 2 mentioned in the Navy headquarters announcement and the legendary Whitebeard, known as the world's strongest man? At table 1, a tall pirate, red-faced from drinking and slightly stuttering, suddenly stood up and excitedly spoke to a middle-aged man in a coat across from him. Though the Navy headquarters announcement did not mention their relationship, the grand public execution suggests they already know the connection between Whitebeard 2 and Whitebeard, aiming to declare war on the Whitebeard pirates through this live broadcast. Haha, your analysis is absolutely spot on. The middle-aged man boomed with laughter. If Whitebeard 2's identity were simple, why would the Navy headquarters make such a fuss? However, pausing slightly, the middle-aged man abruptly shifted his tone. More than this relationship between Whitebeard 2 and Whitebeard, I want to know more about this newly appointed admiral from the Navy headquarters. After all, we are pirates, and when we head to the New World to become the new maritime emperors, we can't avoid dealing with him. Ah, yes, this is something we must consider. Captain, why don't we take this opportunity to challenge Whitebeard? If Whitebeard 2 really is Whitebeard's son, he will definitely come to the Navy headquarters to rescue him. At that moment, we can catch them off guard. As long as we take down the Whitebeard pirates, you, Captain, will be the new emperor of the sea. Ha ha ha. Amid the flattery of several crew members, the middle-aged man became increasingly carried away, squinting his eyes and feigning depth. Indeed, Whitebeard is old. It's time for him to relinquish the throne of the strongest man. Upon hearing this, the surrounding pirates all shouted loudly, "Captain is mighty." Standing behind the bar, Xiayu did not cast a disdainful glance at these ignorant and fearless words. In the Grand Line, there has never been a shortage of blind and ignorant warriors in any era. Having drifted at sea for long periods, they live within their own perceptions and information bubble, becoming increasingly inflated after a few lucky victories, naively believing they are the most powerful existence. Thus, even though Whitebeard, Charlotte, Lingling, and Kaido have dominated the New World for many years, each with their own resounding titles, there are still countless ignorant and fearless individuals who dare to challenge the three. However, to this day, only one individual, the former apprentice of Roger's pirate crew Shanks, has emerged. The rest, even those like Gecko Moria, who currently hold the title of Warlord of the Sea, have faced tragic ends, losing all their subordinates after challenging Kaido. The pirates, now boasting loudly in the tavern, cannot even pass the challenge of Whitebeard's captains, let alone take on Whitebeard. At that moment, Rayleigh, wearing a straw hat, pushed open the bar door and walked in. Under Xiachu's gaze, Rayleigh walked straight to the bar, picked up a glass placed there, and drank it all in one go. He then looked up with a wry smile and said, "This young admiral from the Navy headquarters really does not play by the rules. What happened?" A hint of confusion flashed in Xiachu's eyes. Rayleigh did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to look at the pirates in the bar, his gaze tinged with sympathy. Currently, there are over a dozen warships out at sea led by Sakazuki. Additionally, the Sabeti Navy base has also mobilized under the leadership of Vice Admirals Stoloberry and Bastille, and the pirate crews that have just arrived at the Sabeti archipelago or stayed here in recent days are in for a tough time. Xiayu blinked, her reaction slightly delayed. "What do you mean?" Before Rayleigh could nod, the 7 or 8 pirates sitting quietly in booth 3 suddenly stood up and turned to look. "Hey, did we get overheard?" Rayleigh tilted his head to glance at them and chuckled. "Since you heard, it's time to settle the bill and run for your lives." Bang! Just as Rayleigh finished speaking, the bar door, which had just been closed, was suddenly burst open. Immediately after, Stoloberry, with an expressionless face and an abnormally large skull, stepped in, scanning the crowd with a sharp gaze before coldly stating, "Escape. In the Sabeti archipelago, beneath the coverage of cannons, where do you trash think you can run to?" At the same time, On the deck of a large warship dispatched from the Navy headquarters to eliminate threats in the surrounding sea, Sakazuki looked at the Navy baseport that was about to dock, and then picked up a transponder snail, issuing in a motionless order, "Relay my orders. All warships lock onto your respective target areas and attack any pirate ship on sight. Not a single pirate ship must escape. Furthermore, order all officers at the various districts of the Sabati archipelago to immediately take action and eliminate all lurking pirates without leaving a single one behind." With Sakazuki's command, a massacre targeting the pirates hidden in the Sabati archipelago commenced. Gunfire, the clashing of swords, and the horrific cries echoed throughout the various districts of the Sabati archipelago, continuing from dusk until nightfall. Finally, when the night completely enveloped the Sabati archipelago, this massacre specifically aimed at pirates came to a close. Sabati Archipelago District 13. All the pirates inside Xiachi's bar were captured by Stolo Berry, and the Navy soldiers lined up in the open space across from the bar, kneeling with their knees on the ground. Holding a thick bounty list, Stolo Berry leisurely flipped through it, illuminated by the bar's lights. Soon he pulled out a bounty notice and affixed it to the forehead of the middle-aged man who had been boasting in the bar about how Whitebeard should step down from the throne of the strongest. Captain Eric of the charge pirates hailing from the North Sea committed arson, murder, and pillaging in 3 villages while invading a town with a population of 1 million alongside other pirate crews, resulting in the deaths of over 100 innocent civilians. Bounty 67 million non-devil fruit user. As he spoke, a chilling light flickered in Stolo Berry's eyes. Truly unforgivable crimes. Before the middle-aged man could react, a soldier standing behind Stolo Berry quickly stepped forward, expertly aiming and firing 2 shots into his heart and 1 into his head. Stolo Berry did not look back at the middle-aged man. Instead, he continued to flip through the bounty list in his hand. Soon another pirate's bounty notice caught his eye. As before, after reading aloud the pirate's name and crimes from the bounty notice, another soldier quickly stepped forward and executed him with 3 clean shots. This continued, and within a short period over a dozen kneeling pirates were executed on the spot. Not only in District 13, but other areas of the Sabati archipelago also witnessed gruesome executions under the cover of night. Every 3 gunshots signaled the permanent departure of a particularly heinous pirate from this world. Today's updates conclude here, more will follow tomorrow. In the bar, even the legendary figures of the old era, Rauchi and Rayleigh, felt a chill run down their spines due to the public execution taking place outside. The Grand Line is about to change. Looking at the execution scene outside the door, Rayleigh suddenly exclaimed, "The young Admiral of the Navy will undoubtedly use unprecedented iron-fisted measures in Navy history to suppress all pirates. With Sakazuki, this iron-fisted Admiral, protecting him, there will be no more concerns, and he will certainly carry out his justice to the fullest." Pausing for a moment, Rayleigh slightly turned his head to look at Rauchi, who was also wearing a serious expression at the bar, shaking his head with a wry smile. "I hope Whitebeard won't make a mistake because of the errors committed by Bakin Gomo." Xiayu's order for Sakazuki to cleanse the surrounding seas is clearly to prevent the Whitebeard pirates from making. Rauchi took out a lattice cigarette and lit it, remarking casually, "I'm curious why Bakin Gomo Stussy would incite Whitebeard to attack the Navy's training ship. Over the years, she has been proclaiming her relationship with Whitebeard and the identity of Whitebeard too. What is her purpose?" Rayleigh shook his head and smiled. Bakin Gomo Stussy was once a member of the Rocks Pirates. Although her strength is quite average, her ambition is not small. After the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard quickly rose alongside Roger and Shiki to become one of the 3 great powers, so she sought out Whitebeard again, hoping to recreate the glory of the Rocks Pirates. However, Whitebeard did not have the ambition to conquer the world and become the Pirate King. He only wanted to establish a big family. Due to their differing goals, the 2 parted ways. Rauchi blinked and said with realization, "So, is Whitebeard too truly the biological son of Whitebeard?" Rayleigh replied uncertainly back, "Then Bakin Gomu also had another identity as one of the members of the Peace Research Institute MADS. The MADS organization gathered many excellent scientists, some of whom focused on researching weapons of mass destruction, some on promoting world peace, and others on cloning technology. As one of its members, it is not impossible for Bakin Gomu to clone a Whitebeard too, based on Whitebeard." "I understand." Rauchi nodded. If Whitebeard indeed had a relationship with Bakin Gomu Stussy, and father to son, he would surely come to rescue him. If he doesn't come, it means he never had a relationship with Bakin Gomu. Wait. Suddenly Rayleigh seemed to recall something, becoming a little anxious. Instead of being concerned about the mystery of Whitebeard 2's origins, shouldn't you be more worried about Hancock? Xiayu scheduled the execution and the Shichibukai meeting at the same time, clearly trying to take this opportunity to make the Shichibukai make a choice. Based on the iron-fisted methods he has displayed so far, he will definitely not allow the Shichibukai system to continue. The so-called Shichibukai meeting is a choice between life and death for all members of the Shichibukai. Rauchi exhaled a string of smoke rings, feeling somewhat powerless. The Navy headquarters has relayed information that Hancock is now following Xiayu around all day, and I have a bad feeling about this. Indeed, things are not looking good. A large line of sweat appeared on Rayleigh's forehead. "I originally thought Hancock was extremely averse to men and wouldn't fall for someone like you did back then, but it seems she is no exception." At this, Rauchi's face inexplicably showed a hint of a blush. So far among the generations of Amazon Lily's empresses, 3 have fallen victim to lovesickness, including her predecessor, and her successor. The empress before her had to leave Amazon Lily to survive, and she almost died of lovesickness in her 20s, ultimately following her predecessor's example to leave Amazon Lily in search of her antidote. But her successor was not so lucky as the one she longed for had no news, and passed away. It was thought that this curse would disappear due to the successor's death, but unexpectedly a Navy admiral emerged who forced the world government to sign the Marineford Treaty. Hancock, who harbored resentment towards the world government and the descendants of the 20 kings who founded it naturally, could not resist his charm of falling for him, was just a matter of meeting once. Rauchi subtly turned her head to prevent Rayleigh from seeing her expression. If she truly becomes infatuated because of Xiayu, it is not entirely a bad thing. After all, as the admiral of the Navy headquarters, Xiayu, you would not suddenly disappear or behave erratically like some people did in the past, putting me in danger of being captured by Carp multiple times. Rayleigh awkwardly smiled. That's true. After all, lovesickness is only one-sided. No matter how Xiayu feels about her, as long as she can see him when she wants to, that is enough. Just then Stoloberry walked in with 2 officers. After surveying the area to ensure nothing was overlooked, Stoloberry immediately ordered the 2 officers beside him, take their belongings, burn all the rubbish, and confiscate all the treasures. The 2 officers' eyes lit up instantly, quickly running to the booths to scavenge the treasures left behind by the pirates. Soon the 2 returned fully loaded, not bothering to act excitedly, exclaiming in unison, "Admiral, this group of pirates is quite rich. This is a windfall." Stoloberry's mouth twitched slightly as he scolded with a stern face, "Don't apply the old methods to today. All these treasures must be submitted." Pausing for a moment, Stoloberry shifted his tone, "You may keep some to distribute to other brothers involved in tonight's operation." Meanwhile, under the night sky of the Sabeti archipelago, Sakazuki, stationed on a large warship, upon receiving the latest situation report, learned that the pirates lurking on the island had nearly been cleared out. He no longer needed to guard the sea surface to prevent any pirates from escaping, and decisively ordered the warship to return to headquarters. Although as an admiral, he didn't need to personally engage in such tasks, tomorrow's public execution live broadcast was of great importance. Since Xiayu entrusted this matter to him, he naturally had to be meticulous. As Sakazuki's warship returned to Marineford, Stoloberry stayed behind in the Sabeti archipelago to handle the aftermath, marking the end of a cleansing operation before the public execution. In the bar, Stoloberry did not leave immediately. After dismissing his subordinates, he sat directly at the bar and, "You seem somewhat familiar." Just as he raised the glass to take a sip, Stoloberry suddenly broke the silence, looking at Rayleigh and continuing, "If I remember correctly, the last time I conducted an impromptu inspection at the human auction house, you seem to have been caged and brought out for auction." "Haha, indeed." Rayleigh laughed heartily. "I lost everything at the casino and ended up putting myself up as collateral. I was planning to find someone to redeem me, but unexpectedly those people acted unethically and sold me to traffickers. I should thank you, actually. If it weren't for your surprise inspection at the auction house, I might have ended up as a slave in some wealthy family's home." Stoloberry, who usually had a blank expression, could hardly hold it together, his hand holding the glass trembling slightly. He had seen people ruin their lives due to gambling, but Rayleigh was the only one to put himself up as collateral. One word: amazing. Meanwhile, under the shroud of night, a figure resembling a great bird descended silently upon the auction house in Area 1 of the Sabeti archipelago, revealing itself to be Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As soon as he landed in front of the auction house, Doflamingo, with his hands in his pockets and hunched over, furrowed his brow and quickly glanced around, sniffing the air. "Hee, such a pungent smell of blood. Has a battle just occurred here?" With his words still lingering, Doflamingo suddenly turned around, looking toward the auction house's entrance with a wary expression. Doflamingo, standing proudly at the entrance of the auction house with a large blade in hand, Rear Admiral Bastille stepped out of the shadows and said slowly, "Lord Xiayu has issued a decree. Before the public execution of Whitebeard II tomorrow, the Navy and the waters of the Sabeti archipelago must be cleared. Not a single pirate is to be allowed to appear in the light. So if you are here to attend the warlord's meeting, please come with me immediately. If not, your status as a warlord will be revoked on the spot, and I will proceed to capture you." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo suddenly looked up and broke into a unique, sinister laugh. "Under the leadership of the new Admiral of the Navy, even you have become so domineering. But Bastille, you'd better be polite when you speak, or I might not be able to resist taking you down." With a murderous glint in his eyes, Bastille raised his blade. "So you are not here to attend the warlord's meeting at the port of Area 7. As 2 pirate ships slowly docked, the Navy soldiers stationed at the various ports immediately swarmed in, pointing their guns at the newly arrived vessels. On the deck of the ship, flying the Red Sun pirate flag, stood a large whale shark fishman about 3 meters tall, with wild eyebrows and sideburns, as well as 2 large teeth protruding from his jaw, making him particularly striking. Jinbei, the second captain of the Sun Pirates, a whale shark fishman, and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Known for his righteousness and his love for chivalry, he has earned the title of Sea Knight. To his surprise, the Navy appeared immediately upon docking, and Jinbei couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected that just a few days would lead to such a drastic change in the Navy's demeanor. Impressive." A A young man wearing a Rear Admiral's coat stepped forward from the Navy ranks. It was Rear Admiral Noah, who had previously drawn his sword against Mihawk at the headquarters. After exchanging glances with the Sun pirates across the harbor, he suddenly raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Jinbei, and said, "Rear Admiral Noah of the Navy headquarters under Lord Xiayu's orders, I am here to wait for you all. Due to the complete martial law in the Sabati archipelago and the surrounding waters of Marineford, you currently have two options: 1. Cooperate with my work, and follow me. 2. Refuse to cooperate, and you will have your status as warlords revoked and be eliminated on the spot." After a brief pause, Noah turned his head to look at another pirate ship scanning the deck for a figure. "Warlord Flower Card, am I being clear enough?" Now that's quite bold." The voice came from the ship's deck. "A mere Rear Admiral dares to speak to me like this. It seems the new Admiral of the Navy has given you all tremendous confidence." As the words fell, the figure on the deck of the pirate ship stepped forward, revealing a head adorned with a bat-like hood gripping a massive scythe, exuding an eerie aura reminiscent of a grim reaper walking in the dark. Flower Card, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. After engaging in multiple confrontations with the Yonko Kaido, he formed a deep friendship, often wandering the Grand Line to collect ancient Zoan-type devil fruits to strengthen Kaido's beast pirates. He has been recruited by the world government due to his formidable strength. Standing at the edge of the deck, Flower Card glanced at the Sabati archipelago shrouded in night, using his remarkable sense of smell to detect the lingering scent of blood in the air, narrowing his eyes as he remarked, "What a dark and stormy night for murder. If we don't cooperate, it seems this will be a one-way trip." As he spoke, Flower Card suddenly turned to Jinbei on the opposite pirate ship's deck, saying, "Isn't that right, Sea Knight Jean?" Jinbei nodded, then leapt off the deck to stand before Noah, politely saying, "Rear Admiral Noah, please." Flower Card also jumped off the deck, bringing his massive scythe along. "Thank you both for your cooperation." A flicker of disappointment flashed in Noah's eyes. During previous warlords meetings, these warlords had each carried an air of superiority, with some even daring to bully the staff responsible for maintaining order in front of Admiral Sengoku. He had thought that if anyone dared to cause trouble at this warlords meeting, he would decisively strike and earn some military merit, but he never expected that Jinbei and Flower Card would cooperate so seamlessly. He had heard of Jinbei, knowing he had a very good temperament and was quite righteous. However, Flower Card was a madman who had dared to confront Kaido and ultimately became close friends with him. It seemed a bit off not to flaunt his past glory. Why had he suddenly become so agreeable? Could it be that the reputation of the Admiral has intimidated him? Missing out on an opportunity to display his prowess felt disheartening. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted without warning. Immediately afterward, a terrifying sword aura erupted from the direction of Area 1, sweeping across, and wherever it passed, towering trees blocking the way were effortlessly severed. Although they were quite far away, Rear Admiral Noah still recognized the origin of the sword aura, his expression fervent as he declared, "It's Vice Admiral Bastiles/Wave. Who is being uncooperative? Could it be Crocodile? Or Doflamingo? Or perhaps Gecko Moria?" While speaking, Noah, who had just felt a bit disappointed at Jinbei and Flower Card's cooperation, ran out uncontrollably. However, he quickly reacted, hurriedly stopping with a reluctant expression, saying, "Forget it with Vice Admiral Bastille here, even if there is credit, it won't be mine." Seeing Noah's reaction, Jinbei and Flower Card standing side by side were somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Why did it seem that this Rear Admiral was not hoping for their cooperation at all? Could it be that their lack of cooperation would allow Rear Admiral Noah and the soldiers present to gain some merits? Whoosh! Just as the two were puzzled, a figure suddenly flashed across the night sky. Then the flamboyantly dressed Doflamingo landed gracefully in front of him, standing with one hand on his hip, emitting a unique sinister laugh. "Bastille, you really intend to take me down?" "My." Before his words could finish, Doflamingo suddenly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Jinbei and Flower Card. "Are you all cooperating so well?" Looking at the two warlords standing side by side, Doflamingo laughed wickedly. "Flower Card, this isn't your style. How about we team up for some mayhem? Doflamingo, if you want to die, don't drag me into it." Flower Card looked up at the swiftly approaching figure and said in a deep voice, "Tomorrow is the execution of Whitebeard too. If you cause trouble now, it will surely end badly for you. Do you smell the blood in the air? Before we arrive, the Navy must have just conducted a thorough cleansing of the entire Sabati." Without waiting for Doflamingo to respond, Jinbei immediately took over. "Wake up, Doflamingo. The Navy now will no longer allow the warlords to act recklessly like before. We need a few fleshed out Navy characters, brothers. Please help suggest some, leave a message here. Thank you. Naval Headquarters. Because the public execution of Edward Weird and Miss Pekin is scheduled for tomorrow, everyone from the generals to the soldiers is busy and orderly. As a gallows rises from the ground in Marineford Square, the preparations are declared complete. The night is deep. The on-duty soldiers have completed their handover, and the officers of all ranks have returned to their homes or barracks, leaving only the lights in the marshal's office still on. Sitting at his desk, Xiayu reviewed the documents in his hand and casually passed them to Gion, who stood across from him. "Marshal, let me review these documents." Gion took the documents and held them close, having already forgotten how many times she had reminded him. She spoke again, "It's late now, you should go get some rest." Xiayu seemed not to have heard her picking up another document to review, while saying I plan to change the system that hasn't changed in the naval headquarters for 100 years. At that time your troops will be named after your code name. How about the Peach Rabbit Corps? Upon hearing this, Gion shook her head and smiled. Are you seeking my opinion, or just informing me? At that time your troops will be named after your code name. How about the Peach Rabbit Corps? Upon hearing this, Gion shook her head and smiled. Are you seeking my opinion, or just informing me? If it's seeking my opinion, I'd rather stay by your side than be promoted to general and lead the Peach Rabbit Corps. The Marshal is not the same as a Vice Admiral. When you were a Vice Admiral you only needed to manage your own duties, but now it's different. Major decisions for the naval headquarters, and all branches need you to take charge. Without me you'll surely be overwhelmed. Of course if you've already made up your mind, and are just informing me, I would naturally not refuse, and will lead the Peach Rabbit Corps to clear the way for you. Upon hearing this, Xiayu put down the documents, and looked up at Gion, who had steadfastly stood by him for all these years. Gion was both a teacher and a friend to him. If I had to choose one person I trust the most, Gion would definitely be at the top. However, I don't want to keep Gion by my side as an assistant. Because Gion is responsible, carries true justice in her heart, and is the strongest among all Vice Admirals, keeping her as an assistant would be a colossal waste of talent. After locking eyes with Gion for a moment, Xiayu suddenly smiled, and said, General Peach Rabbit, could you pour me a cup? Still drinking. If you drink more tonight you can forget about getting any rest. I never intended to rest. Xiayu shrugged helplessly. You have no idea how chaotic my home is right now because my hawk is staying at my place. Hancock won't go to the guest house, and since Hancock is not going, Junzi also joins in, leading to two women constantly at odds in my home. One says that any mistakes will be forgiven, while the other, flinging bandages, threatens to wrap the other up like a mummy. It got to the point where my hawk couldn't stay any longer and ran off to the guest house. Under these circumstances, do you think I dare to go back? Seeing Xiayu's helpless expression, Gion couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Since you can't go home, why not stay at Vice Admiral Crane's place for a night? After all, Vice Admiral Crane is at the Holy Land headquarters now because the head of CP9 has been taken down and she's busy assisting Lord Kong in integrating CP9 into CP0. Upon hearing this, Xiayu's mouth twitched slightly. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? If I stay at Vice Admiral Crane's place for a night, do you believe that rumors will start flying around the naval headquarters tomorrow about me and Peacock? That's true. Gion blinked and ultimately provided the best suggestion, then come to my house. Ever since you were investigated, my mother has been worried. Even now, when everything has been settled, she asks about what you're doing almost every day. At this hour, let's not disturb the elderly. Xiayu waved his hand. He'll just deal with these documents and make do in the office. Just as Gion was about to speak, the phone bug on the desk suddenly rang. Marshal, this is Noah. As Xiayu picked up the phone bug, Major Noah's voice immediately came through. The two Shichibukai Hanazuki and Jinbei have been brought to the marine base on Sabeti Archipelago by my subordinates, and will set off with Vice Admiral Bastille and Don Quixote da Flamingo tomorrow morning. Report complete. Loyalty. Xiayu smiled and said, why do I sense a hint of melancholy in your tone? Is it because these three Shichibukai are too cooperative, leaving your charm nowhere to go? This. You noticed. Noah's voice carried a hint of embarrassment. There is indeed a bit of melancholy. My subordinates reported that Hanazuki and Jinbei were very cooperative. Although Doflamingo had a bit of a spat with Vice Admiral Bastille, it was just superficial. Marshal, what's going on? When Sengoku was in power, these Shichibukai were so arrogant, especially Doflamingo, who once demonstrated his devil fruit powers in front of Sengoku during the last Shichibukai meeting, controlling 2 soldiers. I had planned to take him down if he continued to act arrogantly this time, but unexpectedly he has backed down. Hearing the endless chatter from the phone, Bugsia, you couldn't help but chuckle. You just want to beat up anyone you can catch, don't you? Is it because my hawk helped me in the past, and you can't take revenge on him as my superior, so you are venting your anger on the other Shichibukai? That's not the case, Noah replied without hesitation. From the moment I pledge my loyalty to the Marshal, my personal honor and disgrace are insignificant. What a good phrase about personal honor being insignificant. Xiayu praised him angrily, and then said, don't worry, once this matter is settled, I will have my hawk give your former superior an explanation. Although I believe in repaying kindness, I can't let my brothers suffer injustice. So see you tomorrow. Loyalty. Noah shouted a slogan and reluctantly ended the call. If it weren't for Xiayu saying see you tomorrow, he could chat with this Marshal who is of similar age, yet much more imposing for an entire night. Especially hearing Xiayu say, I can't let my brothers suffer injustice, made him wish to immediately rush back to the headquarters and shout loyalty in front of Xiayu. Standing quietly beside them, Gion noticed how happily Xiayu was chatting with a subordinate, almost unable to suppress her laughter. She knew very well that when Xiayu mentioned Hancock Junzi and Peacock, his tone and expression were filled with helplessness and pain. Yet when chatting with his subordinates, he was full of spirit, even caring about what was on their minds. Laughing aside, Gion fully understood Xiayu's behavior. Over the years, Xiayu had captured the hearts of countless officers and soldiers through this manner of interaction, and his brilliant charisma had earned him the support and loyalty of almost all officers and soldiers in the headquarters. Marine base on Sabeti Archipelago. Noah, having finished his conversation with Xiayu, felt exceptionally refreshed, and his smile grew increasingly unrestrained. Ha 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 ha. After laughing for a while, Noah immediately turned to Bastille and Staloberry, who had just returned from Area 13, and bragged, "Two Vice Admirals, guess what the Marshal just told me." "What?" Bastille looked at Noah with a dumbfounded expression. "The Marshal said, we can't let our brothers suffer injustice." Before he finished speaking, Noah laughed loudly again. "Brother. The Marshal called me brother. Ha ha ha, cough." Huh. Suddenly, while laughing so hard, he coughed. Noah turned sharply to Doflamingo, who was also looking at him with a dumbfounded expression and grinning with an evil smile. "Doflamingo, if you keep showing that smile, do you believe I will kill you right now? I feel like I'm terrifyingly strong right now." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's smile instantly froze, and his eyes nearly popped out from behind his sunglasses. He hadn't done anything wrong. What is happening with the Navy now? Is laughing a crime? Are they insane? Without waiting for Doflamingo to respond, Jinbei and Hanazuki, who stood beside him, turned and walked away without hesitation. "Insane? The current naval headquarters from officers to soldiers has gone mad. Did you see those soldiers just now? They looked at us like cats staring at mice, their eyes shining green." After quickly distancing himself from Doflamingo, Hanazuki lowered his voice and complained, "The Navy used to be nothing like this. Why do I feel like they are the pirates?" Jinbei nodded, vigorously silent. Today's updates end here, and we continue tomorrow. The time for the Seven Warlords Conference has arrived as scheduled. However, the Navy headquarters has not focused its attention on the impending arrival of the Seven Warlords, but rather on Edward Weevil and his mother, Miss Bacon. Surrounding the guillotine, standing in the center of the square, naval officers and soldiers of various ranks gathered in an orderly manner, spreading out on both sides of the guillotine, extending all the way to the doors of the headquarters prison to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Meanwhile, the staff from the headquarters news office responsible for broadcasting the execution process were setting up the image phone insects and gradually opening permissions to connect with the outdoor screens located in the Sabaody archipelago. In front of each outdoor screen in the Sabaody archipelago, staff from major news agencies had gathered early. Once the Navy headquarters live broadcast successfully connected with these screens, they would broadcast the process live to the world through their respective image phone insects and ordinary phone insects. Everything for the public execution was proceeding in an orderly manner, waiting for the time of execution to arrive and the broadcast to start. Several warships responsible for transporting the Seven Warlords slowly approached the shore. The first to dock was the warship carrying Bastille. Without waiting for the warship to stabilize, Bastille and Don Quixote Doflamingo jumped off the deck one after another and stood on the dock. Right after them, Jinbei and Trafalgar Law, who were on the same warship as Vice Admiral Staloberry and Rear Admiral Noah, also jumped ashore in succession. As the three Seven Warlords gathered together, a swarm of naval soldiers immediately surged out, standing on both sides of the road leading directly to Marineford Square, glaring with murderous intent at the three. In response, the three Seven Warlords, including Doflamingo, had already become numb to it, silently following behind Bastille, Staloberry and Rear Admiral Noah, taking their time to step up the stairs. At that moment, two more warships arrived at the shore. Just as Doflamingo reached the stairs, he turned back to look at the two warships, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. When he saw the figures on the decks of the two warships, he immediately grinned. "It seems we are not the only three." Arriving on the two warships were none other than Sir Crocodile and Gecko Moria, members of the Seven Warlords. The portly and towering Gecko Moria, nearly 7 meters tall, looked somewhat different from the image they remembered. Because not only did Gecko Moria have a stout body close to 7 meters, but his appearance also seemed terrifying and savage at first glance. However, at that moment, Gecko Moria obediently hung his head, resembling a little wife who had suffered great grievances, quietly standing among the hounds. Clearly, like the experiences of the other three, Gecko Moria had also been pressured into silence by the eager naval soldiers seeking to make military achievements. On the other hand, Crocodile remained arrogant as ever, standing alone on the warship's deck, draped in a black fur coat, slicking back his hair, holding a cigar, exuding a kingly air that looked down upon the world, gazing down at Doflamingo and the others who had stepped ashore before him. "Doflamingo, your expression right now makes me quite uncomfortable." When Crocodile's gaze swept over Doflamingo, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Have you been threatened by the naval soldiers responsible for escorting you? If that's the case, you've truly opened my eyes. To dare to attack the celestial dragons and threaten the world government, to become a member of the Seven Warlords, yet to endure such humiliation, It seems you aren't in a much better position." Doflamingo turned around, hands in his pockets, and grinned. "How about a bet? If you dare to look back at those soldiers behind you without being threatened, I'll consider myself defeated." Upon hearing this, Crocodile's lips twitched slightly, then he quickly turned to look back. "What are you looking at?" As soon as Crocodile turned back, an officer from the naval soldiers standing behind him stepped forward without mercy, shouting directly at him, "Get down now." Hiss! Crocodile took a deep puff of his cigar, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Watching this scene, Doflamingo's mood instantly brightened. "Haha, Crocodile, you are nothing like I imagined." Doflamingo, Jinbei, Trafalgar. Before Crocodile could respond, Noah, who had been following closely behind the two, suddenly turned around and fixed his intense gaze on the three Seven Warlords. "Keep up. If you make me late once this Seven Warlords conference is over, I will apply to the Admiral to set sail and eliminate you." Hearing this, even Staloberry couldn't hold back, promptly speaking up to stop him. "Noah, enough already. Doflamingo, clearly immune to Noah's reprimand, did not take it to heart. As Crocodile and Moria stepped off the warship and approached, he curved his lips into a smile and leaned closer to Crocodile, speaking in a sinister tone. "Sir Crocodile, this conference is not simple. If anything unexpected happens, how about we team up to escape together? I believe you have already sensed that the current Navy is quite different from before. Even ordinary soldiers dare to point their fingers at us, indicating that the new Navy Admiral's purpose for convening this 7 Warlords conference is far from simple. My intuition tells me that he is likely to take this opportunity to eliminate us all." Crocodile did not respond to Doflamingo, silently walking past him with Moria. As an old hand among the 7 warlords, how could he not know the dangers of this conference? Especially after being intercepted by the Navy warship, he had clearly felt the overt hostility from the Navy headquarters towards him, as a 7 warlord, particularly from the naval soldiers accompanying him, all of whom seemed as if they had taken expired stimulants, remaining on high alert since his interception, giving him the impression that any abnormal behavior on his part would lead them to rush forward and tear him apart without hesitation. He certainly did not fear these naval soldiers on the warship. If he wished, none of the people on this warship that intercepted him could survive, not even the accompanying Vice Admiral Xiayu. However, he did not want to and dared not do so. Once he acted against the accompanying Navy, it would undoubtedly provoke the most insane retaliation from the Navy headquarters, and he might even be the next to face public execution. Furthermore, the new Admiral of the Navy rose to power through a military coup, indicating that his ambitions were certainly not merely to command the Navy. To understand what kind of ambitions this new Admiral harbors, he must remain still and observe the changes. If the other party's ambitions are significant enough, he might be able to create an opportunity through this risky participation in the 7 Warlords Conference, achieving a win-win situation. After all, danger coexists with opportunity. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. Under the lead of several Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals, a group of 5 entered Marineford Square through the heavily guarded naval ranks. As soon as they stepped into Marineford Square, a chilling atmosphere suddenly enveloped them, causing these renowned figures who had roamed the Grand Line for years to widen their eyes in surprise. Before them stood a towering guillotine in the center of the square, surrounded by thousands of soldiers with cold expressions, while sentries stood on the surrounding fortresses 3 steps apart, watching them with hawk-like eyes beneath the fluttering flags emblazoned with the seagull emblem. Despite the presence of tens of thousands of people in the square at that moment, not a single sound was made, and the air was thick with a suffocating aura of impending slaughter, making Doflamingo and the others feel inexplicably oppressed. In the silence of this grim atmosphere, only the naval flags, symbols of justice and honor, fluttered in the sea. A suffocating aura of martial severity hung thick in the air, as rows upon rows of impeccably uniformed naval soldiers and officers stood with overwhelming presence, so formidable that even the arrogant Doflamingo fell silent in that instant. His expression hardened into unprecedented gravity. Likewise, Crocodile was compelled to reassess his own standing and adjust his posture to confront this Navy, transformed as if reborn. Hawkins and Moria, though each harboring private calculations, concealed them perfectly, maintaining outward calm while inwardly trembling with unease. The most composed among them was Jinbi. Ever since receiving the Shichibukai summons, he had meticulously gathered intelligence from news outlets and official channels regarding recent developments at Marine headquarters, and thus formed a sober, rational assessment of its newly appointed young Fleet Admiral. From the young Admiral's coup d'etat and subsequent purge of dissenters across Marine headquarters and all regional bases, to his forcing the world government into signing the Mary Gios Accord, Hawkins judged that the Admiral would not launch outright suppression against the Shichibukai during this assembly, merely using the public execution as a symbolic warning intended to awe both the 7 warlords and the lawless pirate crews roaming the Grand Line. Truly spine-chilling. After a brief silence, Doflamingo hunched slightly and stepped forward with measured, subdued strides, his former swagger entirely gone. Under the collective gaze of thousands of eyes fixed upon them, Hawkins and Moria followed obediently in his wake. Even Crocodile, after scanning the surrounding ranks once, straightened his bearing and ascended the dais, taking seats along either side of the long conference table. Attention! No sooner had they settled than a thunderous command erupted from the plaza entrance. Before they could react, every officer and soldier present, including Stolberry standing atop the dais, simultaneously pivoted on their heels, facing one direction, their eyes blazing with unprecedented fervor. The Fleet Admiral arrives. Stand at attention. Salute. With a resounding synchronized crash, every officer and soldier snapped upright and raised their right hands in unison, shouting loyalty. Amidst that disciplined roar, a procession emerged from the plaza entrance. The lead figure, unmistakably Xiayu, the newly appointed Fleet Admiral of Marine headquarters, draped in the ceremonial Admiral's greatcoat, radiating charisma and authority. Flanking him were the 3 Admirals, and beside them the newly promoted Admiral Gion. Even these 5-seasoned Shichibukai, accustomed to storms of power and peril, found themselves momentarily awestruck, watching Xiayu stride past ranks of fervent soldiers and officers standing rigidly at attention. Especially Doflamingo, though he had already seen group portraits of Xiayu published by Marine headquarters, witnessing the young Admiral's actual entrance stirred an involuntary gleam in his eyes, and an irrepressible sinister smile curled at his lips. Had he read the chronicles of Chu and Han, he might well have echoed Liu Bang's first sight of Emperor Qin. A true man should aspire to be just so. Just as the 5 Shichibukai remained transfixed by the stirring spectacle of Xiayu's arrival, 3 figures suddenly strode forth briskly from the plaza entrance. At their head walked Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, carrying the supreme grade Mido Yoru with serene regal grace. Behind him came Boa Hancock, the Amazon Lily Empress, whose mere appearance sent ripples of commotion through the otherwise immaculate ranks of Marines and officers, and beside her strode Junzi clad in cape and newsboy cap, his underwear worn defiantly over his trousers. Oh, an unexpected guest has arrived. Doflamingo grinned broadly as he watched Mihawk enter behind Xiayu's entourage. So he resides within Marine headquarters itself, and walks in step with Xiayu. Has he truly submitted? Fufufu. After releasing his signature sinister chuckle, Doflamingo shifted his gaze to Junzi walking beside Hancock, his smile fading, his eyes locking onto a distinctive emblem emblazoned on Junzi's arm. His pupils widened in shock. That is the insignia of the Divine Knights. At that moment, Akainu Kizaru Akiji and Xiuan escorted Xiayu up the dais, where he proceeded directly to the head chair of the conference table and seated himself. The 4 admirals did not sit, but instead stood flanking Xiayu 2 on each side. After removing his gloves and placing them neatly on the table, Xiayu swept his warm, affable gaze across the 5-seated Shichibukai, as if greeting long-lost friends, and spoke in gentle, courteous tones. Good afternoon, everyone. Scum and vermin of the Grand Line. That declaration struck all 5 Shichibukai like lightning, eyes widening in utter disbelief. They had already begun nodding politely, lulled by Xiayu's genial smile and courteous greeting, only to be blindsided by his venomous epithet, leaving them speechless, choked by indignation, their retorts strangled mid-throat. Fortunately, Mihawk and Hancock then ascended the dais, taking seats immediately to Xiayu's left and right. Even had they not appeared, the 5 Shichibukai would still have been powerless to act. For beyond Xiayu's rank and prowess alone, the palpable aura of supreme strength emanating from Akainu Kizaru Akiji and Xiuan, Marine Headquarters' ultimate combat force, imposed a crushing silent pressure that compelled absolute stillness. Xiayu. No sooner had Hancock taken her seat than her eyes locked onto him. But before she could utter another word, Xiayu shot her a sharp, commanding glance. Hancock, your sole task now is to sit quietly and remain silent. Yais. Addressed so abruptly by name, Hancock flushed crimson, then sat ramrod straight, lost in daydreams so vivid she had already chosen names for their future children. This sudden intimate interlude caused the other 5 Shichibukai, excluding the unfazed Mihawk, to exchange identical glances, first at Hancock, then at Xiayu, in perfect unspoken synchrony. Ahem. Sensing the atmosphere grow delicate, Xiayu cleared his throat twice, breaking the silence, and spoke with unhurried composure. I trust you've all learned from newspapers about the recent events between Marine Headquarters and the Holy Land, and my identity. Still allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Xiayu, current Fleet Admiral of Marine Headquarters. Through a most agreeable accord reached with the Holy Land effective immediately, the Shichibukai system has been transferred from the world government to Marine Headquarters. Which means, from this moment onward, you answer solely to me. I need a brief rest. Of course, without waiting for the members of the 7 warlords to react, Xiayu suddenly shifted the topic. The relationship between the warlords and the Navy, as well as the world government, has always been ambiguous, and I do not favor such a way of interaction. Therefore, I will reorganize the 7 warlords. For those willing to accept this reorganization, I can overlook your past crimes, but after accepting the reorganization, you must bear the responsibilities that the Navy, under the banner of justice, must uphold. If you refuse to accept the reorganization, then I'm afraid you will not only be captured immediately, but this headquarters will also impose severe punishment based on the multitude of crimes you have committed. Given that most of you are users of devil fruits, eliminating you will be quite troublesome. So rest assured, until I find a way to transfer the powers of the devil fruits within you, you will not die for now, but you will live in torment. The moment Xiayu finished speaking, Don Quixote Doflamingo let out a deep chuckle. This meeting you called on the surface seems like a discussion with us, but in reality, you never intended to let us leave alive, right? Xiayu Marshal. You can understand it that way. Xiayu smiled and nodded. Perhaps some of you were forced to become pirates, and maybe some of you have never committed unjust killings despite wearing the title of a pirate, but none of that matters. I am the Marshal of the Navy Headquarters, and the flag I fly symbolizes justice and peace. Naturally, I do not wish to associate with thieves. Thieves are thieves, and they must be eliminated. Therefore, I now offer you a chance to turn away from darkness and embrace the light. Abandon the title of the 7 warlords, accept reformation to become a true member of the Navy, and atone for the crimes you have committed. At this point, Xiayu raised his hand to check the time. You don't have to respond immediately. The execution time is approaching. I am not an unreasonable person. Oh, just give me an answer before the execution ends. Of course, you could also rise up and resist now, provided you are absolutely confident that you can defeat the 4 admirals beside me and break through the encirclement of all officers and soldiers of this headquarters. Upon hearing this, Jinbi, who had been silent, suddenly stood up and sincerely asked Marshal Xiayu, is there really no room for negotiation? Are we to choose only between becoming Navy officers or being eliminated? Indeed. Xiayu slightly lifted his head. To be honest, several of you have committed crimes serious enough to warrant execution in public cast under the sun to be exposed for 10 days and nights. Allowing you to accept reformation is already my greatest grace. Jinbi, I have heard many legends about you. Over these years you have taken over as captain from the first captain of the Sun Pirates, and not only have you not committed unjust killings, but you have also earned the recognition of many strong individuals, even earning the title of Sea Hero for your chivalrous deeds. And you enjoy the honor that comes with the title of Sea Hero. However, I do not believe you are a qualified sea hero. A true hero should wear the insignia of justice, uphold peace under the order of justice, and take it upon themselves to eradicate all evil, not indulge in camaraderie with a band of pirates, and lose themselves in the praises. Pausing slightly, Xiayu shifted his tone. I understand that the reason you became a pirate is either due to oppression in your homeland, or out of anger at the corruption of the world government, and the trampling by certain privileged classes. In the face of such a world you were powerless in the past, but now you have a choice. Because the Navy under my command will no longer be subject to the world government, the current Navy will only do 3 things. Justice, justice, and more damn justice. Even if the celestial dragons who enjoy all privileges and call themselves descendants of gods make mistakes, the Navy will still arrest them and send them to the divine knights for judgment, executing those who should be executed and imprisoning those who should be imprisoned. As long as I am alive, I will never allow justice to be trampled by anyone or any privilege. True justice must rise above all. Having said all this in one breath, Xiayu shifted his gaze from Jinbi to the others present, including Trafalgar Law Gecko Moria Crocodile, and Don Quixote da Flamingo, his gentle gaze suddenly turning sharp and domineering. I even dared to write the right to arrest celestial dragons into the Marineford Treaty, to force the world government to compromise. Is it not a gift I am granting you, worthless scum, to allow you to accept reformation? As Xiayu's words fell, the entire Marineford square fell silent again, the sound of the Navy flag flapping in the sea breeze, resembling a countdown echoing in the hearts of the 7 warlords. The 4 admirals standing on either side of Xiayu, whether it was the ambiguous justice of Borsalino or the lazy justice of Kuzan, their eyes lit up at this moment. Sakazuki was no exception. Although he had long known that Xiayu's summoning of the 7 warlords was certainly a trap, he still underestimated Xiayu's determination and courage, directly throwing the choice of life and death at the warlords. Of course, he did not care how the 7 warlords would choose. What truly stirred his blood was Xiayu's declaration: true justice must rise above all. It must not be trampled by anyone or any privilege, and must rise above all. In the silence, Sakazuki lifted his head, revealing a pair of blazing eyes filled with fervent flames, his expression wild, as he silently declared, "This is true justice, this is complete justice." Just as the atmosphere grew tense after Xiayu's words, Hancock, who had been obediently silent, suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling with affection as she gazed at Xiayu, blurting out, "I am willing." Hancock was certainly not being thoughtless. Within Xiayu's words, she had conjured countless vivid images. Especially when she heard Xiayu say, "I even dared to write the right to arrest celestial dragons into the Marineford Treaty, to force the world government to compromise," she nearly fainted from the overwhelming happiness. With Xiayu's words, not to mention abandoning her identity as a warlord, she would immediately marry him if Xiayu wished. After all, this was not an impulsive decision for her, as she had just imagined scenes of marrying Xiayu and giving birth to a healthy baby boy. Hancock's sudden declaration slightly eased the originally tense atmosphere. Feeling Hancock's sudden outburst of affection, Xiayu instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He truly could not comprehend why Hancock felt this way towards him. He hadn't done anything to her in the past 2 days, and had even stayed in the office to avoid her romantic notions. Ah, this damned romantic brain. After silently scoffing in his heart, Xiayu smiled, and said, "Understood, please continue to remain silent." "Okay." Hancock nodded happily, truly falling silent as she leaned against her chair and continued to daydream. At this moment, I'm now dressed in a major's uniform and draped in a major's coat, swiftly approached the platform, saluting Xiayu and saying, "Marshal, the execution will begin in 10 minutes. Should we start the live broadcast now?" "Just kidding, rest is not an option. The end of today's chapter marks the end, and we continue tomorrow." Sabayati Archipelago. As the time for the public execution drew near, all the journalists and information brokers gathered before the outdoor screen were anxiously awaiting the screen to light up. Only 10 minutes left until the execution. Why hasn't the Navy headquarters started yet? They can't possibly be waiting until the execution time to begin, can they? Everyone quiet down. Didn't the Navy headquarters issue a news announcement? This public execution will coincide with the Shichibukai meeting. It is normal for there to be a slight delay. In Bubble Square of District 13, the journalists and information brokers, unable to contain their excitement as the execution time approached, began to grow impatient. For both journalists and information brokers, such a major event was a rare opportunity. Whoever first snagged the headline news could profit immensely. Because not all places would be able to witness this public execution, it had to be relayed through them. In one corner of the square, Rayleigh sat calmly in front of a tree, while Shaki stood beside him holding a cigarette and gazing at the suspended screen ahead. At that moment, a man wearing a straw hat hurriedly walked by and discreetly handed Shaki a note as he brushed past her. Shaki did not look up at the straw hat man, but took the note, glanced at it, and then discreetly crumbled it into powder, speaking slowly. It seems that the execution of Whitebeard 2 has not attracted Whitebeard's attention, as so far the Whitebeard pirates have made no move, and the Moby Dick remains in their territorial waters. As expected, Rayleigh smiled as if he had anticipated this, saying, if Whitebeard 2 is truly his son, he wouldn't allow him to wander outside without a home in such a way. Meanwhile, in the new world within the territorial waters of the Whitebeard pirates, on the massive deck of the Moby Dick, Marco, the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard pirates, quickly approached Whitebeard, who was sitting at the bow of the ship, and said, "Old man, are we really doing nothing?" As soon as Marco finished speaking, the other captains on the deck stood up. Seeing this, Whitebeard, who was covered in 4 tubes, sighed quietly. "Although Edward Weevil carries my name, he isn't. My sons are only you." After saying this, Whitebeard sighed inwardly again. He was very clear in his heart about whether Edward Weevil was his son. If Edward Weevil were truly his son, Bakeen would have already come to find him someone who values family greatly. The fact that Bakeen did not do so also indicated that he was very aware of the true identity of Whitebeard too, and did not dare to bring him before Whitebeard. After a brief silence, Whitebeard turned his gaze to Marco, and in a departure from the fierce demeanor of the world's strongest man, he spoke gently, "Marco, my son. The execution of Bakeen and her son is not a bad thing for you. Because if they were alive after I depart from this world, your greatest threat would not come from the Navy, but from this so-called Whitebeard too." "Old man, I don't understand." Marco blinked in confusion. Whitebeard patiently explained, "Miss Bacon's real name is Bakingo M. Stussy. We were both members of the Rocks Pirates. For some reasons, she still harbors a great resentment towards me. She has not appeared in my sight all these years because I am still alive. If one day I am no longer here, she will surely transfer her hatred onto you, letting Whitebeard too, whom she carries with her, take you down one by one, and then take over all the territories of the Whitebeard pirates. Because while Whitebeard too has a connection to me, he is not my son, but a clone created in my likeness. From what I understand, Bakeen M. Stussy first cloned the first clone, using herself as a model through the Scientific Research Institute, MADS, back in the day. I am not sure if her clone was successful, but clearly the clone she created based on me is very successful." After a slight pause, Whitebeard suddenly changed the subject. "Of course it's not entirely successful. It is said that this Whitebeard too has some intellectual deficiencies, goo la la la." The familiar laughter made all the captains and crew members, including Marco, feel inexplicably relaxed. You must know that when they first learned about Bakeen and Whitebeard 2 through the Navy's news announcement, their old man's mood had become. At that time, they all thought Whitebeard 2 was their old man's biological son, because Whitebeard 2 resembled their old man too closely, and now their biological son was captured and about to be publicly executed. How could a father feel good? However, they did not expect that the situation would reverse. This Whitebeard 2 is not their old man's biological son, but merely a clone. If it's a clone, then they don't need to meddle blindly. Otherwise, even if their old man does not go to rescue, they must take action to repay the kindness their old man has shown them all these years, whether through care, shelter, or saving their lives. Meanwhile, the other 3 sea emperors in the New World also received the intelligence that the Whitebeard pirates had made no movements in the territory of Wanakuni on Cake Island. Katakuri, who had just received the latest intelligence, stood outside the castle on Cake Island looking somewhat surprised at the open castle doors ahead, and muttered to himself, "Mother was right, Whitebeard really doesn't care about Edward Weevil's well-being. Could it be that this so-called Whitebeard too is not his son? Brother Katakuri, the live execution is about to start." At that moment, a familiar voice came. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a group of men and women quickly approaching him. At the forefront were the fellow generals Smoothie and Cracker, along with several members of the Charlotte family. Smoothie, walking in front, held an image snail. Although her image snail could not connect with the Navy headquarters image snail, it could relay the images from the outdoor screen on Sabeti Archipelago through the intelligence personnel of the Charlotte family lurking on the archipelago. "I am not interested in the execution of Whitebeard too." Before Smoothie could activate the image snail, a voice suddenly came from behind her. Following that, a young woman with fair skin, dressed in a red short skirt, red high heels, and draped in a purple cloak, walked slowly to Smoothie's side. Charlotte Garrett, the 18th daughter of the Charlotte family, just passed her 25th birthday, a paramecia type, yellow. Due to Smoothie's height of over 4 meters, Garrett, who normally has a tall and slender figure, appeared somewhat petite and delicate beside her. She jumped to take the image snail from Smoothie's hand, and squinted her crescent eyes, saying, "It's actually Summer, who has launched a mutiny to become the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. That makes me eager to meet him." Before her voice fell, click, the image snail was activated. Immediately, the images transmitted through the image snail were displayed on a screen in front of them. At the same time, the outdoor screen on Sabeti Archipelago lit up as well. As soon as the screen turned on, the scene from Marineford Square appeared clearly before everyone's eyes. Following that, the camera gradually zoomed in, revealing Summer draped in the cloak of the Navy headquarters, standing on the high. "Our book's rating is a bit low, my dear brothers. Given our hard work in maintaining 3 updates daily, could you help us raise the rating to 9? Can you? As the live broadcast began, everyone in the world watching this public execution held their breath, some eagerly gazing at the young Admiral of the Navy headquarters appearing on screen, while others lacking the visual snail squatted around ordinary telephones listening intently. The four emperors of the New World, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, various major news agencies, and even the power rooms in the Holy Land's world government headquarters were all focused on this live broadcast. Some people were concerned about Whitebeard 2, the ruthless criminal who dared to attack a Navy training ship, while many others wanted to see what message the new Admiral of the Navy headquarters intended to convey through this public execution. Navy headquarters, Marineford Square. As the live broadcast began, Xiayu ignored the 7 warlords and walked to the edge of the platform, standing in front of the image snail, facing him. The moment he stood before the image snail, everyone present, whether in the scene or merely watching through the broadcast, seemed to be pressed on pause, including the members of the 7 warlords seated at the conference table, all focusing their attention on Xiayu. Xiayu did not speak immediately. With the Shizhuang sword hanging at his waist, he stood quietly before the camera, allowing the sea breeze to whip his admiral's cloak into a frenzy, creating a rustling sound. As the cloak was lifted by the sea breeze, his imposing figure with a tiger's back and a bee's waist resting his hand on the sword hilt suddenly caught the attention of the members of the 7 warlords and Navy generals at the conference table, leaving Hancock momentarily stunned and even Shizhuang slightly distracted. After a silence lasting several seconds, Xiayu pressed down on the sword hilt and suddenly stepped forward, speaking slowly. Good afternoon to all the just men and the scum and damned individuals watching this public execution. My name is Xiayu. I am the current Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Please remember this name, as it may become a topic of conversation during your tea breaks for a long time, and it could also become an inescapable nightmare for some. Now, those of you who can follow this public execution via live broadcast or relay must already know the background of this. As you may have learned, the infamous Miss Bakken, a former member of the Rocks Pirates Bakken, was arrested for instructing her son, Edward Weevil, to attack a Navy training ship, resulting in only 2 trainee officers remaining on board. After investigation, Bakken and Edward Weevil were sentenced to death. Of course, executing them does not require such a grand display. The reason I am conducting this public execution via live broadcast is to discuss with the world and let those criminals who continue to trample upon justice and order know. Before he finished speaking, Xiayu took a step forward, his aura rising, and his originally gentle gaze suddenly became incredibly sharp. I want them to know that the heroic Navy cannot be offended. I want them to know that justice cannot be trampled. As the resonant words "justice cannot be trampled" fell, all officers, including Admiral Sakazuki, straightened their backs and stepped forward, saluting. The next second, faithfulness. The rallying cry of all the officers of the Navy headquarters surged like a heavy bomb, shocking everyone present in Marineford Square, including the 7 warlords and all who were watching the live broadcast. This is truly exhilarating. At the 7 warlords conference table, even a figure like Don Quixote da Flamingo had to admit that this young Navy admiral was a born leader. Crocodile, who also harbored great ambitions, fell into deep thought at this moment. Upon entering the headquarters, he had entertained a sliver of hope to engage in a transaction with this young Navy admiral during the 7 warlords meeting, hoping to form a mutually beneficial alliance. However, after hearing Xiayu declare justice cannot be trampled to the entire world, his hopes vanished instantly, and he clearly realized that in Xiayu's eyes he was merely a pirate. Once the upcoming execution was over, it would be their moment of life and death. Huajia, sitting side by side with Moria, also understood their predicament at this time. Once the upcoming execution concludes, they would face only 2 choices: either submit at Xiayu's feet or die. Submission was utterly impossible. Once a prominent figure among the 3 main banners of the Beast Pirates, even though he had left the crew over the years, it did not mean he would betray Kaido. Not only would he not betray Kaido, but he would also do everything possible to find more devil fruits to strengthen the Beast Pirates. Jinbei showed no reaction, his expression focused on Xiayu, as if he were eagerly anticipating the Admiral's upcoming speech. The quietest were Mihawk and Hancock, especially Hancock, who was completely immersed in her daydreams. At this moment, the eloquent Xiayu, after a brief silence of several seconds, raised his hand to check the time, then looked at the camera again, sweeping away the previous sharpness, and spoke in a calmer tone. 16 years ago, the so-called Pirate King Roger said a phrase before his execution, which opened the age of exploration. In these 16 years, countless people became pirates in search of the great treasure hidden on the final island by Roger, causing untold suffering to countless innocent civilians living in poverty along the way, even leading to their families being torn apart. In response, I want to say a few words to the persecuted people around the world through this live broadcast. At this point, Xiao's speech gradually quickened. What your country cannot handle, the Navy will. Those whom the world government cannot kill, the Navy will. In short, I want to bring an end to the age of exploration that has lasted for 16 years. Whether it be pirates, human trafficking groups, or other evil organizations, or those once privileged noble classes, all who stand in my way shall be crushed. For justice. As these words were spoken, all the citizens watching this live broadcast fell into a brief silence. Then the squares where the outdoor screens were located in Sabaody Archipelago and around the world erupted, as all those who saw or heard the live broadcast ignited with fervor. Long live Admiral Xiayu. Long live the Navy. Long live justice. In Sabaody Archipelago, the deafening shouts erupted like a volcanic explosion, rapidly spreading from one outdoor screen square to the entire island. The citizens who had long suffered from pirate oppression and the exploitation of the noble class reacted the most dramatically, some excitedly raising their fists to shout slogans, while others embraced and wept. Facing the camera, Xiayu did not intentionally modulate his tone after finishing this segment. Instead, he suddenly shifted his focus, turning to the two waiting at the platform below. Ein and Binz with a sharp gaze bring the criminals to the execution platform. Execute immediately. Within the kingdom of Wano, members of the Charlotte family fell silent as they watched the imposing figure standing before the camera lens broadcast live via videophone crabs. The young admiral of the Marines had made his intentions unmistakably clear: evil must be eradicated, justice and its radiant glory shall endure forever. What a formidable and awe-inspiring man. After a brief silence, Charlotte Garrett, whose gaze had never once strayed from the screen, stepped forward twice and leaned toward the monitor, her crimson lips parting softly. Yet ending the great age of piracy is far easier said than done. Smoker, one of the Navy's brightest stars, was visibly shaken by Xiayu's address. Frowning slightly, she turned away from the screen to glance at Katakuri, who remained impassive, and spoke gravely. If he deploys the same ruthless, lightning-swift tactics used in his coup against the Navy hierarchy against pirates, the Navy's strategic focus will undoubtedly shift to the New World, perhaps even launching an all-out full-scale invasion. And when that day comes, the four emperors who reign supreme over the New World will bear the brunt of it. Brother Katakuri, we must prepare in advance. From among the Charlotte siblings, a petite young woman stepped forward, her delicate face etched with worry. Should the Navy launch a massive offensive into the New World, Cake Island and Wano country will inevitably become their primary targets. Though both the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates maintain territorial claims, neither has settled permanently on any single island, especially Whitebeard, who spends most of his life aboard the Moby Dick. Thus the Navy would struggle to track their movements for some time. What is there to fear? Another Charlotte sibling stood up dismissively. If they dare come, Mother will ensure they never leave. Silence. Katakuri, who had remained wordless until now, swept his gaze across his younger brothers and sisters and spoke firmly. This matter lies beyond our authority. It rests entirely with Mother. Before he could finish, a familiar booming laugh rang out unexpectedly, and Charlotte Linlin, her stout frame draped in a floral-patterned dress, strolled leisurely into view. Mama, so you're all gathered here. Under the watchful eyes of her children, Linlin strode directly to the monitor and tilted her head, peering intently at the young admiral appearing on screen. With just one glance, her eyes instantly lit up. What a magnificent commanding admiral of the Marines. I hear he compelled the Holy Land itself to yield, securing not only the Marihoa Accord, but also full autonomy for the Marine headquarters. Truly extraordinary resolve. Now that the Marines possess autonomy, they answer to no command issued by the world. Pausing briefly, Linlin suddenly pivoted toward Kakuri and declared, her words striking like thunder. Kakuri, prepare an invitation to a tea party for this exceptionally talented young admiral. If he accepts. She swiftly shifted her gaze across her assembled daughters, pointing emphatically. You. But you're already married. It shall be you, Garrett. Should this young admiral agree to attend the tea party, you shall wed him, making him a son-in-law of the Charlotte family. Almost simultaneously, every Charlotte child stared in stunned disbelief, crying out in unison, Mother. Decision made. Without allowing protest, Linlin sealed the matter with finality, then turned and departed as abruptly as she had arrived, leaving her children frozen in place, wide-eyed and speechless. After watching Linlin depart, Smoker stared blankly at Garrett beside her and murmured, Was Mother sleepwalking just now? No, she was, Garrett replied, shaking her head. Then lifting her gaze toward the screen, she narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. A marriage alliance with the Admiral of the Marines. How delightfully unconventional. What are you thinking, Garrett? Kraken, standing nearby, widened his eyes in alarm and burst out indignantly. If Mother's lost her senses, why must you follow suit? Garrett smiled faintly. Brother Kraken, Mother is anything but delusional. Katakuri took up the thread, nodding in agreement. Such a proposal would have been unthinkable before, but now with the Marines granted full autonomy. In essence, the Marines have become an independent entity, governed solely by Admiral Xiayu's will. Should he consent, the world government holds no authority to intervene. However, even if Xiayu accepts the tea party invitation, he will never agree to marriage, unless the New World contains only the Kingdom of Wano and no Big Mom pirates whatsoever. So long as the Big Mom pirates exist, Admiral Xiayu, guardian of law and order, will never forge marital or political alliances with pirate forces. Then, should we send the tea party invitation to Xiayu? Yes, we must. Katakuri nodded decisively. If he accepts, it signals uncertainty in his plans to invade the New World, and he seeks to test us under the guise of diplomacy. If he refuses, then war may arrive at any moment. Before Kakuri could finish speaking, someone in the crowd suddenly raised their voice. Edward Weevil has emerged. At those words, all eyes returned to the screen. There Edward Weevil and his mother, Big Mom's daughter Bajingam Stussy, shackled in iron cuffs and chains, were escorted past long rows of Marines by several senior officers and led onto the execution platform. As mother and son knelt side by side before a mirror, Vice Admiral Ein, robed in her admiral's mantle and holding the decree of judgment, leapt gracefully onto the platform and stood directly before them. Gazing down upon the kneeling pair, Ein's expression betrayed no emotion, only cold clarity, as she declared simply, execution. At her command, 2 executioners standing behind them raised their blades in perfect unison and brought them down with brutal decisive force. As steel met flesh, crimson blood erupted into the air. In that instant, every soul watching the live broadcast fell utterly still. Shimatsuki Islands. Watching the 2 heads fall on-screen, Rayleigh, seated quietly beneath a tree on a long wooden bench, broke his brief silence and rose to his feet. What then awaits the 7 warlords of the sea? Shaki shook her head with a wry smile, her eyes fixed on the resplendent figure standing beside the execution platform. Where the other 7 warlords go matters little. What matters is that I finally understand why Hancock succumbed. Majestic commanding. Had I met him in my youth, even I would have fallen under his spell. Marine headquarters. At the very moment the 2 heads struck the ground, a sudden gale surged forth, racing over the towering walls of Marine headquarters, whipping the Navy banners into furious flapping before roaring across the plaza and billowing Admiral Xiayu's greatcoat. Simultaneously, Xiayu, his left hand resting firmly upon his sword hilt, turned sharply, his cloak whipping wildly in the tempestuous wind. His piercing gaze swept deliberately across the 7 warlords, and then without preamble he spoke. The execution is concluded. Now your choice begins. Before the echo faded, Xiayu stepped forward, hand still on his blade, his overwhelming presence radiating unchecked and immense invisible pressure descending upon the warlords seated around the conference table. Lords, will you kneel before this admiral? Neither the 7 warlords present nor the various naval officers anticipated that as soon as the head fell from the execution platform, Xiayu would immediately turn the gun towards the 7 warlords on the high platform, exerting immense pressure. As Xiayu's words fell, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became tense. Sakazuki slightly raised his head, his cold, gleaming eyes sweeping over the members of the 7 warlords by the conference table, while the more than 10 officers standing on either side of the high platform pressed their weapons against their waists. Without a doubt, anyone who dared to resist or refuse at this moment would be swiftly executed by Sakazuki and the more than 10 officers. The viewers watching the live broadcast fell silent at this moment, especially the journalists in the squares of Sabeti Archipelago and various factions, each holding their breath as they focused intently on the 7 warlords on the screen, plunging the entire Sabeti Archipelago into a deathly silence with only the sound of bubbles rising. Rayleigh and Xiachi, who had originally planned to leave, paused and turned back at the sudden question from Xiayu on the screen. Are you willing to bow to me, Commander? Looking back at the figure on the screen, one hand on the hilt of his sword and the other behind his back, Xiachi narrowed his eyes slightly and replied leisurely, although many heroes and young kings have emerged over the years, they all pale in comparison to this one. Strong, domineering, and irresistible. Rayleigh nodded in agreement, saying, I didn't expect it, truly unexpected. I didn't expect that the descendant of the D clan that Roger had anticipated would not appear. Instead, a young king emerged. In the frame, the members of the 7 warlords seated at the conference table, even Mihawk felt the invisible pressure from Xiayu at this moment, and the world's strongest swordsman felt an inexplicable heart palpitation. This heart palpitation was not due to Xiayu's immense power, but rather the inherent kingly aura that radiated from him, instilling a sense of oppression. Not only Mihawk felt the sudden pressure, but Jinbei, Trafalgar Law, the ambitious crocodile, and Don Quixote Doflamingo all felt an odd impulse to worship Xiayu as he walked closer to the conference table. Humph, you really leave us no room to maneuver, Commander. Xiayu. Suddenly Doflamingo let out a sinister laugh, then hunched over and looked up at Xiayu, saying in a deep voice, however, to pressure us with such overwhelming means, even if we compromise due to the strong lineup of the Navy, how can you ensure that we won't backtrack after leaving the Navy headquarters? Commander Xiayu. Without waiting for Xiayu to respond, Trafalgar Law, who was overwhelmed by the rising pressure, suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed intensely on Xiayu. You don't forget the 7 warlord system was proposed by the world government to balance the situation in the Grand Line, not because we want to become 7 warlords. If you don't want the 7 warlord system to exist, you can directly announce its cancellation. Why summon us here? Doflamingo is right. Even if we compromise now, it's merely due to your overwhelming lineup. Of course, if you communicated with us differently, I believe everyone here would be very willing to continue serving you. As he said this, Trafalgar Law quickly turned to the 2 silent 7 warlords beside him. Jinbei, Crocodile, am I right? To his surprise, as Trafalgar Law called out his name, Jinbei was caught off guard, his eyes widening. Trafalgar Law's intention was clear. He wanted to take advantage of Doflamingo stepping forward to rally them all together to face Xiayu's extreme pressure. However, Jinbei couldn't help but curse silently. This was the Navy headquarters. Did he see the predatory gazes of the 4 admirals beside Xiayu? Did he see the young officers on either side of the high platform who were already itching to draw their blades? Did he sense the killing intent from all the navies in Marineford? Even if all the 7 warlords joined forces, they would have nearly no chance of escaping. Most crucially, Mihawk had not expressed any opinion from the beginning and had even ascended the high platform closely with Xiayu. This indicated that Mihawk might have reached some agreement with Xiayu and was unlikely to get involved. Hancock didn't even. This also meant that 2 of the 7 warlords had already chosen Xiayu. In such a situation, pulling him out would be akin to asking for his death. Although he thought this way in his heart, Jinbei still maintained his composure and did not show it, instead calmly looking at Crocodile, who was sitting beside him. Crocodile was evidently taken aback that Trafalgar Law would mention his name When Trafalgar Law's gaze fell on him, the cigar in his mouth almost fell out, and the golden hook on his knee nearly flew out to hook Trafalgar Law. Damn it. Seeing that Jean Bay and Crocodile had no reaction, Trafalgar Law cursed inwardly, and then turned his gaze towards Moria. Just as he looked at Moria, Trafalgar Law's eyes nearly popped out. Moria was actually meditating. Noticing that Moria had also chosen silence at this moment, Trafalgar Law gritted his teeth, and decisively turned his attention back to Xiayu, saying in a deep voice, "Commander Xiayu, you should be very clear. I am allied with the Yonko Kaido, if you take me out." Understood. Before Trafalgar Law could finish, Xiayu, who had been silently waiting for them to make a choice, suddenly stepped forward, drawing his sword the Kinjuru with a fierce motion. "Trafalgar Law, you have already made your choice." Before his words could fall, Xiayu's figure flickered past Trafalgar Law. There was no overpowering conqueror's haki enveloping the scene, nor was there a dazzling sword aura bursting forth. What followed was merely a ripple that spread out, as Xiayu brushed past Trafalgar Law along with the head of Trafalgar Law, which Xiayu held in his hand, eyes wide open. At the moment they saw the head held by Xiayu, everyone present, be it the 7 warlords, the various naval officers, or the viewers watching the live broadcast, thought they were experiencing an illusion, their eyes wide open, filled with shock. How is this possible? After a brief silence, Mihawk was the first to react, his face pale, as he stared at the figure holding the sword in one hand and Trafalgar Law's head in the other. Even someone as composed as him couldn't help but exclaim. Although Xiao's speed in drawing his sword was astonishingly fast, almost achieving the unity of man and sword, instantly decapitating Trafalgar Law, even with Xiao's remarkable speed, there were many strong users of observation haki present. Especially Trafalgar Law, as a member of the 7 warlords, he had once fought evenly with Kaido, and eventually became one of Kaido's 3 major subordinates, indicating that his fruit ability, observation haki, and armament haki were not to be compared with ordinary strong individuals. However, just now not only was Trafalgar Law instantly killed, but almost everyone present, including Mihawk, had not sensed the slightest aura from Xiayu. After a brief shock, Mihawk's pupils slightly constricted, his gaze instantly regaining its sharpness like that of an eagle, silently exclaiming in his heart, "Observation kill." Mihawk looked at Xiayu with eyes that were as if gazing at a monster. It was evident that at the moment Xiayu made his move, he not only suppressed Trafalgar Law's observation haki with observation kill, but also suppressed all the members of the 7 warlords, including Mihawk. Xiayu did this not merely to kill Trafalgar Law, but to clearly inform them that even outside the Navy headquarters, he could single-handedly defeat and eliminate them all. The voice imbued with endless killing intent fell, and the scene once again fell into silence. Doflamingo's arrogant demeanor was completely extinguished upon seeing the head of Hua Jia. Originally standing, he silently returned to his seat after staring at Hua Jia's unclosed eyes for a moment, his expression exceptionally grim. He was the person who understood Hua Jia best among those present. Hua Jia was once one of the prominent figures of the Beast Pirates, not only powerful and trusted by Kaido, but also had been tirelessly working over the years to strengthen the Beast Pirates by seeking out more Zoan-type devil fruits to hand over to Kaido. Now that Hua Jia had been publicly beheaded by Xiayu, if Kaido were watching this live broadcast, the concealed Kaido in Wano country would undoubtedly be furious. It is crucial to know that over the years Kaido had been preparing for a top-tier war. With Xiayu eliminating his most trusted Hua Jia, Kaido's temperament would certainly lead him to launch a war at any cost. But at this moment he had to make a choice. To bow to Admiral Xiayu meant that he would face Kaido, known as the strongest creature in land, sea, and air. If he chose to express his attitude like Hua Jia at this moment, he believed Xiayu would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation. Just as Doflamingo sat down, he felt fear for the first time in history regarding his situation. Suddenly Hancock, who had been lost in her own imagined scenarios, stood up. Then she swept away her previous lovesick expression, stepped forward calmly, slightly bowed her head towards Xiayu, and said resolutely, "Amazon Lily, Empress Hancock is willing to bow to Admiral." Hancock's choice did not surprise many, but Shaki and Rayleigh, who were in Sabaody Archipelago, found it somewhat unexpected. From their perspective, Hancock would undoubtedly choose Xiayu, but she would not be so serious. She would definitely appear. However, upon further thought, both of them felt relieved. At such a murderous moment, if Hancock were still thinking with her heart in love, they would not have needed to support her in becoming the Empress of Amazon Lily back then. The reason is simple. The 7 warlords, including Hancock, were not facing their personal choices, but the forces behind. Especially for Hancock, not only was she a warlord of the sea, but she also had the Amazon Lily Kingdom behind her. Hancock accepted the invitation to become a warlord to prevent the Amazon Lily Kingdom from being threatened. Now that the warlord system had been transferred to the Navy headquarters, Hancock could only make a choice again as the Empress of Amazon Lily. As Hancock stood up and bowed to Xiayu, an unexpected figure suddenly stood up. He, with the familiar laughter, the previously meditating Gecko Moria, immediately stood up, bowed to Xiayu, and said, "Gecko Moria is willing to bow to Admiral." Pausing briefly, Moria stepped forward under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, then knelt on one knee towards Xiayu, saying, "Admiral, I have an unreasonable request. I believe Admiral is very clear about Hua Jia's situation, so I want to elaborate further." He, after his habitual laughter, Moria immediately looked up at Xiayu. "Hua Jia has been taken down by the Admiral, and Kaido, who had a close alliance with him and trusted him deeply, will surely be enraged. If Kaido goes to war against the Navy in the future, please be sure to take me with you. Understood. Xiayu nodded. Do you wish to take revenge for your crew, who were taken down by Kaido? No problem, I can agree to that. But from now on your pirate crew must disband, and your remaining crew must report to the Navy headquarters within 7 days for reorganization. At this point Xiayu did not give Moria a chance to speak, immediately shifting his gaze towards Jinbe and the others. Before Jinbe, Crocodile, and Doflamingo could react, Mihawk, who had not spoken all along, took the lead to stand up and said in a deep voice, Xiayu, don't forget our agreement. Saying this, Dracul Mihawk suddenly drew his black sword, took a step forward, and stood before Xiayu, bowing his head. Dracul Mihawk is willing to bow to the Navy Admiral. Crocodile and Doflamingo clearly did not expect Mihawk to stand up before them to bow to Xiayu. They exchanged glances, understanding the gravity of the situation. At this moment Jinbe also stood up and bowed to Xiayu, his tone the most sincere. Jinbe is willing to bow to. Seeing this, Crocodile and Doflamingo also stood up in succession. Crocodile, Doflamingo, is willing to bow to the Navy Admiral. With the voices of the two falling, the scene fell silent again. However, although the venue quieted down, many viewers watching the live broadcast erupted in chaos. Especially within the Dressrosa Kingdom in the New World. Since Doflamingo left the palace for the Navy headquarters, the Don Quixote family members had been closely monitoring Doflamingo's movements through their intelligence channels. After the live broadcast began, they all gathered anxiously, watching Doflamingo appear on screen. Upon seeing Doflamingo bow his head, many members of the Don Quixote family stood up in agitation, shouting, "This is too much, this is too much. When the young master returns, we must avenge him." Just as these two members finished speaking, a middle-aged man wearing a fringed hat and a red cloak resembling a native stood up in a fit of rage. How could the young master attend this warlord meeting? If I were there, I would have stopped him. Diamante, a user of the spin fruit, one of the 4 highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family. Diamante. Another figure stood up grave-faced and said, "It's useless to say these things now, if the young master has no choice. To leave the Navy headquarters alive, he can only do this." Meanwhile, in the New World Wano country, Onigashima, 2 figures raced towards a mountain not far ahead with astonishing speed. Soon the 2 arrived at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain sat a towering figure. A pungent smell of alcohol permeating the air, and faint sounds of crying could be heard from the foot of the mountain. Huaja! Suddenly a shout filled with endless sorrow erupted, and a terrifying wave of energy surged from the foot of the mountain, devastatively crushing the flowers and trees within 100 meters into dust, while also sending the 2 rushing figures flying. "Governor, this is bad." The 2 who were sent flying did not care about the blood surging in their bodies, and quickly rose, shouting towards the towering figure at the foot of the mountain. Huaja, the big poster, has been beheaded. And Doflamingo also chose to bow to the Navy. As soon as the 2 finished speaking, towering hatred ignited at the foot of the mountain. Immediately after, the towering figure stood up violently, and an unmatched pressure spread recklessly in all directions. Within the boundaries of the nations, the members of the Charlotte family who had been watching the live broadcast saw Flower Card being executed, and as the remaining 7 warlords chose to bow to the Marine Admiral, the previously existing murmurings instantly vanished. Standing in the front row, Katakuri's expression was one of extreme gravity. The war is about to begin. After a brief silence, Katakuri slowly raised his head, his gaze burning as he stared at the 7 warlords, bowing to Xiayu in the camera, and said in a deep voice, "The death of Flower Card is sure to provoke Kaido's mad retaliation. Once Kaido declares war on the Marines, Mother will inevitably be dragged into it. Damn it, how could the situation take such a sudden turn? Brother Katakuri, what on earth is happening? It's just the beheading of Flower Card, right? How does it involve Kaido?" You fool! Flower Card was one of Kaido's top 3 underlings. Although he withdrew from the Beast Pirates midway, he never severed ties with Kaido. Not only did he not sever ties, but he also maintained an alliance with Kaido, and for these years he has been using his identity as a warlord to help Kaido search for devil fruits. Even so, it shouldn't involve our Charlotte family, right? It has a huge relation. Mother and Kaido were once members of the Rocks Pirates. It is said that Kaido was. Hey, you're still young, there's no need for you to know all this. In any case, you just need to know that if Kaido truly wants to start a war, he will most likely come looking for Mother. Upon hearing the words of his younger siblings, the previously silent Smoothie frowned again, his face serious as he looked at Katakuri. What about the tea party invitation? What should we do? Before Katakuri could finish speaking, a violent tremor suddenly came from the direction of the castle. Then Charlotte Linland's voice echoed from the castle. "Kaido, don't be impulsive. Declaring war on the Marines at this time is not a wise move, especially under the leadership of that young admiral. The current Marines are unprecedentedly united. Hey Kaido, enough. I know Flower Card's death saddens you, but crying like this makes communication impossible. Calm down first before contacting me." Just like that. Before she finished speaking, Charlotte Linland suddenly raised her voice and shouted, "Katakuri, Smoothie Crackersnag, come in here right now." Upon hearing Charlotte Linland's penetrating shouts, Katakuri and the others did not dare to hesitate, and quickly ran. In the castle's hall, Charlotte Linland had already stopped talking to Kaido, and was sitting sternly in a large chair. The 4 who walked into the castle hall did not dare to make any noise at this moment, as they could clearly sense that Charlotte Linland was on the brink of madness. That bastard Flower Card. Looking up at her 4 children in front of her, Charlotte Linlin clenched her fists and slammed the side of her chair in anger, saying, "His death would have been a relief, but he has left me in turmoil." After a brief pause, Charlotte Linlin suddenly looked at Katakuri and said, "Kaido wants to declare war to avenge Flower Card and hopes to get my help. Katakuri, what are your thoughts?" Katakuri calmly took a step forward and replied, "Did not Mother wish for Garrett to marry Xiayu? If the Charlotte family chooses to ally with Kaido, now Mother's dream may be shattered because of this war." Xiayu first staged a coup to ascend to the position of Admiral, then forced the world government to compromise and sign the Mariawa Treaty. Following that, he publicly executed Whitebeard II, beheaded Flower Card, and made the other 7 warlords bow. Each of these events alone would be enough to shock the world, yet he completed them in just a few days, giving the world no chance. The Marines, which were once relatively conservative to maintain balance and stability, ceased to exist the moment Xiayu ascended to the position of Admiral. Under Xiayu's control, the Marines, the largest war machine on the Grand Line, are operating at an astonishing speed. No matter who stands up at this moment, they will become a primary target of attack. Therefore, my view is to avoid their prominence. After finishing his speech in one breath, Katakuri glanced at Charlotte Linlin and then stepped back to stand alongside Smoothie. As a core figure of the Charlotte family, hailed as the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family and the commander of the Big Mom Pirates, what Katakuri has to do has always been to protect every member of the family. Thus, purely from his personal standpoint, he would never ally with Kaido. In his view, Kaido is not only ambitious, but also a true war maniac who, joining him to wage war against the Marines, would only bring endless troubles to the Charlotte family, which has been stable for these years. Of course, this is just his personal opinion. After all, the Charlotte family is no longer under his sole control. As the second son of Charlotte Linlin, regardless of what decision she makes, he will absolutely obey and carry it out on. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, the flag adorned with the seagull pattern flapped in the wind above Marineford, producing a rustling sound. Over 10,000 Marine soldiers stood in silence, all with their hands clasped behind their backs, standing upright and facing the platform. Sakazuki, Borsalino, Kazan, and Gion were no exception, standing neatly on the platform, their gazes shifting as Xiayu moved. All the 7 warlords except for Flower Card, who was executed, bowed their heads towards Xiayu. Since Xiayu showed no reaction, they did not change their posture and remained still. After glancing around the 6 former 7 warlords, Xiayu silently returned to the head of the conference table and sat down, then casually handed the Jintian to Gion, standing beside him. Once Gion received the Jintian, he suddenly glanced at the 6 people, his previous imposing demeanor replaced by a warm smile, and asked, "What is bowing to this admiral making you feel humiliated?" "Everyone sit down." Xiayu waved his hand to signal everyone to take a seat, and then spoke. "Back then, when you became the warlords of the sea, it was fundamentally no different from your current submission to me. Especially you, Don Quixote Doflamingo." Xiayu fixed his gaze on Doflamingo, his tone as calm as ever. "Undeniably, you displayed the qualities of a hero by becoming a warlord of the sea through threats of celestial dragons and the lives of a few worthless celestial dragons, but that is all there is to it. The world government did not make you a warlord of the sea for the sake of a mere handful of celestial dragons or the trivial matter of heavenly gold. Rather, it was because you were once born into a celestial dragon family and knew some secrets of the Holy Land. Moreover, your failed attempt to return to the Holy Land and your collaboration with the Emperor Kaido, where you acted like a child in front of him. So, Don Quixote Doflamingo, that's all there is to you. There's nothing remarkable. Bowing to this admiral is not a matter of humiliation, but rather the wisest choice you can make in this life. Of course, the same goes for all of you here. In the past, due to the relative conservativeness of Mr. Sengoku, and to maintain balance on the sea, he has tolerated you until now. Otherwise, do you really think that with the strength of the Marine headquarters, they couldn't crush your arrogance? However, such a situation will no longer occur in the future, because in the coming Grand Line, the roles of offense and defense have changed. Today's updates conclude here, tomorrow continues. With a light and breezy remark from Xiayu, the roles of offense and defense have shifted. This highly anticipated live broadcast came to a close. Those who heard Xiayu's words through the live broadcast or its rebroadcast, whether they were from the Revolutionary Army, various factions of the Grand Line, or the Holy Land's Power Room and the Flower Kingdom, were left bewildered. The reason was simple. Although the age of exploration intensified with an increasing number of pirates, the Navy had always been on the offensive. Whenever pirates were spotted by the Navy, they would immediately launch a pursuit. Most pirates hardly dared to confront the Navy head-on, especially in the first half of the Grand Line, where the usual instinct of pirates upon seeing the Navy was not to engage in battle, but to flee as far as possible. This implied that the Navy was the offensive party, so when Xiayu spoke of the shifting roles, did it mean the Navy was to become, were they to stand guard at their branches and headquarters while allowing the pirates of the Grand Line to wreak havoc? After the broadcast ended, the 5 old stars seated in the hall of the power room exchanged glances. The finance warrior Izambalong, holding a katana, was the first to voice his doubt. What exactly did Xiayu mean by that last statement? The law warrior Topman pondered for a moment and waved his hand, saying, "Though I don't quite understand, it certainly isn't what we..." Rather than making chaotic guesses here, it would be better to observe how he intends to proceed next. In any case, since Lord M chose to let it develop, we should refrain from interfering. While it might provoke Xiayu's wrath if we upset Lord, everyone here knows the consequences. After a brief pause, Topman suddenly changed the subject, glancing at the agricultural warrior Shepherd Tin and the environmental warrior Makas Mars, and said somewhat helplessly, "You two should prepare as Sengoku and Zephyr have already arrived at the Holy Land." Upon hearing this, although the agricultural and environmental warriors showed reluctance in their eyes, they promptly stood up and left. Watching the two exit the power room, Topman quickly returned his gaze to their previous positions and spoke to himself. "Those who were once under my command now dare to stand on equal footing with us. I Zambelong Satan, have you two figured out how to deal with them?" Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the world government in the office of the Supreme Commander, Sora, who had just finished watching the live broadcast alongside Sengoku, Zephyr, Carp, and Admiral Tsuru, took a long breath, then turned his gaze to Sengoku and Zephyr, hesitating before reminding them, "You two old stars should head to the power room." No rush, no rush." Sengoku, cradling a box of senbei, waved his hand. "We are all old stars now. What does it matter about this little time? Let Topman and the others wait. You know, back when I was still the Admiral, whenever I wanted to see them, they always made me wait for a while. Now that I stand on equal footing with them, it's only fair they experience waiting too." Speaking of which, as he said this, Sengoku popped a piece of senbei into his mouth and turned to Zephyr with a smile. "I can still shine at my age thanks to Zephyr for taking in such a good student." Though Zephyr did not respond to Sengoku's bragging, the expression on his face betrayed his inner thoughts. Indeed, not only Sengoku, but he too had benefited from Xiayu's rise. Of course, becoming an old star or not was not important. What mattered was that he hadn't expected Xiayu to remove his lingering worries right after taking office, capturing the pirates who had attacked the training ship back in the day and publicly executing them. Having fulfilled this long-held wish, he originally planned to continue serving as a trainer at the Navy headquarters to help Xiayu cultivate more excellent Navy commanders, yet Xiayu unexpectedly promoted him to the position of an old star. He was well aware of Xiayu's intentions. For the sake of this most cherished student, he could not falter at this moment, and had to raise a flag for Xiayu in the Holy Land, preparing for a greater scheme. Hey, don't ignore my presence." Carp, who was sitting beside them with bandages wrapped around him, suddenly spoke up, exasperated. "Zephyr was only Xiayu's teacher for a short while at the officer training camp. After he left the training camp, I took care of him quite a bit. If we count it that way, I am also half his teacher. It should be me and Zephyr taking turns as old stars. Why does Sengoku get to reap the benefits?" Sengoku shot back, "Carp, if we're going to compare like that, you and Zephyr should be behind Tsuru. Right, Tsuru?" As he spoke, Sengoku immediately turned to Admiral Tsuru, who was quietly sitting beside Sora, and said, "Others may not know, but Carp and Zephyr are well aware that you have been treating him like a grandson all these years." Right, I almost forgot about that." Carp chimed in casually, snatching a piece of senbei from Sengoku, and curiously asked, "What about the peacock? Is she still with the Blade unit? She can return to the headquarters now. Oh, after all, it's been known for years that she has a relationship with Xiayu. Though they're just rumors, we can turn rumors into reality." "Ah, two old rascals." Tsuru glared at the two and scolded, "Don't bring up things that should stay buried. Enough already." Sitting at the desk in the Supreme Commander's office, Sora glanced at Tsuru, and then at Sengoku, and Carp, finally fixing his gaze on Zephyr with a serious expression. "One person rises and the rest soar with him, is that it? I've become an outsider now." As soon as these words were uttered, the office fell silent, and the four immediately looked at Sora. "Pahaha, some old man is getting jealous." After a brief silence, Sengoku couldn't hold back his laughter and shouted at Zephyr while grabbing the senbei box, "What are you waiting for, Zephyr? Hurry up, let's go." With that, as Zephyr and Sengoku left, the office fell quiet once again. Tsuru looked at Sora, then at Carp, and said gravely, "According to the intelligence I have, Huaja has a deep bond with Kaido. After Xiayu publicly executed Whitebeard II, he will undoubtedly trigger a new war. Xiayu does not merely seem to want to establish his image as a ruthless admiral through this broadcast, he is prepared to shatter the existing balance completely." Over the years, the Whitebeard pirates have continuously expanded their territory, even incorporating the undersea Dragon Palace Kingdom into their domain. Although Kaido has remained in Wano, the Beast pirates he leads have a significant influence over many neighboring countries, and Charlotte Lean's Big Mom pirates have expanded dozens of islands centered around Cake Island, establishing kingdoms. Even the recently ascended red-haired pirates quickly acquired their own territory upon entering the New World. Conversely, the Navy, due to the continuous expansion of the four emperors, has almost no control in the New World. Currently, only the First Division is still holding on. Unexpectedly, Sora also understood Xia's final statement. Tsuru stood up decisively and said to Carp, "Carp, don't think about retirement just yet. Xiayu will definitely need us old folks in the times ahead. Knowing him, he won't just sit in the headquarters like Sengoku. If he leads the Navy fleet out to sea, the headquarters will be in trouble without us. Let's go return to the headquarters with me." Upon hearing this, Carp's eyes widened. "I just got here." At the Navy headquarters in Marineford Square. Although the soldiers and officers in the square had dispersed and the execution platform had been cleared away, the open meeting of the 7 warlords continued. Doflamingo's expression as Summeryu laid into him was quite extraordinary. It was filled with anger, defiance, and a deep sense of humiliation. Especially when Summeryu mentioned the humiliation of being rejected when he applied to return to the Holy Land. Doflamingo nearly lost his composure and flipped the table. Fortunately Summeryu knew when to stop. He did not delve deeper into Doflamingo's dark past, and instead scolded the other 7 warlords as well. Alright, the live broadcast has ended. At that moment Summeryu suddenly changed the topic and continued, next it's about your arrangements. You definitely cannot leave the headquarters immediately. Not only can you not leave, but you will also have to undergo a period of ideological transformation. Ideological transformation. Mihawk abruptly raised his head somewhat taken aback and asked, do I have to participate too? Everyone must participate. Summeryu nodded. Although you haven't been enemies with the Navy since you became 7 warlords, I have a good understanding of the things you've done under the guise of the 7 warlords. Especially you Doflamingo operating various illegal businesses under the codename Joker in the underground world, and Crocodile, who established a Baroque works in Alabasta under the codename Mr. Zero. As these words fell, both Doflamingo and Crocodile's expressions changed slightly. Especially Crocodile, who did not expect Summeryu to be so well informed about his clandestine activities over the years. Before the two could react, Summeryu suddenly turned to Crocodile and asked, Sand Crocodile, your Fantasyland plan should not have begun execution yet, right? No, it hasn't. Crocodile's pupils constricted sharply at Yes, unexpected statement, and he instinctively stood up in disbelief, staring at Summeryu. After staring at Summeryu for a few seconds, Crocodile took a deep breath to suppress his shock, and said in a deep voice, Admiral Summer, you what else do you know? What are you afraid of? Summeryu slightly raised his head, smiling charmingly. Is it because I know about your establishment of Baroque works, or your supposed top-secret Fantasyland plan? Or is it that one of the members of Baroque works you founded is a devil child named Nico Robin? As soon as the name Nico Robin left Summeryu's lips, both Jinbei and Moria, who had been quietly observing, almost simultaneously raised their heads. Doflamingo, also unexpectedly, turned to look at Crocodile, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Although Crocodile did not react much, a storm surged within him, and he remained frozen in place. Summeryu actually knew so much about Nico Robin's involvement with Baroque works. It should be known that Nico Robin was the only survivor of the O'Hara incident, and due to her identity as an archaeologist coupled with being one of the only 2 people known to be able to read ancient texts, she was wanted by the world government. He had taken the risk to keep Nico Robin by his side precisely because of her ability to read the ancient texts, and had kept her identity a secret. Because once the world government learned that he had taken in Nico Robin, not only would his identity as a 7 warlord be stripped away, but he might also face the danger of death. Yet such a confidential matter was casually revealed by Summeryu enough to prove that all his actions had long been under Summeryu's watch. The reason Summeryu brought it up now clearly indicated that he knew Crocodile would not be loyal to the Navy. Watching Crocodile's reaction, Summeryu smiled and waved his hand. Don't be nervous. Neither you nor Doflamingo nor that life loser over there who has been slacking off since losing to Kaido have any secrets in my eyes. If I wanted to eliminate you, I wouldn't have to wait until now. In short, I will personally lead you all toward justice. And the first step toward justice is to undergo ideological transformation. As for your subordinates or family members. At this point, Summeryu turned to Doflamingo. You have 2 choices. First, like Moria, have the members of the Don Quixote family report to the headquarters within 7 days. Second, Admiral Akainu will go to take over the Dressrosa Kingdom, and all members of the Don Quixote family will be unified under Akaina's command. Hearing this, Doflamingo almost fell off his chair, but quickly regaining his composure, he stood up and stared intensely at Summeryu. So your true goal is to take the Dressrosa Kingdom from me, Admiral Summeryu. I can bow to you, but I hope the Dressrosa Kingdom continues to be controlled by the Don Quixote family. Understood, Summeryu nodded and said straightforwardly, Akainu. Here. Akainu, who had been quietly standing beside Summeryu, stepped forward without any hesitation. Immediately lead your marine forces to arrest all members of the Don Quixote family. Before he could finish, Summeryu suddenly changed his tone. No need to arrest them, just eliminate them all. Understood. Akainu still showed no hesitation, and immediately took out a den mushi, saying in a deep voice, Marine forces assemble. Target. Wait a moment. Before Akainu could issue the command, he did not expect Summeryu to be so decisive and ruthless as to immediately send out Akainu, the admiral, who practiced absolute justice. Doflamingo was immediately frightened and hurriedly interjected, using the most humble tone since entering Marineford. Summeryu, must you go to such extremes? The Dressrosa Kingdom belongs to the Don Quixote family. At this point, Doflamingo paused. Knowing that once Summeryu made a decision it could not be changed, he took a deep breath, and then looked down at Summeryu. You missed the chance to choose. Summeryu shook his head, and said straightforwardly, Akainu set off. Once you arrive at the Dressrosa Kingdom, eliminate all members of the Don Quixote family, if they dare to resist. Remember, eliminate them all. If they do not resist and cooperate with your work, then incorporate them all, and wait for— Understood. Akainu straightened his body, saluted, and then quickly turned to give orders through the den mushi. Target Dressrosa Kingdom. You have 10 minutes to assemble. With Akainu's command, numerous vice admirals, rear admirals, and commodores of the Marine Corps rushed out of the headquarters building. Meanwhile, officers below the rank of commander and 1,200 soldiers also marched in unison toward the port, quickly boarding the 4 military ships docked at the shore. Little did he expect that Xiayu would be so overwhelmingly strong, leaving Don Quixote Doflamingo in a complete panic. After all, it was Sakazuki. Had Xiayu sent out either Kazuru or Akiji, he might have had a sliver of hope. But Xiayu unexpectedly dispatched Sakazuki. Just the thought of Sakazuki arriving at Dressrosa covering the palace with magma sent chills down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation as Sakazuki leaped off the high platform and headed straight for the port, Doflamingo frantically took out his transponder snail, ignoring the numerous onlookers and disregarding his previous image shouting into the transponder snail. Members of the Don Quixote family, listen up. Once General Sakazuki's fleet arrives at Dressrosa, no one is allowed to resist. Everyone must cooperate with General Sakazuki. Young master. A delayed voice came from the transponder snail. What? What happened? Doflamingo had no time to explain. If you don't want to be wiped out, follow the orders. After speaking, Doflamingo dared not continue the call, immediately putting away the transponder snail and raising his gaze towards Xiayu, his eyes inexplicably displaying a hint of pleading. As he roamed the Grand Line, the infamous aura of the Heavenly Knight demon vanished in an instant. Understanding Doflamingo's thoughts, Xiayu calmly said, "The only thing you can do is pray that the members of the Don Quixote family obey the orders completely. Otherwise Sakazuki will surely wipe them all out without mercy. Even if there are any survivors, they will merely be Of course you have another choice. You can take me down and then break out of the Navy headquarters to stop Sakazuki." As soon as Xiayu's words fell, Gion, standing beside him, immediately gripped the hilt of his sword and stepped forward, his gaze intensely fixed on Doflamingo. At this moment Kazan and Palyasolino also slightly turned their heads, the pressure unique to the admirals of the Navy, silently enveloping the entire area. Feeling the terrifying pressure from the admirals, the last traces of Doflamingo's sharpness were extinguished as he weakly slumped back into his chair, his face displaying a mix of unwillingness, helplessness, and more so despair. For Xiayu's strength and decisiveness far exceeded his imagination. At first he thought Xiayu was merely subduing the 7 warlords, but now it seemed he was too naive. What Xiayu aimed to achieve was not just to make the 7 warlords bow down. He sought to take this opportunity to completely eliminate the forces he had painstakingly cultivated over the years, thus severing all their escape routes once they found a chance to slip away. Crocodile and Moria, while not showing much reaction, were nonetheless drenched in cold sweat by Xiayu's extreme pressure on Doflamingo. Jinbei and Mihawk's reactions were particularly intriguing, especially when they saw Xiayu applying extreme pressure on Doflamingo, stripping him of his usual sharpness. Both of them instinctively narrowed their eyes, focusing intently on Xiayu. At that moment they saw not only the Navy Marshal, but also a king whose demeanor exuded regal authority with every gesture. Xiayu no longer paid attention to Doflamingo and shifted his gaze to Crocodile. Although Crocodile had been psychologically prepared, the instant Xiayu looked at him, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease creeping into his heart. This feeling was most unpleasant. After all, he was a veteran among the 7 warlords. Back then, when facing the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, he had shown no fear, and even though he was ultimately defeated by Newgate, he did not fall into despair like Moria, who had lost all his crew after challenging Kaido. Not only did he not fall into despair, but his ambitions also continued to grow, dreaming of becoming the next pirate. With such lofty aspirations, and having weathered many storms, he believed he would not cower before any formidable existence. Yet after witnessing Xiayu's extreme pressure on Doflamingo, and recognizing that he had seen through all their secrets, he found himself unable to meet the gaze of this much younger Navy Marshal. "Crocodile, what is this reaction of yours?" Upon glancing at Crocodile, he saw that the cigar in his mouth was almost falling out. Xiayu blinked in confusion and asked, "Am I that terrifying?" "Terrifying? That's an understatement. You're simply a devil." Crocodile silently cursed under his breath, then took a deep drag from his cigar and steeled himself to speak. "What orders do you have, Marshal Xiayu?" "Oh, that's more like it." Xiayu shrugged and looked at Doflamingo. "If you could cooperate like Crocodile, we would have been done and off to dinner by now." Without waiting for Doflamingo's reaction, Xiayu immediately got to the point. "Crocodile, bring all the members of Baroque Works to the Navy headquarters. Don't mess around with any fantasy plans, because the Alabasta Kingdom does not possess the Pluton you seek." Crocodile's pupils dilated again, his face filled with horror as he looked at Xiayu. "What? How much do you know about us? Didn't I just say it? You have no secrets in my eyes." Xiayu shrugged slightly, then continued, "Since I know all your plans and ambitions, I naturally also know that Alabasta does not have what you seek. As long as you pledge your loyalty to me, I will personally take you to Alabasta's royal palace for an on-site inspection. I believe the king of Alabasta will give me some face. Of course I am not interested in your Baroque works. The reason for bringing your members to the headquarters is primarily because of me." Hearing this, Crocodile's expression darkened. "You want to hand Nico Robin over to the world government? Hand her over to the— No, I need her ability to decipher the ancient texts." As he spoke, Xiayu stood up, walked in front of Crocodile, patted him on the shoulder, and then walked to the edge of the platform, facing away from everyone as he gazed at the distant horizon. He said slowly, "I will bring an end to the great age of pirates." And to end the great age of pirates, merely eliminating the unruly pirate forces at sea is far from enough. Because the source of all this is Raftel, the so-called great treasure mentioned by Roger. In that case, I will locate this source and cut it off. To find Raftel, I will need to gather the 4 road poneglyphs and decipher their texts to create a sea chart. Upon hearing Xiayu's calm declaration of going to Raftel, not only were the 7 warlords caught off guard, but the three admirals standing nearby, Palyasolino, Kazan, and Gion, also looked up at their young commander. Even the usually calm and composed Mihawk was moved at this moment, exclaiming, "Are you going to send a warship to Xiayu's eyes narrowed slightly, and the aura emanating from him suddenly surged, causing the admiral's coat draped over him to billow, as if caught by an unseen wind. Then he turned slightly to look at the seven warlords, revealing a faint smile. His previously calm tone now erupted like thunder on flat ground. "If the enemy can go, so can I." Today's third update ends here, and will continue tomorrow. The seven warlords meeting concluded as the sun set. Jinbei, Moria, Crocodile, and Don Quixote Doflamingo stood in front of a collective dormitory, each displaying different expressions. Jinbei appeared the most composed. Through this seven warlords meeting and the execution of Whitebeard too, he had come to understand the current trends. Especially with Xiayu daring to publicly propose bringing the notorious Nico Robin, who was wanted by the world government, to the Navy headquarters, it was enough to prove that the Navy had completely detached itself from the world government. Xiayu could pursue his ambitions without needing to consider the world government's stance. This also meant that choosing to submit to Xiayu, who wielded control over this immense war machine, known as the Navy, was his wisest choice. Although he would lose some freedom and gain more restraints compared to when he chose to become a warlord, this was not a bad thing for him, as being backed by the Navy headquarters and the esteemed Navy King Xiayu was a privilege not everyone could enjoy. In summary, all members of the seven warlords except for the Joker could be considered fortunate, because Xiayu had given them a chance to choose. Had Xiayu not convened this seven warlords meeting and instead directly announced the abolition of the warlord system, capturing them immediately, it was certain that more than just one Joker would have fallen, possibly leading to their complete annihilation. Of course, from another perspective, it indicated that they had some value in being given a choice by Xiayu. He was unsure of the value of the other warlords, but for him personally, he had a rough estimation of the reasons. What Xiayu needed was not him, but the fishman community behind him, and even the Dragon Palace Kingdom, located 10,000 meters underwater. This was because Xiayu aimed to eradicate pirates, and the Dragon Palace Kingdom, situated 10,000 meters underwater, was the only route for all pirates entering the New World after passing through the paradise of the first half of the Grand Line. As long as the Dragon Palace Kingdom's throat was strangled, all pirates entering it would become trapped. Why didn't Mihawk come? At that moment, Moria suddenly questioned, looking around, and noticing that Mihawk and Hancock were absent, he continued, "Don't they have to stay here? Moria, do you still not understand?" To everyone's surprise, Don Quixote Doflamingo took the conversation forward and grinned, saying, he made a statement to Marshal Xiayu to remind him not to forget their agreement. So Mihawk was the first to submit. Moria blinked. Crocodile seized the opportunity to join the conversation, his expression serious, as he said, "It should be Hancock." The Gion responsible for arranging the seven warlords walked out from the dormitory. Hearing the dialogue among the warlords, she smiled and patiently explained, Mihawk initially stayed at the marshal's residence, but after Hancock and Miss Military entered, he moved to a guest house. Rest assured, your rooms have all been cleaned, and various daily necessities have been prepared. As for meals, for a while you will need to head to the cafeteria yourselves. Thank you. Jinbei politely nodded towards Gion. Doflamingo raised his head slightly when Gion mentioned Miss Military and asked, "This Miss Military, is she the woman wearing a newsboy cap, who stood behind Xiayu?" "Yes, she is a member of the Divine Knights." Gion did not hide it and nodded, saying, "Because the Marshal intends to invite the Celestial Dragons to participate in a plan. The Celestial Dragons likely want to know the details of this plan, so they sent Miss Military here." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo, who had long suspected the identity of Miss Military, seemed to forget the fear of being forcefully suppressed and dominated by Xiayu, earlier bursting into his signature laughter. She really is a member of the Divine Knights. However, doesn't Marshal Xiayu fear that Miss Military will report your plans to the Celestial Dragons? Do you think the Marshal would concern himself with such worries? Gion smiled as she retorted, "Even if the Marshal's plans are extremely important, how do they compare to a coup against the Celestial Dragons? Doflamingo, you should take care of yourself first." Before Doflamingo could respond, Gion suddenly changed her tone. "If you dare to show any signs of disloyalty in the future, not only you, but all members of the Don Quixote family, including your undercover member Vice Admiral Virgo, will meet a fate worse than death." Gion's sudden remark made Doflamingo's pupils constrict uncontrollably, and his sunglasses nearly slipped off his nose. "Don't be surprised." Gion observed Doflamingo's reaction, her smile unchanged. "The Marshal has said that in his eyes you have no secrets." Gwahaha. Seeing Doflamingo react similarly to how he had when Xiayu discovered his secrets, Crocodile couldn't help but laugh out loud, and generously gave Doflamingo a thumbs up, as expected of the Night Demon, sending an undercover agent to the Navy, and even rising to the rank of Vice Admiral. What a skill. Saying this, Crocodile inexplicably felt in better spirits, flicking his coat as he walked proudly through the dormitory door. The sand crocodile has soaked in the rain himself, so he is very happy to see others become drenched too. Moria chuckled at the sight of Crocodile entering the dormitory first. Fortunately, he had remained relatively well-behaved, and had not gone out to plot any schemes during these years on the Thriller Bark. Otherwise, thinking of how Xiayu had exerted extreme pressure on Doflamingo, Moria couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Meanwhile, in the Marshal's office in the headquarters building, Xiayu glanced at the incoming Kazan and Borsellino, then took out a document and handed it to Borsellino. This is the latest intelligence just submitted by the intelligence department. According to the intel, Kaido has already contacted Charlotte Linlin and is preparing to join forces with her to take revenge on the Navy. As of now, the Big Mom pirates have shown no movement. They are likely still weighing their options. However, this is not important. Xiayu took out another document and handed it to Kazan, continuing. What matters is that I never intended to sit idly by and wait for them to take action before responding. The public execution of Whitebeard II was in fact a test for the Whitebeard pirates. I was uncertain if Whitebeard II was truly Whitebeard's son. If he was, Whitebeard would surely take action. Even if he did not act, I would eliminate the Joker. For my goal is the 4 emperors. Who they are does not matter as long as they show any signs of movement. As Kazan was listening while carefully examining the document, he suddenly looked up, his face filled with surprise, gradually relocating the Navy headquarters to the New World First Branch. Xiayu nodded. This task needs to be completed by you and Sakazuki together. Sakazuki will head to Dressrosa to recruit the Don Quixote family, which is merely a cover for you to operate in secret. You will set out tonight leading the Aokiji forces to secretly reach the First Branch through the Holy Land, and you will personally oversee the First Branch, coordinating with Sakazuki, who will be taking over Dressrosa, while closely monitoring the movements of the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. If either of them takes any action that feels dangerous without needing to ask for reasons, immediately suppress them at the fastest speed. If the war escalates and Kaido forms a life-and-death alliance with the Charlotte family, you must relay the information back at the first opportunity. At that time, I will personally arrive in the New World to stand by your side. Recommend an explosive pirate fanfiction. The title is mentioned in the author's note. Those who have finished reading our book should hurry to check it out. It's super enjoyable. Hearing that Xiayu would personally arrive in the New World to stand shoulder to shoulder with them, Kazan's hand gripping the document trembled slightly. Noticing this slight reaction from Kazan, Xiayu revealed a faint smile. Remember to contact me once you reach the First Division. Kazan nodded, turned around decisively, and left. Just as he turned to walk towards the office door, Xiayu's voice suddenly came from behind him. Kazan, do you still uphold the burning justice you followed before the O'Hara incident? Upon hearing this, Kazan's heart jolted. Straightening his back, he turned to face Xiayu, his gaze shedding its laziness and confusion, rekindling the flame of justice within his eyes, and he raised his hand to salute Xiayu. It has never been extinguished. With that, Kazan wasted no more time and quickly walked out of the office. Kazan was not lying. The fire of burning justice he once upheld had never gone out. It was merely buried deep within his heart, as the O'Hara incident had left him confused about the justice the Navy defended. Stepping out of the office, Kazan felt light-hearted, the lazy aura completely gone, replaced by a long-lost vigor, giving him the illusion of returning to the passionate era of his youth. At that moment, 2 officers walked towards him. Due to the change in Kazan's aura, the 2 officers momentarily failed to react until Kazan approached them and was about to pass by, when they suddenly awakened, raising their hands in salute together. Admiral Kazan. Loyalty. Kazan returned the salute and exclaimed the word loyalty. Without waiting for the 2 officers to respond, he strode boldly into the lift. After arriving at the first-floor lobby via the lift, Kazan did not neglect the soldiers and officers who continuously stood and saluted. He promptly raised his hand in return. After arriving at the first-floor lobby via the lift, Kazan did not neglect. Looking far into the distance, he saw a red sun hanging at the horizon, its setting rays casting a blood-red hue on the sea, enveloping Marineford in a magnificent sunset. Gazing at the red sun in the sky, a long-forgotten image resurfaced in Kazan's mind. It was an encounter from on his vacation. He had been casually cycling across the sea when he unexpectedly ran into Xiayu, who was on a mission. The enemy they faced was a rising pirate crew that was in its prime. The captain of that crew had a bounty of 180 million berries and several subordinates with bounties exceeding. Perhaps due to their strong backing, this pirate crew fought fiercely against the Navy led by Xiayu, and their captain launched a frenzied attack alongside 2 of his officers. Facing the 3 pirates' onslaught, Xiayu remained calm and unafraid, leveraging his immense strength to maintain. In less than 30 seconds, Xiayu eliminated one of them, using the Navy's 6-style shave, without pausing, seamlessly executing the gale kick to blow the head off another. After dispatching 2 of them, Xiayu's attack intensified, and in a sudden move he drew his sword and executed a world destruction slash, decapitating the pirate captain on the spot. With Xiayu having eliminated the pirate captain and 2 officers, the morale of the Navy officers and soldiers accompanying him surged to a peak, charging madly at the now chaotic pirates. In just a few minutes, every pirate on the ship was eliminated, all executed on the spot. After the battle, the Navy soldiers flocked to Xiayu. Xiayu did not partake in the celebration. Instead, he seized the pirate captain's head and held it aloft at the ship's bow, proclaiming words that ignited the passion of the soldiers. There is no need to wait for the torch. If there is no torch, then we shall be the sun in this chaotic era of the Grand Line. The Navy is mighty. Brother, the sun. Reflecting on this scene from 2 years ago, Kazan, who had already exited the door slightly, tilted his head towards the headquarters building. The sun belonging to the world is about to set. The Navy's sun, which has already risen, will once again illuminate. Suddenly, Kazan decisively turned and quickly walked out, the long-lost flame of justice ignited in his eyes, taking out a den mushi and commanding, Relay the order: all officers and soldiers of the Kazan army gather at the port in 2 hours. In the marshal's office, standing in front of the desk, Borisellino glanced at Xiayu, who remained silent while reviewing documents after watching Kazan leave. He stood still for nearly a minute, and once he saw Xiayu finish reading, he couldn't help but tentatively speak. Marshal Xiayu, what about me? Is there no mission? No rush. Xiayu set down the document he had finished reading, looked up, and smiled. After such a long meeting, I'm a bit hungry. Let's eat while we talk. Before Borisellino could respond, a soldier rushed into the office carrying 2 bowls of miso ramen. Marshal, the noodles. The soldier set down the bowls happily, saying, Please enjoy, Marshal and Admiral Kazuru. If it's not enough, there's more. Thank you for your hard work. Xiayu casually took a stack of berries from the drawer and tossed them into the soldier's hands. Take this to share with the brothers in the mess hall. The soldier accepted the berries, straightened up, saluted, and exclaimed loudly, loyalty. Hearing Xiayu call the soldiers in the mess hall brothers made Borisellino frown slightly, and he bluntly stated, Marshal Xiayu, isn't it inappropriate for you to be so familiar with the soldiers? What's wrong? Can't a marshal be friendly with the brothers? Besides, it's after work hours. Xiayu smiled and pulled out another stack of berries from the drawer, tossing them into Borisellino's arms. This is from those warlords we captured. Although I left them at headquarters, they can't just eat and live here for free. With that, Xiayu ignored Borisellino further and walked over to the nearby coffee table, picking up 1 bowl of ramen and starting to wolf it down. Seeing this, Borisellino looked at the berries in his hand, his lips twitching slightly. Truly, Xiayu never forgot his roots, even after becoming a marshal. If Xiayu were still a vice admiral, he certainly wouldn't accept this money. But since it's from the marshal, why not take it? Thinking of this, Borisellino gladly accepted, quickly pocketing the berries and coming to sit opposite Xiayu, picking up a bowl of ramen, as if wanting to compete with Xiayu to see who could eat more, slurping it down heartily. You should take a trip to the Revolutionary Army headquarters. Suddenly, while eating ramen, Xiayu, with his mouth full of noodles, spoke somewhat unclearly. Represent me in meeting Dragon. If he genuinely wants to establish a harmonious, free, equal, and dream-filled new world rather than for the D-clan, perhaps the Revolutionary Army and the Navy can cooperate. At this point, Xiayu suddenly recalled something, swallowed the food in his mouth, and casually pulled out a piece of ginger from his bag, tossing it to Borisellino, continuing, the Revolutionary Army is too idealistic. Wanting to create a brand new world isn't something that can be done just by toppling the world government. Not to mention whether they can overthrow the world government. Even if they did, freedom and dreams might emerge and even amplify, but equality and harmony are absolutely impossible. Unless there are no thieves in the world. Huang Yuan remained silent, engrossed in showcasing his noodles. It wasn't that he couldn't speak, but rather that Xiayu's sudden suggestion to meet with the Revolutionary Army leader Dorag at their headquarters made him feel extremely awkward. This was because on the night Xiayu initiated the coup, he had thoroughly investigated Huang Yuan's background and laid it bare before him, which led to Huang Yuan's decision to remain silent during the upheaval. Consequently, he had felt unsettled in his heart these past few days, as Xiayu, who held absolute power over the Navy, could eliminate him as an unpredictable variable at any moment. What surprised him the most was that Xiayu dared to bring this matter to the forefront, even asking him to represent the naval commander at the Revolutionary Army headquarters. This implied that the young naval commander was not worried about him doing anything out of line, and it also suggested that even if Xiayu was aware of his other identity, he still held expectations for him. For this alone, he had to admire Xiayu's broad-mindedness and decisiveness. He was certain that anyone in the Navy headquarters, upon learning of his other identity, would never interact with him as amicably as they did now, let alone prepare him his favorite ginger. At that moment, Xiayu, having finished his noodles in a whirlwind, suddenly shifted the topic, saying, this is also the moment for you to make a choice. If you return to the Navy headquarters after meeting Dorag, it means you've given up on that side. If you haven't made the above choice, then stay over there. As he said this, Xiayu stood up, grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth, and continued, I grant you freedom, but next time we meet, I will personally assess your speed to determine how heavy it truly is. Upon hearing this, Borisellino adjusted his glasses with a finger while holding his chopsticks, his expression serious, as he said, finally, it's my turn. Rest assured, Marshal Xiayu, I will provide you with a satisfactory answer. With that, Borisellino continued to showcase his noodles. Buru. Suddenly the phone on the desk rang. Seeing this, Xiayu did not avoid Borisellino and walked over to pick up the phone, stating simply, Navy headquarters, Xiayu. The voice from the phone belonged to sounding as if it was choked, carrying a hint of interrogation. You want to bring Nico Robin to the Navy headquarters to decipher ancient texts? Xiayu turned his head to glance at the clock on the wall, somewhat taken aback, as he replied, you just received the report from Junzi. I thought she would report to you immediately after the 7 warlords meeting. I indeed plan to form a fleet to search for the historical text of the road poneglyph to reach Laugh Tale. After a slight pause, Xiayu's tone suddenly turned cold. Additionally, don't use this questioning tone when contacting me in the future. Otherwise, one day, when I'm in a bad mood, I might just go stay at the Flower Between. As Xiayu's words fell, the phone fell silent. Perhaps some unknown old monster in the Flower Between was choked by Xiayu's statement. After a brief silence, perhaps having adjusted his mindset, spoke slowly, your coup in the treaty with the world government, as well as those lawless After a brief silence, perhaps having adjusted his mindset, spoke slowly, your coup in the treaty with the world government, as well as those lawless pirates at sea, are of no importance to me. What I care about is the one who can decipher ancient texts. I can refrain from interfering with your actions, but you need to agree to one condition. Xiayu, uninterested in further idle chatter with interjected, I know what you're worried about. It's about the blank 100 years of history, right? This matter has been sealed for 800 years. Even if the truth is laid before me now, I have no interest in it. Upon hearing this, IM's tone noticeably relaxed, and he curiously asked, what do you plan to do? This matter has been sealed for 800 years. Even if the truth is laid before me now, I have no interest in it. So it cannot be too easy on you. If I truly find Laugh-Tale and erase it, you must show some acknowledgement. Im replied straightforwardly, if you truly keep your promise, I will agree to 3 conditions. It's settled then. As the sun set, dusk approached. After a brief conversation with Huang Yuan, Xiayu left the headquarters building and headed towards the family courtyard. Just as he arrived at the courtyard entrance, he noticed 2 pieces of clothing hanging on the clothesline. To his surprise, despite the clothes hanging, there was no sound, and the atmosphere felt somewhat eerie. What's going on? Pushing open the courtyard door, Xiayu glanced around and muttered, somewhat bewildered, have they grown tired of the noise? And both sides signed a ceasefire agreement. The reason he had chatted with Borsalino in the office until finishing the noodles was that he was worried about reigniting the conflict between Hancock and Junzi if he returned too early. Though he did not understand why the two had been at odds, ever since they moved in together there had been little peace. He could understand Hancock's willfulness. After all, she was the Empress of Amazon Lily, used to being spoiled. However, when Junzi first appeared, she had an air of a cool, aloof lady. Yet after less than 2 hours of brief interaction with Hancock, she transformed into a fiery little pepper, scaring even the world's #1 swordsman into not daring to stay. However, Xiayu soon felt relieved. Although Junzi appeared cool and aloof, having developed a haughty temperament as a member of the Knights of God, all of it was just a facade. For beneath her seemingly proud exterior lay the heart of a young girl. After all, in the original work, she was an unabashed fan of the Soul King Brook. One who loves to chase stars, another who is lovesick. It would be strange if they could remain well-behaved together. But what on earth is going on today? Entering the courtyard, Xiayu looked around again, confirming that no sounds were coming from any corner or room. He blinked in confusion and pushed the living room door open, stepping inside. As soon as he stepped into the living room, Xiayu found himself in a daze. There, sitting on a chair in the living room, was Admiral Crane, clad in a coat, leisurely reading a newspaper. Admiral Crane. He hadn't expected Admiral Crane to return to the headquarters, and now to find her sitting in his home, Xiayu was momentarily stunned before quickly removing his admiral's coat and striding over. When did you come back? Why didn't you notify me? Upon hearing this, Admiral Crane put down the newspaper and looked at Xiayu. Marshal, you are overwhelmingly busy. How could I trouble you? You absolutely must not. Because of the coup, I feel apologetic toward Admiral Crane, so I quickly pulled up a chair and sat across from her, chuckling. I can ignore anyone else's return, but when you come back, I must welcome you. Could I not return? Admiral Crane said in annoyance. Others may not understand you, but I certainly do. You as a marshal will surely not remain at the headquarters like Sengoku, issuing orders. If one day you suddenly get hot-blooded and run out to catch pirates, doesn't the Navy headquarters need someone to keep an eye on you? Xiayu nodded vigorously. That person must be Admiral Crane. That's good to know. Admiral Crane's expression softened somewhat as she pointed towards the kitchen. You must be starved after working all day. I prepared some food for you. Help yourself in the kitchen. It's all your favorite dishes. Great. Xiayu stood up, feeling a bit of pressure. Had he known Admiral Crane would return and prepare dinner for him, he wouldn't have shown off such a large bowl of noodles to Borsalino in the office. Fortunately, ever since the system had elevated all his abilities to the highest level, his appetite had also increased significantly, so having one more meal wouldn't hurt. After bringing all the food from the kitchen to the dining table, Xiayu grabbed a bowl and chopsticks when he suddenly remembered something. He turned to Admiral Crane, who was once again picking up the newspaper, and asked, Admiral Crane, when you returned, was there no one at home? There is. Admiral Crane nodded, her eyes never leaving the newspaper as she pointed towards the clothesline outside the door, where 2 pieces of clothing were hanging. They are hanging on the clothesline. Oh. Xiayu turned to look at the 2 pieces of clothing fluttering in the wind on the clothesline outside the door, which were actually Hancock and Junzi transformed into human-shaped clothing by Admiral Crane's superhuman washing fruit ability. Staring at the 2 women hanging on the clothesline, Xiayu's facial muscles twitched. This was truly fantastic. Finally, he could eat a meal at home in peace. The day ended here, and tomorrow will continue. Sitting at the dining table, Xiayu just picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and brought it to his mouth, when he suddenly stood up and changed his position, facing the door with his back to Admiral Crane. Admiral Crane's gaze remained fixed on the newspaper as he calmly stated, don't worry, they won't die. I'm not worried about them. Xiayu blinked, looking at the human-shaped clothing hanging on the clothesline outside the door. I'm just curious about how they offended you to make you so angry and take such harsh action. They didn't offend me much. Admiral Crane explained very cooperatively. As soon as I entered the courtyard, I saw them glaring at each other, ready to fight at any moment, so I spoke up to admonish them a bit. As a result, Hancock ran over and pointed at my nose, telling me not to meddle in other people's affairs, saying that whatever she did would be forgiven, and even kicked a little cat that followed me into the courtyard. Hearing this, the corners of Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. Hancock was not wrong at all. In Amazon Lily, she could act as she pleased since she was the Empress of Amazon Lily. But this is the Navy headquarters, and the target is Admiral Crane. To be able to fight alongside Garp and Sengoku all the way to the present, how could she possibly be an easy target? In the original work, Don Quixote da Flamingo was already quite arrogant, yet he had to restrain his to be able to fight alongside Garp and Sengoku all the way to the present, how could she possibly be an easy target? In the original work, Don Quixote da Flamingo was already quite arrogant, yet he had to restrain his arrogance when facing Admiral Crane. The reason is simple. Admiral Crane is a paramecia-type wash fruit user who adheres to the principle of pure justice, washing people into clothes on the clothesline whenever there's a disagreement. Most importantly, Crane is not only an admiral but also holds the position of a staff officer at the Navy headquarters. To put it simply, she used to be a figure at the Navy headquarters second only to Sengoku. Even the three admirals had to show her respect as an admiral. However, these are all old stories, and no one can escape the passage of time. Even if Admiral Crane's status in the headquarters is high, it is nearly impossible for her to eliminate Hancock the Empress with three-color hockey, and Junzi, who possesses the arrow fruit abilities and comes from the Knights of God without injury. Thinking of this, Xiayu asked again, what about Junzi? What did she do wrong? Admiral Crane's eyes flashed with cold light. She reported the contents of the 7 warlords meeting to the Holy Land in front of me. Got it, Xiayu nodded. You took the opportunity to cleanse her soul while she was communicating with the Holy Land. And Hancock probably never expected that not only would you not forgive her, but you would also act decisively. After saying this, Xiayu swept away his meal in a whirlwind, then put down his chopsticks, stood up, and walked out of the living room to sit in front of the now-clothed Junzi and Hancock. Although they had become clothes, Hancock and Junzi remained conscious. As soon as Xiayu entered the courtyard, they had already seen him, and the reason they didn't make a sound was that they didn't want Xiayu to see their embarrassing state. But what they didn't expect was that Xiayu actually lifted a chair and sat right in front of them, leaning in to examine them closely. Xiayu, I am feeling a bit dizzy. Could you have Admiral Crane let me down first? Seeing that there was no way to hide, Hancock was the first to speak. Hanging upside down on the clothesline, she swayed in front of Xiayu with the wind, and her voice was intermittent, extremely humorous. Although Junzi was also hanging upside down when Xiayu leaned in, she decisively closed her eyes, pretending that if she couldn't see it, the awkwardness would be someone else's reaction. Marshal! Marshal! Just then a commotion suddenly erupted from outside the courtyard. A group of more than 10 Navy officers rushed to the courtyard door in a disheveled state, but none entered. Looking up at the group of officers, Xiayu was somewhat taken aback, his eyes widening. All of the officers before him were bruised and battered, clearly just having been beaten. Marshal, you have to stand up for us. The leading officer stepped forward pitifully, reporting Major Noah got into a fight with Mihawk, and we were worried that Major Noah would suffer, so we rushed to help, but that scoundrel Mihawk actually hit us with a wooden stick. We'd rather be killed by their supreme great sword than endure such humiliation, Marshal. Yes, we are your soldiers, Marshal. We'd rather die standing than live kneeling. Marshal, Mihawk is being too unreasonable. Hearing the officers get more and more agitated, Xiayu quickly interrupted. Calm down, you need to calm down. First tell me what exactly happened. Did Major Noah seek revenge on Mihawk? It's not exactly revenge. The leading officer lowered his head, his voice getting quieter. Major Noah said he wanted to measure Mihawk's swordsmanship. Xiayu thought he had misheard, his expression dull as he said Noah. Measure Mihawk's swordsmanship. Before he finished speaking, Xiayu immediately understood this was very in line with Noah's temperament. Noah was an officer who was transferred to his command after he was promoted to Rear Admiral. Due to some personal talent, he often kept Noah by his side and led him into the realms of armament hockey and observation hockey. Of course, all of this was unimportant. What mattered was that under his guidance, Noah's strength rapidly progressed, while he also learned many of Xiayu's sayings, actions, and habits. We also wanted to measure it. Hearing this, the corners of Xiayu's mouth twitched slightly. These officers were not actually wanting to measure, they were simply eager to improve, but couldn't find anything to do. We also wanted to measure it. Hearing this, the corners of Xiayu's mouth twitched slightly. These officers were not actually wanting to measure, they were simply eager to improve, but couldn't find anything to do, so they took their frustrations out on Mihawk together with Noah. As for the reason, it must be because Noah's former superior had died at Mihawk's hands. Thinking of this, Xiayu decisively stood up. Let's go, it's a perfect opportunity to resolve the matter between Noah and Mihawk. As Xiayu walked away, Hancock and Junzi, who were hanging on the clothesline, suddenly became anxious. Although Junzi didn't show it too obviously, every time she swayed in the wind, her gaze towards Xiayu would carry an extra hint of pleading. Hancock directly blurted out, worriedly calling Xiayu. Huh. The sudden voice immediately attracted the attention of the officers who were following Xiayu, and several of them looked towards. At that moment, a gust of sea breeze howled and lifting the 2 pieces of clothing on the clothesline, high, perfectly avoiding the gaze of several officers. What was that sound? It seems like someone is calling for the marshal. Must be hearing things. There's no one in the courtyard. Maybe let's go. As they spoke, several officers withdrew their gazes and ran out after Xiayu. Hancock. Junzi. In the holy land of Mariawa, under the moonlight, the splendid mansions of Panga City were lit up, occasionally filled with laughter and joyous voices, as well as the sounds of moaning, as if suffering some torment. In one of the mansions in the courtyard, Shepherd Ten Pit and Marcus Maz, who were forced to take a break due to the rotation of Wuloxing, sat side by side, their expressions grim as they gazed at the moon hanging high in the sky. Suddenly, a white figure flashed by. Then a man dressed in a white robe and wearing a mask appeared with reverence, standing respectfully before the two. Lord Marcus Maz, another naval fleet, led by Admiral Akiji, has just entered the Holy Land. Hearing this, Marcus Maz turned to Shepherd Tin Pit beside him. During the day it was Admiral Akainu leading the Akainu army, and at night it is Akiji leading the Akiji army. What is Xiayu trying to do? Is he preparing to strike hard against the New World? Shepherd Tin Pit narrowed his eyes, speaking in a somber tone. Don't worry, they won't enjoy their glory for long. Marcus Maz shook his head with a smile. To me, everything Xiayu is doing is not a bad thing. Not only is it not bad, but it also works in our favor. Oh. Shepherd Tin Pit tilted his head, puzzled. What do you mean by that? Marcus Maz gestured for the white-robed man, standing in front, to withdraw. Once the man disappeared beyond the courtyard wall, he said, Xiayu now wields the naval headquarters as a war machine at the height of his power. Lord M is lowering his stance to meet all his demands for the sake of mastering this sharp blade to have it cut through the Grand Line on our behalf. If he cannot do it without us intervening, those lowly people of the Grand Line will tear him apart. Even if he succeeds, it won't matter because he will grow old like Carp, like Sengoku, like Kong. In 100 years the Chamber of Power will still belong to us. The most important thing is that even if he clears out the pirates, Nika will eventually appear. It is precisely for this reason that Lord M agrees to all his conditions, wanting to bind him with the world government. For Lord M, the only real threat is Nika. Though he spoke lightly, Marcus Maz unconsciously clenched his fists, and he couldn't help but recall the humiliation of being forced back to their original forms by Xia's conqueror's haki in the palace hall of the Holy Land. Observing Marcus Maz's reaction, Shepherd Tin Pit picked up the teacup beside him with an inscrutable expression. There's no denying that Xiayu is a sharp weapon, but while killing enemies he may also hurt himself. If Lord M cannot completely control him, this sharp weapon might go out of control and stab into the heart of the Holy Land. Additionally, I fear that everything might not go as we wish. After a slight pause, Shepherd Tin Pit looked at Marcus Maz again. Don't forget there are threats within this Holy Land as well. Marcus Maz turned sharply to the Figolando family. Shepherd Tin Pit nodded. I always feel that Grin Gus' series of actions to instigate a coup against Xiayu and ascend to the Holy Land are not taken very seriously. I even saw ambition in his eyes. Marcus Maz's pupils constricted slightly, speaking in a deep voice. Is it your intuition, or? Shepherd Tin Pit waved his hand. No need for intuition. Grin Gu is absolutely yearning for the Chamber of Power. If it weren't for Lord M keeping him in check, would he remain obedient while holding the Knights of God? I wasn't too worried before. After all, many family members of the Holy Land have joined the Knights of God, making it nearly impossible for the Figolando family to gain complete control over them and pose a threat to us. But now with Xia's appearance and the loss of 2 Wuloxing positions, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I dare say as long as he secures one position, his son Xiao Mulok will definitely become the new leader of the Knights of God. At that time the Figolando family will replace us as the #1 family in the Holy Land. Marcus once Lord IM's existence is no longer a secret in the Holy Land. Many people's ambitions will gradually swell. After all, the 19 celestial dragons of the Holy Land are all descendants of the 20 kings who founded the world government back then. With Lord M seated on that empty throne, naturally others will want to try their luck. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters in a training ground, Noah, who had battled for over an hour, supported his body with his long sword to prevent himself from collapsing, staring intensely at Mihawk, who stood opposite him wielding the supreme great sword and holding a small cross knife. Noah, whose physical strength was severely depleted, didn't notice that Xiayu and the others had long been watching the battle from outside the training ground. He glanced at Mihawk for a moment, took a slight breath, and then slowly raised his long sword, stepping forward and gritting his teeth. Hawkeye, come again. Without hesitation, Noah quickly bent down and, using the last of his strength, charged toward Mihawk. Mihawk did not wait in place due to Noah's exhaustion. The moment Noah charged with his sword, he threw out that line and swiftly dodged, instantly passing by Noah. When he stopped, he stood back to back with Noah. Good perseverance, but your swordsmanship is mediocre. Having accompanied you for nearly 2 hours, it is time to end this meaningless battle. When he stopped, he stood back to back with Noah. Good perseverance, but your swordsmanship is mediocre. Having accompanied you for nearly 2 hours, it is time to end this. Not expecting Xiayu to suddenly appear and support him at that moment, Noah was initially taken aback, then weakly exclaimed, Marshal. Before he could finish the word person, exhausted, Noah's head tilted and leaned against Xia's embrace. Looking at Noah, who had fallen asleep, Xiayu shook his head and smiled. Though Mihawk is just using you to pass the time, being able to hold on for 2 hours is quite impressive. Xiayu, you came at the right time. Having already noticed Xiayu, Mihawk glanced at Noah, and then grasped the hilt of the supreme great sword behind his back, raising his head sharply. The promise you made me, let it be fulfilled here. After a slight pause, Mihawk stepped forward, grasping the world's strongest black sword, and a magnificent aura unique to the world's #1 swordsman swept across the field, creating visible ripples in the air. You sure know how to pick your time. Xiayu raised his hand and pushed Noah in front of the 7 or 8 officers outside the training ground, then seized Noah's sword and stood up to face Mihawk directly. Before that, I want to know one thing. Is it about Major Noah's former superior? Mihawk tightly held the hilt of the black sword and slowly bent down, his sharp eyes shining with a captivating light. Indeed, I have taken down many navies in the past, some righteous officers, and some corrupt generals colluding with pirates. I know that you are well regarded and very protective of your own. If you wish to seek justice for those navy officers who died under my sword. As Mihawk's voice fell, a wave of terrifying energy suddenly erupted from beneath his feet. You need not concern yourself with our encounter 6 years ago. Just let go and battle me. Come. Before his voice faded, the supreme great sword imbued with Mihawk's overwhelming might fiercely swung down, the purple flames instantly erupting, causing the air to emit a low-frequency vibration, as if trying to twist the very fabric of reality. Buzz. Amid the disorienting low-frequency vibrations, the purple blade flame like a thunderbolt carried the terrifying power to sever all, and slashed fiercely towards Xiayu. Dusk quietly descended, gradually enveloping the night. In the dormitory prepared for the members of the 7 warlords, Jinbei, Moria, Crocodile, and Don Quixote Doflamingo gathered in the living room, exchanging glances. For a full 2 hours no one spoke, creating an extremely awkward atmosphere as they stared at each other. The reason was simple. Before moving into this dormitory, their transponder snail and all their belongings were confiscated by Xiayu, leaving them completely penniless aside from their clothes. What bothered Crocodile the most was that his cigars were also taken by Xiayu, making it a luxury to even think about smoking to relieve his frustration. "I'm going for a walk." At last Jinbei broke the silence and decisively stood up. "Let's go together." Crocodile unexpectedly extended an invitation, saying, "After all, our current identities are special, and if we're not careful it could provoke some officers in the base. Especially Don Quixote Doflamingo. If I remember correctly, during the last 7 warlords meeting you seem to have bullied quite a few of the base's officers and soldiers, using them as puppets." Doflamingo grinned. I suddenly missed the Marshal of the Warring States period. If the 3 of you want to go together." Jinbei glanced back at the 3, and then magically pulled out a few berries from his person. Crocodile's eyes instantly lit up, having never been so financially strapped, as expected of the sea hero Jinbei generous. However, these few berries couldn't even buy a single cigar, as Jinbei immediately widened his eyes. "Who is going to buy you a cigar?" Suddenly a dizzying low-frequency vibration rippled from afar, sweeping over the dormitory like visible wave. "What is this?" A/wave. In the fleeting moment of the ripple, both Doflamingo and Crocodile looked up to the window simultaneously and exclaimed, "Hawkeye." Before the words could finish, the 2 leaped out one after the other, using their respective devil fruit abilities to land directly on the roof of the dormitory. Jinbei and Moria reacted at the same time, quickly following and landing beside the 2, all gazing towards the training ground where the wave had suddenly erupted. On the training ground, a terrifyingly powerful purple blade flame collided violently with an even more magnificent black-red sword wave, causing the air to vibrate with low-frequency sounds, and waves of pressure spread outwards in ripples. Before the 4 could react, the 2 intertwined waves suddenly shot into the sky, disappearing into the already darkened night. Boom! Thunder suddenly rumbled in the high heavens. Following that, the night sky split open, illuminating the recently shadowed Marineford with beams of golden light. At a glance it seemed as if a heavenly gate had opened in the night, shocking the 4 members of the 7 warlords as they swallowed nervously, while other officers in the base either opened their windows or stood gazing in awe at the suddenly opened heavenly gate. The gate of the sword opened, splitting the clouds to reveal the sun. Outside the training ground, the naval officers who followed Xiayu were all knocked to the ground due to the clash between Mihawk and Xiayu's waves. However, they seemed oblivious, their eyes wide open, stunned under the golden light that fell. At the same time, Xiayu, having effortlessly slashed to block Mihawk's wave, suddenly frowned. In the next moment, bang! A sudden explosion sound without warning made Mihawk, who was preparing to charge forward, halt. Following the sound, he saw that the long sword in Xiayu's hand had unexpectedly shattered, turning to dust and scattering in the wind. Even someone as powerful as Mihawk couldn't help but take a sharp breath upon witnessing a scene that would shock all swordsmen in the world. As the world's greatest swordsman, he knew too well what this meant. It meant that the long sword in Xiayu's hand could not withstand his terrifying swordsmanship, because the long sword Xiayu held was simply insufficient to block the strike of his world's strongest black blade. Yet Xiayu was able to hold it and block his wave, because he wrapped the sword body with armament haki the moment he grasped the sword's hilt and reinforced it with Conqueror's haki. However, because the long sword could not bear the weight, it ultimately shattered into dust. At that moment, Mihawk finally understood why Xiayu, despite possessing the strength of a great swordsman, did not bring his own sword to the 7 warlords meeting, but chose to use Gion's Campuro. Because ordinary famous swords simply could not withstand Xiayu's terrifying swordsmanship. Wait a moment. Just as Mihawk was taken aback, Xiayu suddenly turned to walk towards the weapon rack beside the training ground. "He'll grab another one." Upon hearing this, Mihawk's facial muscles twitched. Don't mention grabbing another one. Even if you used every weapon on the weapon rack, it would be useless. After silently mocking in his heart, Mihawk glanced up at the now darkened sky as the heavenly gate closed. Although he hadn't experienced a thrilling battle as the world's greatest swordsman, he understood well that had Xiayu not been wielding an ordinary sword, but Gion's sword Campuro, the outcome would already be decided. After a brief silence, Mihawk took a deep breath and turned to Xiayu, who had reached the weapon rack, and spoke to stop him. "No need to continue, our agreement ends here." Xiayu, who had selected a suitable long sword, turned around puzzled. What do you mean there's no need to continue? This was about the reward of the supreme great knife 12 works. How could it not continue? Just as Xiayu was preparing to call out to Mihawk, a system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding dong. Detecting that Mihawk who challenged you has abandoned the fight, based on system judgment you have won. Random reward 1 supreme great knife 12 works. Would you like to claim it now? Unexpectedly receiving a reward this way, Xiayu blinked in surprise, not in a hurry to claim it, and turned to Mihawk saying, since our agreement ends here, let's talk about your matter with Rear Admiral Noah. Although I was not a Navy when your former superior was killed by you, he is now my subordinate. However, everyone in the Navy knows that I repay kindness. So let's compromise. You will become the swordsmanship instructor of the Navy headquarters, and train Noah and those officers who use swords. That being said, I won't let you work for free, a monthly salary of 100 berries. How about that? Mihawk, hearing this, turned his head to look at Noah, who was being carried by an officer, and said coolly, let them gather at the training ground tomorrow at noon. Noon? Xiayu was taken aback. Mihawk's lips twitched slightly. Aren't you supposed to have the 7 warlords participate in ideological reform? Xiayu suddenly realized, nodding repeatedly. Right, I almost forgot about this. Mihawk stopped talking and strode out of the training ground. What are you all standing around for? After watching Mihawk leave, Xiayu immediately turned to the officers outside the training ground. Hurry up and take Noah back. The officers were clearly still in shock from the miraculous event of the sword opening the heavenly gate, and were apprehensive about having previously ganged up on Mihawk with Noah. Fortunately, they had the marshal to protect them, which made Mihawk reluctant to go all out, otherwise all of them combined wouldn't be enough to withstand a single blow from Mihawk. Most importantly, they had repeatedly approached Mihawk relying on the support of the marshal, without considering their marshal. After all, if Mihawk hadn't brought their marshal back from the deserted island, could they have their current status? Thinking of this, the officers collectively regained their senses, each lowering their heads in shame, not daring to look at Xiayu, and silently turned to leave with Noah. Observing the officers' reaction, Xiayu shook his head and smiled to himself. Since the signing of the Marijoa Treaty, he had long noticed that many officers and soldiers in the base had become somewhat arrogant, but he did not intend to stop it, as there might soon be a new war to fight. As the saying goes, one must seize the moment. Suppressing the morale of the officers or soldiers at this time would not be wise. Ding dong. The host has successfully obtained 1 supreme great knife 12 works. Would you like to claim it now? The system's prompt rang out again, pulling Xiayu's attention back. Claim it, claim it. Xiayu no longer hesitated and immediately chose to extract it. As he made his selection, a distortion suddenly appeared in the space before him. Following that, a long sword with a Western-style hilt, a slender blade, and a crescent-shaped tip wider than the blade appeared in the air. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the supreme great knife. This sword is named Ace, and it was the sword of the previous pirate king Roger. Since Ace's name was given by Roger, the host can continue to use this name, or rename it. Would you like to rename it? Roger's sword. Grasping the hilt, Xiayu raised it, and looked it over, unable to resist complaining. I'm a dignified Navy marshal, and you give me a sword used by the pirate king. Despite the complaints, Xiayu decisively made a decision, as having something was better than nothing. Rename it. Please name this sword. Let's call it. Xiayu thought for a moment, and said justice. Today's update mainly serves as a transition, giving a breather for the upcoming high-octane plot. The updates end here for today, and will continue tomorrow. A prompt echoed Supreme Great Blade Justice successfully named. The moment the system notification rang out, the Supreme Great Blade held in Xiaoya's hand suddenly emitted a low hum accompanied by a slight tremor of the blade. Immediately a strange aura erupted, as if protesting. Before Xiayu could react, fleeting images resembling cinematic frames rapidly flashed within the unfamiliar aura. The most frequently appearing figure in the images was none other than the previous owner of the Supreme Great Blade, Joel D. Roger. The first image flashed by showed a young Roger wearing a straw hat inviting someone aboard a ship. Although the image was fleeting, Xiayu recognized that Roger was inviting the Dark King Rayleigh, who was currently in seclusion on Sabaody Archipelago. In that split second, Roger's bold and wild voice echoed faintly, "Do you want to join me in turning this world up, Rayleigh?" Although each image was almost instantaneous, Xiayu managed to capture them all with his powerful observation. Among the rapidly flashing scenes, there was one of Roger leading his crew in battle against the sea giant Shiki, as well as another where he wielded the Supreme Great Blade striking down Kazuki, Odin, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, and the explosive confrontation with Whitebeard. Suddenly, the rapidly flashing images slowed down. At that moment, Roger was seen kneeling on the execution platform. In this image, Roger, shackled and bound, shouted out the words that ignited the era of great voyages: "Want my treasure? Go find it." After proclaiming that he had placed all his treasures there, it was as if he sensed the future, abruptly lifting his head to make eye contact with Xiayu, who held the renaming Justice Supreme Great Blade. In the next moment, the image shattered and dissolved. The blade trembled violently, emitting a dizzying blade chant. Following this, a terrifying and unmatched pressure erupted from the blade, manifesting as waves of flame clouds, as if attempting to break free from Xiayu's grasp. The Stored Conqueror's Hockey. Quite interesting. Feeling the sudden violent tremor of the blade and the terrifying pressure that followed, Xiayu narrowed his eyes, his 5 fingers tightening around the hilt as he unleashed his conqueror's haki into the blade like a raging tide. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Xiayu infused the blade with his conqueror's haki, the terrifying pressure emitted from the blade surged once more, violently clashing with the conqueror's haki he injected, causing the surrounding void to tremble, with low-frequency vibrations creating ripples that spread outwards at an astonishing speed. The sudden clash of Conqueror's haki caught the attention of all 7 warlords, including Mihawk, who had already returned, and Crocodile, who was preparing to head back to the dormitory, as well as the crane at Xiayu's home, and Carp, who was leisurely enjoying himself in his yard. Before anyone in Marineford could comprehend what was happening, the dizzying low-frequency vibrations of the air escalated suddenly, accompanied by a tsunami-like shockwave generated from the clash of Conqueror's haki, creating a no-go zone within 100 meters around the training ground where Xiayu was located. Mihawk, who had walked far away, abruptly stopped and quickly turned around, racing back to the training ground at full. Crocodile and his 3 companions, who were originally on the roof of the dormitory, were unaware of what was happening. Especially Doflamingo, who naturally possessed Conqueror's haki, could not resist, and quickly activated his Devil Fruit ability to fly over using a thread. Seeing this, Crocodile, Jinbei, and Moria did not lag behind, immediately heading towards the training ground. The clash of Conqueror's haki. After arranging for the accommodations of the 7 warlords, Gion saw the terrifying pressure rising from the direction of the training ground, twisting the void itself. Without any hesitation, she grabbed her sword Jinbaira and dashed out. In Carp's yard, Carp, who had already been startled by the clash of Conqueror's haki, suddenly stood up. After being dazed for several seconds, he regained his senses, his face filled with shock as he exclaimed, "The one clashing with Xia's Conqueror's haki is Roger's Conqueror's haki. How is that possible? Roger has been resurrected." Without waiting for the words to finish, he disregarded his still unhealed wounds and directly released a terrifying energy shooting forth. At the same time, Marine headquarters officers and all soldiers rushed towards the same direction, drawn by the sudden storm. The first to return to the training ground was Mihawk. Yet as powerful as he was still struck back several steps by the horrifying shockwave as he approached the training ground. At that moment, Carp, Gion, Crane, and Hancock, who had just regained their senses from the Devil Fruit's cleansing state, converged from various directions, their eyes widening as they looked at the young general holding the long blade in the training ground. Following closely, Doflamingo and his companions also landed from 4 directions, coming to a stop 100 meters away from the training ground. As the 4 landed, the officers and soldiers of Marine headquarters, who surged in like a tide, surrounded the training ground. "Don't come closer." Suddenly, Xiayu, wielding the supreme great blade, turned sharply, glaring at the densely packed figures surrounding the training ground, and said in a deep voice, "Get away from here immediately." Buzz. As soon as Xiayu finished speaking, the blade emitted an even more overwhelming wave of destructive energy. In the next moment, the densely packed officers who had just approached collapsed in an instant. Even the powerful 7 warlords and high-ranking officers felt the pressure at this moment, with many nearly choking on the spot. Damn it, what is happening? Next to Doflamingo, Moria nearly fell to the ground due to the overwhelming Conqueror's haki sweeping towards him, and after stumbling back several steps, he disregarded his disheveled appearance, exclaimed in shock, "Is General Xiayu fighting against that blade?" Hee. Doflamingo, protected by his timely release of Conqueror's haki, was not greatly affected, and let out his signature evil laugh. "No, General Xiayu is not resisting that blade, he is conquering it." Standing 100 meters away with Hancock and Crane, the soldier observed the supreme great blade in Xia's hand, which continuously released terrifying pressure, and remarked that blade actually contains Conqueror's haki. That is, suddenly the eyes of Rear Admiral Crane, standing in front of the soldier and Hancock, narrowed as she blurted out, "Carp, that blade." Carp, who had arrived at the scene first, joined Rear Admiral Crane, his eyes fixed on the supreme great blade tightly held in Xia's hand, incredulously exclaiming, "Roger's sword ace." Buzz. A more domineering and terrifying collision erupted once again, accompanied by a series of deafening, disorienting explosions, causing the surrounding void around Xiayu to visibly distort, akin to ripples forming on a tranquil lake. Immediately, Xiayu stepped forward, gripping the hilt of the sword with renewed strength in his 5 fingers. "Roger, you really are a troublesome fellow. You've been restless even after 16 years of death. To think this sword holds such overwhelming Conqueror's haki. However, Ace is now a thing of the past. It now represents my justice. Justice that reigns over the world." Before his voice could fade, Xiayu raised his right hand, gripping the sword hilt before him, while his left hand, infused with armament haki and Conqueror's haki, swiftly coiled around the blade, pulling it towards the tip, like threading a skewer. As Xiayu's left hand reached the tip of the sword, the void that had been vibrating at low frequencies fell eerily silent. The ferocious clash of Conqueror's haki abruptly ceased, and the invisible pressure that had enveloped this realm dissipated silently, bringing a wave of relief to everyone within 100 meters of the training ground, many collapsing to the ground in a state of liberation. Mihawk, who had arrived first at the training ground and had managed to hold his ground with his formidable strength, was no exception. As the immense mountain-like pressure above him vanished, he let out a long sigh, feeling an absurd sense of liberation wash over him. Yet none of this mattered. What truly mattered was that Xia's terrifying strength had once again shattered the pride that resided deep within him. He clearly witnessed how Xiayu, with an extremely forceful and unreasonable approach, forcefully straightened the tip of the supreme sword, which had once been in a crescent shape. It was no exaggeration to say that no one in attendance understood Roger better than him, nor did anyone grasp Roger's true might as he did, especially with Roger's sword, which had nearly caused him to stumble several times under its edge. Yet this very supreme sword, which had followed Roger across the seas and defeated countless strong foes under Roger's training, had been subdued and tamed by Xiayu in such a rough, simple, and brutal manner. Under the astonished gazes of Mihawk and Carp, Xiayu forcefully suppressed the Conqueror's Haki stored within the sword and straightened the blade using Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. He suddenly turned to quickly scan the various officers of the Marine headquarters and the 7 warlords present in the training ground. In the next moment, he raised the supreme sword high above his head, declaring, "This sword is one of the 12 supreme blades that vanished for 16 years after Roger was executed. What it was once called no longer matters, it is now named Justice." After a brief pause, Xiayu suddenly took the sword's tip pointed toward the soldiers and officers who had fainted from the clash of Conqueror's Haki, and he exclaimed, "All of you, stand up." As soon as Xiayu's voice rang out, a magnificent, yet gentle wave of energy surged forth, sweeping across the entire area like a spring breeze. Immediately afterward, the officers and soldiers who had fainted under the impact of the Conqueror's Haki began to open their eyes one by one. When Xiayu shouted the words "stand up," the officers and soldiers who had just opened their eyes, though bewildered by what had happened, instinctively stood up, straightening their bodies and facing Xiayu with eager anticipation. Whether it was the officers and soldiers just awakening from their stupor, or the likes of Carp and other generals who had endured the impact of the Conqueror's clash, all eyes were focused on Xiayu at that moment. Although everyone remained silent at that moment, their fervent gazes were filled with admiration, reverence, and loyalty. Like thunderous roars, the members of the 7 warlords felt a long-lost surge of blood boiling within them. A fleet of warships entering the New World through the Holy Land under the command of Admiral Gion sailed through torrential rain and turbulent waves, grandly arriving at the port of the Navy's 1st Division in the New World. The 1st Division is located near the Red Line. Since the New World is largely under the control of the 4 emperors, the Navy's 1st Division, backed by the Red Line, is virtually the last line of defense for the world government, bearing a heavy responsibility for security and defense, and is typically commanded by veteran vice admirals. As long as the world government's central hub at the top of the Red Line does not collapse, even if the Navy headquarters holds major meetings, the vice admirals and all officers stationed here will not leave. Of course, the Navy does not only have the 1st Division in the New World, there is also the 5th Division commanded by Vice Admiral Virgo, which is closest to the 4 emperors' territory. Simply put, the 5th Division acts as the frontline fortress, while the 1st Division serves as the last line of defense. As for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Divisions, they had long since fallen into oblivion under the continuous onslaught of pirates entering the New World during the years of the 4 emperors vying for territory. In the pouring rain, the Vice Admiral stationed at the 1st Division led all the officers and soldiers clad in raincoats, standing neatly at the port, watching the large warships slowly arrive at the dock. Soon the lead warship docked steadily at the shore. Gion, who stood on the deck wearing a raincoat, did not hesitate at all. He leaped down directly in front of the base commander of the 1st Division. "Attention! Salute!" With the base commander's shout, the soldiers standing in the rain almost simultaneously raised their hands and salute towards Gion, shouting in unison, "Loyalty! I come bearing a secret order from the Marshal. Therefore, I do not wish for my presence at the 1st Division to leak out." Taking a step forward, Gion mimicked Xiayu's gesture, raising a hand in salute to the crowd, sweeping away the laziness of recent years, and passionately declared, "Next, all officers and soldiers of the 1st Division will rotate with the soldiers and officers I brought. All officers and soldiers who are rotated out will enter their new posts and maintain a 24-hour communication status with the fleet led by Admiral Sakazuki, which is en route to Dressrosa, and ensure that all intelligence personnel executing tasks outside closely monitor all developments in the New World. If you discover any ships belonging to the Big Mom Pirates or the Beast Pirates leaving their usual locations in the seas of Wano, you must report to me immediately." The next morning, the sun shone just right, and a gentle breeze blew. In the Holy Land, the Chamber of Power, Gion leisurely propped his legs up on the spacious and comfortable sofa, cradling a box of potato chips he had never tasted before, the crisp sound echoing clearly in every corner of the hall. Opposite him stood or sat the financial martial god Yizambelong, the legal martial god Tuopiaman, and the scientific defense martial god Satan, all showing slight signs of impatience. "Gion, can you stop eating?" Finally, Yizambelong could no longer hold back, taking a step forward and saying in a deep voice, "This is the Chamber of Power, not a place for you to snack. Moreover, where is ZFA? What's going on with him?" Arriving late on the first day of his official appointment as one of the Gion picked up a piece of potato chip and slowly replied, "Don't speak to me with that condescending tone. Don't forget, I am now the environmental martial god Fo Zhangguo, on the same level as you." "You." Yizambelong gritted his teeth, letting out a cold voice, wanting to erupt, but was immediately reminded to hold back by a glance from Tuopiaman, who was seated on the sofa. Although Zhangguo's tone was very infuriating, he was currently the rotating environmental martial god, and they indeed could not interact with him using commanding tones. Suppressing the rage within him, Yizambelong shifted the topic and asked, Where's the agricultural martial god, ZFA? Zhangguo turned his head to look out the large floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze passing over Pangu Plaza and landing beside a man-made forest on the eastern outskirts of the plaza. Beside this forest, the one-armed ZFA was directing more than a dozen Holy Land staff members in weeding and digging, busy to the point of being utterly engrossed. You. After capturing Zaifa's figure with his eyes, Yizenbalong took a deep breath, again his expression grim as he said, "Is cultivating land more important than our meeting?" "Definitely more important than our meeting." Zhangguo changed position, took out a piece of potato chip, and offered it to Tuopiman. Seeing him wave his hand in refusal, he did not insist, chewing on the chip, while leisurely saying, "Marshal Xiayu said he would often come to the Holy Land in the future, asking his teacher ZFA to help cultivate a piece of land." Marshal Xiayu also mentioned that it was a shameful waste not to use such a vast red earth continent for farming, especially since that patch of artificially planted fake forest should be entirely cleared for real plants. At this point, Zhangguo immediately shifted his gaze to Yizenbalong. "What do you think is more important, the land that Marshal Xiayu wants, or this trivial meeting?" If Marshal Xiayu came to the Holy Land and did not see the land he wanted, it would not be ZFA helping, but the three of you personally going out to stretch your muscles. Most importantly, ZFA is the agricultural martial god, and cultivating land is the real task. Sitting in the office all day for meetings, how can you have fresh vegetables and fruits to eat? Upon hearing this, Yizenbalong's facial muscles twitched. Looking at Tuopiman and Satan, who had not reacted from beginning to end, it seemed he made a certain decision and silently turned to leave. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters outside the dormitory building where the 7 warlords reside, Gion nodded at a near. The officer showed no hesitation, decisively stepping forward and looking up at the dormitory building, raising his voice and shouting, "Jinbei Moria Crocodile, Doflamingo assemble." The penetrating voice sounded like sudden thunder, echoing sharply in the ears of the 4 still asleep 7 warlords, waking them from their dreams. "Get up, get up." Jinbei was the first to roll out of bed, not bothering to brush his teeth or wash his face, quickly throwing on clothes and rushing out of the dormitory. Next, Moria reluctantly sat up, his eyes dazedly scanning the room. After a brief moment, he suddenly jolted awake, not bothering to wash up, and exaggeratedly jumped out the window. Crocodile and Doflamingo were a bit more meticulous, both entering the bathroom almost simultaneously, each brushing their teeth, washing their faces, and rinsing their mouths in front of a mirror. After everything was done, Doflamingo put on the sunglasses that had been set aside and left the dormitory ahead of Crocodile. Although Crocodile did not have the habit of wearing glasses, he stood in front of the mirror fixing his slick-back hairstyle, and only after he was satisfied did he pick up the cigar that was left with just the butt and walk out of the dormitory. Crocodile 30 seconds late. As soon as Crocodile stepped out of the dormitory and stood beside Doflamingo, the officer responsible for taking them to the ideological reform immediately stepped forward and sternly shouted, "The marshal said that anyone who is late will be severely punished." Crocodile stepped forward. "For every second late, you will carry 10 kilograms. You are 30 seconds late, so you need to carry 300 kilograms and run around the square 100 times. Destination Marineford Square, march." As the officer's voice fell, the air suddenly became eerily quiet, and the other 7 warlords turned to look at Crocodile in unison. Crocodile's eyes were almost spitting fire, tightly biting down on the small remaining stub of his cigar, veins gradually bulging on his forehead. However, he ultimately took a deep breath and held it in. If the extreme pressure exerted by Xiayu on Doflamingo during the 7 warlords meeting merely sent chills down his spine, then last night the scene of Xiayu standing with a sword and shouting "stand up," as well as the shocking image of him waking up from a faint and standing before Xiayu in silence to hear the thunder, made him fully realize the situation before him and acknowledge Marshal Xiayu's qualifications. Undeniably, he had his own ambitions, but when strength was insufficient to pursue those ambitions, the best choice was to choose the right tree to perch on. The ability to unite the naval headquarters from top to bottom, making officers and soldiers at all levels fervently admire and be loyal to him, was no longer a matter of whether he recognized it, but rather whether he qualified to become that person's subordinate. Now Xiayu had given him that qualification and opportunity. If he missed it, what awaited him would not only be death, but also the glory that slipped away. After a brief silence, Crocodile stood tall and stepped forward, then under the guidance of the officer hurriedly ran towards Marineford Square. Surprisingly, the 7 warlords standing still did not show any mocking expressions at Crocodile's concession before a mere officer, for they had witnessed the true king last night and had come to the same understanding as Crocodile. "You 3 follow me." At that moment, Ji Yuan's voice came through. Without waiting for the 3 to react, Ji Yuan had already turned and left. Seeing this, the 3, as if fearing they would be made to run with weights if they were slow, hurriedly followed behind. At the training ground, Hancock Mihawk and the soldier had already arrived. Seeing this, Jinbei Moria and Doflamingo quickly ran over to stand in line. "Where's Crocodile?" Standing at the edge of the training ground against a weapons rack, Xiayu looked left and right and asked, "Is he late and being punished to run?" "Yes." Ji Yuan smiled and nodded. "Then we won't wait for him." Xiayu stood up and walked in front of the 6 standing in line, his expression serious, as he said, "Today's ideological reform class is very simple. I will personally teach you a set of easy-to-learn exercises for self-cultivation. Without waiting for the six to react, Xiayu simply snapped his fingers, music. As the music began to play in the air above Marineford, an impassioned broadcast followed. We will now begin the 8th set of radio calisthenics. March in place, go. Today's update ends here. As the broadcast sounded, Gion standing next to Xiayu immediately stepped forward and began to march in place following the broadcast prompt. At first the six did not pay much attention, but when Gion demonstrated some stretching exercises and chest expansion movements from the broadcast, the expressions on their faces gradually began to distort. The first to show a distorted expression was naturally Mihawk, who usually acted aloof and cold. When he saw Gion jump to the 5th set of body rotation exercises, he felt as if the sky were about to collapse. He was the world's greatest swordsman. How could they make him jump around doing such ridiculous things? The 8th set of radio calisthenics. It seems there were 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th sets before this one. For a moment Mihawk regretted participating in this absurd ideological reform. Following closely behind Junzi from the Knights of God also could not hold it in. To be precise, she broke mentally even before Mihawk, for she widened her eyes upon seeing Gion jump to the 3rd set of leg kick exercises and reflexively tugged at her cloak. She was clearly not one of the 7 warlords. Why did Xiayu have to call her here? Most importantly, had she known they would be doing these radio calisthenics, she would have dressed differently. Thinking about having to kick her legs while only wearing an extremely short pair of shorts made her wish she could find a crack in the... Jinbei looked dazed, his expression resembling a lost soul, wondering who he was and where he was. Moriya's concerns were somewhat different. The radio calisthenics weren't important. From the moment he bowed to Xiayu, he had decided to pledge his loyalty, so no matter what Xiayu asked him to do, he would cooperate. However, given his obesity, performing this seemingly simple, but actually quite challenging set of radio calisthenics would be difficult for him. Doflamingo exhibited little reaction, merely twitching the corners of his mouth. The most serious among them was Hancock. Upon seeing this kind of radio calisthenics for the first time, her expression was focused and earnest. Soon the demonstration of the 8th set of radio calisthenics came to an end. Having observed the reactions of the 6, Xiayu stifled a laugh, his expression still serious, saying, "You are all renowned figures of the Grand Line. I believe you should have memorized the movements by now. However, do not underestimate this set of radio calisthenics. Though the movements are simple, achieving them is far from easy. What you need to do now is to abandon your previous identities and so-called titles, starting from scratch, to reverse your life." As he spoke, Xiayu clapped his hands, and the broadcast once again filled the air with an animated voice that nearly drove the 6 to despair. Reluctantly, they all cooperated, marching in place under Ji Yuan's lead. Meanwhile, Crocodile, having completed his punishment task, was making his way to the training ground under the escort of an officer. Seeing Mihawk and the others performing various bizarre movements from a distance, Crocodile initially thought little of it, but as he drew closer and witnessed the SIX's expression of utter despair, he sensed something was terribly wrong. Ahem. He decisively stopped, cleared his throat to get the officer walking in front to halt, and said with a serious expression, "Did I just run 100 laps?" "I suppose so," replied the officer, blinking in confusion. "No, I did not." Crocodile gazed sternly at the turning officer, declaring, "You must have miscounted. I should have run 10 laps less." Without waiting for the officer to respond, Crocodile continued, "You don't want to be punished for lax supervision, do you? I will head back now and run another 20 laps. No, I will start over." The officer shook his head, saying, "Rules are rules. If it says to run 100 laps, then you run Hurry up and join them in the 8th set of radio calisthenics. This was invented by the Marshal when he became a lieutenant, and almost everyone here knows it. It's very simple, much easier than running with weights." Hearing this, Crocodile's lips twitched slightly. Was he worried about not being able to learn it? Was he concerned about whether it was easy or not? That set of calisthenics was too childish. After all, he was the president of the Baroque Works, who had once challenged the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. To make him do this set of calisthenics was worse than making him run with 1,000 pounds from dawn till dusk. Despite thinking this in his heart, Crocodile knew he could not escape this trial, so he steeled himself and continued toward the training ground alongside the officer. Just as Crocodile entered the training ground, the snail phone in Xiayu's arms suddenly rang. "Marshal Xiayu, this is..." A low voice came from the snail phone. "I have completely recruited the members of the Don Quixote family." Xiayu nodded, saying, "Very good. Immediately send a warship to bring them to the headquarters. Leaving them in the Dressrosa kingdom may cause chaos." He then briefed Akainu on some matters before ending the call. Afterward, he quickly looked up at Doflamingo, who was bent over doing the 7th set of jumping exercises, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Doflamingo, can't you stand up straight?" Doflamingo did not respond, jumping along with the broadcast in a manner that exuded a vibe of "come at me." It wasn't that he did not want to stand up straight. Rather, he simply could not straighten his hunchback. However, perhaps fearing that Xiayu would single him out as an example, he still made an effort to straighten his back a bit. Seeing this, Xiayu shook the snail phone in his hand, saying, "Good news from Dressrosa. The members of the Don Quixote family are cooperating well with the kindness work, so you can safely undergo transformation here." Before his words fell, Xiayu immediately shouted in sync with the broadcast 8th set of organizing exercises, 1 2 3 4 2 2 3 4 go go go. "My lord, I am Wushu, and I have brought all members of the Baroque Works onto the warship. We are about to set sail back to the..." Not long after finishing the call with Wushu, Stoloberry, responsible for heading to the Devil's Triangle, successfully brought all of Moriya's subordinates aboard the warship, and was already on the way back. Thus the morning quietly concluded amidst the repetitive broadcasts of the 8th set and the occasional calls from Xiayu. As Xiayu announced that's all for today, everyone dispersed. Mihawk, Crocodile, and Doflamingo almost simultaneously vanished, while Jinbei, Moria, and Junzi stood in place relieved and hanging their heads. Hancock clearly was not done yet. She rushed over to Xiayu with her hands on her cheeks, excitedly, saying, "Xiayu, how did I do just now? If you like this set of calisthenics, I can perform it again." Upon hearing this, Jinbei and Moria almost simultaneously lifted their heads, and then in an instant they vanished. At that moment Junzi lost his temper, as well, giving Hancock a look that said hopelessly infatuated before decisively making his escape.